Chapter 1, The Happiness System After Being Blackmailed for $20,000. Ding bell. Ding. A sharp alarm clock sounded, waking up the sleeping teenager, who subconsciously stretched out his right hand and fumbled on one side, finally finding his cell phone and turning off the annoying alarm clock. Looking at the time, it was only 7 in the morning. Teenager named Jiang Li is a university graduate of 2.5 years of wage earners, although the salary is not very high, but the good thing is that the work of 2 years also saved a little money. This day is also not bad, and occasionally can be dashing a bit, by some of their favorite equipment. But just yesterday, a very annoying, regrettable, and helpless things happened to him. On the way home from work, Jiang Li saw a grandfather fell on the road, struggling to get up, but could not do it. Even if there are people around, the passerby have chosen to turn a blind eye. No one is willing to come forward to help. He also knows that these years a variety of good intentions to help people, anti-pollution claims of the frequent occurrence of events, so that the guys have the shadow of the, do not dare to try easily, but look at the Moncler outlet store, that pitiful look. He decided to go to the gamble. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands dirty, but obviously, he lost the bet. This Moncler was Jiang Li help up after. Not only did not thank him, but a bite as Jiang Li will be. Jiang Li touched him down, grabbed him not to let him go. The surrounding also appeared a lot of watermelon masses. Is it finally the police came? The Moncler's daughter also came, but coincidentally this place happens to be the dead end of the monitoring. There is no camera can be captured, and the Jiang Li to help the person when there is no other people to shoot the video. He knew that this also put the hasty. He also forgot to find someone to take video evidence. The final result is that he was Moncler outlet store claimed 20,000 yuan. This wave directly let Jiang Li hard to save down the bottom of the small treasury. Back after he was angry, but also very regrettable. Jiang Li felt that if the good deed is this kind of end, then he will never do a good thing from now on. The mood of boredom, he drank some wine at home. Drunkenness on the head after falling asleep. No way. Things have happened. What can he do it? Life goes on. The night was silent, and in the blink of an eye came the early morning of the next day. Today is Saturday. Jiang Li does not have to go to work, but he is already accustomed to going to bed early and getting up early. Got up and washed up. Simply ate some breakfast. He sat on the sofa and fumed. Perhaps he was awake but not fully awake. Or perhaps he missed the $20,000 he lost again. Ding! Supreme Divine Hero System has been activated. Host binding in progress. Host binding successful. Newbie gift pack has been issued to the system space. Coldly Jiang Li's mind suddenly came to mechanical and slightly icy voice. To the days in his scared a jolt. Instantly came back to God. Looked around. Subconsciously tried to say. Who's talking? Host, don't be nervous. It's me talking to you. I'm in your mind. The system's voice once again came from his mind. And this time Jiang Li heard it clearly. Host? So you are the system? I'm bound to the system? Jiang Li felt unbelievable. The person even jumped up directly. This kind of thing he had only seen in the online novels. Why ever thought it would happen to him? Yes, host, you are bound to the Supreme Divine Hero System. The system once again replied affirmatively. Then what role do you have? What about the functions? Introduce it? After calming down, Jiang Li was very much looking forward to it. He felt that the time had come for him to change his fate against all odds. This system has mall function. The host can exchange real-world funds for mall coins, and can search for and purchase goods. As long as the host can think of it, it can be purchased inside the mall. Mission function. The system will randomly trigger a mission based on the host's current events, and the host can obtain the corresponding reward by completing it. Privacy protection. From now on, all the host's information will be encrypted by the system. No one can inquire, unless the host voluntarily exposed. Skill trigger. The system will randomly trigger the corresponding skill based on the host's current level of demand for a certain skill. System space. All items under the host's name or owned by the host can be included in the system space. His sounds like it's pretty good. Jiang Li sat back down on the sofa, carefully and attentively listening to the system's introduction. His perception of the system became clearer and clearer. In a nutshell, it's bullish, and his own rise to power is definitely a no-brainer. Right, system, you just said that I have a newbie gift pack, right? Then quickly open it for me. I'll see what's inside. Jiang Li suddenly remembered that the gift pack he had obtained earlier hadn't been opened yet. Ding! Host, Chapter 2 opening to get a tenfold rebate. Ding! Host opens the novice gift pack and obtains the skill, consumption tenfold rebate. A prop, basic attribute max card, and a prop, 100% winning lottery ticket, amount randomized 1 to 100,000. Good guy. What is all this? System quickly explain to me. Jiang Li after listening to the system broadcast, people are numb. Their own this hand seems to be not too good just this? Not at all Euro millions. Host, consumption 10 times rebate skills, will automatically take effect in your next consumption. is permanently effective. Consumption form is not limited. For example, the host transfers to others $1. You will get a reward of $10. The top is not capped. The rewards will be deposited to your bank card by default. You can also specify the rewards stored account. All the rewards of the source of funds are reasonable and lawful and compliant, and will not have an adverse effect on the host. Basic attribute max card can be the host's speed, strength, endurance, reaction, all 4 basic attributes to the ordinary limit, that is, 100, all 100. Shopping host if you need to continue to improve. The mall can buy attribute points. Lottery words, is the literal meaning, the host can scratch to open the lottery. The amount of random, all depends on the host luck. Cheer 10 times rebate? Sounds like a cow. This guy suddenly a little incense, but whether there is such a cow, but also have to wait for me to test a wave first. Jiang Li came to energy, cannot wait to directly copy the side of the phone, skillfully opened the WeChat phone bill recharge interface, go up to a meal operation to charge themselves 30 yuan phone bill. This WeChat just finished paying, phone bill to the account of the text message have not received. The system is the first to give tips. Ding, host consumption 30 yuan, reward 300 yuan. The system's prompt just fell, and then Jiang Li's cell phone shook twice. One was a phone bill arrival text message, and one was the bank's card, the content of which was saying that his bank card had a 300 yuan fund credited. Just in case, Jiang Li then tested it 10 more times, and unlike before, he turned the amount into 300, and each time he managed to reward him with 3,000 yuan. So it was like this, just for a little while, he managed to earn 33,000 yuan. Which was equivalent to earning the money he was blackmailed with yesterday back, and a little bit more, and he was always in a good mood, and he slowly accepted the fact, and had even opened up the anticipation of his own future life. Right, isn't there a lottery ticket here? Scratch it for him first, let's see how much he can win. Jiang Li slapped his head, just now charging the phone bill almost forgot about this 100% winning lottery ticket. Weekdays he will also buy lottery tickets, but every time is to contribute to the lottery cause, for others to add to the good life. Never won. He took out a coin from the drawer, followed by a thought on the system space within the scratch lottery tickets extracted, placed on the desktop, and then 3 times to scrape all the coatings, and then look at how much he won. Let's see. This is, the word she, underneath is 25,000. According to the rules, it can be doubled, that is, 150,000. Jiang Li carefully studied the rules of the lottery, then compared to the amount he scratched out, and came to a final conclusion. This side of the system also gave a prompt at the right time. Ding! The host used the 100% winning lottery ticket to obtain $50,000, which has arrived. Before the words fell there was another arrival text message. Just this half a day's time, Jiang Li now had a small $80,000 in savings. I now finally understand why those novels' protagonists so awesome. There is such a heavenly system beside the body. Even if I did not do anything can lie earn. Not to say that the system is the strongest plug in it. Jiang Li looked at the text message after paralyzed on the sofa. Cannot help but sigh a sentence. I did not expect to be blackmailed instead of a blessing. 80,000. Not much to say. Not much to say. Since there is this heaven-defying skill, it's definitely necessary to go out and consume another wave of ruthlessness. It's just right. Go out later to take a break. Take a shower first. Jiang Li got up and walked towards the bathroom. At the same time he didn't forget to use that basic attribute max card. After experiencing the first 2 times, he felt that this thing should be beneficial to him as well. Anyway, the system wouldn't harm him as all. System, use the basic attribute max card. Ding. Chapter 3 Attribute Pulling Full, going out to make money. Ding. The host is using the basic attribute max card. The process lasts for 30 minutes. The basic attributes are being boosted. It's going to take 30 more minutes. That's just right. You can take a slow shower. Jiang Li nodded, began to slowly shower, scrub. In the past, always worried about the water bill, electricity bill and so on, even if it is a bath, that the water is not open much, save a little is a little, now have money, not bad this water bill, over the addiction is not too much, right? As the attribute card continues to take effect, Jiang Li in the bath at the same time can also feel his body seems to have a force within the body, slowly transforming their own bodies. The waist is not sore. Before playing ball injured legs do not hurt. Long time sitting in the office cervical vertebrae is not uncomfortable. The whole person as if regaining a new life. The more the state of the good. 30 minutes later, Jiang Li came out of the bathroom. The whole body exudes a dusty temperament, coupled with his own face value is good. Only before being destroyed by the social beatings, the ordinary people from his origin. No strength and no background. Do things always lack of self-confidence? So there is no bloom belongs to the light of his, and now by the system to add support. The whole person is sublimated. After changing a casual suit, Jiang Li looked at his hands. This used a few years of old cell phone. Now their hands pinch a small 80,000. Plus there is a system evening. High and low is the change of a new one. As for the change of the house, that also have to double the hands of the funds to accumulate a bit before. His rental house near Ayida Plaza. Went downstairs and played a cap straight here. But with the past is different. Today he is to make money. Road traffic jam for a while. Before and after half an hour's drive, Jiang Li appeared in the Ayida Plaza. Looked at the signage. Straight to the first floor of the Apple store. Jiang Li is a loyal fruit powder. Although he is from the beginning of the 7. But this does not affect his love of the product. Not that the domestic is not good. But he felt that the system is very smooth, but also used to use the habit. Although before also used Android, but after a period of time after experiencing the final he chose the Apple. Now he used the first 2 generations of the 11. Worthy of the store opened in the mall. Jiang Li went in and found that there were already a lot of people inside. Perhaps because today is the weekend. Hello, I want a newest Apple 13 Pro Max with 1 terabyte of RAM. And for the color, just far peak blue. Jiang Li directly walked towards the counter and spoke out his needs to the clerk. As a fruit fan he naturally learned about this product a long time ago. Even if he doesn't buy it, he will pay attention to it. Okay, sir, wait a moment. After the clerk finished speaking, he turned around and went to the back room, presumably to pick up the goods, and in a short while, he came back with the cell phone. Sir, this is the phone you want. Now this 13 Pro Max 1 terabyte far peak blue is priced at 13,999 yuan. Do you see how to pay? Is it cash still or sweep code? The clerk handed the brand new unopened phone to Jiang Li and asked him to confirm the payment method. Jiang Li glanced at it, nodded. Directly WeChat sweep code transferred 13999 over, casually said, paid. At the same time the system's wonderful beeps came again in his mind. Ding! The host consumed 13,999 yuan, rewarded 139,990 yuan. Okay sir, received. Is there anything else needed over here? The clerk checked the bill on the computer and indeed received Jiang Li's money. The smile on her face added one more point. After all, this is also her performance. Hello. Naturally she wants Jiang Li to buy more. No need for now. Jiang Li directly unsealed at the scene. Not a moment's effort to skillfully activate his cell phone. The card is also changed over. As for the old phone is naturally in his pocket, and then deposited into the system space. After leaving the cell phone store, Jiang Li took a look at his balance. There is already a little more than 200,000. It is true that out of consumption is to make money. Since this is the case, if you've come here, then you'll be sorry for this skill if you don't earn some back. Suddenly thought of something, Jiang Li took out his newly bought cell phone, and Apple's official website to buy 2 units of Apple 13 Pro Max 1 terabyte, a far peak blue, a silver, spent 28,000, rewarded 280,000. The delivery address is his hometown address, name and phone number is written his mother's, and then he clicked on his mother's WeChat. Chapter 4 to Parents to Play Money. Jiang Li clicked on his mother's WeChat. He remembered that before there was a pike she asked for a bank card account. Turned over a moment of chat records finally found. Clicked to copy, and then switched to the bank in the hand. Directly to the mother's card to transfer 200,000 yuan. In fact, WeChat can also be transferred. But Jiang Li estimated that the transfer of WeChat, then, his old mother certainly will not receive. So the transfer of the card, do not give her the opportunity to refuse. Ding. Host consumption 200,000. Reward 2 million. Jiang Li laughed. He could win a prize when he was doing his filial piety. Then he found a rest area and dialed his old mom's phone. It only rang twice before it was connected. Son, what's wrong? Is there something wrong? Don't you have to go to work today? The phone is connected. Jiang Li has not spoken. The opposite side came his mom's a meal of concerned greetings. Think about their own is really quite a long time did not communicate with them. It's okay, Mom, I'm off for the weekend. It's not that I miss you. Give you a call. Jiang Li laughed. Rest. Then take a good rest. Work is also strange hard. I and your father at home are quite good. Do not have to worry about us, but you yourself, outside to take good care of yourself. Meals should be eaten on time. Eat less, take out what? Jiang Mom began the regular admonition again. Good. I know. Right. Mom, I just gave you some money in the card. You look to see if you received. Only then did Jiang Li get down to business. Call money? Son, why did you call me for money? You yourself outside also need to use money. I can't spend much money with your father. I'll take a look. A minute later. Son, you hit me with 200,000. Where did you get so much money? You didn't go and do anything illegal, did you? Jiang Ma is aware of Jiang Li's job, and it's only that much money a month. And for him to come up with 200,000 this time is more or less a bit scary. Mom, aren't you clear about what kind of person I am? Don't worry, I earned this money. I recently opened a company. Business is not bad. Earn some money. This money is for you and my father. You can go out traveling, relax, play around a little bit. I have my own side of the still, absolutely serious earned. Don't worry about it. Jiang Li knew this would be the case, so at the beginning did not give his mom card to transfer so much, or really cannot explain clearly. Oh, so is this? Scared me to death. I thought you went down some kind of path. Son, money we can earn less, but must not do those illegal things. No. Jiang Ma once again urged once again. I know, Mom. I still have something on my side. I won't talk to you first. I will come home in a while. You talk to my dad. And then I also bought you two a new cell phone. It should be here in a couple of days. Your cell phone has been used for so long. It's time to get a new one. You can keep this money, and then talk to my dad about where to go. Jiang Li mentioned the cell phone thing in passing, then broke off a few sentences and ended the call. While on the other side, Jiang Ma was also very happy, and immediately dialed Jiang Li's his father's number, to share her feelings with him. Kid's dad, I'm telling you, our son has made a fortune. After Jiang Li finished the phone call with his mom, he took a look at the balance in his card, which was already 25 million, and he was thinking at the moment, what can he do with this money? This money is not more or less. The house cannot afford to buy, or not, buy a car? If you have more than $2 million, you should be able to buy an AMG GT, right? The first thing you need to do is to look for a car that is not a car, but a car that is not a car. In the phone searched for the nearest Mercedes-Benz 4 store, went out to take a car and went over, said he license also took a long time, are eating dust, buy a car to practice seems to be good. More than 20 minutes later, Jiang Li appeared in front of the Mercedes-Benz 4 store, looked up and glanced at the sign. He walked in with a confident step. Who would have thought that he was an ordinary wage earner yesterday, today can come to buy a Big Ben? He wouldn't believe it himself if he said it out loud. Welcome, is Mr. looking for a car? A clerk greeted him just as he entered the door. Well, I've come to, Chapter 5, AMG GTR. Well, I'm here to buy a car. Jiang Li looked around for a moment, not expecting this to look quite big inside, then nodded his head and faintly said, okay sir, then do you have a favorite model? I can take you to take a look and introduce it to you. As soon as the clerk heard that he was buying a car, the smile on his face inadvertently added another point. How about the AMG GT then? Is there a current car? That was all the money Jiang Li had in hand to buy this, and young people ultimately preferred sports cars. Yes sir, please follow me. After the clerk finished speaking, he led the way in front, while Jiang Li followed him behind to the other side of the showroom. Just as he arrived here, Jiang Li saw a sleeping beast. He had actually learned about the AMG GT on his cell phone before he came here, and knew that it was equipped with a 4.0 V8 engine. But this car in the store seemed to be a GTR Pro, a coupe. Looking at the low stance, Jiang Li was very much attracted to it, and that's when the clerk started to introduce it on the side. Sir, this is an AMG GTR Pro that just arrived yesterday, currently priced at 2.3 million. It is equipped with a 4.0 585 horsepower V8 engine with a maximum torque of up to 700 Newton meters. Alright, that's it, I'll buy it. Go prepare the contract. Jiang Li reached out and interrupted the clerk who was gushing, and froze him whole, and after coming back to his senses, he hurriedly brought Jiang Li to the rest area, and also poured him a cup of coffee with some refreshments, before he got up to prepare the contract. Spare him the experience, but also rarely met like Jiang Li. Before and after a few minutes, the car door did not open, the price did not bargain, discounts and so on did not ask, directly buy. In the past he received customers, are a variety of wool gathering, bargaining, for fear of spending a little bit more money, and, indeed, the rich are not exposed, in the store clerk to prepare the contract, because the funds in hand is still short of 50,000. So Jiang Li in order to make up the 2.3 million, and from the internet ordered a MacBook Pro priced at 13,888 yuan, rewarded 138,880 yuan. To buy a car is more than enough. Not long after, he came to the rest area again with the car purchase contract and sat down opposite Jiang Li. While placing the contract on the desktop, gently pushed it in front of Jiang Li and said, Sir, this is the contract for the purchase of the car. You have a look. There are any questions where you can point out, I can explain it to you. After confirming that there is no problem, you can sign it. Jiang Li picked up the contract, casually flipped through 2 eyes, then directly flipped to the signature page, picked up the signature pen on the table, wrote his big name on the dragon, then pressed a handprint. This wave of operation directly stunned the clerk. At least is more than 2 million things. Just so rash? Not afraid that there is a pit inside? but really let him guess right. Jiang Li is really not afraid of a pit. He came to buy a car is mainly to make money. The car is just incidental to drive away. Signed, swipe your card. How long do I have to drive away? Jiang Li handed his bank card to the clerk. Okay sir, wait a moment. I'll personally go over here and handle it for you. You give me half an hour. The clerk took the bank card and then patted his chest to assure him. After saying that he left quickly. 5 minutes later Jiang Li's side heard the sound of system feedback. Ding. Host spent 2.3 million, rewarded 23 million. He smiled heartily and picked up the coffee on the table and took a sip, immediately feeling that it wasn't even bitter anymore. Also not to mention, this clerk's efficiency is still good, saying half an hour is half an hour. At this moment has returned with the car keys and green book and other relevant formalities documents. He handed the bank card back to Jiang Li with both hands, and handed him the documents that were packed in a bag. Congratulations, Mr. Jiang, happy to mention the car. This is your formalities and documents have all been completed. Now this car is already your. This side need to do a car ceremony for you? This is my business card. You can contact me if you need anything for your car. The clerk congratulated and handed out his business card. No need. I'll just drive away directly. I'll contact you if I need anything. Jiang Li took the business card, took out the car keys and walked towards the new car he just bought. Chapter 6 Divine Driving Technique. Jiang Li pressed the car keys start button. Then the sleeping beast awoke. He was about to pull the car door. Suddenly his figure lurched. It turned out to be the system's beeping sound. Ding. Detected that the host can currently add divine driving technology. Is it added? Add. Jiang Li didn't feel the slightest hesitation. This was a skill. He who had experienced the rebate skill. Of course he knew how bullish the system's skill was at this time, but any hesitation on his part would be disrespectful to it. Jiang Li sat in the car after his mind began to continuously emerge a variety of vehicle driving skills. He just bought this car. Now he has every button of the car, and even every part of the car like a finger in the palm of your hand. At the same time the system also introduced, the technology is not only applicable to the vehicle, which contains all the need for people to drive the tool, such as cars, boats, airplanes and so on and so forth. After pressing the ignition button, gently 0.2-foot throttle, Jiang Li in the car listening to its roar. Should not say, a little tractor that flavor ha ha ha. Then he put away the playfulness. Will drive the car out of the force store? Directly after a foot of throttle to the front swept away, leaving only the envy of the passers-by back. Jiang Li drove on the road. Can obviously feel the surrounding cars are keeping a distance from themselves, because most of them are 100, 000 to 200, 000 cars, which if they come into close contact with their own, that shall not sell the car? So there is intentionally or unintentionally to keep the distance. So he drove up is also very smooth, coupled with the skills added. This car in his hands with the toy no difference, can be completely controlled by him. Slipped on the road 2 laps, he felt bored, because the urban area also cannot drag race, cannot play the performance of the vehicle, drive a long time is also tired. Looking for a curb to stop the car, took out his cell phone to the steering wheel to take a picture, and with the text, other people's 24-year-old Primera, my 24-year-old AMG GTR, and then sent it to the circle of friends, and no longer pay attention to it. He then opened the cell phone bank, looked at the balance of 23 million, a time some trance, he decided to spend it out, and then he can achieve 2 small goals. Then change a mansion. Big bio is not very comfortable, but considering that today is a bit late, he drove back home to the neighborhood where he now lives, parked the car and went upstairs. After washing up, lying on the sofa ready to play a little cell phone, but found his WeChat more than a number of messages, clicked on a look at all asked him to the car, so he clicked on his circle of friends to see. Good guy, not much exchange of friends and classmates have come to praise and comment on the previous. Brotherly, rich this is? What's going on? My brotherly is inheriting the family business? Jiang Li, are you showing your cards? No more pretending. You're the second generation of the rich, right? Mr. Jiang, don't forget me when you get rich. Mr. Jiang, when do you have time to get together? Let's have dinner together. Such comments also said that he is rent, but he did not pay attention to. Picked a few with their good relations with their friends, pulled them a group, named, I and my wrong kind of friends, a total of 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman. Our Jiang Li relationship is very iron, know the time for a long time. What do you mean, Jiang Li, getting rich this is? Note named Liao Run was the first to ask in the group, +1, Shen Yi chimed in, brotherly, what's the situation give a pass to say Fu Wenyan came out last, nothing, just recently made a small fortune. Are you guys free lately? Can come out to get together? A moment to the shipping address to me. See the share. A moment a person to arrange for you an Apple 13 how? Jiang Li spoke in the group. These people are their own friends. It is normal to send something, and then wait to meet and then see what they need the most at the moment. Then they will help is. Wow, really? Aha, I knew Lil brother loved me. My address is. Once Liao Ren heard this, can he still be polite? Jiang Li had spoken. I don't need it. It's quite expensive. Shen Yi instead rejected Jiang Li. Harm, Shen Yi, our brother bought more than $2 million car. It's not so bad that we have 10,000 or $20,000. Right, brotherly? Fu Wenyan joked. Jiang Li did not reply to him. But, Chapter 7, you just pick a set. It's fine. Seeing is believing. It's also a little bit of my heart. Give me the address in a while. Jiang Li replied. Shen Yi then broke up with a few of them in the group for a while. Agreed to come out together to get together in a few days. As for the other people's WeChat messages, he treated it as if he hadn't seen it. Nothing more than a variety of borrowing money, a variety of closeness. According to the address they gave them an order. He got another 42,000 rewards. Think about it, is still good. A night without words, immersed in his own beauty sleep. Today was originally to work, but Jiang Li yesterday has already in the group 8 his supervisor said he is going to resign. So today he is sleeping until he wakes up naturally. The first thing he did when he woke up was to open his cell phone bank, and when he saw that the balance was still there, he sighed with relief. Fortunately everything was real, not a dream. After a simple wash, changed into a casual dress, took yesterday just bought AMG car keys, Jiang Li went downstairs. At this time his car next to there are already a lot of people in the onlookers. Because of his neighborhood is relatively cheap. Can drive this kind of car basically will not live here, so it is relatively rare. Striking. He approached. There are a lot of people in the photo of the time. This car is really handsome. I don't know whose car it is. There is still this rich person in our neighborhood? Is this car expensive? Jiang Li waited for a while. See, they have no intention of dispersing. Have no choice but to take out the car keys. Pressed the start button. Boom, sound. Suddenly the crowd of onlookers shocked away. He was able to go up, in their dumbfounded eyes on the car, followed by a foot of the gas pedal to go away. As I recall, isn't this young man your tenant? An ant in the crowd suddenly said to another ant. Hiss, it's still true. I remembered when you said that. I can't see that the young man used to be quite low-key. The landlord also recognized Jiang Li. After leaving from the district, Jiang Li checked on his cell phone for a district that opened not long ago. He was going to transition here and try to achieve a few small goals today. Driving all the way for 40 minutes according to the navigation, he finally arrived at the entrance of the sales department of the Riverside district. Sports cars are notable wherever they go. Jiang Li, this is no exception. Its unique roar has long been attracted to the sales inside. So as soon as Jiang Li entered the door there was a sale waiting here. Hello sir, are you here to see the house? The person is a female sales, wearing light makeup. The body also seems to have sprayed perfume. There is a light fragrance, but perhaps because of work pressure, a closer look can still be found. A little black eyes, but the overall feeling should be able to give to 90 points. After all, there is a tolerance is great. Well, you are big, you have a reason. Well, is there a house that sells for about $20 million? It doesn't matter what the household type is, as long as it's at this price point. Is there? Jiang Li subconsciously shot a glance at the saleswoman, then bluntly stated his needs. Sir, are you only asking for a price that is around $20 million? There are no other requirements, right? The saleswoman thought she heard wrong and asked again uncertainly. Yes, you heard correctly. Is there any? I'll leave if there isn't. Jiang Li asked again. Yes, sir, come with me. I'll introduce you to. The saleswoman said and led Jiang Li to the location of the community sandbox. At the same time the phone took a tablet with all kinds of real estate information. No need to be so troublesome. Let's do it this way. You just choose a set for me. The price is not more than 23 million can be. And then go to prepare the purchase contract for me on the line. I'll go to the rest area and wait for you. Jiang Li scanned a glance at the sand tray. I didn't expect this neighborhood to be quite big, so a new plan was born in his heart. Sir, do you really let me choose? The saleswoman had already been numbed by Jiang Li's operation. How little did she care? More than $20 million of things they do not even look at? What kind of big brother did she receive? If it wasn't for the fact that Jiang Li was driving a sports car, she might have called the security guards to kick him out, right? Chapter 8. I'll buy the rest of them as well. Go on, hurry up, just so you can choose. I'm still in a hurry, Jiang Li urged. Okay, sir, you wait a moment. Female sales, although scalp numb, but still have in serious selection. Selected a set of 22.85 million, which is 23 million below the most expensive set. After all, this is also related to her performance commission. Well, anyway, is Jiang Li said, let her randomly selected. That is naturally selected the most expensive. After the purchase contract was drawn up and printed, the saleswoman came to Jiang Li with the contract in front of her, put the contract on the desktop with a smile on her face, and then tentatively asked, "Sir, the contract has been drawn up. You can take a look at it. And then the selling price of the suite I chose for you is at 22.85 million. Do you think it's okay?" "Yes, no problem. Good job." Jiang Li picked up the contract and scanned the price. He was very satisfied. In that case, at the end of this wave he would be able to obtain more than 200 million in rewards, directly realizing two small goals. But if he wants to buy a big villa in Jiangling, 200 million is not enough. He then signed very hastily and pressed the handprint. A set of actions in line with the clouds and flow. See the female sales dumbfounded. And then Jiang Li took out his bank card and put it on the contract, casually said, "Signed. Swipe your card. I want to pay in full." Good, Mr. Jiang. You wait a moment, I'll go and handle it for you." The saleswoman took the bank card as well as the contract and went to handle the purchase procedures for Jiang Li. 5 minutes later, the system reward arrived. Ding, the host spent $22.85 million, rewarded $228.5 million. Jiang Li's body involuntarily shook after hearing the system's voice. Perhaps he was a little excited. After all, he was just an ordinary person. Now there was a whole $200 million in his card. Who else would not be excited? Without waiting for a long time, the saleswoman reappeared, handing over the purchase procedures of the real estate license and the bank card to Jiang Li, and also not forgetting to congratulate him. "Congratulations, Mr. Jiang, for becoming the owner of Riverside District. Your formalities documents are all here." Jiang Li nodded his head and then spoke out a sentence that made the saleswoman shocked to the point of scalp numbness yet overjoyed. "Right, how many unsold houses do you still have here? Why don't I buy the rest?" "Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. Are you saying you want to buy all the remaining houses in our neighborhood?" The saleswoman wasn't sure and asked again. "Yes, how many are left?" "I'll take them all." Jiang Li nodded his head in affirmation. He had just noticed that there were not a lot of houses in this neighborhood, and if he bought them himself, he could also collect a rent to experience the life of a chartered house. But of course, it was mainly to make money. "Mr. Jiang, if you want to buy all the remaining houses, I need to go and ask the manager." "Wait a moment, I will be right back." The saleswoman couldn't take such a big order by herself. She could only go and call out to the leader. Not long after, the saleswoman came back with a middle-aged man in a suit with a 3/7-pointed head. The man extended his hand and took the lead to strike up a conversation. "Hello, Mr. Jiang, I'm the manager here. My name is Song. I heard that you are interested in buying all the houses we haven't sold yet, right?" Manager Song inquired. "That's right. How many of them do you have left?" "I'll take them all. If the price is good according to your markup, can you make the call on this business?" Jiang Li replied affirmatively. "Mr. Jiang, before I came I went to see it. At present we still have 2 buildings in the district, 200 households. This price aspect words are roughly estimated at about 4.6 billion. You see, this price aspect can be accepted." Manager Song set out the previous statistical data, while measuring Jiang Li's expression. 4.6 billion is it? This is no problem, but I have a question. Jiang Li didn't have much of an expression change. He was also satisfied with this price. The more expensive the price, the greater the reward he received. "Mr. Jiang, you can say anything." Manager Song was also a little uncertain about Jiang Li right now. "I can." Chapter 9, $10 billion. "Can I pay in installments?" Jiang Li asked this crucial question, because he can only have more than 200 million funds in his hand right now, which was still far from 4.6 billion. "Yes, Mr. Jiang, I wonder how many installments you want. We can negotiate about this fee." Manager Song didn't reject Jiang Li directly. Instead, he felt that this is only normal, because those who can come up with 4.6 billion cash flow at once are invariably the top wave of bigwigs in Jiangling, and Jiang Li doesn't look like that in any way. "Well, you may have misunderstood what I mean. To be precise, it is a split payment. I will settle the payment in 3 times. This is also okay, right? You guys draw up the contract, I'll pay on my side and it's done." Jiang Li explained again. Of course it's fine. Is Mr. Jiang sure he wants to buy it?" Manager Song was speechless for a while. "You call this installment? Do you know what is called installment? Hello?" "Yes." Manager Song can go prepare the contract. "Just give me an account number in a while. I'll directly arrange for the payment." Jiang Li sat on the sofa, leisurely drinking coffee. "Okay, then Mr. Jiang, wait a moment." Manager Song left after saying that. He didn't know whether Jiang Li really wanted to buy or fake. The key was that he had just bought a set and was also their customer, so he still decided to go for a gamble. Even if he failed, it was just a waste of a few sheets of paper, but if he succeeded in selling it, he wouldn't be able to make a fortune? Another half an hour passed. Manager Song took a thick stack of contracts and returned again in front of Jiang Li. "Mr. Jiang, the contract has been drawn up. Can you see if there is anything you need me to explain to you? If there are no problems, you can sign it. The bank account to receive the money is also on top of the contract. Jiang Li took over the contract, took out his cell phone and took a picture of the collection account, then flipped through the contract, and then directly flipped to the end to sign and press the handprint. The whole process is less than 5 minutes. $460 million of the purchase contract, just so rashly signed. Song manager saw this scene for a moment, do not know what to say. The word has been signed. If Jiang Li give not out of money, but also need to pay the liquidated damages. So this wave of how he is not a loss. He now only want to see Jiang Li in the end cannot afford to pay the money. So he did not say anything, but silently watching. Jiang Li shot the account number just to confuse others. He has just asked the system. All the funds rewarded by the system can be transferred through the system. There is no limit to the amount of money. The speed can be made to arrive in 1 second. Of course, you can also set the arrival time according to the needs of Jiang Li. He didn't hesitate and let the system transfer 200 million to the account on the contract, and it arrived within 5 minutes. Ding! Host consumed $200 million, rewarded $2 billion. This side just transferred out. Jiang Li received feedback from the system that there was another $2 billion in the card, and in manager Song's opinion, he was just giving a beating on his cell phone as if he was in contact with someone. System, transfer another $2 billion over. Still the same account. Jiang Li ordered the system again a minute later. Ding! Host consumed $2 billion, rewarded $20 billion. Having already paid half of it by this time, he took a leap of faith and directly paid the remaining $4 billion in one go. Ding! The host consumed $4 billion, rewarding 24 billion yuan. Manager Song, the money has been paid out. The first was 200 million, the second was 2 billion, and the third was 4 billion, totaling 6 billion. Manager Song can have the finance check it out. It should all be in the account. Jiang Li will smile. Just such a moment of effort. He has already been among the ranks of 10 billion funds Big Brother. It's true that buying a house is still a fast way to make money. With all this money one can also get a decent villa, right? What? So fast? Okay Mr. Jiang, I'll verify this. If it arrives this side immediately give you the formalities, without delaying your time. Manager Song was stunned by Jiang Li's efficiency. 6 billion, said to make a payment. This is pure cash flow, not fixed assets. Hello. When you think about it, how much is Jiang Li's worth? So he had to be taken seriously. The attitude is not as easy as before. More cautious and respect. Joking. This kind of big brother is he can afford to offend? Jiang Li nodded, and then took out his cell phone. Chapter 10 Purple Cloud Villa. Jiang Li opened his cell phone and looked at the location of the Purple Cloud Villa. It is about a 2-hour drive from his place. When he finishes dealing with this side of things, he is going to go over there and take his big villa first, which can be considered to be completely settled in Jinling. Manager Song did not call, and directly came to the finance department. Let the financial help to verify the account is not 3 funds into the account. Get the results exactly the same as Jiang Li said. 200 million, 2 billion, 4 billion. Then he directly let all the free sales present, together to help organize the materials, to Jiang Li formalities. At the same time in their system all the room types are shown sold out. A time Jiang Li bought 2 buildings of the news spread. A lot of female sales are trying to use their looks or posture to attract Jiang Li. From time to time over to pour him a cup of coffee, or send tea, intentionally or unintentionally in front of him bending over, revealing a smear of snow white. Unfortunately, Jiang Li simply do not care to look at them. At the moment he is thinking of going to buy his big biono. In his heart has been fixed in the kind of. Half an hour later, Jiang Li and the song manager and a group of sales send off under the departure. Of course, he came out holding a large box, which is the house book, was placed in the passenger side of the car, such as driving away from their line of sight. He thought of a move. Swish a moment, the passenger side of the box disappeared. He was collected into the system space. Have to say this function is too practical. Not exaggerating, he can completely carry a villa out. Leaving the Riverside district he went straight to today's destination, the Purple Cloud Villa sales department, even if he had to drive for 2 hours. But he still didn't find it hard. Perhaps this is the obsession rooted in the hearts of the countrymen. Only a house belonging to oneself is one's own haven, and only then does it have the flavor of home. According to Jiang Li's understanding, Purple Cloud Villa inside the residence of the non-wealthy, more or less are some of the power of the Big Brother. Not necessarily all of the Jinling, but also maybe the other city of the Big Brother. A landing point here. At the moment he appeared in front of the sales department. Walking into the hall, Jiang Li can feel an oriental cultural atmosphere coming. Decorative aspects of modern methods and space needs. The use of traditional elements, modern materials, etc. to recreate the atmosphere of Asian mansions. Writing natural landscape. unique Oriental taste, is a heavy introverted Oriental culture mansion typical, fully integrated into the concept of landscape, based on the mountains and the water. The field of view is wide, and joined the unique garden style of Jiangnan, which can make the body and mind to relax, as if being between the mountains and the water. Hello sir, are you here to see the house? Jiang Li stood for a while before a tall woman in a professional uniform walked over, revealing a faint smile. Jiang Li subconsciously swept a glance. Tall, slim, white skin, face like a peach blossom, bright eyes and white teeth. Even though she was in a professional uniform, it brought out the curves of her concave and convex body. She also had a work tag on her chest with her name, Lin Mengqiu, written on it. Yes, I've heard that in your place, there's a number 1 villa that hasn't been sold yet, right? I want to buy it. Jiang Li used the most calm tone and said the most amazing words. His voice wasn't loud, but there were other people around at the moment, and they were all looking at the little cutie, like eyes at Jiang Li, looking up and down at his outfit, shaking their heads in disdain, and some even directly spoke out in mockery. Young man, bragging also depends on the occasion. Maybe you might have a little bit of money, but this is Purple Cloud Villa. How much does that number 1 villa cost, you know? Just threaten to buy it down? I'm not afraid to blow myself to death. That's $2 billion, not 20 bucks. Young man is still too young. If you can buy it, then I'd still say I'm the richest man in Jinling, ha ha ha. That's right. Are young people so frivolous nowadays? Lin Mengqiu was also shocked by Jiang Li's words, but she didn't make a mocking remark, but confirmed it. Sir, are you saying that you want to buy the number 1 villa in our Purple Cloud Villa? You heard it just now. Its selling price is $2 billion. Well, I know. I'm sure I want to buy it. If you can't make the decision, you can call your manager over. Jiang Li replied to her affirmatively, then turned his head to look at the few people who had just mocked him. Chapter 11. Bet on it. Take it. It's none of my business if you're the richest man in Jinling. What do you care if I can afford it? Who do you think you are? At your age, you don't even have $2 billion. Why do you still have the nerve to live? Isn't this a waste of resources? How dare you tell people what to do? Who are you to tell them what to do? It's just a waste that only relies on old age. Jiang Li relentlessly disliked the man ruthlessly. For a moment the crowd froze, not expecting this easygoing looking young man to dislike people so ruthlessly. You joke. I don't have $2 billion and you do? If you can take down this no 1 villa, I will directly kneel down and kowtow to you and call out to my father. If you can't take it down, then you'll kneel down and shout at me. I'll see what you're capable of. That person was not able to get angry. For a moment, he even wanted to bet against Jiang Li. For a time, he attracted a lot of people who were eating, and due to the increasing number of people, the manager at the back was also alarmed. Humph, I don't have a son who is such a loser like you, but since you want to bet, I will accompany you to bet. It just so happens that the manager has also come over. Jiang Li snorted coldly at his words. He had a whole $40 billion in his card. Would he lose? Both of you. I'm the manager here. My name is Yao. Both of you have something to say. Don't hurt the peace. Manager Yao thought of a peacemaker and came up to persuade. Manager Yao, right? You've also heard. This kid has agreed to bet against me. It's just that you can be a notary public to prevent someone from losing and cheating in a while. The man pointed at Jiang Li and said, Manager Yao, I'm going to buy villa number 1, so prepare the contract. Jiang Li directly ignored the man and looked at Manager Yao. Sir, I have to remind you that the price is $2 billion, and we don't support installment payments. Look, Manager Yao explained, thinking that Jiang Li would know what to do. Money is not a problem. Manager Yao, don't worry, just prepare the contract. Also, don't let this person run away. Jiang Li looked towards the person who had taunted him and sneered. He then asked Lin Mengqiu to take him to the rest area. While the manager eventually went to prepare the contract for him, he looked at Jiang Li's confident and calm demeanor, as well as the aura emanating from his body, which was inexplicably convincing. Mr. Jiang, have you learned about our Villa 1 before? Lin Mengqiu had already known Jiang Li's name just now, and at this moment, he was also rather curious as he sized up this man. There is understanding, but not much. It's all just information that I looked up on my cell phone. After I buy it in a while, why don't you take me to take a look at it? And by the way, how about introducing it to me? Jiang Li looked at Lin Mengqiu in front of him, and secretly said that it was true that if you look at a beautiful woman more often, your mood will change for the better. This Lin Mengqiu's age was comparable to Jiang Li's, and her face value could be scored at 96 points. By far the best looking person Jiang Li had ever seen. Of course, Lin Mengqiu laughed. She could feel Jiang Li looking at himself, but his eyes were clear, the kind of pure appreciation, without the slightest hint of dirt, also very easygoing, not much of a stance, giving her a very comfortable feeling, so she didn't mind getting along with him. And also Jiang Li after the system transformation was also a proper handsome and most likely a handsome man who was young and rich. 15 minutes later, Manager Yao came back with the contract. Of course, along with him came the melon-eating crowd. They didn't leave. They were ready to see if Jiang Li could come up with $2 billion. Sir, the contract is ready. You can take a look. Manager Yao placed the contract on the desktop and then sat down opposite Jiang Li. Jiang Li is again the same operation. Took a picture, and then after looking through the two, sign, press the handprints, all in one go. Previously have operated several times he has not that kind of joy. After signing the word let the system to transfer $2 billion in the past. Ding. Post consumption $2 billion. Reward $20 billion. Manager Yao, the money has been called over. You can let the finance verify it. 5 minutes later Jiang Li opened his mouth, still so calm and self-assured. But Manager Yao and the others were not the same, and were stunned. Chapter 12, Neil and Kowtow. What? Did I hear it right? $2 billion so fast? Does he really have the strength? It's not true, is it? Manager Yao also froze for a moment. Before seeing Jiang Li sign the contract, operation felt a little outrageous. Did not expect to play money more outrageous. This is only a few minutes. $2 billion do not have to run the bank? This what family background This efficiency is not too ruthless? Uncertainty is which family inside out of the son of. Okay Mr. Jiang, I'll let them go and verify. After saying that, Manager Yao took out his phone and called the finance side, letting them verify if there was a $2 billion in the account. At the same time, at the request of the others, he also turned on the speakerphone. The crowd was staring at the cell phone dead on, and finally the answer from the opposite side was that there was, and that just 5 minutes ago, the $2 billion had arrived in the account. For a while the crowd looked at Jiang Li incredulously, not expecting him to be so young and have such financial power. He can take out $2 billion to buy a villa, so how much money must he have? Why hadn't they heard of his name in Jinling before? Manager Yao, on the other hand, got up and stretched out his hand, shook Jiang Li's hand and congratulated him. Congratulations Mr. Jiang for becoming the owner of Villa No. 1. Your relevant procedures are already being processed. Later I'll take you to the villa to have a look. Then just take you to the property to enter your information. There's no rush. Just have salesman Lin take me there in a moment. But isn't there another matter that needs to be dealt with first? Jiang Li got up and looked towards the man who had previously mocked him for betting against him. The man saw Jiang Li looking at himself, suddenly panicked. His family is just a little money, a few $100 million assets, come here purely to meet other friends, expanding contacts. Why ever thought to run into Jiang Li, such a monster? Casually $2 billion out. This is a character he can offend? Fear is that others want to suppress his words are a matter of minutes. There was no other way. He stood out stiffly and bowed to Jiang Li to apologize. Mr. Jiang, it's because I have no eyes and have offended you, so just treat me as a fart and let me go. I'm sorry, you're a big man. Don't take it personally, it's my mouth. I remember. Your bet was to kneel down and shout at your father. Shouting is not necessary. I don't have a son like you. Kneel down and kowtow. This matter will be settled. Otherwise I don't mind letting you see my methods. Jiang Li cannot eat this set of things. People respect a foot. I also a 10 feet. Cannot beat it to surrender. Count how things? Is Mr. Jiang really going to be like this? He still wanted to struggle one last time. Kneel or not kneel as you wish, but the consequences are up to you. Jiang Li said without a care in the world, then looked at Lin Mengqiu and revealed a sunny smile. Let's go. Lin Sales, take me to the villa. Okay Mr. Jiang, this way please. The duo slowly left, leaving only the man still standing in place. His body began to tremble uncontrollably. In the end he knelt down and kowtowed in the direction of Jiang Li, who naturally noticed and casually waved his hand, signaling for the matter to end. Only then did the man get up and slipped away. The duo had just sat on Jiang Li's GTR parked at the door when Manager Yao rushed over with all of Jiang Li's documents and formalities. Mr. Jiang, all your documents are here. Just let Shaolin take you to the property side later to enter your information. I've already talked to them on the phone. Okay, thanks for your help. Jiang Li took the document bag handed over by Manager Yao and gave a thank you, then headed to his Villa 1 with Lin Mengqiu. Here it is, Mr. Jiang. Not long after the duo arrived in front of the largest villa in the entire Purple Cloud Villa, Lin Mengqiu voiced out a reminder to Jiang Li as the two of them slowly descended from the car. Next, Lin Mengqiu took Jiang Li to visit his villa. The entire villa has 5 floors, 1 underground and 4 on the ground. The villa's overall style traces its roots back to the essence of Oriental gardens, and reproduces the spiritual core of Chinese style with contemporary design techniques. The design team of the villa draws its inspiration from the Jinling School of Painting and the Pingli Hall of the Yichanjuan Garden, so that the courtyard combines the strengths of the north and the south, and the elegance of the elegance is seen in the beauty. The design focuses on creating a rhythm of succession and transition in the landscape, creating a rich visual experience as the landscape changes from step to step. and emphasizing the idea of endless words and endless meaning. The highlight of the villa is the atrium, which does not seek for many complicated, high and big piles, but cares for a stone, a tree, a flower and a grass of ingenuity. Who are you sitting with? With a pool of clear water at the side of the pavilion, the owner can experience leaning on the Hu bed, 1,000 peaks outside Yugonglu in the city of Jinling. Who are you sitting with? The bright moon and clear wind is mine is the mood of life. Lin Sales. Chapter 13, Poaching. Shopping at car shows. Salesman Lin, what did you major in before? After visiting a circle, Jiang Li and his duo returned to the villa hall. He sat on the sofa and looked at the other party and asked, Me, I studied financial management in college, but I didn't find a suitable job after graduation, so I came to engage in sales. Lin Mingqiu answered truthfully, Finance. I'm preparing to open a company. Why don't you jump ship and do it with me? In terms of salary, I'll give you an annual salary of 8 million, and other benefits and bonuses will be calculated separately. How about it? Jiang Li said his idea. After all, he spends money to make money, but outsiders don't know that, so opening a company won't be so troublesome to explain sometimes. What? Mr. Jiang, you're saying to offer me $8 million a year? Lin Mingqiu thought she had heard wrong. After all, she had only been in contact with Jiang Li for a while, and if she hadn't witnessed Jiang Li paying $2 billion for the villa in one go, she would have thought that the other party was a godly man. Yes, anyway, you engage in sales here is not very profitable, but also not free. It is better to do with me, and also with your professional counterparts. Learned a skill is not just have a place to show it, Jiang Li patiently explained. Well, Mr. Jiang will not have other requirements, right? Lin Mingqiu thought that the other party is wanting to adopt her. That's why she drew such a big cake for her. For a while her senses on Jiang Li also dropped a little. Really, men are all the same. Let's do it this way. If you give me your bank card number, you'll know if what I'm saying is true. Jiang Li naturally heard her words. In order to dispel her concerns, he decided to show his sincerity. Lin Mingqiu hesitated for a moment or reported her card number to Jiang Li, and he directly asked the system to transfer $8 million over. Ding! Host consumed 8 million, rewarded 80 million. Alright, the money has been transferred over. You can see if it's arrived yet. Jiang Li laughed. Lin Mingqiu at this time just picked up the phone, saw the text message from the bank, unbelievably looked at the inside, rubbed his eyes and counted with his fingers one by one. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 8 million. Really 8 million? After confirming it she exclaimed, excitedly stood up. After all, what is now in her card is real money. It has been held in her hand. If she wants to earn this money by herself, it's not as fast as it is now. Mr. Jiang, you just transferred the money to me. The contract is not signed. Not afraid that I will take the money and run away? After adjusting her emotions, she couldn't help but ask curiously, it's just $8 million. It's dispensable to me, but if you run away because of it, it only means that I've looked at the wrong person. Your pattern, your eyesight is only this much, but I believe that I won't look at the wrong person. Jiang Li turned his head to look at her and spoke his true thoughts, but he was not a loss. Humph, you have the money, you have the final say, but I still have to go back and go through the exit formalities. I'll come back and report to you tomorrow. Big boss. Lin Mingqiu rolled her eyes and said, okay, I will give manager Yao a call in a while. You can rest assured that you will just go and do it. It just so happens that I still have things to take care of as well. It just so happens that we will go out together. By the way, in the future, just call me by my name. Mr. Jiang sounds strange and awkward. Jiang Li got up and took the car keys. He was ready to go out and buy a few cars, because he felt that this car is not worthy of this villa. After coming out from the Purple Cloud Villa, Jiang Li brushed his cell phone just happened to brush to the neighborhood. There is a Jinling International Auto Show, which has a lot of top luxury cars are out of the show. He is ready to go over to see if there is any smooth eye. Give him a plate down. Income in their own garage. Drive an hour. He came to the car show held in the place, Jinling International Expo Center. According to him to see the news show, the 21st Jinling International Auto Show exhibition scale exceeded 100,000 square meters, attracting the world's 80-plus brands. 1,000 plus show cars gathered in Jinling car show during the million cash subsidies for the purchase of a car. Roaring blocks, miniature world of car model exhibition, Kaka space station, Kaka interesting travelogue and other exciting activities. The only thing he cares about is the supercars and luxury cars, but everything else is just a floating cloud. At the moment, his GTR is even more low-end. Jiang Li put it casually parked on the side of the road, towards the car show to go. Chapter 14, raising the price by $15 million. When Jiang Li entered the exhibition, there were already quite a few people here, quite a few car critics, or photographers as well as some car enthusiasts were gathered here, each busy with their own business. He looked around for a while, then walked straight towards the Ferrari's exhibition area, because there was a white Ferrari Laffa, commonly known as the King of Horses. It was said that there were only two of this original white King of Horses in the country, one of which was in Mordor, and the one in front of him was the other one. "Hello, I'll take this car, help me with the formalities." Jiang Li directly walked up to the person in charge of this Ferrari exhibition area, and with the most calm tone, he spoke words with amazing effect. As soon as Jiang Li's words came out, before the person in charge even opened his mouth, a lot of murmuring voices came from behind him. "Who is this person? Come up here and want to buy Rafa? Dude, a few dishes just drunk like this ha 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 ha, laugh to death. Do you know how much this car you want to buy?" There were also some people who were looking at the cutie even if they didn't make a sound, like looking at him, because Ferrari is very arrogant. To buy their cars there are some hard conditions, just like you have to have purchased at least 3 of their models before, otherwise even if you have money, you will not be sold to you. "Sir, may I ask if you have purchased any other models under our Ferrari before?" the person in charge politely inquired. "No, isn't this car $50 million? I'll raise the price by $10 million. Is that okay?" Jiang Li directly ignored those mocking voices. At this moment he was already carefully sizing up this car. After all, he had only seen it in his cell phone before. This Ferrari Rafa, equipped with a 6.3L 800 horsepower V12 engine, 100 kilometers acceleration time is only 3.0 seconds. To know that this is still the car listed in 2014. No thanks to the claimed $500 million Ferrari, with Ferrari's iconic red is different. This white, Jiang Li prefer, so even if the price increase does not matter, and besides, he is not bad for this few dollars. Ha 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 ha. Young man, almost got it. Why are you still blowing on it? Laugh me to death. You are really daring to say not to mention $50 million. Do you have $5,000 in your pocket? And raise the price by $10 million. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. The words just fell. The surrounding gathering away from the people is also more and more. Of course, more is over to eat melon. "Sir, are you serious?" The person in charge looked Jiang Li up and down, and realized that he was very bland, and ignored the taunts around him, as if he was eating it up. "If you can't make the decision, then call your leader." Jiang Li also did not make things difficult for her. It would be good to find someone who could sell. "I'm the person in charge of this exhibition area. If Sir is willing to increase the price by $15 million, then naturally you can buy it." The person in charge saying these words was actually also considered to give Jiang Li a step down. If he didn't accept to add so much, then it didn't matter. If he did, it wouldn't be a disadvantage to increase the price to buy them. $15 million then. You prepare the formalities. Swipe your card. Jiang Li directly pulled out his bank card and handed it to the person in charge. The price of $65 million was not bad. "Okay, sir, you come with me. Go to the rest area and wait for a moment." The person in charge brought him to the rest area, then turned around and went to prepare the formalities. It wasn't long before the person in charge came back. All the purchasing formalities were ready, and all that was left was for him to sign and pay. "Just swipe your card directly." Jiang Li didn't even look at it and signed directly, then directly signaled her to swipe her card. Payment successful. After the person in charge gave the computer a go, the word successful was displayed, indicating that Jiang Li had become the owner of this Ferrari Laffa, and Jiang Li received a reward of $650 million. Congratulations to Mr. Jiang for becoming the distinguished Ferrari owner. The person in charge congratulated with a smile on his face. "Can you help me find a few people to send this car to Villa 1 of the Purple Cloud Villa? I'll reimburse the expenses." Jiang Li uttered a new demand, as he would have to buy other cars later. "Yes, Mr. Jiang, I'll arrange for someone to send it to you later." The person in charge naturally knew what Purple Cloud Villa meant, and spoke with even more respect for Jiang Li. Then the two returned to the exhibition area. "Look, it's out. It's no money being kicked out, right? Ha 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 ha. Not right, right? Look at the attitude of this person in charge. How do you feel it is the same as receiving a distinguished guest? It won't really be bought by him, right? $65 million? The person in charge is now walking straight to the front of the Rafa that is on display. Chapter 15 The Great Wholesale of Luxury Cars. The person in charge came in front of the Rafa, flashed a professional smile and said to the crowd, "I'm sorry everyone, this Rafa has been bought by Mr. Jiang just now at a price of $65 million. Now this car is his personal belongings, so we're going to pull it out of the exhibition area." A short sentence. The original melon-eating crowd was stunned. I didn't expect that it would really be bought by him with a price increase. What kind of big brother is this? Premium so much. This is not $1,500. Hello. This part of the premium alone is the price of a luxury car. So the people were looking for Jiang Li's figure, but realized that he had already left this exhibition area. and at this moment, he had already arrived at the Rolls-Royce exhibition area, and there were quite a few good people who had spotted him, and followed his steps here. Hello, I'll take this phantom. Swipe your card. Jiang Li went up in the simplest and most brutal way. At this time, the people who followed him over were no longer as outspoken and mocking as they were originally, and were stunned. Good guy, just now the premium had only finished buying a Lafa, and now he wants to buy a Rolls-Royce? Is this money so hot? If you can't, you can give it to me. Sir, the current price of our Mirage is 12 million. Are you sure you want to buy it? The person in charge asked tentatively, in case Jiang Li was joking. People have just finished buying the $65 million Lafa. You only have 12 million. It's a piece of cake. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and swipe your card. There will be no more stores after this village. What's going on? Is there a trust in car buying? Buddy, you don't know. This big man, just now in the Ferrari exhibition area, increased the price of 15 million, took the Rafa. This moment has withdrawn. This time, came to buy Rolls-Royce again. I go. This is a real big brother. Jiang Li hadn't even opened his mouth yet, but these melon eaters spoke for him first, probably wanting to mix it up in front of him. After all, wild bigots don't come around very often. I think you should have heard what they said, so feel free to go prepare the contract formalities. I'll take this car. Jiang Li shrugged and said again, alright sir, this way please. Next Jiang Li exhibition area, Lamborghini, McLaren, Aston Martin, Porsche, Bentley, Maserati and so on. In the exhibition area he looked on the sports car, luxury cars, all one by one to take, no limit on the original price to buy. There is a limit on the price increase to buy. All the cars taken down, let them send to the Purple Cloud Villa to go. His wave of operation also spread in the crowd. Everyone knows the car show came to a mysterious big brother. Buy luxury cars like wholesale food, fancy directly on the brush card. No nonsense. And Jiang Li also spent $500 million at the car show before and after. Just buying a car cost $500 million, so his news also reached the organizer. That is, the biggest car dealer in Jinling City, Duan Yushan's ears. They are engaged in cars. They like this kind of cool people. And he heard that Jiang Li was still a young man, so he was ready to come over to meet him personally. Mr. Jiang, excuse me, our old boss would like to invite you for a cup of tea, not to mention the honor of going forward. Jiang Li is resting in the rest area at the moment. After walking for a long time he is also a bit tired. The car that should be bought has been bought. There is nothing that can attract him here. At this time a secretary dressed as a middle-aged man came in front of him, politely asked, old boss, let's go take a look then. Jiang Li didn't refuse. He was rich now, but didn't have many connections. More friends were always good. Chairman's office. After the secretary knocked on the door, a thick and powerful voice came from inside. Enter. The secretary then pushed the door, invited Jiang Li in, and said to Duan Yushan, Chairman, Mr. Jiang is here. After saying that he went out, only the two of them were left in the office, both sizing each other up. Jiang Li looked at the other person who was about 45 years old or so, with a dignified appearance that was not angry and powerful, but had so much of the appearance of an old boss, while Duan Yushan was marveling at Jiang Li's youth. Jiang Gongzi, please sit down. I am Duan Yushan. This car show is organized by me. Today Jiang Gongzi has spent a lot of money, right? I can see it's a car lover nah. Duan Yushan opened his mouth and laughed after sizing him up. At the same time he reached out and gestured for Jiang Li to sit down, pouring him a cup of freshly brewed dahongpo. Mr. Duan is polite. The sports car I do like, but this time there are still some regrets. Chapter 16, Jinling Rich and Powerful Group. Jiang Li took a sip of the big red robe and savored it. The exhaustion of the party instantly soothed. Oh, what regrets do you have? Mr. Jiang, why don't you tell us? Duan Yushan asked with interest. Although there are quite a few luxury cars in this auto show, it lacks the top supercars. But I also know that it's not easy to get a car like this, so I can only say that it's unattainable. I'm still ready to buy a few more. Jiang Li faintly said. Duan Yushan sniffed, subconsciously sized up Jiang Li. Originally thought he was just the young master of a certain family, but now it seems that he may have to redefine himself. The one who can sell a few top-of-the-line supercars is not an ordinary person, and this is something that can't be handled with money without some connections. This is not something that can be solved by raising the price. At the risk of asking, where is Mr. Jiang from? Duan Yushan recalled in his mind. It seems that there is no Jiang family in Jinling. Me, I'm currently living in Purple Cloud Villa, and I just bought Villa No. 1 not long ago, so I should be considered a Jinling person, right? Jiang Li knew that this was the other party's test, so he decided to give him a bit of a hard time. What? The owner of Villa 1 is actually you? Duan Yushan was stunned by Jiang Li's words at once. As a person in the rich and powerful circle of Jinling, they naturally paid attention to things like this, but due to the system, Jiang Li's information was encrypted and couldn't be queried. They only knew that it had been purchased by a mysterious big brother. Who exactly it was unknown. I didn't expect the big brother to be in my eyes. It's just a house. There's no need for Mr. Duan to be surprised, Jiang Li said with a hefty smile. Duan Yushan sniffed and looked at him somewhat speechlessly. Just a house? This is a $2 billion house, okay? He actually wanted to buy it before, but to take out $2 billion at once to buy something that basically has no return, he still has some meat pain. As a businessman, it's a money-losing deal, so in the end, he gave up, but will still pay attention to its news. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Jiang said it well. To tell the truth, I have been wanting to buy this villa before, but in the end I still didn't take it. If I have time, I have to go to your house to visit. Duan Yushan said. Good to say. Mr. Duan can come at any time. In the future call my name is good. Gongzi listen strange awkward. Jiang Li casually said. Ha ha ha, good. In that case, I'm a bit older than you. How about in the future I'll trust you to call you your Jiang elder brother. Duan Yushan felt that Jiang Li was very much to his liking, so he said so. Then I'll call you Yushan old brother. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Li also laughed. He didn't mind about this. Okay, let's do this. Let's leave a contact information. Add a WeChat. I'll pull you into a group in a while. Inside are all the big names in Jinling, the rich and powerful. In the future there is something that can also be contacted in the group contact. Duan Yushan took out his cell phone and opened the QR code. That's a good feeling. Jiang Li wouldn't refuse such a good thing. 5 minutes later, Jiang Li was pulled into a micro-letter group called Jinling Rich Group. There were only 130 people in it. It was said that the assets had to be at least 5 billion or more in order to join the group. Jiang Li naturally met the standard. Not to mention the balance in the card. Just the reward for buying a car today was 5 billion. Another newcomer? A group named Ouyang Wenbin was the first to develop. Hello everyone. I'm Jiang Li. Everyone take care of me in the future. Jiang Li spoke. Elder brother Jiang, you're the owner of Villa No. One of the Purple Cloud Villa. That's a bit of an understatement. Duan Yushan also topped it off in the group, instantly raising Jiang Li's status. Welcome Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang will have the opportunity to cooperate and collaborate. Mr. Jiang is so atmospheric. He bought a 2 billion villa just by saying so. As expected, as soon as Duan Yushan's words came out, those tycoons in the group who leaned back started outputting rainbow farts. Being able to come up with 2 billion cash flow to buy a house is definitely more powerful than those of them who relied on their fixed assets to join the group. And it's always not wrong to say a few more good words. As for the other bigwigs who leaned forward, they noticed Duan Yushan's words. He called Jiang Li by calling him old brother Jiang, which showed that the two of them were brothers. For a while the name Jiang Li just appeared in the rich and powerful circle of Jinling. Chapter 17 Neighborhood Visit. Jiang Li from the car show again back to the first villa. His garage has been parked more than a dozen cars, all of which he bought before. Good thing that he called with the property manager before. Let him arrange for people to cooperate with the staff of the car show to help unloading and parking, or else they have to drive in one by one is also quite troublesome. After strolling around the garage, Jiang Li went upstairs, paralyzed on the sofa, thinking back to what happened today. This feeling has a kind of uttered flavor. Their own day-to-day to complete a lifetime or even several lifetimes of other people cannot finish things. Of course, this is all attributed to the system. If there is no system, he or she is still to buy a miserable wage earner just. Ding dong ding dong. Coldly 2 doorbells rang, pulling Jiang Li's thoughts back to reality. Then he got up to open the door with a puzzled face, his mind still recalling. His family and friends don't know that he lives here, and the other people who do know shouldn't be coming to find themselves at this time, right? After opening the door, only to see a wearing a black halter dress of a wonderful woman appeared in his field of vision. Jiang Li subconsciously surveyed some, found that he really do not recognize this person, but have to mention one thing, the body is really good, the thin place thin, the meat of the place is also out, dress is also very good to her curves out perfectly, and its own value is not low, with a fish and wild geese, closed the moon and shy flowers, the subcapital. If you want to rate it, you can give it to 97 copies. Hello, is something wrong? After a short period of days, Jiang Li took the lead and spoke. Oh, hello, I saw that the lights are on in this villa number 1. It should be occupied, so I came over to pay a visit. I'm your neighbor, right next door to villa number 3. This is a little token of my appreciation. The other party froze when they saw Jiang Li, who opened the door and came out so young, but after coming back to his senses, he handed Jiang Li a bottle of red wine. Jiang Li took a look, or Romane Conti, or 45 years, but the other party is also a token of goodwill. One does not give face, so he accepted. So it's a neighbor. Then come in and sit down. Don't stand at the door. Jiang Li opened his body sideways and invited the other party to come in. Good, then I'm sorry to bother you. After entering the living room, Jiang Li made her a cup of big red robe, which he had found in his house before. Not only that, there were quite a few red wines inside his underground cellar, which was considered as a perk of buying a house. My name is Jiang Li. I still don't know what you call yourself? Jiang Li sat on the sofa and looked at the other party and smiled. My name is Xia Xin. I can't imagine that Mr. Jiang is so young to have taken this one villa. He's really young and talented. Xia Xin joked. Harm. Just lucky. Just call me Jiang Li. Miss Xia is not bad. We are not neighbors. Haha. Jiang Li casually waved his hand and said, time is also not early. Then I will not disturb first. After sitting for a while, Xia Xin got up and left, while Jiang Li sent her to the door and returned to the hall. Casually picked up the 45-year-old Romane Conti that she had just sent and searched it with his cell phone. This little girl out of quite generous, small 4 million red wine, so send me. It seems to have the opportunity to give her a gift back. Brother does not love to take advantage of. Jiang Li murmured the first floor of the cellar, and then got up to integrate it into the cellar on the first floor of the ground floor, and then came to the gym, in which to wave a little sweat. A night without words, sleep until natural wake up. Jiang Li picked up his cell phone to see. Already 11 o'clock. He got up to wash up, but found himself in this villa even did not have a few sets of clothes. Only then did he remember that he had been buying a car and a house for the past 2 days, but he had forgotten to buy some clothes. People rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. Although his own temperament is enough to let him harness any clothes, to today they are not bad money, or go out into the goods it. Yes, others are buying clothes. He is to go into the goods, because several sets of buy too much trouble, as long as the fit that is rounded up on the good. Buy a dozens of sets of a quarter back is not much more convenient. The next quarter and then by the next quarter on the line. Chapter 18. Buy clothes as wholesale. Jiang Li's garage has an area is dedicated to put the car keys. He is currently all the car keys are here. Looking at the Ferrari, Lamborghini, Rolls-Royce and so on a bunch of keys, he ultimately chose the Ferrari Rafa. Then he drove this horse king, in the guise of a white lightning bolt, sped in the road. Even so, there are still many people waiting for a red light when he pulled out his cell phone as a wild. The company's website has been updated with the latest information on the company's website. Yida Plaza. This time Jiang Li came here, but is another bigger. After casually parking his car in the underground parking lot, Jiang Li took the elevator and appeared in the shopping mall, looked at the logo, and came directly to the 3rd floor, which is the gathering place of the big brands of clothing. What Gucci, Armani, Louis Vuitton, Chanel here. The nearest to him is Armani's store, so Jiang Li did not hesitate to walk directly into, but there is no one over to receive him. Enough to dry 2 minutes. It turned out to be the moment he came in has been these sharp-eyed shopper lady to the label cannot afford to buy, just because he was on the body of the cheap treasure goods. In the end, it was a trainee who had just come out of the bathroom and didn't know the situation who saw him standing there fixedly, and only then came in front of him and inquired, Sir, can I help you? Well, I've come to buy clothes, but is this the attitude of your service? I came in for a while, right? Froze without a single person coming over to receive me. Jiang Li said in a cold voice, I'm sorry sir, for the delay. What kind of clothes do you want to see? I can take you there. Of course she knows why no one cares about Jiang Li. There were many people who came in before to look at all kinds of clothes, and in the end they were too expensive and didn't buy them, tossing them around for nothing, so they all subconsciously disregarded these people dressed in ordinary clothes. Let's go. Go take a look. Jiang Li was also too lazy to bother with her. It would be good to hit them in the face with actions in a while. Okay sir, this way please. This one is good. Wrap it up. This one is fine too. Wrap it up. This one looks okay too. Wrap it up. Wrap it up. Wrap it up. The next time, as long as Jiang Li look right in the eye, I'll let the shopping guide behind the sister to wrap up. So a moment of effort. She has been hung full of clothes. See Jiang Li also want to go to take. She only then opened her mouth and said, Sir, can't take it down. Why don't we settle the bill first and come back to get it later if we still need it? She is also mainly by Jiang Li this posture hole will not. She roughly estimated on her body these clothes are more than 3 million. In case Jiang Li cannot afford to pay, she still have to put back one by one. Jiang Li sniffed and turned his head to look at her, only to see that she was not high, has been buried by the clothes, suddenly snorted a laugh, and then said, Sorry, I didn't pay attention for a moment, so let's go to the checkout first and come back. The duo then went all the way to the cashier, and the other guides were stunned, as if they were looking at a little cutie, as if looking at her, because they had encountered this kind of thing before. The guests were not clear about the price, and took a bunch of things indiscriminately, and in the end they couldn't afford to pay, and the ones who had a hard time were still themselves. Li, how much did you guys take Aren't you afraid of? The cashier lady whispered to her, and also glanced at Jiang Li with her eyes. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. Swipe your card. Jiang Li naturally ignored their looks and directly handed out his bank card. Sir, these clothes of yours are 3.5 million kilometers. Now swipe your card to settle the bill. The cashier lady took the bank card, and at this time everyone was watching, only to see that after a minute, a ticket automatically popped up, while a voice of successful payment rang out. Ding! The host consumed $3.5 million, rewarded $35 million. Sir, the payment has been successful. This is your bank card, and the small ticket. The cashier handed the bank card back to Jiang Li, his attitude very different from before. Surprisingly, the payment was successful. He bought $3.5 million worth of clothes? I'll go. I missed such a big order. What big shot is so low-key? For a while the other guides regretted it, and Xiao Li froze until Jiang Li called her. Chapter 19, Inviting Friends to a Small Gathering. Hey, don't gawk. Jiang Li waved his hand in front of Xiao Li's eyes. He was only halfway through his purchase. Oh, I'm sorry sir. Do you have any other orders? Xiao Li came back to her senses and said in a panic. She had just gotten lost in estimating how much commission she could get. I still have some clothes to buy here. You come with me, Jiang Li said and walked towards the front. Xiao Li was fast to follow. For a time the others were envious. Half an hour later, Jiang Li consumed another 4 million, bought dozens of sets of clothes before and after, and asked them to send it to Villa 1, successfully attracted the store manager out of the store, and left Armani's store under their cheering, but turned his head and was welcomed into Gucci's store. Their two stores are right next to each other. Just now Jiang Li was sent out by the stars. They can see clearly. What does this mean? It means that Jiang Li is a mobile gold master. Welcome him in. Jiang Li adhering to the principle of come to all come, and in the Gucci store consumption of 5 million, and then Louis Vuitton, Chanel, Cartier, and so on the brand where he patronized all over the place. Each place of spending are a few million up and down, but the good thing is that they are sent to the first villa, and he himself is a change of a Armani suit, and now it seems that the whole person is a proper family son of the brother of the high and mighty handsome undoubtedly. Before and after spending a few hours, he finally is the piece of his clothing finalized, looked at the time, just lunchtime, and then remembered that before with his friends about to eat together, so he sat in the car sent up a video group chat. I go. Who is this big handsome guy? Fu Wenyan was the first to connect to the video. A slightly greasy tinfoil hot youth wearing glasses appeared on the screen, then flirted. Yo ho, a few days gone. Brother Liao shifted into a high-flying handsome wow. Immediately after Liao Ren joined the video call. It was a small fat man with a round head and brain. Handsome brother, long time no see. It was followed by Shani, a beautiful girl with bright eyes and white teeth and picturesque eyebrows. This outfit is okay right guys? Did you get all the cell phones? Jiang Li laughed out loud. Received. With the blessing of this piece is still my brother Liao. Already used it oh. Right, didn't you say you were coming out for dinner before? Is there any time today? My treat. You guys just eat. Jiang Li cut to the chase. Okay, I have no problem. You set the time. Liao Ren was the first to open his mouth. Who would refuse to have food? Me too. Fu Wenyan also agreed. I may not be too good. There is still work today, Shani said after a moment of hesitation. What work? How about you quit your job? I'm going to start another company. After that, how about you guys come work for my company? How about an annual salary of $50 million? Jiang Li suddenly came out with another sentence. For a moment the air was quiet. 2 minutes later, Jiang Li, how much did you say? $50 million? Annual salary? Fu Wenyan exclaimed in shock, amazement and surprise written all over his face. Brother Li, you call this making a small fortune? You've inherited some family business, right? Liao Ren was also confused by his entirety. Really? You're not afraid that we'll take the money and not do anything? Shani was not much surprised. She herself was a little rich, but instead of choosing to rely on her family, she chose to come out and struggle on her own. But there had been little improvement. I can still lie to you guys. Then it's a deal. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Marriott 7-star hotel. See you there. Jiang Li then hung up the video, dialed the phone number of the Marriott 7-star hotel, and booked a private room. He himself drove back to Villa 1. Not long after the clothes he bought were delivered, and it took quite a bit of time before and after to organize them. Time soon came to 4:30 p.m. Looked at the time, Jiang Li took the Rolls-Royce Phantom car keys, start the vehicle towards the Marriott 7 Stars hotel. After all, is his own treat. If let others wait for him cannot be very polite, so he chose to start early. Good thing his little gold man is dazzling enough. The way is also unobstructed. Soon came to the destination. Chapter 20, Call your manager over. Windy this day I tried to hold your hand, but in favor of rain gradually, big enough for me to see you not see. 5 o'clock and a few. Jiang Li's cell phone ringing. Pick up the phone to see that it is Liao Ren called. Without hesitation, he pressed the answer button. Brother Li, We're here. Which box are you in? Liao Ren asked. I'm in box 3. Just ask the waiter to bring you guys straight over. Jiang Li didn't go out to pick them up. They were all old friends. There was no need for this. A few minutes later, the waiter led the three to the entrance of the box and then left while they pushed open the door and walked in. Oh, this piece of the license plate still depends on me. Brotherly. Fu Wenyan hemmed and hawed and was the first to speak. Brotherly, this day must not ruthlessly slaughter you. Liao Ren, on the other hand, patted his stomach ready to eat and drink. Shen Yi didn't speak, but was sizing up Jiang Li. He always felt that the current Jiang Li was different from before, but couldn't tell exactly where. Jiang Li also got up at this time to greet him and joked. Sit down when you're here, fatty. Feel free to eat as you please. If I don't prop you up against the wall today, then I'm sorry for you. Ha 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 ha. I think it's fine. Then Jiang Li called the waiter at the door, began to order. He ordered a bottle of 1 million Romanée, then handed the menu to Shen Yi 3 people, and said, come on, the opportunity to kill me to you. Let go of the hand point. Do not be polite with me, haha. Okay, don't worry, buddy. Then I'm not polite. The efficiency of the hotel is still very fast. A few of them ordered a table full of dishes, half an hour or so on all. Red wine also confirmed to Jiang Li, and then helped them open the bottle in the sobriety. Jiang Li picked up in front of the Romanée, to the 3 a person to a cup, and then also poured a cup of his own, and then raised his glass. Come on, clink a glass. We have not seen for a period of time. It is rare to get together. Today a good get together. Thank you for Brother Li's hospitality. Cheers, cheers. An hour later, seeing that several people had pretty much eaten, Jiang Li then called the waiter at the door and once again, leaving the 3 of them looking at him with a whole lot of confusion. Hello, please call your manager over for me. I have something to find him, Jiang Li said to the waitress, which immediately scared her, thinking that her service had displeased them somewhere. Sir, do you have any dissatisfaction with my service or our dishes? The waitress asked weakly. No, I think your environment and dishes here are good, so I want to buy the hotel. Go call your manager over, I'll talk to him. Jiang Li used the most calm tone to say words that scared people to death. But brotherly, what did you say? You want to buy a hotel? Liao Ren was drinking water. When he heard Jiang Li's words, one didn't hold back and directly sprayed out, spraying Fu Wenyan's face. I'm going. Fatty, are you going to die? Fu Wenyan had a disgusted look on his face, then picked up the paper and started wiping the water on his face. Jiang Li, you're going to have to buy this hotel? It's not cheap, and the other owner doesn't necessarily sell it either. Shen Yi also froze. Sir, are you saying you want to buy our hotel? The waitress asked again. It was also the first time she had encountered this situation. Yes, you heard right. You can't make the call on this. Go call your manager over for me. Jiang Li repeated again. Okay sir, you wait for a moment. The waitress ended up stiffly going to ask for the manager. Otherwise there was no way for her to deal with this. Brotherly, are you serious? Do you know how much this hotel costs? After the waitress left, Liao Ren looked at Jiang Li with a surprised expression. The other 2 also had a similar look. There was no other way, so Jiang Li had to explain. I am indeed ready to buy it. This hotel location and environment and food service are good. If I buy it, I won't lose out. It's a good industry, and if I want to get a foothold in Jinling, then at the very least I have to have some passable industry, or else no one will know who I am out there. Don't you guys think so? Not only that, next I want to. Chapter 21, I'm going to buy this hotel. Not only that, next I'll go and acquire an investment company, then acquire other companies to set up the John's Investment Group, using this as a springboard to other provinces and cities and even foreign markets. Jiang Li's words showed that his ambition was definitely not just limited to Jinling, but globally, with the system in hand. Since he did it, then he had to be the best one. After hearing this, the 3 of them for a moment also felt that it made sense and stopped persuading. As for where Jiang Li got the money, then they didn't know. Not long ago the manager came over, is a very smart and capable looking middle-aged man, combed with a big back hair. The moment he entered the door began to measure the 4 people, and finally came directly to the side of Jiang Li. It is clear that in his opinion a line of people is already Jiang Li's main. The fact is also true. Hello sir, I'm the manager of this hotel. I heard my men say that you are buying our hotel, right? The manager was the first to ask. Well, that's right. I think this hotel is good. I'm very satisfied with it, so I'm going to buy it. You should have your boss's phone number. Can you make a call to him for me? Jiang Li stated the purpose of calling him over. Sir, first of all, thank you for your recognition of our hotel, but as far as I understand, our bossy has no intention of selling the hotel. The manager expressed politely. That's fine. You just need to make a call over there for me. I'll communicate the rest. Jiang Li could refuse to give up. As long as the money was in place, He didn't believe that he couldn't buy it. Isn't opening a hotel all about making money? As long as there was enough profit, that would be enough for him to put down this hotel. That's fine. The manager hesitated for a while or took out his cell phone and dialed his boss's number. Wang Fugue? What's the matter? The phone was quickly connected and a slightly hoarse voice came out. And Wang Fugue was exactly the name of the manager. For a moment several people subconsciously looked at him, giving him a feeling of social death. Cough. Boss, there's a guest here who said he wants to buy our hotel. Let me ask if you have any idea of selling it? Manager Wang lightly coughed twice to cover up the embarrassment, then cut to the chase. Buy the hotel? Tell him it's not for sale. The hotel owner refused without even thinking about it. Why would he have nothing to do with selling the hotel? Since his phone was louder and the box was quieter, everyone heard what he said. So Jiang Li spoke up. Give me the phone. Boss, that guest wants to talk to you. I gave him the phone. Manager Wang handed the phone to Jiang Li after he finished speaking, then stood aside and waited. He also wanted to see if Jiang Li could convince his boss. Hello Mr. Li, this is Jiang Li. I want to buy your hotel. Name your price. Jiang Li looked at the notes on his cell phone and then reported his name. It was better if he didn't say it. Once he said it, there was a reaction from the opposite side. Who? You said you're Jiang Li? Mr. Li let out a cry of shock upon hearing the name. Oh, does General Manager Li still know me? But I don't remember us ever meeting. Jiang Li also had a questioning look on his face. Is Jiang Li the one who just joined the group yesterday? Mr. Li spoke a bit more politely at the moment. So Mr. Li is also in the group. What a coincidence then. Only then did Jiang Li react to the fact that he was a friend from the Jinling Tycoon group. Mr. Jiang said that he wants to buy my hotel. To be honest, I'm not prepared to sell it. And at the moment, my hotel is always making money. The market value is conservatively estimated to be at 23 billion. I wonder how much Mr. Jiang intends to bid? Mr. Li at this time also intends to test Jiang Li, because they have previously been unable to find out his information identity. Can't help but make people feel curious. 23 billion then. Let's put it this way, since we are all friends in Jinling, I'll make up a hole for Mr. Li, 30 billion. How? And it's a one-time settlement. Jiang Li wasn't short on money right now, and with this wave of pure 7 billion in profit, he didn't believe that the other party would not be moved. Taking a step back, with this money spent, he would have 300 billion. You may make a small profit, but I will never lose. How much? 30 billion? Mr. Jiang isn't kidding me, right? Mr. Li thought he heard wrong. Serious people come to buy things without cutting the price but also increase the price and this is 7 billion, not $70 hello? Not only is Mr. Li, Shani 3 people in the box and manager Wang are frozen. Chapter 22, 30 billion taken. However, since Jiang Li was on the phone, the crowd didn't speak up for the time being, except that they were all shocked by the way he made the deal, while manager Wang was wondering if his boss would really sell the hotel. After all, it was $7 billion of pure profit. Then to put it that way, wouldn't the youth in front of him most likely become his new boss in the future? He instantly felt a little worried for his own career, worrying that he would be replaced, and for a while, he was also listening to the phone nervously. Yes, 30 billion, if Mr. Li thinks it's okay, let's arrange for the signing tomorrow. The money will arrive once the signing is completed. Jiang Li repeated again. How about this? Give me half an hour to think about it? Mr. Li didn't want to agree at first and asked for half an hour to think about it. Then contact in half an hour. Then Jiang Li hung up the phone, but manager Wang did not come to take the phone. He heard his boss from the beginning of the attitude of resolute to now has been thinking about selling the hotel. That is, the person in front of him, no surprise words, is his new boss. Of course he had to flatter at this time. Mr. Jiang, why don't I have someone remove these things and serve the few of you some more refreshments to relieve your fatigue? Manager Wang opened his mouth to inquire. Good, thanks for your help. Jiang Li did not refuse. Mr. Jiang is polite. It's due. Manager Wang then had someone prepare good refreshments while Jiang Li waited for the call. Brother Li? Really bought it? $30 billion? Liao Ren finally couldn't help but ask. Jiang Li, honestly, I think you're different from before. Shani was also looking at him like he was recognizing him for the first time. Brother Li, 30 billion? My goodness, how much money is that? Fu Wenyan also chimed in. What's wrong you guys this? It's just a little bit of money. You guys just follow me. You'll learn no less than this in the future. Dude won't treat you guys poorly, just relax. Jiang Li looked at their eyes strange, could not help but open his mouth to comfort them a few words, not knowing that they were struck by their own. Half an hour. Manager Wang's phone rings. It's Mr. Li calling. Jiang Li didn't hesitate and directly pressed the answer button and opened the speakerphone. Mr. Li, how's the consideration? This hotel, sell it to me? Mr. Jiang, 30 billion, one-time payment? Mr. Li confirmed. That's right, signing is complete. Immediately arrange to make the payment. Jiang Li replied affirmatively. Okay, since Mr. Jiang is so quick, then I'll agree to sell it to you, but it's estimated that it will take 2 days for this formalities and materials to be sorted out. Mr. Li was finally relieved. 2 days is too long. Tomorrow night, or this time, hard Mr. Li let them work overtime. Jiang Li didn't want to wait that long. What can be solved by working overtime shouldn't be delayed until the next day. That's fine. Then I'll go prepare the formalities materials to draw up the contract. Tomorrow night I'll have a banquet in the hotel for Mr. Jiang. Mr. Li finally agreed, making $7 billion, giving them some overtime pay was still affordable. So the two happily ended the call, and Mr. Li also found Jiang Li's WeChat in the group, launched a friend application. Jiang Li took a look at a friend application named Li Shouwen, or added from the group. It should be the general manager Li just now. So he passed the friend application, and as expected the other party sent a message. Mr. Jiang, this is my WeChat. We passed the phone just now. Tomorrow night at 7 o'clock, I will invite Mr. Jiang to a banquet at the hotel. Okay, Jiang Li politely replied, then put down his phone and prepared to go to the checkout. Manager Wang, calculate how much we have here. Settle the bill and get ready to go. Mr. Jiang, no need. Just now Mr. Li sent me a message, said to give you a free bill. You don't need to settle the bill. Manager Wang, how dare to collect the money? After tomorrow this is their own boss. He now collect the money. It is unlikely that the day after tomorrow because of the left foot advanced gate was fired. Oh, thank you, Mr. Li, let's go. I'll send you back. Jiang Li took out the Rolls-Royce's car keys, but due to the alcohol he had consumed, he still found a chauffeur and sat with the three of them in the back row himself. Chapter 23. The hotel changed hands. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening when he returned home. The valet parked his car in the garage, received the $20,000 that Jiang Li transferred to him, and left happily. A night without words. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Jiang Li punctually got up from bed, made himself a nutritious breakfast. Today, in addition to the night to go to the signing of the contract, there are no other arrangements for the time being, so he nestled in the sofa and began to brush Jiang. When he used to work part-time he was fine to go out and touch the fish, and Jitterbug also followed a lot of beautiful women, as well as hilarious paragraph players. The former eye candy helps prolong life, the latter increases the fun of life. Time quickly came to 6:30 in the evening. Estimating that the time was almost up, Jiang Li got up and changed his clothes, and then took the keys to the McLaren Senna's car. This is also as previous in the car show to buy. Then got the McLaren P1 and Senna 2 models, are classic, the latter equipped with a 4.0T 720 horsepower V8 engine. In the city to drive in the case is actually not enough to play out his strong, but Jiang Li also just over the car addiction. Even after work rush hour, Jiang Li's car on the road is also able to move smoothly. The more cars, other drivers will be more careful. This collision, scraped, light is to sell the car, heavy is to sell the house. Marriott Hotel. Jiang Li directly parked the car in front of the hotel, and the door of the security guards did not expel, but is personally over to help Jiang Li guard his car, to prevent other people to him cut off. Although people are security guards, but this car he knew at a glance is not cheap. Certainly not their own, can offend people. In case they let people upset, their jobs may be gone. Jiang Li came before Li Ziyuan has told him the box in WeChat, so he came in and then directly let the waiter to take him to the first box. After pushing open the door, there were 3 people in it. One was Li Shouwen, another was Wang Fugue. As for the other person Jiang Li didn't recognize, he took the lead and spoke. Some traffic jam on the road. Came late. Sorry Mr. Li. Mr. Jiang is polite. Just a few minutes. No need to care. Quickly please sit down. The dishes are ready. Are we eating first or? Li Shouwen waved his hand full of unconcern and gestured for Jiang Li to take his seat. Eating is not in a hurry. First do the right thing. Jiang Li was not in a hurry to eat. Taking down the hotel was the main thing. Good. Then listen to Mr. Jiang. This is my secretary. The contract and all the transfer procedures have been drawn up. Mr. Jiang can take a look. If there are any problems then we can discuss modifications. Li Shouwen pointed to the man next to him and said, please take a look. Mr. Jiang. The secretary took a folder out of his bag, then opened it and placed it in front of Jiang Li. Jiang Li nodded and casually flipped through it, casually saying, just sign directly on it, right? Is the money paid to the account above? Yes Mr. Jiang, just sign and press your handprint. The accounts are all on there as well. Li Shouwen affirmed. Okay. Jiang Li waved his big hand and directly signed his big name on top of the contract. Then he used his thumb on the sealing clay prepared by his secretary and pressed it on his name. thus the contract came into effect. Then Jiang Li took out his cell phone and took a picture of the account on the contract, and pounded on his cell phone. Li Shouwen and the other 3 people seen to him and letting people arrange to make payments, so they are surprisingly quiet, and the time just so a minute and a second to pass. Ding! Host consumed $30 billion, rewarded $300 billion. 10 minutes later, Jiang Li had the system transfer money to Li Shouwen's account, and he managed to receive the system's reward, although it was said that it was only 10 minutes, but in just a moment's time, Li Shouwen had already drank several cups of tea, because waiting was the most torturous, and he could only feel at ease if the money arrived in his account. Alright, Mr. Li, the money has already been called. You can verify it. Jiang Li opened his mouth at the right time and said, breaking the quiet atmosphere in the box, that's good? So fast. Li Shouwen was shocked. He originally thought that it might take a few hours. After all, 30 billion isn't a small amount anymore, but this was only 10 minutes before the payment was made. What in the world was the origin of this Jiang Li? What is this Jiang Li in the end? However, surprised as he was, he still called the bank to verify, and learned that just now his account confirmed that 30 billion had been credited, so he was immediately happy. That smile was brighter than a chrysanthemum. Wang Fugue is thinking about his next development. I don't know if this new boss will put himself. Chapter 24 Law Firm. Wang Fugue was worried that Jiang Li would replace himself. After all, every boss has different habits. In case Jiang Li wanted to arrange his own people, where would he go from there? Mr. Jiang is so bold. $30 billion of capital was taken care of in 10 minutes. Congratulations Mr. Jiang, now this hotel is under your name. I toast you. Li Shouwen cheerfully raised his glass and said, the money has arrived in the account. A full 7 billion net profit. There is this 30 billion what he cannot do? Oh, Mr. Li is polite. It's just a deal. It should be so. Jiang Li also raised his glass to return the toast. Then Li Shouwen let Wang Fugue go to arrange the food. How to say that tonight he is still the boss. After 0 o'clock then Jiang Li is officially on the line. 1 or 2 hours later, the wine is full. The guests and hosts are happy. Li Ziyawen also announced the news of the hotel's change of ownership in the hotel's senior management group, and at the same time also sent the matter of Jiang Li becoming the new boss in the group, and then said goodbye to Jiang Li, returned to his own place. In the hotel, Jiang Li hadn't left yet. He was currently in the presidential suite. Wang Fugue was also here, because he had been drinking, so Jiang Li wasn't going to go back. The hotel was his own anyway. Manager Wang, if Mr. Li can let you be the manager of the hotel, I think you should be capable as well, so I intend that you will still be in charge of taking care of the hotel next. What do you think? Jiang Li asked casually as he sat on the sofa, propping his head up with one hand. Boss, willing? I'm willing. If there's something boss just command. Guarantee that I won't let you down. When Wang Fugue heard that guy, he immediately patted his chest and guaranteed. Okay, that will be given to you. But I ugly words in front. If I found that your ability is not good, or there are other power for personal gain, enrichment behavior, then don't blame me for not being polite. My hotel everything should be reasonable and lawful and compliant. Do you understand? Jiang Li's words turned and suddenly became serious again, intending to knock Wang Fugue. Boss don't worry, there will never be such a thing. Wang Fugue guaranteed again. Alright, go down. In addition inform down. Starting tomorrow everyone in the hotel's treatment will be doubled on the original basis. Jiang Li waved his hand and let him leave, finally giving another sweet date. Alright, thanks boss, I'll go and notify. Wang Fugue was overjoyed at his words. Doubling his treatment meant that he would be able to take more money as well. The next day, everyone up and down the hotel knew that they had a new boss and had gotten a raise, so it was like Jiang Li had invariably bought a lot of hearts. When Jiang Li came down, quite a few people still didn't recognize him, only knowing that the new boss was surnamed Jiang. But when he came to the hotel lobby, Wang Fugue's cry of good boss, it made the other employees present look at him, and then they also shouted hello boss. They also didn't expect their new boss to be so young and handsome. After getting into the car, Jiang Li felt that he should go and buy a law firm. His future industry will definitely increase. There will always be some unexpected trouble born. Moreover, Jiang Li didn't forget about the old man who had blackmailed him before, as well as his family. Other than that, Jiang Li was ready to give him a wave of big gifts. Jiang Li took out his cell phone and searched for the top-ranked law firm in Jinling, and the results showed Zhang Wei Law Firm, which is said to be the owner of the firm, is also their gold medal attorney. Zhang Wei, not to mention, as long as he is on the field of stable play, the other side at least 20 years in prison. The information also describes that the law firm was established in 2017, attracting and uniting many outstanding lawyers with professional consensus to form a team of lawyers with strong strength. The practice areas cover a wide range of areas such as banking and financing, capital markets, competition and antitrust, corporate and mergers and acquisitions, digital economy, dispute resolution and litigation, engineering, energy and resources, and environment. Then this is the one. Go over there in a while and see about buying him out, and leave any future problems to them. After all, they are professionals. Jiang Li mumbled after reading the information on his cell phone, then started the vehicle and headed towards Jiang Wei Law Firm. Chapter 25 Legal Pioneer. An hour later, Jiang Li appeared at the entrance of Jiang Wei's law firm in his McLaren Senna, and after parking the car casually, he walked in unhurriedly. "Hello sir, are you in need of legal assistance?" Just as he went in, a trainee-looking person came over to inquire. Why did he say he was a trainee? Because he wasn't dressed like a veteran lawyer either, and wasn't composed enough. "No, I'm here to find your boss. Is your boss here? If he is, please take me to his office." Jiang Li shook his head, then stated his intention. "Looking for the boss? Then please follow me." As expected of an intern, the intern didn't even ask Jiang Li if he had an appointment, nor did he register before directly leading him to the boss's office, to which Jiang Li didn't say anything. Just let someone teach him a lesson later. Knock, knock. He went up and knocked on the office door 3 times. Then a loud voice came from inside. "Come in." After pushing open the door, Jiang Li walked in with him one after the other. Jiang Li scanned around without a trace, only to see that above the wall on the side of the desk, there was a framed photo hanging. A group photo of Jiang Wei with his team of lawyers, with 4 big words, "Professional Team," on it. And at this time, Jiang Wei also looked up at the visitor. And only then did Jiang Li notice that he turned out to be not much different from the photo, also plain and slightly stuffy. "Boss, this guest said he's here to see you. I've brought him over. You guys chat. I'll leave first." The intern introduced Jiang Li, then exited the office and closed the door. "Hello, Attorney Jiang. I'm Jiang Li. I came over this time to see if you have any plans to sell this firm." After a brief introduction, Jiang Li went straight to the point. "Mr. Jiang, right? Please have a seat. Since you recognize me, you must also know the reputation of this law firm of mine. Why would I sell it for a good reason? And I don't know Mr. Jiang, why should I buy it for you?" Jiang Wei reached out and gestured for Jiang Li to take his seat, then politely rejected him. "Lawyer Jiang, don't be in a hurry to reject it first. I understood before I came here. The market value of this firm of yours is around $800 million, and I can offer double the price to buy it, and by following me down the road, what you will see and hear will definitely far exceed what you can see and hear in this acre of land in Jiangling. I don't know, how do you feel about it?" Jiang Li stated his offer. In fact, double or triple it doesn't matter to him, as long as the problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. Cough, cough. "What? Double? What do you think you are? A high-flying handsome Jiang Wei coughed out the water he had just drunk. "Who says otherwise? How about this? To show my sincerity, I can pay 800 million up front, so give me an account number." Jiang Li said with a helpless shrug. "You're not joking with me? You really intend to contribute 1.6 billion? How will you pay for it? A one-time settlement or?" Jiang Wei did not accept but changed to a serious expression and asked. 1.6 billion. One-time payment. If you agree, draw up a contract immediately and make the payment right after signing." Jiang Li replied affirmatively, crossing his legs on the leather seat in his office. Jiang Wei did not speak, and fixedly looked at Jiang Li, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table, seemed to be considering the authenticity of what Jiang Li said. To be honest, the price of $1.6 billion he really moved, because he himself is also clear. This firm is currently confirmed that it is also $800 million worth, which is still the majority of the valuation of the components. If $1.6 billion to sell, then he can be a pure profit of $800 million. Lawyer Jiang can consider it. "I have heard of your legal pioneer's name, and came here on purpose. I can't see the other firms in Jiangling." Jiang Li could see his hesitation, so he coldly added a sentence. "Legal pioneer." This was what Jiang Wei's friends in the lawyer's world called him when he first started out in his early days, and he also loved his feathers, handling every single case in a noteworthy manner. "Tell you what, give me 30 minutes. Chapter 26, the firm arrives. "Tell you what, give me 30 minutes. I'll think about it, Mr. Jiang," Jiang Wei said after a moment of contemplation. "No problem," Jiang Li casually said, then picked up his cell phone and opened Tomato Novel, surprisingly reading a novel in his office. Time passed minute by minute. In the middle of the day, Jiang Li didn't open his mouth again. The office was silent, and finally it was Jiang Wei who spoke out, breaking the silence. "Mr. Jiang, I accept your offer. 1.6 billion, a one-time payment, but you have to prove that you have the funds first. Otherwise, I can only ask you to leave." Jiang Wei was not overwhelmed by the benefits. Even if he wanted to buy it, he had to see Jiang Li's ability before he sold it, or else it would be him who would lose out. "This is a small problem. You can have someone check it out. I just bought the Marriott 7-star hotel yesterday. It cost $30 billion. It's now under my name. Jiang Li calmly said the matter of the Marriott hotel, thinking that this should be enough to dispel his concerns. Oh, I didn't expect that Mr. Jiang wouldn't just want to buy my firm, but even the Marriott 7-star hotel. I'll have someone verify it later. If it's really as Mr. Jiang said, then naturally I won't have any more concerns. Then please give Mr. Jiang a little more time in. Jiang Wei looked at Jiang Li unexpectedly. He didn't expect him to have such a strong financial power, but all of this would still have to wait until after he verified it. Alright, Counselor Jiang, go ahead. Jiang Li wasn't surprised by his reaction at all. Being careful is the best way to be careful, or else people are gold medal lawyers? It should be said or not. The efficiency of their firm was not generally fast. Less than 15 minutes before and after, Jiang Wei's side got the feedback. It was indeed as Jiang Li said. He spent $30 billion to buy the Marriott hotel. Mr. Jiang, we have verified that what you said is true. My side will immediately prepare the transfer contract and complete the transaction immediately. Jiang Wei stood up at this time and nodded his head at Jiang Li. Then he walked out of the office first. He was going to prepare the contract, so the news that their firm was going to be acquired spread. What? The boss is selling the firm? Why would he sell it? Then our team will be disbanded? Who? Buying our firm at the drop of a hat? However, discussion after discussion, their efficiency was still unmatched. After all, there were 31 people. There is strength in numbers, and they soon had the transfer contract and other formalities ready. Then they headed to the conference room while Jiang Wei went to the office to call out to Jiang Li. Mr. Jiang, the contract formalities are all prepared. Now follow me to the conference room. Let's go then. Jiang Li sniffed and put away his cell phone, got up and followed Jiang Wei to the conference room, where there were already quite a few people inside, all of whom had come to see just what the new boss was all about. Holy, how could it be him? Isn't this the guy I led the way to this morning? I didn't expect the new boss to be so young. The new boss is so handsome. Then who? Wipe your saliva. It's dripping on my hand. Quiet everyone. Let's introduce. This is Jiang Li beside me. Mr. Jiang, after today is the boss of our firm. Jiang Wei clapped his hands and introduced Jiang Li. Hello everyone. I'm Jiang Li. Jiang Li introduced himself in a simple and friendly manner. Let's get started then. Mr. Jiang, please. Jiang Wei reached out and gestured for Jiang Li to take his seat, the contract already laid out in front of him. Jiang Li did not even look at it, directly pick up the pen. In the signature is very dashing to write his name, and then pressed a handprint. This wave of operation directly to the presence of the lawyers of the whole scalp numbness, out of professional habits. Each contract to hand they will be carefully deliberated, to see if there are any hidden clauses or what to play with the words of the pits, such as Jiang Li. This kind of casual signing of the they are the first time they have ever seen. Jiang Li didn't care about their looks, then picked up his cell phone and took a group photo, letting the system call 1.6 billion over, gaining a reward of 16 billion, before turning his head to Jiang Wei and saying, Attorney Jiang, the money has been called over. You can. Chapter 27, Jiang's investment. Counselor Jiang, the money has already been called. You can verify it. Jiang Li said lightly. Alright, Mr. Jiang, wait for me for 2 minutes. Jiang Wei quickly took out his phone to check his asset changes, and soon got the answer he wanted. Credited 1.6 billion. Mr. Jiang, the money has been received. This firm will be yours in the future. Jiang Wei's address to Jiang Li changed after he finished verifying. Alright, Counselor Jiang, I want you to continue to help take care of the firm. After all, you're a professional, and I won't be meddling in it, and I'll take care of all the spending here in the future, while you'll only need to help out where I need it. I don't know how Counselor Jiang feels about it. Jiang Li threw out another question at this time. If Mr. Jiang doesn't mind, I'm naturally fine with it. After all, this is what I once developed step by step. After a slight hesitation, Jiang Wei spoke his true thoughts, not to mention that Jiang Li had also said that he would reimburse the expenses in the future, so he would still be able to earn some more money. Who would mind having too much money? Moreover, Jiang Li was willing to delegate his authority and wouldn't tell him what to do. This was undoubtedly the greatest trust for him. Good, then it will be hard for lawyer Jiang. From next month onwards, the welfare treatment of all the people in the firm will be doubled on the original basis. At the same time, lawyer Jiang can also appropriately expand the recruitment of personnel. However, quality not quantity. The reasoning that soldiers are more valuable in terms of refinement rather than in terms of quantity should be understood by lawyer Jiang. Jiang Li instructed in passing. Don't worry Mr. Jiang, I guarantee I won't let you down. Jiang Li then left under the cheering of Jiang Wei and the other members of the firm, as they all knew about the matter that Jiang Li was going to give them a raise in salary, and as Jiang Li was relatively easygoing, many of them still had a good first impression of him. After returning home, Jiang Li laid down on the sofa and dialed Lin Mengqiu's phone. Mr. Jiang, you finally remembered me. After the phone was connected, Lin Mengqiu's sultry voice came from the opposite side. It turned out to be that she had already resigned for a few days, but Jiang Li hadn't been able to contact her. Cough, cough. These days are relatively busy. This is not busy to call you. Right, I have a matter here to you to do. Jiang Li coughed twice to cover up the embarrassment, then said in a serious manner. What is it, Mr. Jiang? Lin Mengqiu heard that Jiang Li was looking for her for something, so she stopped saying anything else. It's like this. I'm going to open an investment company. If the name is called Jiang's Investment, I'll give you $10 billion later. You go and handle the formalities and whatnot. As for the company's address, well, I'll go and buy a building down tomorrow on the line. Although Jiang Li already had a hotel, he couldn't acquire it himself every time. Could he? Just open a company and let them acquire it. Anyway, his money would only increase the more he spent. He wouldn't lose money at all. Later, Mr. Jiang, how much did you say you'd call me? 10 billion? I didn't hear it wrong. Lin Mengqiu was dumbfounded after hearing this 10 billion. This was 10 billion. Just said it so lightly? He just gave it to himself so casually? Is she really not afraid of running away? 10 billion only. Calm down, calm down. Follow me. Like this number in the future you will handle more and more. So to adapt before it's too late. As for whether you will run away, you can try. Can you roll away from my hands these money? Jiang Li knew what she was thinking, so he hammered her twice without panicking. Yes, 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 Mr. Jiang is very powerful. People aren't so rich like you, so they can't be surprised. Lin Mengqiu, as if she had been recognized by Jiang Li for her inner little plan, began to spit on Jiang Li as a big dog. Okay, a moment to call you over. I'll go to buy a building tomorrow. After you finish you can start tomorrow afternoon. The sooner you finish the better. Finished rewarding you with a Porsche 918. Jiang Li began to give her a small cake. Inspire her enthusiasm. Anyway, he has this car in the garage. When directly let her drive back on it. Really? Thank you boss. Boss you're so handsome. Promise to finish the job. Lin Mengqiu was delighted at the words. She definitely couldn't afford to spend her own money on it, but she wouldn't be heartbroken to use Jiang Li's money. After all, he was a big dog owner. Ding. Chapter 28 Beautiful Schoolgirl. Ding. Host consumed $10 billion. Rewarded with $100 billion. After paying Lin Mengqiu, Jiang Li once again received a reward from the system. But these days, he was already numb. Without the kind of passion he had at the beginning, it was just a string of cold numbers. Idle. And do not want to do their own cooking. He directly to Wang Fuguei made a phone call. Let them arrange for people to send a big meal over. Anyway, it is their own hotel. He as the boss. What he wants to eat that is not a word of matter. And so the Marriott 7-star hotel, which has never had the experience of delivery, was also forced to open a takeaway service. But it is a special service that is only available for Jiang Li, since the hotel was also not too far from his villa. After an hour and a half, his doorbell rang. Ding dong, ding dong. Jiang Li also got up and went to open the door, but to his surprise, it was delivered by Wang Fuguei himself, which he didn't expect. So he flirted. Manager Wang is not dealing with work at the hotel, but actually came to deliver takeout to me. That's really a big deal. Oh. Wang Fuguei hemmed and hawed and didn't answer. Listening to the tone he also knew that this was Jiang Li flirting with him for not doing his job. But he didn't care. It was naturally good to be closer to his boss, and maybe he would prioritize him in the future if there was anything. Boss, everything you want is here. What else do you need? Wang Fuguei asked after helping to arrange the meals one by one. These are already a lot. Have you eaten? Why don't you sit down and eat together? It's hard for you to come all this way. Jiang Li looked at the table of food and casually invited Wang Fuguei. No need boss. I've eaten. Since you don't have any other needs, I'll go back first. There are other things that need to be taken care of at the hotel. Wang Fuguei refused Jiang Li's invitation. Just kidding. Letting him sit down would probably make him uncomfortable eating, right? Then it would be better to bolt before it's too late. Do more wrong. Okay, then you go back first. When you go back, go to the finance to receive 100,000 bonus. It's hard for you to make a trip. Jiang Li had already sat down and started eating. Seeing Wang Fuguei refused, he didn't keep him, but he didn't treat him poorly either. Thank you boss, this is what I should do. Then you take your time to eat. I'll go back first. Bye boss. Wang Fuguei can be happy. He ran a trip to get acquainted not to mention, but also earned 100,000 bonus. This kind of good thing where to find go. After Wang Fuguei left, Jiang Li ate and felt that something was missing. Not to eat. So he went to the sofa and took the tablet over, opened Jitterbug and swiped the live broadcast, watching and eating at the same time. This is not very good. The beauty face is on too high. The face is worn out. Next, this one looks like a male. Next, He's been beaten up, hasn't he? So swollen? Next, after brushing several in a row, Jiang Li didn't find the live broadcast he wanted to see, so he brushed the live broadcasts in the same city, and one of them was positioned at Jiangling University, which attracted him because he was also a graduate of Jiangling University. After entering the live broadcast room, the screen is a very beautiful girl, waterfall long hair, elegant dress, standard melon face, large in God's eyes, stable and dignified temperament. The white skin can be broken. Only spent some light makeup. Jiang Li looked at the anchor's ID is called Wanami a few times. He can see that this is not open the face of the real look. Curiosity drove him into the anchor's homepage. The main reason for this is the fact that it is not a good idea to have a good time. Jiang Li found that this is still younger than his own two schoolmates, and then he thought that since he met, how to take care of it, and then he cut back to his own homepage. Change his ID to Jade Face Big Fei Long. Why not Small Fei Long it? Because Jiang Li felt that he is not small. He then returned to the live broadcast room again. This time the anchor was singing Jodon's Say Yes Don't Cry. So Jiang Li held a large chicken leg in his left hand, and with his right hand, he clicked on the gift list, found the most expensive carnival, and began to frantically click on it. Jade-faced Great Flying Dragon, sent, Carnival, X1. Jade-faced Great Flying Dragon, sends, Carnival, X10. Jade-faced Great Flying Dragon, sends out. Chapter 29, Putting Together a Whole Number. Jade-faced Great Flying Dragon, sends out, Carnival, X1. Jade Flying Dragon sends, Carnival, X10. Jade Flying Dragon sends, Carnival, X50. Jade-faced Big Flying Dragon, sends out, Carnival, X100. 100 carnivals were sent out under his frantic clicks, so the live broadcast was jammed into a PPT with a screen full of carnival effects, and at the same time, the Jitterbug platform was broadcasting across the platform. User, Jade-faced Fei Long, sent, Carnival, X100 in the live broadcast room of Anchor, miss me several times. As soon as the news came out, quite a few of the melon eaters came sniffing for money, so much so that the popularity of the live broadcasting room was rising wildly. I go? What did I see? What's the situation? Is the anchor being looked at by some tycoon? It's over. My goddess is going to be vaulted away by a tycoon. Shay, but only 100. Don't worry, the anchor can't run away. You're so good. I don't see you giving away a carnival. I heard there are melons to eat here. Not only is the audience in surprise, even the anchor is confused. This, Jade-face Big Flying Dragon, have not heard of it before and also did not show up in the live broadcast, should be the first time to come up to give her a brush of 300,000, which she did not expect. Her name is Long Yufei, is a senior student of Jiangling University, is also one of the 3 big school flowers in the school. Weekdays will also be in the Jitterbug Send daily video, with their own beauty, body and gentle voice has accumulated more than 1 million fans. Idle Time will also open the live broadcast, but look at the people. Although not many brush gifts. Gradually she is also accustomed to, and do not intend to rely on this to make money, but just a fun. Thank you. Jade-face Big Flying Dragon sent the carnival. Too much. Babies give Jade-face little brother a point of attention. Jade-face little brother want to listen to a song? What do you want to hear? I'll sing it for you. Is little brother still around? Everyone remember to click and pay attention. After a short period of being stunned, Long Yufei still thanked Jiang Li for the gift, and then said that she wanted to perform a talent show for Jiang Li. While on the other side, Jiang Li was busy gnawing on a chicken leg, and couldn't free up his hands to send out a pop-up, so he just left her hanging without paying any attention to her. And that's when the netizens who had heard about it couldn't help but start discussing it. What's the origin of this jade-faced Big Flying Dragon? Swiped 100 carnivals and didn't ask for anything? I didn't expect it to be a decent person. Guess, will he still brush gifts? Big brother, I'm going to start a live broadcast too. Can you give me some carnival gifts? It doesn't have to be 100. 50 will do. Upstairs, you can have it in your dreams. However, there were still quite a few people who gave Jiang Li some attention. For this kind of tycoon, they were also quite interested. In case they could hold a thigh at some point, it would be good. Long Yufei saw that Jiang Li ignored her. She picked her own song, Xiaoyu, and started singing. There are always some amazing encounters. Let's say when I met you, your gentle, penetrating eyes appeared in my dreams. Jiang Li has actually been paying attention to the live broadcast. He also saw his number of fans rose to 50,000. There are many people to send him a private message to give him as a thigh pendant. There are also people who say that she herself does not fight or snatch or make a fuss. It is very good and adjustable called. After a song, Jiang Li also ate almost. There is this cannot eat that there is no way. Wang Fu Gui hold too much. Eat enough. He felt that this elementary school girl is quite cute. Followed by a series of carnivals sent out. In his words, since sent 300,000, then simply give people to make up a whole number of it. So the original popularity began to gradually decline in the live broadcast room, in the witness of a crowd of netizens, and began to appear one after another carnival special effects. Jade-faced Great Flying Dragon, sent out, Carnival, X1. Jade-faced Great Flying Dragon, sends out, Carnival, X15. Jade-faced Great Flying Dragon, sends out, Carnival, X50. Jade Flying Dragon, sends, Carnival, X100. Jade Flying Dragon, sends, Carnival, X150. Jade-faced Big Flying Dragon, sends out. Chapter 30 Fertilizer flows in an outsider's field. Jade-faced Great Flying Dragon, sent, Carnival, X1000. Numb. Completely numb. Long Yufei to the live broadcast room under the bombardment of Jiang Li's carnival. Successfully reduced to a PPT. Even her face was finished being obscured by the special effects. And the netizens' pop-ups were stuck in a batch. But it didn't affect the netizens trolling. I go? Still coming? Big brother lack of thigh pendant? Ruthless man this is. One word and brush 1,000 carnival. It's true that human sadness and happiness are not connected. I have to hesitate to buy a $3 Coke. Anchor the still doesn't give a Weibo? Jade-faced Big Brother brushed so much money. Anchor can't see. The special effects aren't over yet. Alas, I'm a prophet. I predict that the anchor will be taken down by Big Brother Jade-face. Jiang Li in order to send through 1,000 carnivals. But his fingers were exhausted. Clicking frantically. Not even stopping. But the effect was not bad. At the very least, once again, her live room was surrounded by spectators. At the same time, the other live female anchors looked at the broadcast of the platform. It would be false to say that they were not envious. And inwardly they were all looking forward to the descent of this jade-faced Great Flying Dragon. Those who sang, those who danced, they were all quite a bit more vigorous than before. And they also exposed quite a bit more. So that the other netizens called out that they were addicted to it. Long Yufei looked at the 1,000 carnivals. She did something that was unexpected by everyone, which was that she directly shut down the live broadcast, and then found Jiang Li's account on the platform to send him a private message. Hello Jade-face Big Flying Dragon brother. First of all, I'm very grateful for your gift, and thank you for your support and recognition of me, but the gift you sent is too much. I can't ask for this money. Give me an account. I'll return the money to you. Jiang Li looked at her live room suddenly black screen. Is a face of question mark it? Is it possible that he sent gifts to send bad? Then he saw the private message she sent to himself, and couldn't help but smile, not realizing that this little girl is quite principled. He decided to tease her and replied, "What? A gift given out is just like water thrown out. There's no taking it back. Are you afraid I'll do something to you? No merit. I really can't take this money. If you have any other ideas, then I can't take it even more. I will contact the platform to return it to you." Long Yufei's attitude is very resolute. Just don't want his gift, in case the other party is a lewd uncle. Well, don't think so much. I just see you are from Jiangling University, 2 years younger than me, is also considered my little sister. It's rare to brush. Brush the gift to others is also brush. Might as well brush it to you. The flyball does not flow outside the field well. Gifts don't need to be returned. If you really want to thank me, turn around and treat me to a meal as well. Jiang Li see almost on not tease her, give her a brief explanation, so that she does not suspect that his purpose is not pure. Ha, you're also from Jiangling University? Then add a WeChat. I'll treat you to dinner later. Long Yufei was relieved after reading Jiang Li's explanation. It turned out to be her senior. Then it seemed slightly more reasonable. Otherwise she definitely wouldn't accept this gift. Okay, then the two added WeChat. Jiang Li also know her real name. Out of curiosity, he went to the school's forum to search again. Good guy. I didn't expect this elementary school girl to be a school flower. Human curiosity is infinite. So Jiang Li in the forum began to look through the post about her. Basically are in praise of her character and learning. Skin white beautiful long legs, but also some are obsessed with white post. Look at his body goosebumps. Jiangling University Girls Dormitory. Long Yufei recalled the things that happened in tonight's live broadcast, and could not help but feel that this Jiang Li is quite interesting. Just because he is from Jiangling University, he brushed more than 3 million gifts to himself who had never met him, and did not mention any requirements. Very different from those who pursued her in school, and curiosity made her point. She clicked on his circle of friends, but it was visible for 3 days. Subsequently, she also went to the school forum to search for Jiang Li. The result is that there is no post about him, which makes her more curious about this man, and curiosity once generated, is the beginning of the fall. Chapter 31 Jiangling Zhonghai Mansion. Rest time always passes very quickly. The next morning, Jiang Li leisurely woke up from the bed, realized the freedom of wealth. He has no pressure, so every day to sleep extraordinarily fragrant. Jiang Li picked up his cell phone to see. There are a few WeChat messages. Click to see is the mother sent. Probably means that he bought the phone they have received. Now with his father 2 people to go to Misty travel. but also sent 2 photos to him to see. Jiang Li look at the end of the smile. Mom and dad toil half a lifetime. They now have the ability to let them enjoy the blessings of Indeed. Simply instructed the 2 of them to pay attention to safety. Jiang Li to his father's card played 200,000. As to why not play his mom's card, because his father is a wife. The family's financial power in the hands of the mother. But go out in the body always have to have a little money is not the thing. Father and son, 2 people are very tacit understanding did not say. Is a little secret it. Simply eat breakfast. Jiang Li with a flat panel searched the landmark building in Jiangling, because he opened the company. Instead of renting an office building, rather than directly buy it a cost-effective, even if they do not use up, but also can be rented out, is a small investment it. Jiangling Shanghai building? Have to get his boss's phone number too. By the way, I don't have a group, just ask directly in it. Jiang Li looked at the results displayed on the page and was worried about how to contact his boss when he suddenly remembered that he had a rich group. In WeChat, he found the Jiangling Tycoon group that he had turned on no disturb, edited a message and sent it out. Excuse me, bosses, I would like to ask, Jiangling Shanghai Mansion, which one of the bosses in our group owns the property under his name? Not long after, someone in the group replied to him, and at a glance, it was sent by Li Shouwen. Mr. Jiang, Shanghai Mansion is Dongmu, Mr. Mu's property. After saying that, he also helpfully etched Dongmu. After all, the 2 had made a deal not too long ago, and Li Shouwen was still more than happy to make friends with Jiang Li. Okay, thanks a lot. After Jiang Li politely replied, he found Dongmu's WeChat in the group, with his name as the note, but it didn't go through for the time being, and it wasn't until 12 o'clock at noon that he passed the friend verification. Mr. Mu, hello, I'm Jiang Li. I've heard that Shanghai Mansion is your property, right? Jiang Li was the first to greet him. That's right, Shanghai is my property. Is there something wrong with Mr. Jiang? Dongmu affirmed, while at the same time inquiring about Jiang Li's intentions. After all, the 2 had never crossed paths before, and he had only paid attention to Jiang Li when he joined the group. It's like this, I've been quite interested in this building lately, and I wanted to ask Mr. Mu if he has any plans to sell it. I'm willing to buy it. Jiang Li went straight to the point. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, I don't have any intention of selling the mansion. If you don't have anything else, I still have things to take care of. So that's it. Dongmu directly rejected Jiang Li without the slightest hesitation. Just kidding, this mansion is the big head of all his properties now. If he sells it, he will drink the northwest wind. Mr. Mu, don't be in a hurry to refuse. I have understood your building. The current market value is about 28 billion. This price I know Mr. Mu will definitely not sell. Let's do it this way. I will offer 36 billion. One-time settlement. Mr. Mu, consider it? Jiang Li threw out his chips. Another premium of several billion means such a large amount of profit. He did not believe that no businessman will not be moved. After the message was sent over, Dongmu didn't reply immediately. He looked at Jiang Li's words and fell into contemplation. 36 billion? He definitely didn't lose any money. If he could really settle it in one go, it wasn't impossible to sell it. But could Jiang Li really come up with so much money in one go? How can I believe what you say is true? A one-time settlement of 36 billion? This is not a small amount. After contemplating for a moment, Dongmu gave Jiang Li a reply back. This time he didn't refuse again. Li Shouwen, you should recognize Mr. Mu, right? I just spent $30 billion not long ago to buy his Marriott 7-star hotel. It was also a one-time payment. Mr. Mu, might as well give him a call and ask him if he knows if what I'm saying is true. Jiang Li guessed that he would ask this, so he pulled Li Shouwen out. This guy had just received 30 billion, so naturally he could prove it to himself. After the message was sent over. Chapter 32, Dongmu Compromise. After the message was sent over, the opposite side once again fell into silence. Jiang Li guessed that he should have called Li Shouwen to inquire about it. Both of them are big tycoons in Jiangling. It's not normal for them to know each other. 5 minutes later, Li Shouwen sent him a WeChat message. Mr. Jiang, just now Mr. Mu called me and asked about you buying my hotel. I told him truthfully, it should be fine, right? Are you buying his building again? Li Shouwen started to think that Jiang Li was going to rent the office building. Who would have thought that he was going to buy the whole building? Realizing that he had just spent $30 billion. Where did he get so much cash flow? When Dongmu called him, he was stunned by Jiang Li's operation. I'm going to open an investment company and I think that building is nice, so I want to buy it as an office building. Jiang Li simply replied. At this time his WeChat came with a video call request initiated by Dongmu. He decisively pressed connect. Dongmu did just go with Li Shouwen to confirm Jiang Li's purchase of the hotel, and after repeatedly confirming that he was making a one-time payment, he compromised. What wouldn't he smell good if he had this amount of money? This is a pure cash flow of $36 billion. It is not the market value and asset value. Real. The video connected. Jiang Li saw a country face, thick eyebrows and big eyes. Middle-aged uncle appeared in the cell phone screen, wearing a tang suit. It was Dong Mu, and he saw Jiang Li's young appearance obviously froze. Although before Li Shouwen said that Jiang Li was very young, but still froze after witnessing it with his own eyes. Mr. Mu, how's the consideration? Jiang Li was the first to open his mouth and laugh, pulling his thoughts back. I didn't expect Mr. Jiang to be so young. It really fulfills the saying, young and promising. I've already confirmed with Mr. Li just now. It's indeed as you said. Mr. Jiang is really willing to fund 36 billion to buy my building? Dong Mu looked at Jiang Li on the screen and once again asked out loud. That's right. Then see that Mr. Mu has agreed. In that case, then tomorrow night at 7 o'clock, in my Marriott hotel, my treat. Mr. Mu, bring the relevant formalities contract over to sign. Can. Signing completed, immediately hit the money. Seeing that the other party had loosened up, Jiang Li also did not continue to talk nonsense, and directly set the time and place. Good. Mr. Jiang is a fast talker. He is a quick person. In that case, then I won't ink. Tomorrow night I will go on time. Then I won't bother Mr. Jiang first. See you tomorrow. Dong Mu at this time as also a wave of the hand decisively agreed to Jiang Li's proposal. Then the two ended the call. He also went to convene his men to start organizing all the transfer formalities materials. After all, time is short and the task is heavy. Tomorrow will be used. After finalizing this matter, Jiang Li suddenly had nothing to do, so he remembered the little sister he added yesterday. He intended to go to Jinling University to turn around, and incidentally meet this Long Yufei. After finding her WeChat, Jiang Li sent her a message. Up yet? I'm going to Jinling University in a while. Didn't you say you wanted to treat me to dinner? Then it just so happens to be today. Afterwards, he also didn't care if she saw it or not. Directly changed into a handsome suit, went to the garage and took the car keys of the Ferrari Laffa, drove it into a white flash, and sped towards Jinling University. Jinling University, girls' dormitory. Accustomed to early to bed and early to rise, Long Yufei has already got up. Even if there is no class in the 4th year of college, she seldom sleeps, so she naturally saw the information sent by Jiang Li. The thought that the other party to come to the school to find her. There is no reason for a burst of nervousness. In case Jiang Li looks ugly or short and ugly in fat words, then their own words to ask him to dinner, can still eat it. But she still gave herself a change of light makeup, the original color of her rosy cheeks, a simple outline of the eyebrows and eyes, but also the icing on the cake, with a curling iron, a little bit of her shoulder-length hair, after which she began to change clothes. An hour later Jiang Li appeared at the entrance of Jinling University, because he had not previously driven here, so his car was naturally stopped at the door. But this security guard took a look at his Ferrari logo and this exaggerated shape, did not even think about it, directly lifted the pole, and also gave Jiang Li a salute. Jiang Li lowered the car window to the security guard. Chapter 33. The schoolgirl has been abducted? Jiang Li nodded to the security guard. Then a foot gas pedal drove into the school gate. The security guard immediately felt that he doubled the face. See, even if people drive a sports car also have to give me a greeting. After entering the school, students were coming and going inside. So Jiang Li didn't drive very fast, so his Laffa attracted the attention of many people. I'm going. Rafa, when did the school have such a big man? No, I have to take a picture and send it to a wave of friends. The campus stumbled upon the divine car Laffa. Is this someone from our school? Why haven't I seen this car before? It's not rented to pick up girls, is it? What do you know? Who would rent a car like this? Those who can afford this kind of car will not be as bad as your two rentals. For a while the crowd was taking pictures and discussing discussions. It was quite lively, while Jiang Li was following his own impression, all the way towards the girls' dormitory downstairs, driving very slowly, so he opened his cell phone and sent a message to Long Yufei. I'm at the school. Which dormitory building are you in? I'll come to your downstairs to pick you up. 2 minutes later, Long Yufei replied, so fast? You arrived right away. I'm in the 13th building. Then I'll come down. Long Yufei replied after, took a small bag on the way out. Girls, well, whether there is something like to carry a bag. She wore today is a blue slim jeans, put her straight and long and well-proportioned long legs to reveal. The upper body is a white naval t-shirt. All the beauty of the young girl, college students of the youthful look. She stopped under the dormitory building, and from time to time to look around the vehicles coming and going, because Jiang Li also did not say what kind of car does he drive. The school flower is the school flower. To their one stop is a scenic line. In the dormitory building under the waiting for their own object of the boys will also from time to time sneak a glance at Long Yufei, taking advantage of his girlfriend is not around, secretly appreciate the beauty of the school flower. But they also have self-awareness. This kind of level is not their own to be able to die. did not see so much rich second generation to chase after her were rejected well. 10 minutes later, a roar of a sports car came from the distance, attracting everyone's attention. Boom boom boom, boom. A white Ferrari Lafayette appeared in front of them, slowly driving towards the dormitory building No. 13. The person who came was none other than Jiang Li. He had already seen Long Yufei at the entrance of the dormitory building at the moment. After all, he had seen the other party's live broadcast only yesterday, so naturally he was able to recognize her. So he drove the car directly in front of her and stopped, putting her in a complete daze, and even moved to the side. Jiang Li was amused by her little action, so he pulled open the car door, walked out of the car, came in front of Long Yufei, handed over his cell phone with their conversation on it, and then laughed. "Let's go, little senior sister. Promised to treat me to dinner." Long Yufei saw such a handsome little brother come down from the car towards her, and subconsciously backed up 2 steps, until Jiang Li handed over the cell phone. She then realized that the person coming was none other than Jiang Li. Only then did she carefully measure Jiang Li. Sword brows and starry eyes, clear contours, tall and handsome. His voice is also magnetic, and he also exudes a glow of confidence and an air of calmness. And when she thought that before she thought that Jiang Li would be a lewd uncle, she was a little embarrassed. "So it's you, Senior Jiang. Scared me. I thought it was someone else. Ha ha, blame me. I forgot to tell you before I drove. Can I go now?" Jiang Li retrieved his cell phone and laughed. "Okay, let's go then." Long Yufei also felt that the people around were looking at the two of them. There were many people. It was better to leave first. Jiang Li naturally pulled open the car door for her and waited for her to be seated before he got on the car, then kicked the gas and left. But this scene was filmed by quite a few people and posted on the school's forum. Shocked. Long school flower has been abducted by a mysterious rich second generation. Long schoolgirl's love affair exposed. Suspected Ferrari owner. Ferrari Lafa appeared on campus, and the co-pilot is actually Long schoolgirl. Posts such as these instantly attracted a lot of people's attention, and then began a positive discussion. And all of this Jiang Li and Long Yufei, two people do not know. At this moment they have left the school. Chapter 34, Curious Baby Long Yufei. "Where are we going to eat?" Jiang Li asked casually. "Well, why don't we go to Marriott? I've heard that the food there is delicious. I want to try it. How about it?" Long Yufei thought for a few seconds, then turned her head to look at Jiang Li. Jiang Li glanced at her with an odd expression at his words, treating her to his own hotel, but he didn't refuse, and drove directly to his Marriott. He hadn't been here since he bought it last time. After parking the car, he took Long Yufei and walked in. Just as soon as he entered, the welcoming lady inside greeted him warmly. "Good day, boss." Jiang Li nodded his head and then asked a waiter to take him to box No. 1. While Long Yufei thought that as long as the person who came in would address the boss, it didn't occur to her for a moment that Jiang Li might be the boss of this hotel, as he was too young, and was only 2 years older than herself. The duo followed the waiter all the way to the private room. At this time the waiter opened his mouth and asked, "Boss, are you ordering now or?" "Show the menu to this young lady." Jiang Li's eyes signaled Long Yufei. "Okay, miss, what do you see that you need to order?" The waitress then handed Long Yufei the ordering tablet. She took it and flipped through it for a while, and froze without ordering a single one because she wanted to eat every single one of them. But there were too many, so she had to look at Jiang Li and said grudgingly, "Senior, it's better for you to order it. I feel like every single one of them I'd like to eat is delicious, and my phobia of choosing is getting worse." "Ha ha, then let's serve the signature dishes once." Jiang Li laughed, then said to the waiter, "Okay boss, you wait for a moment." The waiter led the words and left. In a moment, the two were left in the box, and the atmosphere began to be a little strange, with a lone man and a woman. So Long Yufei casually asked, "Why do they all call you boss? Is it a hotel habit? Then how come they don't call me? I also want to feel it, he. Because I'm the owner of this hotel. If they don't shout me boss, what do they shout?" Jiang Li spoke the truth very calmly. "Put cough. What did you say? This hotel is yours?" Long Yufei, who was drinking tea, was directly choked, with an unbelievable face. "Is there a problem? If you don't believe me, just ask them later." Jiang Li looked at her appearance and secretly said that it was still good to be young, but he himself is just 24 years old. That's how embarrassing. Treating to your place, why don't you say it earlier? Long Yufei saw that he didn't look like he was joking, and felt a little embarrassed for a while. "It's fine, it's just dinner. It's the same wherever you eat." Jiang Li didn't care about these details, except that it wouldn't be so boring if there was someone to eat with, let alone with a youthful beauty. "Senior, are you a Jiangling local? Why can't I find your information in the school? What kind of work do you do? At such a young age, you have such a big hotel in." After the shock, Long Yufei transformed into a curious baby, asking this and that to Jiang Li. "I'm not a Jiangling local. Maybe it's because I graduated so the post was deleted. As for the work, recently ready to open another investment company. And then it's this hotel. Small business. Not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. Taking advantage of the dishes are not yet on. Jiang Li is also a question and answer. But in Long Yufei's opinion he is in Versailles. Such a large hotel is still a small business is not worth mentioning. What kind of that would have to be called a big business So Jiang Li delights in one of her big blank stares. Half an hour later, the dishes on all. The two are no longer polite. Began to savor a variety of food. A time the guests and hosts are happy. While on the other side is another scene. Jinling University, basketball gym. Yu Xiao. It's bad. Something big has happened. A man hurriedly ran in from the doorway, shouting as he ran. Yu Xiao turned to look at him with a face full of dissatisfaction. Didn't I say don't bother me when I'm playing? You better be something. Yu Xiao. Something's really wrong. Schoolgirl Long got into someone else's sports car and has already left the school. That person hurriedly told what happened, and at the same time also opened his cell phone to show him the video above. Yu Xiao's original name is Li Yu. He is a famous rich second generation in Jinling City. At the same time, he is also one of Long Yufei's suitors. Although unsuccessful, he has always regarded her as a forbidden domain. Jiang Li's move undoubtedly enraged him. Humph. I'd like to see what kind of god you are, daring to steal a woman from me. Xiao Lu. Have yellow hair and a few of them come over to me. I want. Chapter 35 Confession of Leniency. Xiao Lu. Let Huang Mao and the others come over to me. I'm going to give this guy a little lesson. Let him know how many kilograms he has. A little bit of money is amazing, right? Li Yu turned his head to the person who came to report the news and said fiercely. Xiao Lu nodded his head, then went out to call for people. This kind of thing he is already familiar with. In the past, wherever there are ungrateful to provoke Long Yufei, he knew, well, let the yellow hairs they go to reason, and then give them a tip afterward and then it is over. After knowing this matter, Li Yu also did not have the heart to play ball. Out of the basketball hall, on his car Aston Martin 1-77, which is equipped with a naturally aspirated 7.3 LV12 engine, maximum power of 760 horsepower, maximum torque of 750 Newton meters, 0 to 100 kilometers per hour acceleration in 3.5 seconds. The highest speed reached 354 kilometers/h. The global limited edition of 77 units. The domestic price is as high as 47 million. And Jiang Li's Lafa is not much worse. Our unattainable god car? No strength really cannot get down. But who let him have a good father? Coincidentally, his father is Li Shouwen. But he did not know that his father has sold the hotel to Jiang Li. And Jiang Li does not know that his actions today have been stared at. Jiang Li and Long Yufei ate in the box for 2 hours. The hotel has a lot of dishes. All kinds of flavors, because Jiang Li is the boss. So they have a very large portion of each dish here. But he ate less. Each tasted a little bit. Long Yufei ate more. Who is not a snacker? Getting along with Jiang Li, she felt very cozy. Jiang Li also won't have that kind of machismo. Very easygoing and indifferent. More importantly, he won't keep staring at Long Yufei. Even if he did, it's that kind of clear eyes. Unlike other people who seem to want to see her naked. So slowly she let go a little bit, and won't be as constrained as in the beginning. I can't eat anymore. Eat again. Can't walk for a while too. She finished the last bite, leaned on the seat backrest, waved her hand and shook her head. Ha ha ha, you're so thin, don't eat more. This meal today counts as my treat. Jiang Li poured himself a cup of tea, and incidentally poured a cup for Long Yufei to relieve the fatigue. Thanks, she politely thanked her, picked up the cup of tea and drank it in small sips, but probably not used to drinking it. All of a sudden it gave her a whole mask of pain, and offhandedly spat out. Why so bitter? Bitter? I'll try. Why don't I have someone bring you some juice? This tea was prepared by them. Turn around and ask them to change it to a nice one. Jiang Li took a sip and found that the taste was indeed rather bitter, and entering the throat for a few moments would not convert the bitterness into a fresh and refreshing sweetness. And for a while, he was also dissatisfied with this tea, and turned back to let Wang Fugue change it, since Long Yufei still has classes in the afternoon. So Jiang Li drove her back to school after dinner, and not surprisingly, once again became the center of attention in the crowd. And this time there are more people. Long Yufei said goodbye to Jiang Li and returned to her dormitory, and just as she entered, she realized that her roommates were all looking at her with an expression of eating melon. Good eye Yufei, to go out on a date without saying a word. That said, this little brother looks quite handsome and rich, a proper rich man. It's okay, Yufei. Confess from leniency, resist from strictness, honestly explain when did you start? How dare you even hide it from us? Long Yufei was dumbfounded by the question. What's with that? She didn't just go out for a meal. How come she has a boyfriend? What are you guys talking about? What boyfriend? I just went out for a meal. she said as she walked towards her place, but she was surrounded by the three of them. You didn't go out with so many boys chasing after you in the past, and this time you even got into someone else's car. If you want to say there's nothing fishy about it, I definitely don't believe you, and it's been spread all over the school forum. Don't believe me? Take a look. Right. Seconded. Long Yufei was again stunned, and then opened the forum to see the popular posts in it are all about her. There is her on Jiang Li car to go out together. There is also Jiang Li sent her back. There are pictures and the truth. For a time she was speechless. These people's gossip mentality is also too heavy, right? Things are not what you think. Chapter 36 Joyful New Skills. Things are not what you guys think. Next time let him explain to you face to face. You guys will believe me? Well, no more. I'm going to take a break. There are still classes in the afternoon. Long Yufei didn't explain too much. People all want to sleep when they are full. She was no exception. Since Long Yufei didn't want to say, the three roommates didn't ask too much, but they did notice one word, which was, next time. This meant that they would see each other again, and they would know then. So they also variously climbed into bed to take a nap. Jiang Li sent Long Yufei to the dormitory downstairs, directly drove away. With the morning when he came to be different. This time his license plate information has been registered by the security guards. Not to say that this security guards can work up to the captain. Well, come to things from the school out, he was followed by two cars. He did not pay attention to the beginning, but then he realized that he changed lanes each other also changed lanes. He accelerated each other also accelerated. This time he understood that the other party is not good. There is a system in the body. Jiang Li is not afraid. So he drove the car directly to a nearby park. The other side also followed over, parked directly next to his car, a left and a back, will be surrounded by him, and then the two cars came down 10 people, streaming, dyed colorful hair, a whole spirit of the growing version of the young man, one of them to a yellow hair as the leader. He came over to pat Jiang Li's car window, signaling him to open the door down. Jiang Li is also the art of high courage, directly out of the car, stood in front of the yellow hair, higher than him by a head, looking down on him. See, you guys followed me all the way. Tell me. Who sent you here? What's your business? Jiang Li said calmly with his arms wrapped around him, not putting them in his eyes. Kid, you're quite mad? Even Yashao's woman dares to rob. You don't know how to write the word death. Yellow hair was not in a hurry to make a move. With so many people of his own, could he still let him run away? Yashao? Which onion is this? Do I know? Jiang Li was puzzled, but he thought it should be related to Long Yufei, right? It's true that the red face is a scourge. What? You don't even know Young Yu? Sure enough, it's Rash. Brothers, on to give him a little lesson. Yellow hair heard, the other party evenly you do not know. Think it is not a big man, so intend to directly hands. Finished back to the police to take money at night to go to the dash wave. Find a few technicians. Yellow hair's words fell. A kind of follower beside him swung his fist towards Jiang Li rushed. At this time Jiang Li's ears once again rang the system's voice. Ding! Detected that the host can currently add divine fighting technique. Is it added? Add. Jiang Li had originally planned to directly purchase the skill in the system mall, but he didn't expect to trigger the system first, and decisively added it, but any hesitation for a second would be disrespectful to it. Then he felt his mind appeared a variety of fighting skills, experience, including how to send force, the angle of choice of strikes, striking where it will make people lose resistance and so on everything, and these things as if he was born, no rawness to speak of. For a moment his entire aura has changed, like a tiger descending from the mountain. When it's too late, just a few seconds of time has been a fist shadow appeared in front of him. Jiang Li aside to avoid the punch. The man hit the air body loss of gravity. Jiang Li along the trend of a sidekick directly kicked him flying 2 meters away. Then he turned passive into active, as if the wolf into the flock in general. Elbow, straight punch, hook punch, whip leg, swinging fist, all kinds of moves he used is at ease. Incomparable silky smooth, before and after less than a minute. In addition to the yellow hairs outside, the people were Jiang Li put down, lying on the ground wailing constantly, but a down so strenuous exercise, Jiang Li is a little bit tired. Thought it seems to go back to improve their own physical fitness. At this time the yellow hair has been confused. Just so a moment his people all fell to the ground. This also play a fart? Immediately began to beg for mercy. Big brother. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. It's me who has eyes but doesn't recognize MT. Tai. Bumped into you. We'll leave. After yellow hair finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to bolt, but Jiang Li wouldn't do as he wished. Only heard a flat voice from behind the yellow hair came. Chapter 37 Buying Attribute Points. Did I let you go? Yellow hair's figure lurched, then slowly turned around, revealing a bitter smile as he looked at Jiang Li. Although he was a gangster, he wasn't a cutie pie. Knowing that he couldn't beat him but still going to fight, that would be sick. Everyone slapped themselves 20 times. I want to hear a loud noise. You draw 50. Choose for yourselves, or I'll come and help you draw. But when the time comes, don't blame me for not knowing what to do with my hands. Oh. Jiang Li leaned on Rafa's car door and looked at the crowd playfully. The crowd did not immediately move, and turned his head to look at the yellow hair. See how he decided. Yellow hair at this time also a burst of speechless. How he ran into Jiang Li, such a thing. Unlike those who ran into before are some eggs. This will be a big loss of shame. Seems to notice that Jiang Li also in the measurement of him. Yellow hair finally decided to leave here before saying, fight it. Anyway, there is no one else here, so he slowly raised his hand. Snap. A slap mark appeared on his face at a speed visible to the naked eye, and yellow hair didn't care that much, gritting his teeth and delivering a frantic output to his face. Slap. Slap. One side is too slow, he even left and right, but also hit quite rhythmic. The other minions see yellow hair are hands. They also have to follow, but the good thing is that they are only 20 times. Quickly finished. A few minutes later, yellow hair also finished the last hit. This time his face has been swollen with a pig's head almost. It can be seen that he also hit himself quite hard. Is a wolfman. Big brother, are you satisfied? This time can I go? Yellow hair's face was all pumped and numb, and he couldn't speak very well. Get lost, don't let me run into you guys next time. Jiang Li didn't make things difficult for them, waving his hand and letting them leave. He just had to deal with the main man. Then he drove back to the villa. He still had business to do. Back in the villa, he sat on the sofa and opened the system mall. He wanted to buy himself some attribute points. Nowadays this body of his was still too weak. It had only reached the limit of an ordinary person. In reality, a random soldier who had been enlisted for 2 years was stronger than he was, so he wanted to improve his physical quality. System, how do I exchange the small coin? Jiang Li then remembered that he had to exchange mall coins to buy things in the mall. Host, the mall coins are exchanged with your real money. The ratio is 1,000,000 to 1. At the same time, to remind the host, in exchange for mall coins there is no consumption reward. The system gave an explanation at the first time. 100,000 to 1? You are the one who knows how to be black-hearted. It's still you. Jiang Li could not help but spit out a sentence. Fortunately he had the rebate skill. Otherwise this ratio of the average person really cannot eat. He then found the attribute points in the system malls. Now each of his attributes are 100. Jiang Li asked the system before. The ordinary attribute 100 is the limit. Ordinary soldiers in about 200. Special soldiers higher. Generally in about 400. So Jiang Li intends to first raise the attributes all the way up to 500 to see, at the very least, than the special soldiers before. If you do the math like this, it's 446, 1600 attribute points. Each attribute point is 10 mall coins. That's a total of 16 billion. Jiang Li calculated the price to be spent in his mouth, then gave a command to the system. System, exchange 16,000 mall coins and purchase all attribute points. Ding, deducting $6 billion. Successfully exchanged 16,000 mall coins. Ding, attribute points purchased successfully, this time consuming 16,000 mall coins. After the 2 beeps, 1,600 attribute points appeared on Jiang Li's panel. He divided these attribute points evenly among the 4 attributes, pulling each attribute value to 500. Immediately a warm current surged out from his heart, then dispersed towards his limbs. Jiang Li could feel his body getting stronger. He felt that his body was full of strength. That sense of fatigue from earlier had long since dissipated, and at this moment he even felt that his senses were slightly different. So he opened the system panel again, only to find Chapter 38, Yellow Grade Martial Artist. Jiang Li realized that his attribute panel had changed, no longer displaying the values of each attribute, but instead had turned into a realm column, which read Yellow Ranked Martial Artist, 500/1000, which interested him and he couldn't help but ask curiously, System, what is this situation? Won't you explain it to me? Host, this world is the existence of ancient martial arts cultivators. The host's attribute value has already surpassed the vast majority of the population. Currently only martial artists are able to compete with you, so the realm division of this world was applied. More intuitive. The subsequent enhancement only requires the host to purchase the corresponding attribute points. I see. That is to say, I am now considered a cultivation expert? Then this $6 billion was quite worth spending. Jiang Li was satisfied with his changes. Sure enough, the system wouldn't let him down, but for the moment he hadn't come across any martial artists, so he hoped that he would have the opportunity to meet some in the future. The yellow level is also enough for now. After all, people with special forces stature are not rare, so he didn't continue to upgrade for the time being. Anyway, if he wants to advance, direct kryptonite will be fine. After Yellow Hair and the others left, they returned to Liu to deliver their orders, but when he saw their bruised and swollen appearance, He was also startled, and it took him half a day to recognize them as Yellow Hair and the others. Yellow Hair? What are you guys up to? How did you get into such a mess by letting you teach a rash young man a lesson? Li Yu frowned and said, You young, we also do not want to that kid is too able to fight. We are not his opponent that you look at the remuneration is not. Yellow Hair has better cannot say, if it is not to fight, as to end up in this situation? Li Yu saw them this miserable, also did not say anything, but the heart of the Jiang Li's dissatisfaction invariably upgraded a grade. Since the Yellow Hairs they cannot, then find a more powerful people. However, he did not treat Yellow Hair and others, at least to their own work, so one person gave 10,000 yuan. Yellow Hair gave 20,000. They sent away. Then he found a long time did not dial the phone number, called the past. After waiting for a while, the phone was connected, and a horseman's voice came from the opposite side, with only one simple word. I want to ask you to help me do away with someone. Li Yu didn't care about his attitude and bluntly stated his need. Send me the information. This is the last thing I'll do for you. Don't contact me again after that. The opposite party didn't refuse or ask more questions either. His voice was still as cold as ever. Okay, send it to you in a while. Li Yu agreed with alacrity, then ended the call and sent Jiang Li's photo to him. As for the other information, there was no more, as he did not check it out, but he did not care about that much. It was fine to leave this kind of thing to the other party. Seems to have seen Jiang Li's miserable general. He was in an extraordinarily comfortable mood, so he drove his Aston Martin out again, with his own money ability to find a few girls, accompanied him to play over the hill double dragon play beads and other sweaty fitness program. 8 o'clock in the evening. Jiang Li at this moment just finished showering. After all, during the day out of a lot of sweat, looked at the kitchen, somehow suddenly want to eat barbecue. Then he walked to the garage, casually picked up the Cullinan's car keys, drive out the door to find a roadside stand to eat barbecue. Only this kind of place. That flavor is authentic. Eat up to the strength. Drive half an hour. Jiang Li came to a nearby business's very hot night market. He will car parked casually on the side of the road, and then walked into a barbecue store, looking at the empty seat on the sit-up, and then according to their own preferences, before and after a variety of meat kebabs, wings, oysters and so on point of a table, perhaps the quality of the body to improve. His meals are also invariably improved some, but jerking, that's it, one string after another to be addictive. At this time there are a lot of people found him parked on the side of the road. Cullinan is also stopped to appreciate the photo. After all, this kind of car many people were born without. If this life is also very difficult to have, not everyone is like Jiang Li, can be selected by the system. After drinking and eating, Jiang Li finished checking out ready to drive back, but was attracted by a voice in the bushes by the roadside. Chapter 39, New Members of the Villa. Meow, meow. Jiang Li was just about to drive. His hearing had improved a lot after becoming a martial artist. When he heard a sound coming from the grass next to his car, it seemed to be a cat's cry, so he took out his cell phone, turned on his flashlight and slowly approached the grass. As his footsteps got closer and closer, the cat inside seemed to notice it as well and purred a little louder. Meow meow. This time Jiang Li was sure. It was a little milk cat. He decisively plucked away the short branches of the roadside, squatted down. This time he saw the little cat. It was an American short tiger spotted. Looking at it, it should only be about 1 or 2 months. Milky. Jiang Li directly reached out and grabbed him out, and the little milk cat sensed that he was vacating the ground, and also flopping its paws, but it didn't do any good, but instead, it seemed to be very adorable. Little one, did you get lost? This place can be too dangerous. Come on, go with my family. Jiang Li himself was quite fond of these small animals, and this just happened to come across him, so he then decided to bring the kitten back home to keep it. His house was big enough for it to toss and turn anyway. He then carried the kitten to the car and placed it on the passenger seat. Who would have thought that the first driver would be a kitten? Although it was a bit dirty, Jiang Li didn't care though, and drove directly to a nearby pet hospital with it. Hello, I'll give him a checkup and a bath or something. Jiang Li carried the little milk cat inside the pet hospital and said to the staff inside, Okay, give me the cat. The staff came forward to receive the kitten and started a set of routine checkups, and Jiang Li was watching from the sidelines. The whole process lasted quite a while, but fortunately the cat hadn't been lost for long, and its body was healthy. Nothing was wrong with it, only slight malnutrition. Then it was given a bath, cleaned of ear mites and such, and the whole cat looked a lot more spirited. Then Jiang Li here to buy it to eat with the cat bowl, drinking water automatic water dispenser, kitten cat food, freeze-dried, canned staple food, cat litter, grooming tools, and a variety of cat climbing frame toys, and even drying equipment, all for him to buy all the work. Even if it is the staff is also relatively rare to see this kind of scene. but when they help to move the things into the Rolls-Royce Cullinan on the time of the Jiang Li, they do not know for a time, should they envy this little kitten? From now on, they went to the peak of cat life. After coming out from the pet hospital, because the cat had eaten a little something inside before, so this moment the spirit state is still good, even in the car to watch the outside, perhaps knowing that Jiang Li will not hurt him, so it also slowly climbed towards Jiang Li this side, and then it is directly nested in his lap. Not long ago, a person and a cat back to the villa, and Jiang Li sent the cat to the hall, and then got up to return to the garage to get its things, cat food, cat litter, cat climbing frame. The kitten entered the villa, began to be a little nervous, but a few moments later began to walk around to see and smell, but the villa is too big. A moment and a half it cannot finish shopping, to which Jiang Li is also a faint smile. I did not expect that the little guy is also quite big courage, so he began to install the cat climbing frame in the hall to it. Since the raise, that is well raised, there is a cat here is also good, will not be so cold. More than one angry in this. After the kitten strolled around, once again came to Jiang Li's side, so lying on top of the cardboard box that Jiang Li dismantled, as a small supervisor, supervising Jiang Li's work, and he will also take a small band from time to time to tease the kitten. Everything is so naturally beautiful. In a jiffy, after Jiang Li's efforts, a complete cat climbing frame was finally installed. This time the kitten also came to be interested, drilled into one of the cat's nest inside, poking out a small head from the hole, while Jiang Li took out his cell phone on the side to take a few pictures for it, to record the first day it came to the house. Today is the 11th, so you'll be 11 from now on. Back to make you an identity tag. Oh, from now on you'll sleep in that room. Got it? Jiang Li pondered for a moment before deciding to give the cat a name, and then arranged a room for it as its exclusive room, and put some of his cat supplies in it. As for the cat's nest, it's better to sleep directly on the bed. Chapter 40 Mansion Change of Ownership. A night without words. The next day Jiang Li was woken up by the sound of 11. It turned out that the little guy has long been up, lying on the door of his room, milky voice calling. Push open the door of the room. 11 immediately got up to pull his trouser leg. Jiang Li smoothly 11 picked up, and then poured it cat food, and he played with him in the hall for a while. It seems that 11's ability to adapt is still quite good. Change to a new environment also did not have a stress reaction. Perhaps it is the previous wandering outside has become more socialized. One day passed quickly. Jiang Li today drove a McLaren P1, the iconic smiley supercar, arrived at the hotel at 6:50 p.m. On time, went into the No. 1 box, waiting for Dong Mu's arrival, and instructed Wang Fugui to go to the door to wait, and in a while people came to bring directly to the box. The concept of time is very important to businessmen, so when Jiang Li reached a few minutes later, Dong Mu and his secretary also came early, just into the hotel door. Has been waiting for Wang Fugui will welcome up. May I ask if you are Mr. Mu? Wang Fugui asked tentatively. He seemed to have an extraordinary demeanor, and came at about the same point in time as Jiang Li said, but for some reason he hadn't personally met Dong Mu. He had only heard of his reputation. I'm Dong Mu. Has Mr. Jiang arrived yet? Dong Mu replied affirmatively, incidentally asking if Jiang Li had arrived yet. Mr. Mu, please follow me. The boss is already waiting inside. After confirming the identity of the visitor, Wang Fugui led the way, bringing Dong Mu and his duo to the entrance of box No. 1. He went up and knocked on the door 3 times to signal the door, then pushed open the door of the box and brought the duo inside. Boss, Mr. Mu has arrived, Wang Fugui reported to Jiang Li, and then stood by the side waiting for Jiang Li's command. Mr. Mu is here, please have a seat. Manager Wang served Mr. Mu tea, and this is. Jiang Li got up to welcome Dong Mu to his seat, then looked at the person beside Dong Mu. This is my secretary, Xiao Li, responsible for helping me get the information. Dong Mu brought up a simple sentence. Hello, Mr. Jiang. Xiao Li also greeted Jiang Li at this time. Although he was Dong Mu's secretary, he was shocked to see that Jiang Li was able to buy his boss's mansion at such a young age. He was also in awe and admiration. Hello, have a seat. Jiang Li nodded in response, then turned his gaze to Dong Mu's side. Mr. Mu, since we're already here, let's start now. We can finish early and enjoy the meal later on, can't we? Having said hello, let's get straight to the point. Alright, little Li, take out all the information, Dong Mu ordered. Okay, Xiao Li replied, then opened his briefcase and placed the prepared transfer procedures and his materials in front of Jiang Li one by one, then stood behind Dong Mu. Mr. Jiang, the materials are all here. You can check them and make timely changes if there are any problems. Dong Mu pointed to the materials in front of him and said to Jiang Li, after all, it was a $36 billion deal. It was natural to be a bit more rigorous. Being careful was the only way to make it last. Inspection is not necessary. I believe in Mr. Mu's character. To put it bluntly, Jiang Li is just lazy. Besides, he never loses. Then still afraid of what? Just sign directly and be done with it. He picked up the signing pen on the table, and all to sign the place very casually wrote down his name, and then one by one pressed on the handprint. That posture as if buying is a $360. Where there is a bit of caution, if it is not before Li Shouwen confirmed that Jiang Li really have this financial strength, Dongmu will think he met a liar. You have seen which boss signing the contract do not even look at it? If this has a pit, then not to lose money? No wonder Mr. Jiang is so accomplished at such a young age. Not to mention other things, just this boldness and courage is rare in Mu's life. Seeing that Jiang Li trusted himself so much and signed without hesitation, he couldn't help but utter a compliment. But it's just luck. Mr. Mu fallacious. I'm also just an ordinary person. Signed. The money I've arranged to make a payment. Mr. Mu can wait a moment. Jiang Li shook his head, but he knew how he got all this. Without the system, he was nothing. So he didn't think he was superior or anything. Ding. Chapter 41, Company Formation. Ding. Host consumed $36 billion. Rewarded $360 billion. 10 minutes later, Jiang Li let the system transfer $36 billion to the bank account provided by Dongmu, and he also managed to obtain a reward of $360 billion. He didn't even bother to look at how much money he had nowadays. Anyway, he couldn't spend it all. It was all just some cold numbers. Mr. Mu, the money has been called over. You can check and receive it. Looking almost done, Jiang Li opened his mouth and said, because he could tell that Dongmu was still a little nervous. This has been called over? So fast. Then I'll have someone go check it out. Dongmu had forgotten to ask Li Shouwen how long it took for Jiang Li to make the call. In his opinion, the fastest would take several hours, and he wouldn't necessarily be able to receive the money tonight, so he was a bit worried for a while. But he didn't expect Jiang Li to be so swift. This is only the past 10 minutes only. This must be how big background. How much ability to mobilize such a huge flow of funds in such a short period of time. Then he dialed the bank's phone. After confirming twice that it was indeed real-time to the account, he hung his heart down, but he looked at Jiang Li's eyes have undergone a subtle change. Jiang Li is like a sudden emergence of the same. Never heard of this character, but from his style of action, absolutely not simple. Mr. Jiang is really quick. The money has already arrived. From now on, Zhanghai Mansion will be under Mr. Jiang's name. Happy cooperation. Dongmu enthusiastically extended his hand and said, okay, the deal is done. Happy cooperation. Let's eat then. Jiang Li also got up to shake hands and smiled. Afterwards, including Wang Fugui and Xiao Li, a group of 4 people pushed cups in the box. The guests and hosts were happy, because it would always feel weird if only Jiang Li and Dongmu had dinner. After Dongmu left, Jiang Li called Lin Mengxiu over. I've already bought the mansion. Tomorrow you can get started on registering the company. I'll send you the address in a while. Okay boss. Although Lin Mengxiu was a bit shocked by Jiang Li's efficiency, but when she thought about how he could casually come up with $10 billion for himself, it made sense. Zhanghai Mansion wasn't just an office building. It was a comprehensive building, with the 1st to 6th floors of the building being a shopping mall, the 8th to 9th floors being a fitness center, the 10th to 41st floors being an office area, the 42nd to 71st floors being a hotel, the 72nd floors being a sightseeing lounge, the 76th to 79th floors being a restaurant, the 80th to 81st floors being a presidential suite, and the 82nd floors being a Greenland Mount Club, and the higher the floors were the more expensive the rents were for an office area. And Jiang Li was planning on putting up a new office building. The higher the floor, the more expensive the rent, and Jiang Li planned to open his company on the 41st floor, and a whole floor would not be rented out. After editing the location information and sending it to Lin Mengxiu, he got up and went back to the presidential suite. Because he drank a lot of wine before, he didn't bother to drive back, and ever since he bought the hotel, the presidential suite was closed to the public, and only he could use it. It is said that money can make a mill push a ghost. Lin Mengxiu didn't encounter any problems when going through the formalities. Everything went smoothly. It only took 1 day to get it all done. So then she directly dialed Jiang Li's phone. Boss, the company has finished registering. When are we going to open? Lin Mengxiu inquired. There's no rush. You first go and purchase a batch of equipment. Replace all the company's computers and stuff with the latest ones. Don't worry about spending money. After these infrastructure arrangements are made, you can post the recruitment information on the recruitment website. However, we do not want everything. We want to have real talent, to have work experience. Do not want interns. Financial. This piece of talent can recruit a little more. After all, we are an investment company. The salary treatment is unified as 5 times their original company. And then I'll arrange for you in a while. 3 people are my friends. Jiang Li instructed on the phone. Although he said he didn't rely on the company to make money, but he couldn't recruit all the crooked dates, right? How to say that he is now also a dignified figure. Open a company into this, say out not to die of laughter? Brothers, all in it right. Chapter 42, Roadside Attack. Brothers, are you there? Buddy opened an investment company, now recruiting. If you guys are willing to come, I'll bring you over tomorrow. What do you say? Jiang Li greeted his friends in the group again. Really? I think it's fine. I've had enough here for a long time. Fu Wenyan was the first to respond to the call. But I don't know much. What am I going to do in the past? Liao Ren also responded to Jiang Li. I won't go. I'm planning to start my own company too. Xinyi rejected Jiang Li. She also wants to try it herself. If it doesn't work, she will go back to inherit the family business. Okay, then Fatty and old Fu, I'll pick you up tomorrow, and introduce you to the general manager of the company afterward. The general manager is not you? Fu Wenyan asked again. No, I don't meddle in the company's affairs. I found a person who studied finance to introduce you guys to each other tomorrow. Jiang Li briefly introduced himself and ended the chat. Resting enough, he was also ready to return to the villa. Jiang Li from the hotel out, driving McLaren P1 in the main road sped, because today is a working day, and avoid the morning peak, so the road is very few cars. Jiang Li all the way to the green light. It is estimated that another 10 minutes will be able to get home, but just at this time, a black Challenger do not know where to emerge. The front of the car to the rear of the car of the Jiang Li straight into the past, wanting to give him a U.S. style Juha. Fortunately, Jiang Li has been among the yellow level of martial artists, reaction ability far beyond the ordinary people, but also has a god-level driving technology. See, the other side is about to hit. He still did not change his color and did not panic to perform a tail drift, narrowly avoided the other side of the car, and he also saw the car is a masked big man, did not hesitate to step on the throttle to accelerate to the front of the car, ready to get rid of the other side. The Challenger missed a hit, also immediately turned the car to chase up, staged a speed and passion. However, because it is on the main road, there are other vehicles, it is easy to hurt innocent people, so Jiang Li began to go in the direction of the countryside, while the Challenger is closely followed. The two people all the way away from the downtown area, and finally stopped in the countryside of Alon. This place basically wouldn't have people coming over on weekdays, and there wasn't any surveillance equipment on the road, so it was indeed a good place to kill someone. Jiang Li from the car down. He is not worried about the other side will have guns and ammunition and so on. At most there is a control knife. We must know that this is a dragon country. The ban on guns is extremely strict, all controlled by the state. Outside there is no channel to be able to transport in. Come out, have followed to here. Who sent you? Well, at least let me know who wants me dead, right? Jiang Li leaned on the car body and flirted. The pugilistic man didn't say anything. He saw Jiang Li get out of the car with his bare hands and without any defense, and for a moment he treated him with a lot of contempt, thinking that this mission would soon be over and he would be relieved. He pushed open the car door. No nonsense, directly an arrow step toward Jiang Li swept. At the same time his right hand clenched his fist to attack his abdomen. This punch has 20 years of kung fu. I do not know if Jiang Li topped it. Humph. And sneak attack. Not martial arts at all. Although Jiang Li spat with his mouth, his hands weren't slow. He directly blocked his punch followed by a smooth elbow strike in the middle of the opponent's chest to shake him away. Standing to be beaten is not his style. Jiang Li quickly stepped forward as a swinging fist was the other side to avoid, and then is a whip leg stacked with a whirlwind kick. On his current physical quality, these small moves to make, then eating a dove more silky smooth. In this way, the two of you back and forth, see the moves, playing hot. But with the passage of time the state of the two began to change. Jiang Li is more and more easy to fight, the more excited to fight, as if there is an inexhaustible energy, and the brain for the move to make the absorption of the adaptability of the upgraded a grade. On the contrary, the pugilistic man, the more he fights, the more he suffocates, because he realized that he is completely by Jiang Li pressure him. To know that he was a 10-year Special Forces origin, followed by going overseas to become a mercenary, and all his strikes were killing moves, but Jiang Li was able to press him against him, and from the excited look in his eyes, he didn't seem to have given his full strength yet. Adapted almost. Chapter 43, Storming Back to Kill. Adaptation is almost done. Then, it's time to end. Before the words fell, Jiang Li's striking speed suddenly doubled. The killer, who was already struggling to support himself, was even less of an opponent at this time, and was gradually forced to the side of a large tree by Jiang Li. Bang sound. The killer was Jiang Li kicked flying, heavily smashed in the tree trunk, fell to the ground. There is no room for resistance. Humph. Can we talk now? Jiang Li said in a cold voice as he came to a position 1 meter away from him. At this distance, even if the killer had any backhanders, Jiang Li could easily avoid them, so he once again asked who his employer was. You are indeed very powerful, not your opponent, but you don't want to get any information from me either. the killer finally opened his mouth. Jiang Li's kick had incapacitated him, and his voice, which was already hoarse, had a sense of coming up for air when he spoke at this moment. Yes, the person who came is exactly the person Liu previously contacted by phone. The name is already do not remember. Codename Blood Wolf. Special Forces origin later became a mercenary. He was once seriously injured in the fleeing coma. Almost hate the Northwest. It is Liu saved him, so he promised to help Liu unconditionally to do 3 things, and to do away with the Jiang Li is the 3rd one. So he came. Can't see quite a backbone. Since you are unwilling to say, then there is no need to keep you. Jiang Li saw that he couldn't ask anything. He was also unwilling to waste too much time around him. Directly one to his head was a horizontal kick. This kick he used his full strength. Directly the Blood Wolf's neck was broken, drooping aside, and the Blood Wolf was also killed on the spot. Although his hand was ruthless enough, but the first time he killed someone, Jiang Li's body had a slight uncontrollable trembling. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath to adjust his mindset, before he recovered as before. Looking at the corpses in front of him, he didn't have half a bit of guilty feelings. Kindness to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Since the other party is here to take his own life, it is natural that he cannot stay alive. But this corpse is a problem. Jiang Li sat on the grass, thinking about the next countermeasures, and then the aura flashed. Harm. Look at my brain. How to forget the system. System, can you erase the traces of the scene in this corpse along with the car? Jiang Li slapped his head. The system is so bullish. There must be a way. Otherwise it won't be fun to be caught stepping on a sewing machine at that time. Yes host, pay 10 mall coins and it can be erased. It won't leave any traces. Host can leave without worry. The system gave a response at the first time. Okay, then you directly deduct the corresponding funds, then directly start erasing. Jiang Li agreed very quickly. He also wanted to see how effective the system was with his own eyes. Ding! Deducted funds of 1 million. Gain 10 mall coins. Ding! 10 mall coins have been deducted. Trace removal essence in progress. The process lasts for 3 minutes. The system's words fell. Jiang Li saw the corpse in front of him was rapidly decomposing and dissipating. The traces left behind by the 2 fighting also gradually recovered, and the black challenger parked aside had already disappeared half of the ding. Clearing has been completed. The system prompted on time after 3 minutes, and at this time, if Jiang Li wasn't a party to it, he simply couldn't tell that there had been a fight and that someone had died here, and now everything at the scene had been restored to its initial state. Worthy of being a system. It's really reliable. It's over. Let's go back first. Jiang Li complimented the system once and drove towards the villa. While on the road he was also thinking about who would send an assassin to deal with him, and the first name that came to his mind was Liu. Things are starting to get interesting. Since you want to play, we'll see. Jiang Li planned to make another trip to Jinling University tomorrow, which happened to be the weekend, and pick up Long Yufei out of there, not for any other reason, but mainly to irritate Liu, wanting to see what kind of expression he would have when he saw that he was still alive and kicking. Why do I feel like a villainous character? But well. Chapter 44 Going to the company. But well, who let some people just so unenlightened it? Living well doesn't smell good? When going back there were no other accidents. Jiang Li was not caught stepping on the sewing machine. Everything seemed to have never happened. It seems that the system not only wiped out the traces of the scene, even the chase on the road was also wiped out. Driving the car into the garage, Jiang Li returned to the hall. When 11 came out from inside the cat's nest on the cat climbing frame, circling around his legs and rubbing furiously for a meal, as if welcoming him home, he squatted down and stretched out his hand to touch 11's little head, and then gently carried 11 to the sofa, and went to the bathroom to take a shower. After all, after a fight, the body is too dirty. Take a shower to remove bad luck first. The stars turn, day and night change. Time quickly came to the next day. Jiang Li stretched a lazy waist. A carp jumped up directly from the bed. Yesterday promised the fat man and the old Futu people. Take them to the company. Now the time is almost. Today Jiang Li is a Japanese casual dress. After all, can not wear a suit every day is not it? Besides, he is the boss. How comfortable how to come. Fatty, old Fu, up or not. Say goodbye to my company for a while. Jiang Li and the group ate the 2 of them. Where's the address? I'll see if it's close to my place. Fu Wenyan replied. 41st floor of Zhonghai building. Jiang Li sent a location in the group. It's not far from me. I'll take a taxi directly over there. You can pick up Fatty. See you at the door later. Fu Wenyan clicked on the positioning and compared it. It was about a 40-minute drive. Okay, you can go in first. The entire 41st floor is mine. Just report my name when you go in. Jiang Li instructed. Then dialed Fatty Liao Ren's phone. This guy wouldn't still be sleeping, right? 2 minutes later. Who is it? Liao Ren asked in a daze after connecting. Fatty, get up. I'll come over later to pick you up and go to my company. If you're not up by the time I get there, then you'll be waiting for your ass to explode. Jiang Li threatened fiercely and then hung up the phone. After the arrangements were made, he came to the garage, got into the Porsche 918, and sped all the way there. Previously agreed to give this car to Lin Mengqiu. It's just that he drove it over to her today, saving himself from having to make another trip. Anyway, he now has a lot of cars, and to be honest, he is not very fond of Porsche. Simply give it to someone else. An hour later, the two successfully arrived at the Shanghai building. This way the fat man in the car. This touch that knock. Can be too rare this car? The eyes as if they saw a naked beauty. But Jiang Li suddenly said this car later to give away. Almost did not choke him to death. Brotherly, fatty, here. The duo had just walked through the gate when Fu Wenyan, who had been waiting for a long time, waved and shouted at them, attracting the duo's attention. Didn't I tell you to go up first? Why are you waiting here? Jiang Li brought Fatty over and gave him a light pat on the shoulder. It's fine, not bad this time. This is not waiting for you guys to come over together. I go up alone. Strange. Fu Wenyan scratched his head and said, okay, then go up together. Jiang Li nodded, and then led the two to take the elevator straight to the 41st floor. Ding! The elevator doors opened and the three of them managed to arrive at the 41st floor. This entire floor was the territory of Zhang's investment. Apart from Jiang Li, the two of them looked dumbfounded for a moment. This was too big, right? It really is a trenchless 10,000 evil capitalists. Boss, why did you come over? At this time, Lin Mengqiu happened to come out from the company, and saw the three people in front of the elevator. Fixed his eyes. The person in the lead is not Jiang Li, right? Fatty and old Fu looked at the sound of the voice, only to see a tall beauty wearing a straight OL uniform slowly walking towards them. For a moment they all looked dumbfounded, and then reacted to the fact that just now she was shouting towards Jiang Li as the boss? That means this is the general manager that Jiang Li was talking about? Well, I happen to bring two friends over today. Let me introduce. This is Fu Wenyan. This is Liao Run. This is the general manager of my company I told you about before. Lin Mengqiu. Jiang Li first introduced the fatty duo, and then introduced them to Lin Mengqiu. Hello guys. Lin Mengqiu smiled and nodded at the duo. Good day Manager Lin. The duo also responded politely. Mengqiu Chapter 45, Meeting the Blackmailer Old Man Again. Mengqiu Nah, this is for you. Jiang Li casually handed over the Porsche 918's car keys. Lin Mengqiu took it with a puzzled face, then seemed to remember something, then looked at Jiang Li with wide eyes and a surprised face, as if confirming if it was the same as what she thought. It's what you think. The Porsche 918 that I promised to reward you with before. It's parked behind. The car key is also given to you. In the future this car is yours. Jiang Li was amused by her appearance and patiently explained. He. Boss, you are so handsome. It's the best boss in the world. Lin Mengqiu hemmed and hawed and complimented her twice, not expecting that Jiang Li would actually do what he said he would do and give her the car. And it was so efficient, not dragging his feet at all. Let's go inside. It's not a good idea to stand at the door all the time. Jiang Li took the lead and raised his feet towards the company's front door. Lin Mengqiu followed closely behind, leaving only Fatty and old Fu petrified in place. Fatty? I didn't see it wrong, did I? The Porsche 918 was just given away? Old Fu turned his head to look at Fatty's unbelievable face. It's true. I heard Jiang Li say it when I was in the car. I didn't realize it was given to Manager Lin, but I hate that I'm not a daughter nah. The fat man spouted nonsense in a serious manner. Roll. You are a female is also a female fat man. Hurry up and go in. I guess Jiang Li let us come over as something to arrange. Old Fu was flashed by the fat man's sudden flurry and hurriedly urged him to follow Jiang Li's footsteps. Mengqiu, these two people are not from finance majors, but they both have a skill. I'm going to let them temporarily study with you for a while. It's not that tiring to have two more people to share the load for you, so let's give them both an assistant manager position. Jiang Li said to Lin Mengqiu as he sat on the leather sofa in the general manager's office. Okay, I'll listen to the boss. By the way boss, the equipment you asked me to order before are already being installed. When are we going to start recruiting? Lin Mengqiu thought for a moment or listened to Jiang Li's opinion. Then let's start today. It just so happens that both of them are here. Just follow what I told you before. Jiang Li nodded slightly, then clapped his hands and decided. Fatty, old Fu, you two will be the assistant manager of the company in the future. During this period of time first learn from Mengqiu, and by the way, help out. If there's any problem that can't be solved you can look for me. I still have things to do so I'll leave first. Okay, no problem. Okay. The two of them nodded their heads and said that they accepted this arrangement. How to say that it was also a manager, and they can also stay with a beautiful woman like Lin Mengqiu. Why should they refuse? After all the arrangements were made, Jiang Li took a car back to the villa, because his car was given to Lin Mengqiu, so he redrove a Lamborghini Aventador SVJ63 Special Edition. This car is to commemorate the year of Lamborghini's founding in 1963. Limited to 63 units. Power. The Lamborghini Aventador SVJ63 Special Edition is equipped with a 6.5 LV12 naturally aspirated engine, with a maximum power of 5.5 aspirated engine, which has a maximum power of 566 kilowatts and peak torque of 720 Nm, paired with a 7-speed ISR gearbox. The Lamborghini Aventador SVJ63 doesn't have any adjustable powerplant configuration, so this means that every new car has the same performance figures, which translates into a more straightforward performance statistic. The Lamborghini Aventador SVJ63 Roadster can accelerate to 100 km per hour in 2.9 seconds, and has a top speed of more than 350 km per hour. The top speed is over 350 km per hour. Driving down the road, Jiang Li once again met the old man who blackmailed him for $20,000 last time. Still in the same place, still the same trick, but this time Jiang Li wouldn't spoil him. He opened his cell phone and started to take a video. Then he once again came to the old man's side, squatted down and faintly said, "Yo, what a coincidence, why are you down again?" As soon as the old man heard that someone had come over, he turned his head to see that it was actually Jiang Li again, and for a moment he froze, thinking to himself that this thing had repeat customers. He had pitted Jiang Li 20,000 last time, and he still dared to come. How can he say more this time? Good to people nah, hit people la. After a short period of stunned, old man began to sell misery, began to shout, trying to attract the passing masses over. By then Jiang Li wanna run cannot run, no defense, but the truth will really be as he thought of that. Chapter 46 Sentencing for 1 year, awarding $10 million. Jiang Li directly interrupted the old man's skillful precession and calmly said, "Don't shout, I'll help you up." Then also, regardless of whether he agreed or not, directly pulled him up. The old man was not happy. His purpose has not yet reached it. How can easily admit defeat? So he died grabbing Jiang Li's arm. Splashy in general said, "Today there is not a 20,000. No, 200,000. You do not want to go. 200,000? How about this? I'll give you 2 million directly. How about it?" Jiang Li looked at the old man playfully. "You're really a fool with a lot of money. In that case, it's 2 million. If you don't give it, I'll go to court to sue you." When the old man heard this, he was instantly happy. There are still people giving away money these days? Okay, it's still the same account, right? He had given money to the old man when he was blackmailed for $20,000 before, and still had the other party's account. That's right, it's still the same one. Call me now. The old man seemed to be showing off his loot. Jiang Li directly let the system hit the old man with 2 million over, shallowly rewarding him with 20 million funds, and then looked at the old man with his eyes narrowed vainly. "Old man, you can let go now that the money has hit the past, right? You said you hit it? Wait for me to make a call and ask." The old man was still worried that Jiang Li had lied to him, so he pulled out his cell phone and called to verify. And at this time, Jiang Li also sent a location to the group of law firms and edited a message to send out. "Anyone who's free now can come over. I have a case to deal with here." A minute later the old man finished verifying. His face was full of smiles. The folds on his face were piled up. He released his grip on Jiang Li's hand and was ready to bolt. Would Jiang Li let him go at this time? Of course not. "Old man, you want to run away after taking the money? Do you really think this money is so easy to take?" he said indifferently, without a bit of emotion. He remembered how this guy pitched himself in the beginning. If he didn't give him a bit of a lesson today, where would he be able to stand up to his previous self and those who had been victimized? "What do you want to do? I advise you not to mess around." The old man turned his head to see Jiang Li's eyes staring at him with cold eyes. For a moment he was also a bit scared. He was afraid that Jiang Li would open something in a hurry. "If you don't want to be missing arms and legs, just stand still for me." Jiang Li is also lazy to talk nonsense with him. He still have to wait a while for the firm's people. They have not yet arrived. How can he let him run away? He is so hard to stumble upon. 20 minutes later, for Rolls-Royce formed a small fleet parked in the parking space next to Jiang Li. Then the car came down 15 or 16 people in suits. The leader is a simple and with a little sultry man. The people are exactly Zhang Wei and his team members. After seeing Jiang Li's message he immediately brought people over. As for the Rolls-Royce, that was what Jiang Li had matched them with. In his words, he couldn't afford to lose in terms of momentum as well, so he matched them with 5 Rolls-Royces. "Good day, boss." The crowd came in front of Jiang Li and greeted in unison. The poker face was still sufficient. At this time, the pedestrians passing by also stopped. They smelled the flavor of melons and intended to be a wave of melon eaters. "Lawyer Zhang, you also came. I have a case here. This old man is here to touch porcelain, pretend to fall to deceive people to come forward to help up, but after biting back, said the other party knocked him down, so that the compensation, he just asked me for 2 million, has been hit over. I also took a video. Jiang Li nodded with the crowd, then looked at Jiang Wei and elaborated on what happened. When the onlookers heard this, they were stunned. $2 million. This old man really dared to ask for it. For a while, they all exited to crusade against him. Bad old man, bad. It's because of people like you that the current social climate has become like this. You don't have many years left in yourself, yet you still come out to wreak havoc on others. Boss, can you make a copy of the video you took for me? Jiang Wei didn't pay attention to others at this time, and was taking evidence first. Okay, I'll send it to you. How long can he be sentenced in this situation? How about this? If he is sentenced for 1 year, I'll send you $10 million bonus, 2 years for $20 million, and so on. No ceiling. As for how much you can get, it depends on your ability. Jiang Li sent the video to the group, then said to Jiang Wei and the other lawyer partners, "Boss, don't worry. If this case is handled by me, the other party will be sentenced to at least 20 years in prison." Jiang Wei was also happy to hear this. Patting his chest confidently, he said, "Don't worry, boss. I definitely won't let you down." The other lawyer partners were also pumped with chicken blood and full of fighting spirit. As for the old man, he was dumbfounded. Not only him, but also the surrounding people who were eating melon. Chapter 47 Athletic Field. That's fine. The next thing collectively will be handed over to you guys. In addition, the ones present today will go back and each receive $100,000 in bonuses first. Jiang Li sent the records of the 2 transfers to Jiang Wei as well, and then gave the crowd another wave of small benefits before leaving. What's this person's origin? Sentenced to a 1-year bonus of $10 million? Is their company still hiring? I want to go too. I hung the boss up and beat him up for 3 days and he still won't give me a bonus. The envious drool is coming out of my eyes. Directly until Jiang Li left, the melon-eating crowd started to discuss. There were those who envied Jiang Wei and the others for meeting a good boss. There were also those who envied Jiang Li for being young and rich. None of them sympathized with the old man. They all thought that he deserved what he got. Alright, all go back. Just take this opportunity to show the boss our strength. Jiang Wei watched Jiang Li get on the car and leave. He also led the crowd back inside the Rolls-Royce to fly away. As for our party old man, has been Jiang Li's this series of operating license will not. And look at the other side of the posture. Seems to be a big deal. Maybe he really have to sit in jail for 20 years. He is now more than 60 years old. Squatting another 20 years still come out? Don't die. No, cannot be so sitting ducks. He quickly took out his cell phone and dialed his son's phone. Son, Dad seems to be in a big mess. Taking care of this blackmailing old man matter. Jiang Li was in a good mood, humming a little song and driving to Jinling University again, ready to find Long Yufei and then stimulate Li Yu. Get ready. I'll be there in a while. He took advantage of waiting for the traffic light to send a WeChat over to Long Yufei. Why are you here? Long Yufei was surprised. He hadn't contacted Jiang Li in the past 2 days, and he didn't come when he opened his own live broadcast. But Jiang Li didn't reply to him because the light was green, and although it was cool to hit the steering wheel with one hand, it would hurt the glass hearts of other shared bicycle owners. Jinling University is not far from the place just now, so less than 20 minutes Jiang Li successfully arrived at the school entrance. Because he changed the car, so no surprise again was stopped at the door. No choice but to lower the window. This time the security guards who were watching TV also found him, and hastily got up to give him a salute, and then immediately lifted the lever will give him a release. Good guy. 2 days ago or Ferrari. Today is Lamborghini. This is really handsome. The security guard looked at Jiang Li's Lamborghini and said with envy. Since he didn't know which location Long Yufei was in right now, he casually found a parking space after entering the school and stopped temporarily, then directly made a WeChat call over. I'm at the school entrance. Where are you? After the call was connected, Jiang Li spoke while buckling the steering wheel. Me? I'm at the school athletic field. Are you coming over? Long Yufei answered truthfully. Okay, then I'm coming over. Just when he was on the phone, there were quite a few more photo onlookers around his car, but since there were people in the car, they didn't get too close, but it didn't affect them in the least to send out their friend circles to pretend to be pussy. Campus surprised with a limited edition Eventardo SVJ63. This he had already seen strange. Then he started the vehicle. In a burst of roar driving to the school's athletic field. The general layout of the university will not change in a short period of time, so Jiang Li naturally know how to go to the athletic field. At this time, Long Yufei was in gym class, but now it was free time, so she and her roommates were in one piece, sitting on the soccer field to rest, and what she had just answered the phone was naturally heard by them. Hooah. It can't be that handsome guy from last time, right? Still saying there's no catnip. People are coming to you. I'd like to see what kind of man can abduct our school beauty. Long Yufei turned a deaf ear to their words and even rolled her eyes at them. and was about to open her mouth when a roaring wave of sports cars came from the gate of the athletic field. Boom boom, boom boom boom. The roar of the sports car attracted a lot of people's attention. Long Yufei swept a glance. See, is not the last time that Ferrari. No longer pay attention to it. She thought it was someone else. Unbeknownst to. Chapter 48, Nymphomaniac Roommate. In the gazes of the crowd, a white Lamborghini appeared on the track of the athletic field. The person who came was none other than Jiang Li. But at the moment, he drove very slowly, because there were still quite a lot of students attending classes on the playground. So he didn't know that the heap was where Long Yufei's class was located. So he could only drive at a low speed to see if he could find it. After scanning for a while and not finding Long Yufei's figure, Jiang Li leaned the car to the side, then opened the door and walked out. Ignoring the gazes of the others, he pulled out his cell phone and called Long Yufei over. Where are you people? There are too many in this playground. What color are you wearing? Jiang Li leaned on the back of the car, still looking around as he made the call. Are you at the athletic field already? How come I didn't see? Wait, it's not like you were the one who drove in that sports car just now, right? She heard Jiang Li's magnetic voice coming from the other end of the phone, and also subconsciously scanned around and saw the white Lamborghini that was 70 to 80 meters away from her before she reacted. If no other car came in just now, that would be me. You saw me? So which position are you in? I'll come over. Jiang Li planned to walk straight over. It wasn't far anyway. It's a good thing that he's also wearing something more sporty today. Otherwise it would be a bit too out of place to come to this place in a suit and leather shoes. I'm near this bend. Here at the soccer goal. Just come over and you'll know. Long Yufei said her location. Right now this place is only their dormitory people. There is no one else. Come over and you will be able to see. Okay, be right there. Jiang Li hung up the phone after saying that and prepared to go over. But at this time a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his way. Handsome guy, can I add a WeChat? A very flirtatious woman held her WeChat QR code and came in front of Jiang Li. But since he was on the phone just now, she waited for him to finish before speaking. Jiang Li looked her up and down, dressed in a very spirited manner. That is, when you gaze into the abyss is also gazing into you. Perhaps if you are not careful, you will fall into her trap. However, Jiang Li felt that she lacked a temperament, a kind of youthful vigor that she should have at her age, or that she was pure and beautiful, and nowadays, her eyes were full of snobbery, and she had already been dominated by money. So Jiang Li did not intend to bother her. He was not interested in the gold-worshipping women were not interested, shook his head, did not speak, and directly sidestepped around her to continue. Cut. Bullish what? Who knows if this car of yours is rented? Old lady still doesn't care. After being rejected by Jiang Li, she was a bit annoyed and began to denigrate him, but he paid no attention to it. Just a jumping clown, 70 to 80 meters away. Jiang Li walked very slowly, graduated 2.5 years, back to the university again, and another kind of feeling. The campus is always filled with youthful vitality. They do not need to run around toiling for survival. There is no mortgage car loan pressure. It can be said to be the happiest period of time, and he himself also liked this atmosphere. A few minutes later, he came to the position 3 meters from the goal. At this time Long Yufei also saw him, stood up and waved. Today she wore a gray and white sports suit. Her hair was tied into a high ponytail, a proper sports girl. Wow, what a handsome little brother. Fifi, is this the one you had dinner with last time? So handsome? Fifi, you're not good. You sneakily find a rich and handsome. No, you have to help me ask him if he still has any friends and brothers and whatnot. Also give me an introduction. Right. I also want to. And me too. I have to have one too. Her roommates also saw Jiang Li slowly walking towards them at this time, and for a moment, they all felt like they were in love, and even became nymphomaniacs. Perhaps it was because Jiang Li had upgraded his physical attributes again before, so the proportions of his form were perfect, coupled with the fact that he had a dusty and indifferent temperament, as well as the confidence of a man who didn't change his color when a mountain collapsed in front of him. It was extremely lethal to these young girls who hadn't yet been introduced to the world. Hey, the saliva is going to flow out. Long Yufei's head was big, although it was true that Jiang Li was very handsome, but it wasn't as if he was drooling. Jiang Li, let me introduce you to. Chapter 49, People You Can't Afford to Mess With. Jiang Li, let me introduce you. These are my roommates, Lu Yu, Lin Ling and Jin Anan. Long Yufei introduced Jiang Li to each of the 3 roommates. Hello guys. Jiang Li nodded his head and said hello. He realized that the face value of this one dormitory of theirs was all very high. It was true that things were gathered in groups. Hello handsome. The 3 of them also responded in unison. But unlike the party, they were even a bit more restrained at the moment. why did you come to school? Only then did Long Yufei ask curiously. It just so happens that I have nothing to do today. I came over to take a look. It's been a long time since I've been here. Of course he wouldn't say it was to come and irritate others. Ha, was Jiang Li from our school before? Lu Yu reacted at this time and asked. Ah, really? Which class was it? Ji Nanan was also curious and said. That's right. I'm 2 terms older than you guys and I'm also from Jiangling University, so I'm considered your senior. Jiang Li calmly answered their questions. Soon a few people got acquainted. Plus Jiang Li's language is also relatively funny and humorous, amusing a few people with laughter. Jiang Li came not long. Another Aston Martin 1:77 drove in. This is Li Yu's car. Not surprisingly, he came to confess to Long Yufei again. Why say again? Because he has confessed many times. Every time ended in failure. But he did not give up. But instead, he came with vigor. Before he came, he had already confirmed Long Yufei's location through his dogleg, so he also directly parked the car right in front of a few people, and then came down from the car in a very dashing manner, and in his hand, he also held a Cartier gift box, which was obviously prepared for Long Yufei, but when he saw Jiang Li behind her, his pupils dilated significantly, and he was very surprised at Jiang Li's appearance. However, he quickly collected his mind and continued to walk towards Long Yufei as if he didn't recognize Jiang Li at all. But his change in expression just now could all be captured by Jiang Li. Fifi, this is the gift I prepared for you. Li Yu handed over the gift box in his hand, but the other party delayed in picking it up, making him a little embarrassed. Long Yufei frowned. She knew what kind of person Li Yu was, a proper playboy, relying on his family's money. He was making a fuss in school. She didn't know how many female classmates lifted up their pants and didn't recognize them after they were scourged by him, so she had been very serious in rejecting Li Yu every time, and had not received any gifts from him. Li Yu, I told you not to call me that. I don't know you well as I don't like you. Please don't bother me again. She solemnly rejected Li Yu once again word by word. Unlike in the past, this time he was rejected in front of Jiang Li, so Li Yu's eyes were a bit cloudy, and then used this to point the finger at Jiang Li. You rejected me so many times because of him? Kid, who are you? Oh, you don't recognize me? My name is Jiang Li, someone you can't afford to mess with. Jiang Li found it interesting that this Li Yu was even pretending. Joke, there's no one I can't mess with in this Jiangling. Do you know who my father is? You're just a dirtbag thug who came out of nowhere. Li Yu seemed to have heard a big joke. Jiang Li even said that he couldn't afford to mess with him. It must be that the blood wolf hadn't made a move yet, or else Jiang Li would have died long ago. Just don't know if let him know that the blood wolf he pinned his hopes on has died in the hands of Jiang Li. What will be his expression? Who is your father? Your mom didn't tell you. You come to ask me? Jiang Li was a bit speechless. Why don't you ask your mom about this and ask me? I'm not your father. The moment his words came out, he directly made Long Yufei and the others laugh, not expecting Jiang Li, who was so easygoing just now, to be so sharp in damaging people. You, what's the point of being smart? Let me tell you, my dad is Li Shouwen. Marriott's 7-star hotel is my dad's. Driving 2 broken cars and you really think you're a rich second generation of luxury. Right, Li Yu reported his old man's name. This is also the capital that he can make a fuss in school, and also the backing that he waved in Jiangling. Jiang Li was not so surprised to hear his words, but looked at him with a smile. Long Yufei also looked at him with an odd expression. Then Jiang Li teased, Li Yu right? If I'm not wrong. Chapter 50, one phone call makes you apologize. If I'm not wrong, you shouldn't have gone home or contacted your dad for a long time, right? Believe it or not, I can make you apologize to me with a single phone call? Ha 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 ha, who do you think you are? And one phone call to make me apologize. After hearing what Jiang Li said, Li Yu hilariously laughed, and in his heart, he was also thinking that he would make a phone call to Blood Wolf in a while to make a move against him in a hurry. Don't believe it? Then you'll see. Jiang Li knew that he would not believe, so directly took out his cell phone to his father, that is, Li Shouwen, made a call over. Beep, beep, beep. Mr. Jiang, what's the matter? Is your deal with Mr. Mu still going well? The phone rang for a while before connecting, and a slightly curt voice came from Li Shouwen. The deal has been completed. Now there's something I want to ask Mr. Li, do you have a son named Li Yu, a senior at Jiangling University? Jiang Li got to the point and gave Li Yu's information. Li Yu saw Jiang Li pretending to really be on the phone. He was full of disdain, but when he heard Jiang Li call the other party Mr. Li, and also said his information, he was a little puzzled. This guy was calling his dad? How could it be? It must be a fake. How could he be related to his dad? Yes, Mr. Jiang, what's wrong? Is it you or where he offended you? Li Shouwen heard Jiang Li accurately say Li Yu's information suddenly feel bad. His son what urine he naturally clear. Provoke other people he can still spend some money to smooth things out. But this Jiang Li before and after the hundreds of words spent, more than he has money. How to smooth things out? He's harassing my friend and speaking out against me. I hope Mr. Li can give him a call and let him apologize to my friend. He's in front of me now. Jiang Li didn't tell the matter of Li Yu buying a murderer, so he didn't ask Li Yu to apologize to him, and he asked him to apologize to Long Yufei. As for Li Yu, well, he was prepared to deal with it on his own. He is not a saintly mother and a good person. Since he is sure that it is him, then find a time to eliminate the roots. Well, Mr. Jiang is really sorry. I'll call him. Some other day I'll bring him personally to your door to make amends and apologize. Mr. Jiang mustn't be general with him. Li Xiuwen apologized over the phone one after another, then ended the call with Jiang Li. Kid, pretending is also quite. Li Yu is opening his mouth ready to taunt Jiang Li. His phone rings, pull out the cell phone to see, but it is his dad called. Surprised at a glance at Jiang Li, which pressed the answer button. Brat, are you in trouble again? You rebellious son. If you're in front of me I'll have to treat you to a meal of my newly purchased belts. The phone was connected to the opposite side of the phone came Li Xiuwen's angry cursing voice. The sound of the voice of the big did not open the speakerphone. A few people heard. Dad, what are you mad? What did I do me? You make a special call to scold me? Li Yu stiffly interrupted Li Xiuwen's crazy output. How dare you ask? Did you provoke a young man named Jiang Li? It's this young man in front of you now. He's someone that I wouldn't even dare to offend easily. You brat. The little relationship I managed to build with him was lost to you. Li Xiuwen scolded for a while before getting to the point. Dad, what are you talking about, Dad? He's just a thuggish young man. Why can't we afford to mess with him? Are you senile? Li Yuming obviously do not believe that this is true. To know that he has already found someone to do away with each other. What do you know? Jiang was not long ago the full payment of 30 billion. To buy my hotel, only a few minutes on the payment to the account. And I heard that in the past 2 days and spent 35 billion to buy the Shanghai building. The same as a one-time payment. This is what the background, what the energy of the characters, not to mention you. That is, I cannot afford to mess with. Can only go to make good. You now hurry to apologize. If you do not have to obtain the forgiveness of the total of the Jiang, then you can't come back. I will notify down and freeze all your cards. Li Xiuwen scolded sternly. What? You said he bought our hotel? Li Yu was stunned by his dad's words, and only then did he react. No wonder Jiang Li had that look and said that at first, so the other party really knew his old man. Jiang Li watched from the side as Li Yu's face changed, in stark contrast to the kind of high and mighty he was when he arrived. And Jiang Li was pondering what to do to God forbid. Chapter 51 Magic Shape Change. System. Is there any skill that can change one's appearance? The kind that changes from head to toe from the inside out? Jiang Li silently asked in his heart. Host. There is. Recommended to purchase the skill, Magic Shape Change, from the mall. The skill can change appearance at will according to the host's wishes. Not only physical features, voice fingerprints will also change. You can use it 3 times a week for free. The length of one time is no more than 24 hours. More than 3 times you need to pay mall coins in order to continue to use it. After listening to the system's introduction, Jiang Li nodded slightly, since he had already found a way. He would do away with Li Yu tonight, lest he raise a tiger to create trouble for himself. Afterwards, the traces will be erased, and then it will truly be a godless death without evidence. There is not even a body. How can he be suspected? System to buy, Magic Shape Change. How many mall coins are needed? Jiang Li looked for himself. Directly ask the system is more convenient. 1,000 mall coins. Okay, then you directly deduct the funds. Then buy, Magic Shape Change. Jiang Li nodded. 100 million would be acceptable. Ding. Deduct 100 million funds. Gain 1,000 mall coins. Deduct 1,000 mall coins and obtain the skill, Magic Shape Change. When he finished buying the skill, Li Yu also accepted the matter under his father's lecture. After hanging up the phone, hesitated for a moment, but thinking that if he didn't apologize he would have all his funds frozen. He still chose to come in front of Li Yu, but it was always someone else who apologized to him, so he stammered for half a day before he spoke. Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry, it's me who offended you with my eyes. Please don't take it personally. He remembered that this was how others used to apologize and he imitated it. Don't apologize to me, go apologize to her. And don't bother her anymore in the future, or you'll know the consequences yourself. Jiang Li didn't accept his apology. Instead, he told him to go apologize to Long Yufei. After all, he had been harassing people for a long time, so apologizing was appropriate. Miss Long, I'm sorry, I was wrong before. I won't harass you in the future. There's no way. It's not the first time anyway. Apologizing is apologizing. So he turned his head to Long Yufei and did it again. The Linling Luyu several people on the side had been dumbfounded. This Jiang Li was also too bullish, right? Really a phone call let Li Yu obediently apologize. What kind of strength background does this have to be able to do that? As long as you don't bother me again in the future. Long Yufei opened her mouth at the right time, sort of accepting his apology. At the same time, she also became more curious about Jiang Li. Although she already knew that he was the owner of the Marriott Hotel, she always felt that what she knew was just the tip of the iceberg, and that this person was full of mystery. Mr. Jiang, then do you think I can go now? Li Yu weakly asked. He just wanted to hurry up and leave, then go back and ask his dad for more details. Go. I don't think they want to see you either, Jiang Li said casually as he waved his hand. Okay, goodbye Mr. Jiang. After saying that, he flew into the car and then took off with a kick of the gas and swept off in the direction where his house was. Jiang Li, you're too bullish. This is the first time I've seen Li Yu soften and apologize. Yeah, seeing that stuttering look of his is quite comical. Lu Yu and Jin Anan praised Jiang Li without mincing words, coaxing him into an instantly better mood. So he waved his hand and prepared to invite the four of them to dinner. As for the location, of course, it's his hotel. Let's go. I'm in a good mood today. I'll treat you guys to dinner at my hotel. Eat whatever you want. No money, haha. Really? Wow. This is a mouthful. I haven't been to the 7-star hotel yet. Go. The three of them also knew in the conversation just now that the Marriott Hotel is now owned by Jiang Li. After hearing him say that he wants to treat himself to a meal, they instantly had two glowing eyes, and without any hesitation at all, they directly agreed to it. As for Long Yufei, well, they had already agreed to her by default. Bad. Chapter 52, Dark Moon, High Wind, Killing Night. Crap, I forgot that the car I drove here was a 2-seater. This way, I'll call a car for you guys. When the few people came to Jiang Li's car, he remembered that they couldn't sit in it at all, so he had to call a car for the few people and he drove there again. As for Long Yufei, naturally she went with him. After treating them to a full meal at the hotel, Jiang Li arranged for the hotel's car to send them back to school. He still had things to do tonight. It was night. Perhaps knowing that Jiang Li had actions tonight, the heavens were cooperative. The moonlight tonight was blocked by dark clouds, and it was a good weather to reach out. Jiang Li left the hotel, came to the garage. After confirming that there is no one around, he sat in the car to perform the magic shape change, only to see his body and features with the speed of the naked eye began to change, and finally became a face full of pockmarked face, yellow face of the middle-aged man with a mediocre appearance. His body shape has also changed a little bit, into a 1.75 m, thin and weak appearance. After everything was ready, he got down from his car, and then from the garage, randomly picked a Mazda that was closest to him. Jiang Li, who had god-level driving skills, was familiar with every part of the vehicle, so opening a car door was as simple as drinking water for him, and in less than a minute he drove in the direction of Li Yu's house. A gentleman's revenge. 10 years is not late, but Jiang Li is not a gentleman, only to fight for the night. The car casually parked on the side of the road. To his body now. Want to sneak into Li Yu's villa is not difficult. He intends to directly wait for rabbits, also save themselves out to look for the other, dare not say. The time he is more than enough. But Jiang Li was different from others. He wasn't afraid of being discovered at all. He even looked for food in the refrigerator, and then sat on the sofa to eat while waiting for his prey. 11 o'clock at night. The sound of entering the code to unlock the door came from the doorway. Jiang Li knew that this was Li Yu coming back. If he didn't come back he would fall asleep. He just laid leisurely on the sofa, but there was no light on and no moonlight, so he couldn't notice without looking closely. Damn Jiang Li, I didn't expect it to be a big deal. No, I have to call Blood Wolf to do it now. I can't wait any longer. Li Yu cursed while entering the house. Then he turned on the lights in the house. Are you looking for a killer? Jiang Li said calmly. What man? Who are you? Why are you in my house? Li Yu was startled by Jiang Li. Just now he had been immersed in his own world and hadn't even noticed that there were strangers in his house. He hastily backed up to the doorway, casually picking up a red wine bottle and pointing at Jiang Li with a nervous face. Didn't you find someone to kill me? Now you don't recognize me? That's fine. How about this then? Jiang Li finished speaking and restored his original appearance. This wave of operation directly scared Li Yu silly. What did he see? Magic? You're Jiang Li. How did you come in? You know all about it? Li Yu did not think that Jiang Li knew that he was looking for a killer. Then, so to speak, the Blood Wolf is not amiss or already dead. Alright, that's enough nonsense. Let's send you on your way now. Jiang Li slowly got up and looked at Li Yu as if he was looking at a dead person. Wait, Jiang Li, don't mess around. There's money. I have money. I can give you money. Don't mess around. Li Yu was scared out of his wits by the aura emanating from his body. He was just an ordinary dude. It was always him who threatened others. Why would he have ever thought that he would have a day when his life would be in danger? So he hastily chose to break his fortune to save his life. He didn't believe that someone would not be interested in money. I don't see that bit of money. Everyone has to pay for what they do. So please go to hell. Before the words fell, Jiang Li directly rushed up with an arrow step, breaking Liu's neck in his horrified eyes, helping him to start a new life. With a weakling like him, he was no threat at all, and one more move was a waste of time. System, remove the corpse and all traces of it. You can just deduct how much funds you need. Jiang Li casually took an apple and ordered to the system. Ding! Deducting 1 million funds, gaining 10 mall coins. Ding! 10 mall coins deducted. Trace removal in progress. He then calmly left Liu's villa and once again drove the car parked on the side of the road back to the garage, lifted the magic shape change and replaced it with his own Lamborghini to drive back to the villa. Chapter 53, A Big Acquisition. The night was silent. Liu's matter was quickly put behind Jiang Li, but it was just a jumping clown. With nothing to do, he called Lin Mingqiu over. Boss? Any instructions? Lin Mingqiu was very serious about Jiang Li's call, as he belonged to the kind of person who had nothing to do and was a hand-wringer. How's the recruitment going? How are Fatty and the others adapting? Jiang Li inquired about the company's recent situation. Now there are probably dozens of people recruited, still continuing to recruit. Your friends are also very serious about their work. The ability to adapt is still possible. Lin Mingqiu reported truthfully. Well, so, to give you a task, later I will play 100 billion funds to the company's account. You use this money to acquire other companies, as long as there is no conflict with our company friction, are all in accordance with the market value of the original price of the acquisition, or even a part of the premium can be. Do not have to worry about the cost of spending money is not available to find me to ask for. To acquire the words of various industries can be. Size does not matter. We want to absolutely control. It doesn't matter. We want absolute control. You are responsible for following up on this matter. Jiang Li gave Lin Mingqiu a new instruction. Since he had already recruited quite a few people, it was time to put them to work. After all, the company didn't keep idle people. Boss, did I hear it right? $100 billion? How many companies can $100 billion buy? Are we going all round? Lin Mingqiu blamed her ears for being broken. This was 100 billion, even more frightening than the 10 billion last time. Anyway, just do as I say. Just send out these people who have already been recruited. I'll contact you again if there's anything that follows. Jiang Li didn't explain too much. He was the boss, he said so. He then asked the system to transfer $100 billion over to the company's account. Ding! Host consumed $100 billion. Rewarded $10,000 billion. In the next few hours, the attention of the entire Jinling business circle was attracted by a newly emerging company. That is, Jiang Li's Zheng's Investment Company Limited. Lin Mingqiu, after getting the 100 billion yuan given by Jiang Li, began to make a big acquisition of companies at the same time as recruiting. As long as there is no bankruptcy, legally compliant operation of the company, have sent people out to negotiate the acquisition of the thing, and did not depress the price. It is very fair and even a premium to buy. The situation, there will be too. So a lot of billions of market value of the Jinling up and down by Zheng's investment acquisition. As for those tens of billions of companies, although there are also individual was acquired, but most of the wait and see, some of them are not sure of this Zheng's investment. I do not know whether he is going to rely on the industry to dominate the Jinling or to monopolize capital. At this time, Jiang Li unexpectedly received a call from Dong Mu. Mr. Jiang, how have you been? Ah ha ha. Dong Mu greeted him cheerfully. I'm okay, I should eat and sleep. What's the matter, Mr. Mu? What's the matter? Jiang Li salty snorted. Well, there is a thing I want to ask Mr. Jiang. In fact, it is also the other people in the group entrusted me to ask. That is, recently this newly emerged Zheng's investment in our Jinling is not a company under your name, ah? Dong Mu pondered for a moment before cutting to the chase. I thought it was something. This company is mine. I know what they are worried about. You tell them to rest assured. I acquired the company or voluntarily sold to me. Unwilling I do not force. Jinling is a big group of Jinling. How it should be still how it is. If there is a desire to make a bid, you can also contact me. Jiang Li graciously admitted it, and also directly pointed out what they were worried about. Since Mr. Jiang said so, then I'm relieved. Then I won't bother Mr. Jiang if there's nothing else. Dong Mu was also relieved, as he still had quite a few industries as well. 10 days passed by in a flash, and this morning Lin Mingqiu returned a call to Jiang Li to report on the work. Boss, all the companies with market capitalization below 10 billion on the Jinling side have been acquired, and 3 10 billion companies have been acquired, and then there are no more if they are further up, and then there is still 3 billion yuan left from the 100 billion you gave. Well done. You send me a list of the remaining companies that you didn't acquire. After that you organize these acquired companies and merge them, and from now on we'll be called the Jiang Group. I have a law firm here. Let's change them into the group's legal department, and then merge the Marriott Hotel into the group as well. You take care of that first. Jiang Li was still very cognizant of Lin Mengqiu's work efficiency. As for the next arrangement, well, Chapter 54 54 Years of Mao Tai. Since Jinling has been acquired more or less, then he is ready to expand to other provinces and cities, but he still needs to wait for a while. First do the things in Jinling well, at least set up the group first, or else step too big is easy to pull the egg. Jiang Li very leisurely lying on the sofa, 11 is sleeping on him. This period of time down, his trust in Jiang Li is visible increase. At the same time the little guy's body is also slowly growing up, the fur color is also a little darker. Mom, how's the fun going these days? He gave his mom a call over to ask about the duo's recent situation. Son, your father and I are now in the Imperial City. Just went to climb the Great Wall yesterday, but your father is exhausted, ha ha ha. Jiang mother said teasingly, that's because I didn't get used to it for a while. Don't you see I'm alive and kicking now? Jiang dad's voice retorted from the side. The Imperial City is also quite good. Nothing to walk more. Anyway, there is nothing at home. Have fun on good food and lodging and other things to find a better hotel. Do not worry about spending money. Your son I now earn a lot. You travel when there are like to buy also buy. There is something to be the first world to give me a phone call to know it. Jiang Li heard them play quite happy. He also assured, labor half life out to feel the different customs and people is also quite good. I know son. Don't worry. We will pay attention. Besides, this is not still your father in it. Jiang mother is very pleased. Think Jiang Li is really grown up. Okay, then you guys play. Simply chat for a while. Jiang Li ended the call, but he gave his mom card played 500,000, so they should buy and spend, even if not spent. Put on the body a bit of money can also be. It is the night. Jiang Li in the second floor balcony sipping red wine enjoying the moonlight scenery. This bottle of wine is exactly the last time Xia Xin gave him, but recently Jiang Li did not see Xia Xin. It is estimated to be relatively busy, right? But today he did see her home lights on. Said he has not gone to her home to visit the return gifted. How to say is also a neighbor. Nothing can also move around a bit. Send something good it. She sent the wine. Or I also return her a box of wine. System, 54-year-old golden wheel Matai. How many mall coins does a box cost? After a moment of contemplation Jiang Li decided to return a box of Mao Tai. She does not drink can also be given away. 180 mall coins. Okay. Then you directly deduct it and purchase a case. This price is more reasonable. A case of 6 bottles is equivalent to 3 million a bottle. After all, it is 54 years. Things are rare. If it is taken to the auction then the price will be higher. A few moments later Jiang Li holding a box of Mao Tai came to the door of Xia Xian's house and pressed the doorbell. Ding dong ding dong. Immediately after the door was pulled open by Xia Xian with a puzzled face. But he didn't expect it to be Jiang Li, so he couldn't help but be a little surprised. Jiang Li, why are you here? Come in. But she still invited Jiang Li into the house. Entering the house Jiang Li very naturally put the box of Mao Tai he was carrying in his arms on the coffee table, then sat on the sofa as if he was in his own home, looking around while saying, last time you did not send me a bottle of red wine. Well, this has not recently received 2 boxes of 54 years of Mao Tai. You get a box over, courtesy of reciprocity. Well, a box of 54 years of Mao Tai? Jiang Li, you'd better take it back. I'll take it. Xia Xian is not familiar with Jiang Li. This how to also have more than 10 million, so she politely refused. Harm, a box of wine is only, you don't drink it can also give it away. Jiang Li does not want to hold back again. Strange trouble, then changed the topic. Do not want to dwell on the issue of this wine. What are you busy with lately? Look at your appearance as if you have something on your mind. Xia Xian poured a cup of tea for Jiang Li, and when she heard him ask about his recent situation, for a moment she also let out a long sigh, and then began to slowly say, I am Open Clothing Company. Recently received a 300 million large single. Originally everything is very smooth, but from half a month ago, there are frequent problems. Either produced a large number of defective products. Is the production line equipment failure? Has seriously affected the progress of the order? This is from the date of delivery. There is still a week. If you cannot be delivered on time, then you have to pay the liquidated damages. Then don't you just open a few more production lines? Jiang Li didn't think there was any difficulty after hearing that. However, this requires another large sum of money, and my company is now unable to turn over funds. There is no more money to expand the production line. Xia Xian then said the current difficulties. I thought something was wrong. Chapter 55 $1 billion. It's a simple matter. I can help you. When Jiang Li heard this, as long as a problem can be solved with money, it's not a problem. Really? Jiang Li, but this needs a time quite a lot of money. Xia Xian heard a happy Jiang Li but live in the know. 1 villa. He helped himself if he said anything really solved, but when she thought of the number she needed, she was a little hesitant again. This is not a problem. Who does not have a difficult time? This way, You give me the card number. I will give you to play 1 billion. You see if it is enough. Not enough, I will add some more. In terms of Jiang Li's current financial strength, 1 billion with $10 is actually not much difference. 10 billion? Can't use that much. This is too much. Having 400 million is enough. Xia Xian was also by his operation to the whole num. Open mouth is a billion. What kind of ruthless people are, and with their own is not familiar. Only met twice only. It's okay, that much you keep as a spare. Card number to me. Now give you call. A moment still have to go back to sleep it. Jiang Li full of care is not at all pretend. That. You're just going to call me directly like this. Aren't you afraid that I'll take the money and not recognize it? Xia Xian asked tentatively. She couldn't figure out if Jiang Li had other ideas. A little bit of money is just a little bit of money, and I believe you. Such a big beauty shouldn't be able to do something so shameless, haha. He laughed and joked. Xia Xian's face slightly reddened at his words, but did not give the card number directly to Jiang Li but looked at him very seriously. How about this? If you're free tomorrow, go with me to the company, we'll sign a contract, then you can make the payment to me. This way it's also guaranteed for you. I can do it. Then listen to you. Just call out to me tomorrow. I'll go back to bed first if there's nothing else. Before leaving, Jiang Li also exchanged contact information with Xia Xian. Looking at the back of Jiang Li's departure, Xia Xian's mouth smiled slightly. The whole person was a lot more relaxed after the matter was resolved. She turned around and put the wine that Jiang Li had sent into the cellar, and took a beautiful bath. The following morning, Jiang Li was still dreaming when he received a call from Xia Xian, and confusedly connected. Jiang Li, are you up? I'm going to work. Why don't you come over with me? Xia Xian softly said. Well, then you come over and wait for me for a while. I just woke up. Jiang Li opened his eyes and glanced at them to realize that it was only 7:30. Okay, then I'll come to your house. Xia Xian hung up the phone and then took a handbag and went to Jiang Li's home. Anyway, not far from the next door. At this moment, Jiang Li also got up, but the sleeping posh he fried into a chicken nest head, to open the door for Xia Xian went all the time to make her laugh. I did not expect to see Jiang Li so funny side. You sit for a while, I'll go clean up. After saying that, Jiang Li went to change his clothes and wash up. Wow, what a cute kitty. Xia Xian saw 11 coming out of his room and was instantly mesmerized by his cute appearance. Who could resist a kitten? 11 saw a stranger in the house. Stunned, then carefully close to Xia Xian. See, she did not have other actions and a little closer. Xia Xian is also very gentle to reach out and gently stroked the head of 11. I did not expect 11 even directly jumped to her lap. Lying down. I didn't think that 11 also quite like you well. After washing up, Jiang Li once again changed into a straight suit. Hairstyle is also taken care of. Sweeping away the early morning of the sloppy disheveled look, the whole person's essence at once appeared. His name is 11. Ah, very good and cute. Oh, I didn't realize that you actually have a kitten, but also quite loving. Xia Xian spoke softly and smiled faintly. He's the one I brought back from outside not long ago. It's almost time. Let's go first. Jiang Li briefly introduced 11 then looked at the time as not early. He is nothing but also do not like to delay other people's time. Good. Then let's go. Xia Xian put 11 down and prepared to go drive, but was stopped by Jiang Li. Take my car. The two came to Jiang Li's garage one after the other. He casually picked up the McLaren Senna's car keys, and opened the door for Xia Xian in passing, then sped towards where Xia Xian's company was. Chapter 56 Duan Yushan's Invitation. Do you like sports cars a lot? In the car, Xia Xian turned her head to look at Jiang Li and asked in a thin voice, as she had just seen the clear colors of sports cars and luxury cars in his garage. Not bad, just experiencing what's different about all these famous cars. Jiang Li said calmly without looking away. Xia Xian nodded her head and didn't say anything else, and within a short time, the two of them arrived at her company, Jinling Yasi Clothing Company. Mr. Xia. Good morning, Mr. Xia. Mr. Xia. Xia Xian led Jiang Li to her office, and along the way, there were other company employees who greeted her, but all of them surveyed Jiang Li with a curious look, as if they had smelled some kind of melon. This was because Xia Xian had never gotten this close to any boy before, and someone had seen them getting out of a car. But Jiang Li had long since seen these eyes and calmly followed Xia Xian into her office, which was decorated in a very minimalist way, with a desk, cabinet, coffee table, large sofa, and some greenery, and nothing else. You first sit for a while. You have not eaten anything. I let the assistant go to buy back for you. When you finish eating we will sign the contract. Xia Xian thought that Jiang Li got up and came with himself. I'll also have to eat breakfast. Ah, okay, I'll listen to you. You haven't eaten either, right? It's a good idea to come along. Eat whatever you want. Jiang Li did not refuse. To be honest, he really did not have the habit of not eating breakfast. The contract is ready. Take a look. Xia Xin handed the proposed contract to Jiang Li. Let him check. There are problems can be modified, but Jiang Li can be lazy to check. The results of the contract to see did not see. Directly waved his hand, very dashingly signed his name, and incidentally pressed a handprint. No need to be so troublesome. The money will come in a while. Jiang Li pretended to take a picture of the account of the contract, and then let the system make a payment of $1 billion to this account in the past. Ding! The host spent $1 billion, rewarded with $10 billion. Alright, the money has been called over. Check and receive. Seeing that it was almost time, he turned his head to look at Xia Xin on the side, but his gaze was attracted by her pair of long black silk legs, and he couldn't help but look at them for 2 seconds. Ah, so fast. Oh, well, let me see. Xia Xin didn't notice Jiang Li's gaze. She was only shocked by his efficiency. At least it was $1 billion, but it was done in a few minutes, which made her more curious about Jiang Li. But the action in her hand didn't stop. She immediately called the company's finances to verify that it was indeed $1 billion that had been received. The money has been received. Jiang Li, thank you. She looked at Jiang Li with a grateful face and thanked him sincerely. You're welcome. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. He casually waved his hand, and with that, he got up and prepared to leave. I'll see you off. Xia Xin also got up and personally sent Jiang Li to the door of the company. This behavior again triggered a wide range of other people in the company's discussion, but they are all private gossip. There are also people who went to ask Xia Xin's secretary, and what they learned was that Jiang Li invested $1 billion in their company, or the kind that is unconditional, and all of a sudden they will not be able to make a whole. After leaving from Xia Xin's company, he was about to go home when he received a call from Duan Yushan. Old brother Yushan, why are you free to call me? Jiang Li teased. Harm. It's not that I've been busy lately. Jiang, old brother has been in the limelight lately. Your Jiang's investment is a big deal. Most of the companies in this Jinling have been acquired by you. Right. Duan Yushan also joked. It's just a small fight. Old brother Yushan didn't call just to flirt with me, right? Of course not. It's like this. Today I'm getting together with a few old friends. They heard that I'm on good terms with you and would like to meet you. So they asked me to make a call to ask if you're free to come over and have a meal together? Only then did Duan Yushan explain the reason for his visit. It turned out to be an invitation for Jiang Li to have dinner together. Older brother Yushan personally called. This face must be given. No problem. You send me the address. I'll go over there in a while. It happens to be outside. He didn't reject Duan Yushan. It's just a meal, it's not like he'll lose a piece of meat. And he can also get to know a few more people. It's also considered to be expanding his network. It's a guarantee that he'll be able to use it in the future. Chapter 57, Going to the Banquet. Alright, I'll send you the address on WeChat later. Duan Yushan saw Jiang Li giving him so much face. He happily ended the call and then sent the location information to Jiang Li. Honest Jiang Li, in accordance with the address given by Duan Yushan, all the way to drive to. Halfway to his phone ringing again. A look at the surprisingly Zhang Wei called. Puzzled for a second or connected. Lawyer Zhang? What's wrong? Boss, your bumper case has a new situation. The party Xia Laosan's son, Xia Wei, said he is willing to compensate you for all the losses, at the same time willing to make compensation, hoping to be able to reconcile the matter privately. According to my understanding, this Xia Wei is the chairman of the board of directors of the Guan Yuan Real Estate, but with his father's relationship is not good. Seldom in contact with, this time is also his father to find him. He contacted us, so I'm here to ask for your opinion. That's why I came to ask for your opinion, boss. Zhang Wei explained the situation succinctly. Xia Wei? Never heard of him. Do you think I'm someone who's short of his $2? Just do what I said before. Don't accept any form of mediation. What I want is to sentence him to as much as he deserves. Jiang Li wouldn't let him off so easily. Thinking about his own tragic situation at the beginning, he would never be soft on his enemies. Okay, boss, I know what to do. After confirming Jiang Li's attitude stance, Zhang Wei also understands the direction of the next operation. Solving the problem of making every effort to fight for Xia Laosan's increased sentence is over. After ending the call with Zhang Wei, Jiang Li dialed Lin Mengqiu's phone again. Boss, what's the matter? Lin Mengqiu asked in a soft voice. Have you heard of Guan Yuan Real Estate? Jiang Li said flatly. Well, it's a bit impressive, and I almost acquired it before. Does the boss have any instructions? Lin Mengqiu recalled for a moment before he opened his mouth and said, have an impression on the line. Give you a thing, the next at all costs. Give me a ruthless suppression of this company. From his partners, upstream and downstream, employees, the stock market and so on, many aspects. I want to see him go bankrupt and close down. Jiang Li is like talking about a very common thing in general. Lin Mengqiu is still the first time to see Jiang Li so against a company. Do not need to think much to know that this company must be where to offend Jiang Li. Okay, boss, don't worry, leave this matter to me. I guarantee to satisfy you, she confidently guaranteed. Although Jiang's group had not been officially established, but with the resources she now held in her hands, focusing her firepower to suppress a company was simply not too simple, or the kind that spared no expense. Okay, I'm relieved that you're doing your job. I'll give you a bonus after it's done. Jiang Li nodded slightly. Other than that, Lin Mingqiu was still very reliable. Thank you, boss. Lin Mingqiu heard that there are bonuses. The whole person with the same as chicken blood. Jiang Li out of the degree of generosity she has personally experienced. The other is still so. Send bonuses and will be less to wear? A moment of energy. 2 hours later, Jiang Li's car parked in a large villa, or rather a manor door, next to an eye-catching signboard, which is written in 2 big hot gold letters, Duan House. He was sure that he had not gone wrong. This is Duan Yushan's home. He was just about to call Duan Yushan to say that he had arrived, when the manor's gate suddenly opened, and an ordinary and confident uncle came out from inside, walking straight towards Jiang Li's side, and opening his mouth to inquire when he was almost in front of him. Dare I ask if you are Jiang Li? Mr. Jiang? That's right. I'm Jiang Li. Which one are you? Jiang Li looked at the visitor with a puzzled expression. Could it be that Duan Yushan had sent him? That's right then. Mr. Jiang, I'm the housekeeper of this manor. My surname is Yu. The master asked me to wait for you here. Mr. Jiang, please follow me. After Butler Yu confirmed Jiang Li's identity, he then said with a respectful face, before he came, Duan Yushan had explained to him that Jiang Li was a very young man in his 20s, but thinking that the other party was able to become Duan Yushan's seated guest at such a young age, Butler Yu naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to offend the other party. So it's Steward Yu. Then it will be hard for Steward Yu to lead the way. Jiang Li nodded and exchanged polite pleasantries before sitting back in the car, while Butler Yu got into a red flag welcome car to lead the way in front. Chapter 58, Casually Prepared. I didn't expect this old brother Yushan to be quite rich. The degree of luxury of this manor is not worse than my villa at all. It's even a bit better. After all, it's so big. Jiang Li followed behind Steward Yu's car, while at the same time, he was surveying the layout of the manor. 10 minutes later, Steward Yu's car stopped. Jiang Li also casually parked his car aside when he saw this, and then got down from the car, mentally extracted the Mao Tai he had previously bought into the car's trunk, and then naturally carried a box of Mao Tai out from inside. Mr. Jiang, we're here. Just go in ahead. Let me help you move it. Housekeeper Yu saw that Jiang Li still had something, very naturally came over to help with the operation, and Jiang Li was not polite. If he wants to move, then let him move. Then I'll be grateful to Steward Yu. Jiang Li made a polite remark, then followed Steward Yu into a large separate courtyard. This place was very different from the Western style of architecture outside. There were rockeries, ponds and fishes, pavilions, fragrant teas, a quiet and elegant, tranquil and secluded design of the national style. It should be Duan Yushan's handiwork. Master, Mr. Jiang has arrived. Housekeeper Yu took the lead and came inside the pavilion. At this time, Duan Yushan was talking with 2 other friends. Hearing Housekeeper Yu's words, he got up and walked outside, ready to greet Jiang Li, while his friends saw this and also followed him out. They also wanted to see what this Jiang Li was really like. Ha 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 ha. Elder brother Jiang, you finally arrived. Duan Yushan greeted enthusiastically. Yushan, old brother, this courtyard is good. No wonder you don't want to go to the city to live. You have a big manor. These 2 are? Jiang Li joked about Duan Yushan, then turned his head to look at the 2 behind him. Oh, Jiang, old brother, let me introduce to you. This is Zhou Yung, Mr. Zhou, the boss of Yuanhong Real Estate. And this is Tang Kuan, Mr. Tang, he's the boss of Shujiu Zhai, this of our Jinling Jade Industry. Duan Yushan sidled up to introduce the 2, and finally gave Tang Kuan a thumbs up. Jiang Li sized up Zhou Yung. He was not very old. In his 40s, his temples had already started to turn gray, and his body shape was somewhat thin. On the contrary, Tang Kuan, the whole person's essence was full of vitality, warm and moist like jade, and his age was not far off. In his 40s, he politely greeted the 2 of them. So it's General Manager Zhou and General Manager Tang. Nice to meet you. I've long admired General Manager Zhang's great name. Today I finally meet my father. I didn't expect General Manager Zhang to be so young. It's true that heroes come out of the youth. Tang Kuan recently could not have heard of Jiang Li's deeds, but had not seen him in person. Today's glimpse is indeed a talent. Mr. Jiang is young and talented. It is indeed remarkable. I heard that your Zhang's investment has recently acquired quite a few of our Jinling's companies, which is not something that ordinary people can eat. Zhou Yung also made a polite remark. Alright, let's go in and talk. Don't stand around. What's this? Duan Yushan greeted the crowd and went back to the pavilion to take their seats. But then he saw the boxes that Steward Yu had carried in. Oh, this is what I brought. My first visit. I was in a hurry. so I casually prepared a little gift. Old brother Yushan don't mind ha. Jiang Li then remembered. If he did not say, he almost forgot about this. Harm. John, old brother, you come also bring what things well. Said so on the mouth, but he proceeded to start unpacking. But when he opened the package to take out the things inside, in addition to Jiang Li, other people are exposed to surprise expression. This is Mao Tai, 53 years old, a case? Duan Yushan took out all 6 bottles of Mao Tai. Without exception, they were all 53 years old. What surprised him was that they were so well preserved. Mr. Zhou and Mr. Tang also went up to check some, is indeed the 53 years of the golden wheel Mao Tai, to the value of a random bottle are now more than 3 million. Not to mention a whole box, the value is even higher. Take to the auction. How can break through 20 million? Elder brother Jiang, do you call this a small gift prepared at random? Duan Yushan blankly glanced at Jiang Li. This gift he liked. He actually did not like the car as much as he did the wine. The car was for the sake of making a living. The collection of wine was his hobby, especially this kind of rare goods with years in history. Hurriedly reloaded, placed on his side. Zhou Yuanji and Tang Kuan although also love to collect, but this is Jiang Li gave him. They will not be able to open the mouth to ask for it. The gentleman does not take away the love of others. I don't know if Mr. Jiang still has this 53 Mao Tai in his hand? If so, I wonder if you are willing to bid. Tang Kuan opened his mouth at this time to ask for it directly from Jiang Li. In case he still has it? Yes, Mr. Jiang, if there is, I am also willing to buy. Zhou Yuanji was also not willing to lag behind and said, harm, but it's just some wine, if you guys want it. Chapter 59, Australian Mines. If you guys want it, I'll just have someone send it over to you later. It's just a few bottles of wine, not a big problem. Jiang Li looked at the duo's appearance. He couldn't help but feel a bit amused. At least they are old bosses with tens of billions of dollars. They can still get it by spending some time, right? Then thank you Mr. Jiang, we won't take advantage of it. We'll trade at market price. The two were also happy after getting Jiang Li's promise, but they didn't let Jiang Li suffer. They gave as much as they could, and a few people became familiar with each other without realizing it. Alright, all hurry up and sit down. Don't stand. Duan Yushan saw that it was almost time once again voiced out and opened the door for a few people to be seated, while he poured a cup of freshly brewed top-quality Dahompo for Jiang Li. Jiang old brother, truth be told, this time to invite you over. One is the two old bosses want to recognize you. Let's eat a meal together. This too, there is a project. Want to ask Jiang old brother, are you interested? The front padding is almost up. The atmosphere is also here. Duan Yushan also cut into the theme of today's party. Oh, what project? Old brother Yushan might as well say it. Not to mention, Jiang Li really came to a trace of interest. It's like this. With the presence of Mr. Tang, Mr. Zhou personal friendship is very good, is many years of old friends, so the three of us partnership, recently in Australia disked down a diamond mine, before and after the ride in almost 20 billion. This mine if all mining out of the words, leaving aside the return of capital not to mention the previous can earn more than 2 times, but this requires a lot of manpower, material resources, intuitive performance is the need for a large amount of capital investment. Our brother 3 a lot of fixed assets, the hand can use the cash flow is basically all invested in, so this is a total of a little bit. To see if Jiang old brother has any idea to invest in a little bit? Of course, we certainly won't let you invest for nothing. The shares will definitely be divided among you. Duan Yushan elaborated the ins and outs to Jiang Li, and then looked at Jiang Li with a face full of anticipation, waiting for his reply, as did the other two. I wonder how much funding old brother Yushan needs. Jiang Li thought something was wrong. It turned out to be just a diamond mine. As for making money or not, as long as he invested it then at least 10 times is there. Who let him be a hangman? Our brothers and sisters totaled it up. About 5 billion. If Jiang old brother is too much, can also be a little less? The rest we pad. Seemingly afraid of Jiang Li's refusal, Duan Yushan didn't say the words at once. Only 5 billion after half a day? So little? How about this? I'll put in 10 billion. How about it? He thought it was a huge amount, but only 5 billion after half a day of padding? Cough. That Jiang old brother. 10 billion. Too much. We can't eat. 5 billion is enough. 5 billion is enough. Duan Yushan had an embarrassed look on his face. Dare people think it's too little? He was still afraid of people refusing. Tang Kuan and Zhou Yuanji is also Jiang Li whole broken defense. Which businessman to talk about the project to talk about cooperation will be with Jiang Li so? Do not all hope that they are less to do more money, less funding more profit. Like him so spontaneous or rarely seen, perhaps this is one of the reasons for their success, right? That's fine. Let's listen to old brother Yushan. Turn around and give me an account number. I'll call the money over to you. Jiang Li nodded and said without a care in the world. He didn't even ask about the specific content of the project and the split. Ha 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 ha. I knew that old brother Jiang is a straightforward person. The others I didn't even consider. Really didn't let me down, ha 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 ha. Jiang Li's agreement to invest also meant that their project had been stabilized, so he was happy. Yeah, Mr. Jiang's style of acting is really unique and bold. Tang Kuan also raised his cup to toast Jiang Li, but it was tea instead of wine. I'll toast to Mr. Jiang, wishing us a happy cooperation in advance. Jiang Li was also very facetious, raising his cup one by one to return the toast, without the slightest hint of a lofty stance. There was no need to make enemies when these people could be friends. Happy cooperation. Old Yua, it's almost time. Let them serve the food. Duan Yushan looked at the time. It's already mealtime. The cooperation has been finalized. The follow-up to Jiang Li to make up a contract to transfer some shares can be. So the first order of business is to dry rice. Chapter 60, This is your Uncle Jiang. Dad, I'm back. A few people had just begun to move their chopsticks when they heard a pleasant and melodious voice coming from outside the pavilion, followed by the figure of a wonderful young girl appearing in everyone's field of vision. Duan Yushan revealed a loving gaze as he looked at the young girl and then greeted her as she sat down. Ninger is back. Then let's sit down and eat together. The person who came was none other than Duan Yushan's daughter, named Duan Ning. Zhou Yuanji and Tang Kuan could be said to have watched her grow up, so naturally they had no problem with it. As for Jiang Li, he was even more indifferent. Uncle Zhou, Uncle Tang, this is? Duan Ning sat down next to her father, greeted Tang Kuan and Zhou Yuanji, and finally curiously sized up Jiang Li. She was aware of the stature of these people on the table, and he knew both of his uncle's children, so he ruled out the possibility of it being one of their descendants. And looking at him in such a youthful appearance, it evoked her curiosity for a moment. Ninger, let me introduce you. This is your Uncle Jiang. Jiang Li, in the future when you see them outside you have to be polite. Know it. Elder brother Jiang, this is my daughter, Duan Ning. Duan Yushan introduced the two to each other, but he didn't expect Duan Ning to blow up. What? Uncle? Him? Dad? You're not mistaken, are you? How old is he? Are you drunk? Duan Ning felt that his father must be drunk. Otherwise how would he say this kind of words? Jiang Li looked just a little bit older than him. Let himself call him uncle. How can I call him out of the mouth? Jiang Li at this time also feels some sweat face. This next to shout themselves old. Heart secretly spit a bit. This Yushan old brother himself does not look good. Born of the daughter's face value is quite high. Features beautiful, between the eyebrows and a slight hint of ing chi. Body tall, muscle light than snow. Cough, cough. That, old brother Yushan. It's better to forget about it. It's fine for Duan Ning and I to be on equal footing. We're each talking about our own. There's no need to be like this. Seeing that Duan Yushan wanted to say something else, he immediately spoke out to stop it. The title was just a name. It wasn't important. That's fine. Let's each discuss our own. Duan Yushan saw that Jiang Li didn't even mind, so he couldn't say anything else. Duan Ning lightly hummed, secretly counting on Jiang Li to be sensible. Otherwise she wouldn't have called it even if it killed her. But she didn't expect this teenager who looked a little older than herself to be able to call his old man a brother, and she hadn't seen Jiang Li before, so it should have only popped up recently. So she tentatively asked, Jiang Li, what are you doing since you're fraternizing with my dad, how come I haven't seen you before? Me, recently opened an investment company. It's just a small business. It's not worth mentioning. As for old brother Yushan, it's not long since I met him, so it's normal that you haven't seen me. Jiang Li replied perfunctorily, but his words caused the other three to give him a blank stare. He had even invested $5 billion before dinner, and the market for Jiang Li's investment company was almost breaking $100 billion recently. Right? You call this a small fight? Then what are they? Playing house? Oh so. Duan Ning obviously didn't believe Jiang Li's words, and she had caught the expressions of the three just now. However, she didn't continue to ask questions and quietly ate at the side. It's almost time. I'll leave first. I still have things to do in a while. Thank you old brother Yushan for your hospitality. You can directly look for manager Lin of Zhang's investment for the contract. I'll greet her. After finishing his meal, Jiang Li saw that it was getting late, so he got up and prepared to leave. Good. I'll see elder brother Jiang off. Duan Yushan didn't stay, afraid of delaying Jiang Li's business, and enthusiastically sent him out. Old Duan, we're leaving too. The two of them, Zhou Yuanji, also got up and left together. Mr. Jiang, the day after tomorrow, I have a stone gambling convention at Shuzhuzhai. I wonder if Mr. Jiang is interested in taking a look together? Tang Kuan quickly caught up with Jiang Li and issued an invitation. Gambling on stones? Yes, I'll go over and take a look then. Jiang Li didn't refuse. He had only heard rumors of a poor knife and a rich knife before, and wanted to experience it as well. Then let's add a WeChat and leave our contact information. I'll remind Mr. Jiang the day after tomorrow. Tang Kuan saw Jiang Li agreed. Happy with Jiang Li's financial strength, maybe just spend a wave in his store? And also draw the relationship between the two closer. On Jiang Li, this kind of rich and refreshing people in their business circle is very popular. Who has not had a turnover difficulties? Okay, then I'll leave first. See you the day after tomorrow. After saying that, Jiang Li got into his McLaren Senna and drove away from the manor. Dad, what is this Jiang Li's origin? Why do I get the feeling that you and the two uncles are being polite to him? Duan Ning only opened his mouth at this time and inquired. To say that this Jiang Li. Chapter 61 Lamborghini Poison. Ninger, you don't look at Jiang Li, he is young. People also easygoing. In fact, he is ambitious. He said today at the dinner table, and you said that he opened an investment company. Just a small fight. But in fact, recently, half of the companies in Jinling have been acquired by him. The design of the various industries. On the preliminary estimate of the market value of his company will soon break 100 billion. And information about him simply cannot be found. The origin is very mysterious. Energy and financial strength. He acquired companies are a one-time payment. Billions and tens of billions are a one-time. We suspect that he may be from the imperial capital of a great family, but also a large family. The origin is very mysterious. Energy and financial strength. He acquires the company as a one-time payment. Billions of tens of billions of dollars are a one-time. We suspect that he may be from the imperial capital of a great family, so can make good with him to make good. Do not easily offend him. No, well. Duan Yushan seriously analyzed with Duan Ning, and was also reminding her to temper her nature in front of Jiang Li, or else the friendly relationship that she had managed to build up might be interrupted, which would undoubtedly be a loss. I didn't expect her to be so powerful, but it has impressed me. Duan Ning nodded, still a little surprised for a moment. Returning home, Jiang Li, very cozy paralyzed on the sofa, opened the jitterbug to watch the live broadcast, thinking that he hadn't seen Long Yufei for a while. He clicked on her home page, and sure enough, she was broadcasting live. Jade-faced Great Flying Dragon, sent, Carnival, X100. Jade-faced Big Flying Dragon, send out, Carnival, X200. Jade-faced Big Flying Dragon, sends, Carnival, X500. Jade-faced Great Flying Dragon, sends, Carnival, X1000. Click is a wild point. Directly send out 1000 Carnival. Long Yufei's live room heat in the next spike. A large wave of netizens came here, but it is to come in to see the special effects PPT. Waited for a while before sighing that it is finally over. Thank you Jade-face Big Flying Dragon for sending 1000 carnivals, but don't send any more. Oh. Long Yufei knew that this was Jiang Li's arrival, and for a moment she smiled like a flower, while using the other phone that wasn't live to send a tweet to Jiang Li. Don't brush it. Brush the gift, I'll let the platform deduct it to go. How lose ah. Big brother is here again. Flying Dragon Big brother, long time no see. Big brother, I now go to open live, can give me brush? Jiang Li naturally saw the comments from the netizens, however he ignored them and clicked on the message sent by Long Yufei, thinking that he was going to gamble on stones the day after tomorrow and it would be a bit boring to go alone. So why not just take her with him? Are you free the day after tomorrow? Go to a place with me. What place? I don't have class the day after tomorrow. Long Yufei once again turned off the live broadcast, simply lay on the bed and play with her cell phone. Originally she was just bored before opening the live broadcast. At this moment Jiang Li looking for her something, she naturally said business first. By the time you will know. Then so good. The day after tomorrow I go to school to pick you up. Jiang Li sold a secret, hanging her appetite. Shay, don't say it and pull back. Long Yufei returned in a modicum of rolling her eyes. After a night without words, Jiang Li got up and looked at the plain and ordinary sports cars in the garage. He felt that it was meaningless. He was already tired of driving them. It was time to get a new batch. System, buy me a Lamborghini Poison. How many mole coins does it cost? He didn't bother looking for Duan Yushan to get it. Buying it directly from the system was done. Lamborghini Poison requires 2000 mole coins. Okay, buy it. But it's only 200 million. Just sprinkle it. Ding. Deducted funds of $200 million. Gain 2,000 mole coins. Ding. Deduct 2000 mole coins. Obtain Lamborghini Poison X1. Jiang Li's mind moved and directly extracted the car in the system space to his garage, only to see a flash of light. A silver-colored Lamborghini Poison with red, white, and green poles around it appeared in front of him. The overall shape of the car was a forward attack posture, just like a fighter. Large size grille, fierce aggressive. Y-shaped lamps have a strong sense of technology, based on the bionic design of the shark fins to support the huge tail, which is also a metaphor for the car's power is not trivial. In order to make it run faster, the body surface of a large number of carbon fiber materials, and many openings and vents are also designed to extinguish the light weight of the body to make a great contribution. The many cutouts and vents have also contributed to the lightweight of the car. In terms of power, The engine is still the same 6.5L V12 engine on the Aventador, but Lamborghini has increased its engine power to 740 horsepower, 544 kilowatts, and coupled with a 7-speed ISR gearbox, this Poison can reach a top speed of 354 kilometers per hour, making it the fastest Lamborghini ever, and Jiang Li's dream car all along. Chapter 62 No Invitation? The next day, Jiang Li drove his newly purchased Lamborghini Poison to pick up Long Yufei from school. The fighter-like sharp look naturally attracted the attention of countless passers-by, who threw out their cell phones to take pictures and send them out in circles, and their mouths were still chanting, "I go, Poison ah." Family members, what do I see? Shocking, Lamborghini Poison has appeared on campus. Why is our school getting more and more ruthless lately? This car is now worth $200 million. The life of the rich is really colorful. Downstairs of the girls' dormitory, Long Yufei was already waiting for Jiang Li here. She was wearing an apricot yellow trench coat today, a super short skirt with a length of 2 centimeters above her knee, and dark coffee-colored boots. It was both beautiful and gentle, and it wouldn't be cold to wear it in this season. Everything was just right. Boom boom. In a roar, Jiang Li drove his Lamborghini Poison slowly appeared downstairs in the girls' dormitory, stopped in front of Long Yufei, and then got down from the car. Get in. Considering that she might not know how to open the car door, Jiang Li personally came down to open it for her, not putting her in an awkward situation. Thanks. Long Yufei softly thanked her. Then in the eyes of the envious and jealous crowd, she got into the passenger seat, and after Jiang Li closed the door for her, he drove off with her, leaving behind only a field of eaters. Why did you change your car again? On the road she asked curiously. It seems like every once in a while Jiang Li would change to a new car, because I got tired of driving the other ones, so I bought a new one to drive. There's nothing wrong with saying that. At the very least that's how Jiang Li feels. Where are we going today? Oh, you can always tell me now. She still wanted to know what Jiang Li was going to take her to, having thought about it all night yesterday. Gambling on stones. Ever heard of it? There's a stone gambling convention today. A friend invited me over to take a look. It's a bit boring to go over alone, so I found you to accompany me. He didn't sell out anymore. It was almost time anyway. Gambling on stones? The jade kind? It sounds like it's quite interesting. Long Yufei nodded her head, seemingly understanding. Quite interested in today's stone gambling. That's right, it's the raw jade stone. This is a rumor that there is a cut of poor, a cut of rich, people who don't have some strength to hold it. If they open it indiscriminately, it is estimated that their pants won't be able to keep it. Jiang Li gave her a brief explanation while driving. Half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of the Shuji Zhai. At this time there were already quite a few people gathered here. The entrance was even guarded by security guards. The crowd turned their heads when they heard the roar of Jiang Li's supercar. The ones at the entrance didn't have invitations, and could only wait for the start of the conference before they were allowed to enter. So they also wanted to see what kind of saint had come to roar the throttle on this kind of occasion. However, when they saw the Poison they all had the very discerning enough not to open their mouths. They weren't stupid. Was the one who could afford to drive this kind of top-class luxury car someone they could afford to mess with? This is not something that can be bought with money alone. Jiang Li casually parked the car in the doorway of the parking space, and then opened. The crowd present to see the car down is a pair of young men and women. Suddenly Bung Bu live. This is the rich second generation of the bar. At a young age, he had achieved wealth freedom. Let's go in. He came to the side of Long Yufei, calm and self-contained said, and was not shocked by the crowds in front of him, but Long Yufei more or less a bit of stage fright. After all, the presence of bosses in all walks of life, the body of high and low there is a little bit of aura, but the good thing is that Jiang Li is by her side, and soon adapted to it. Sir, please show your invitation first if you're entering. The security guard reached out to stop Jiang Li and the two of them at this time, and asked for the invitation letter, which was his job responsibility. Invitation letter? What invitation letter? Jiang Li had a question mark on his face. Tang Cohen didn't tell him about the invitation letter either. Then I'm sorry sir, without an invitation, you'll have to wait for the conference to start before you can go in. The security guard was also not surprised. These people from Minglu were all without invitations. Ha 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 ha. I thought how awesome this kid is, driving a supercar over here, but it turns out he can't even get in the door. He even brought a girl over to pretend to be a pussy. This time he failed to pretend, right? Beauty. If I say, this kind of person mostly can't be relied on. It's unlikely that the car is borrowed. You don't want to come over and go in with me later. Jiang Li was about to say something. Next to a young man began to madly mock him, but also aspect digging, like a fly buzzing around. He slowly turned around. Chapter 63, Who are you? Ha? Why is there a dog barking at the entrance of this Soyuzai? I don't know where the crazy dog came from, disturbing people's purity here. Jiang Li just looked at that person. and realizing that the other party was also a young man with a very lewd look and a big bladder and a big belly, he said with an expressionless face, "Humph, if you can't get in, don't block the doorway." I don't know where the rash young man comes from. It's normal that he hasn't participated in this kind of occasion. In the future, lay low, don't think about pretending all the time. The lewd youth was choked by Jiang Li's words and preached back. The others were also watching the fun and didn't make a sound. "Who are you? If you say I can't get in, I can't get in? Who do you think you are?" Jiang Li was amused by him. Still really taking himself seriously? "Since you're asking, I'm not afraid to tell you. I'm from the Jinling Wang family. Wang Baiyi is my father. Little master, I'm Wang Dfa. Wang Defa looked at Jiang Li with a smug face. His Wang family was also a named family in Jinling. Wang family? Who the hell is the Wang family? But it doesn't matter. After today there will be no Wang family in Jinling. Jiang Li didn't have any impression of what the so-called Wang family was, but since they had crossed swords, it was just a matter of exterminating them. He then directly ignored Wang Defa's angry eyes and once again turned to the security guard and said, "It was Tang Kuan who invited me over, but he didn't give me any invitation. You can report it. Just say that Jiang Li is here. Whether it's true or not will be obvious once you try." The security guard heard that Jiang Li actually called Tang Kuan by his name. For a moment he also stared with wide eyes. Normally other people call out General Manager Tang, Boss Tang, and looking at Jiang Li's appearance it doesn't look like he's joking, coupled with the air of a superior person on his body. The security guard decided that it's better to report it, just in case if it's really the boss's guest, and he stopped by himself at the door, then he can be honorably dismissed as well. "Okay, sir, wait a moment, I'll inform." The security guard opened the intercom and informed in front of Jiang Li, "Manager, there are 2 guests at the door, claiming to be invited over by the boss. There is no invitation. The guest said his name is Jiang Li. Can you let them through?" Shuji Zhai manager at this time is reporting with Tang Kuan to prepare it. Suddenly the intercom rang. A time Tang Kuan and the manager have heard the words of the security guards, while the original sitting Tang Kuan is directly stood up, and went towards the outside. Look at that posture is certainly to meet Jiang Li. Joking, they invited over the person. If you let their own security guards to stop in the door, to say that will not let people laugh off the teeth? And originally also forgot to give notice to the following people. In case of Jiang Li offended, feel that they deliberately difficult, that is really not worth the loss, so he has to personally go out to meet, in order to eliminate misunderstandings. As for the manager, the boss had gone out, he must have followed him over. He also wanted to see what kind of character was worthy of the boss's personal greeting, and he hadn't even seen it before. "The 2 of you wait a bit, maybe the manager is busy." The security guard saw that there was no reply from the opposite side, so he opened his mouth and said, "Ha ha 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 ha, kid, don't pretend. Come down. If you can go in you would have gone in. Still used to grind." Wang Defa couldn't help but open his mouth again to taunt Jiang Li, but the words hadn't even finished when he froze. Not only him, but also the others, because the rightful owner came. "Ha ha 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 ha, Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry, it's my negligence. I forgot to give you the invitation. I'm really sorry for making you wait." Tang Kuan came to Jiang Li with a bright laugh, warmly shook hands with him and apologized. The manager who came behind him and the security guard were dumbfounded. The security guard secretly said it was good that he informed. He didn't think that he was really a friend of the boss. The scene of the other people are also dumbfounded. Did not expect Tang Kuan actually came out to meet Jiang Li. And look at that worn look. There is a hint of ingratiation? There's no harm in it. I've also just arrived not long ago. Since Mr. Tang is here, let's go in first. Stretching his hand, Jiang Li wasn't that careful, so he planned to go in first and take a look. Good, Mr. Jiang, and this young lady, inside please. Tang Kuan brought the duo in personally. As for Wang Defa, he had long been confused. He seemed to be in trouble now. "This is my friend, Long Yufei. This is Tang Kuan. Mr. Tang is the boss of this Soyu Zhai. This gambling conference is also organized by Mr. Tang. On the way, Jiang Li introduced the 2 to each other. Chapter 64, Divine Grade Treasure Scrying Technique. "Hello Mr. Tang." Long Yufei greeted politely, while at the same time looking around curiously at the Shoyu Zhai in front of her. "Miss Long, there is no need to be polite. Mr. Jiang, the 2 of you can take a seat or look around at your leisure. I will come back to inform the 2 of you in a moment when the conference starts. I still have things to do, so excuse me for a moment." After bringing Jiang Li and the 2 of them to the box on the 2nd floor, Tang Kuan was ready to go back to take care of things first. "Mr. Tang should go and get busy first. Let's take a look around casually." Jiang Li nodded, not needing to care about these details. The box also has a lot of jade carvings on display. There are jadeite, there are also Hutian jade and Suet jade, carving dragons and phoenixes vivid. Long Yufei with a curious baby-like, here and there to look at. Jiang Li is in the seat to drink tea. Recently he also slowly liked the feeling of drinking tea. There is a kind of meditation and concentration of the senses. Ding! Detected that the host can currently add the divine grade treasure scouting technique. Is it added? Jiang Li, who was drinking tea, heard this long-lost skill tone and revealed a pleased smile. He was actually waiting to see if the system would trigger the skill, although he said he could also spend money to buy it. But where is the fragrance of spending money on a white whore? Add. He had no reason to refuse. The so-called skills, and the system's product must be a fine product. Don't want it for nothing, ah hey. After confirming the ad, Jiang Li didn't feel any changes in himself, and the relevant knowledge and experience didn't surface in his mind like before, so he curiously asked the system what was going on. System, didn't you say you added skills to me? Why haven't I felt any changes? Host, divine treasure scouting is an auxiliary skill that requires you to take the initiative to open it. After opening the skill it will work on your eyes, and detailed information of any treasures within reach of your eyes will be displayed, such as recognizing authenticity, identifying the year, or betting on a stone and so on can be easily scoped out. I see. I didn't realize that I still have to open it on my own initiative. Then how about trying this skill when I go downstairs to gamble on the stones in a while? Jiang Li revealed a look of realization after the system's explanation, and thought that the system was malfunctioning. Mr. Jiang, M.S. Long, the boss asked me to inform you too that the conference is about to start, so you too can move downstairs. At this time the manager came in to inform Jiang Li in a very respectful manner. Just now he had seen the attitude of his own boss. Of course he had to coax this master nicely. Good, then let's go. Go down and take a look. Jiang Li put down his teacup and brought Long Yufei to follow the manager to the first floor venue together. At this time those who were originally stopped outside also came in one after another. As the organizer of the conference, Tang Kuan came to the center of the venue at this time and delivered a speech. First of all, thank you all can take time out of your busy schedule to participate in this gambling conference. This gambling conference everyone can freely pick 5 pieces of raw stone in the venue. And finally to cut the value of the total, selected the highest top 3. There will be generous prizes. Picking the time of 2 hours of the raw stone, you can cut on site. You can also cut 2 hours later. Cut here. Now the conference begins. You can freely pick. Everyone can pick freely. At the end of the speech, the crowd first applauded enthusiastically, and only after Tang Kuan left did they scatter in all directions to pick their own raw stones. Ha 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 ha. Old brother Jiang, so you're here. At this time, Duan Yushan suddenly appeared beside Jiang Li and greeted him warmly. He was accompanied by her daughter, Duan Ning, but her gaze was on Long Yufei, sizing up this young girl who was even 1 point more beautiful than herself. Who said that only men love to look at beautiful women? Elder brother Yushan, have you also come to be interested in this gambling stone? Jiang Li turned his head toward Duan Yushan at the sound of his voice, a playful expression on his face. Is there anything else he's not interested in? At this time, Tang Kuan also came over and took over Jiang Li's words and started spitting on Duan Yushan. Go go go. It's not just that I shunned a few pieces of jade from you in the past. Is that so? Duan Yushan looked at Tang Kuan with a disgusted expression. What a lively ah. At this time there was another voice coming from the back. A few people subconsciously turned back. Chapter 65, Skill to Show Power. The person who came was Dong Mu. I didn't expect him to come to the stone gambling conference as well. Old Tang, old Duan, Mr. Jiang is also here ah. Long time no see ah. Dong Mu came to a few people and exchanged pleasantries. Old Mu, you've come all the way here. Why don't you go pick a few raw stones to try? Duan Yushan had a cheap look on his face. He knew that Dong Mu wasn't a connoisseur either, so he wanted to pit him a bit. You think I can't see that little mind of yours? But I have nothing to do, so I'll give it a try. Just take it as an addiction. Although Dong Mu spat at Duan Yushan, he didn't reject his proposal. In that case, why don't we go together and turn around to see who cuts the knife with a higher value? Is Mr. Jiang interested in coming along? Tang Kuan proposed and asked for Jiang Li's opinion at this time, and several people waited for him to take a stand. Yes, then let's go together. It's my first time participating as well. Consider it a stroke of luck. Jiang Li said so on his lips, but secretly opened the divine grade treasure scrying technique, only to see a golden light flash past his eyes, passing in an instant and not attracting the attention of others. The venue was huge. There were hundreds of stalls inside, and each stall had a variety of raw stones of different sizes, and they were clearly marked, and payment was required before they could be cut on the spot, or taken away. A group of people came to the nearest stall, which is placed with 100 or so raw stones, different sizes, prices are different, the largest of which that piece, foot half a meter high, the price is 8 million, but no one to trial and error. Although the presence of all the money is not bad, but spend 8 million everything open is a pile of waste stone material. It is not laughed at well. The right wrongdoer, Jiang Li by virtue of skills, one by one scanning the booth on each piece of raw stone, but there is no one to let him satisfied. Either is the waste, or is the value is not high, not as high as its selling price, which the largest piece. He swept a glance, only to see in front of the eyes popped out about its information panel. Jadeite raw stone, impure color, refuted, extremely low content, value 8,000. Good guy, this is a full 100 times worse. This if you buy it, but also really as a wrongdoer. Too little cute. It's a good thing. Jiang Li shook his head, and then led Long Yufei to the next stall. Continue to explore, but none of them let him satisfied. Followed by switching to the next, while Long Yufei was confused. She only saw Jiang Li every time he let her. Stood in front of the stall for a while, surveyed, and then changed the place. Unlike other people like going up to touch and pat, couldn't help but be curious and asked, Jiang Li, do you have a trick? Why do you look for a few minutes every time and then leave, when everyone else has to go up and scrutinize it? If I say I can see through, do you believe me? Jiang Li turned his head to look at Long Yufei, his eyes still subconsciously glancing towards the towering peaks on her chest. This statement directly made her blush to the neck, immediately wrapping her hands around and tightening her trench coat. Rascal! I don't believe you. If you have the ability to show me. She quickly reacted to the fact that this was Jiang Li playing a joke on her. How could a person have penetrating eyes? Then you'll see. Jiang Li smiled confidently as he had found a good piece. He came to the 23rd stall in front of him and squatted down, casually picking up a sandbag-sized raw stone and playing with it in his hand. Boss, this stone looks good. I'll buy it to try my luck. This boss took a look at Jiang Li as a young man, and dress is also very decent. At a glance as a rich family son. And then look at the raw stone in Jiang Li's hands to play with, that he has long checked. It is a waste. Self-proclaimed shrewdness and how he will say broken. This little brother, you really have a good eye. You've come to the right place to come to my stall. I have all the treasures here. However, we are clearly marked price. All are paid first to take away. You pick this piece as 30,000 yuan. Please pay a first payment on your side first. Okay, 30,000 on 30,000. Jiang Li very quickly paid the money. At this time Long Yufei came to his side, carefully observed the original stone in his hand, did not see what is not the same place. Jiang Li, just such a small broken stone can be sold for $30,000? You won't be pitched, right, little girl? Rice can be eaten indiscriminately. We cannot speak indiscriminately. We are clearly marked price. Voluntary transactions. Oh, this cannot be talked about. The pit of the ha. The stall owner collected the money. Cheerfully, corrected Long Yufei's words. Don't worry, in a moment you will know. Chapter 66, Glass Seed Imperial Green. Now let's go to the next stall. There's nothing good here anymore. Jiang Li didn't choose to cut it on the spot. What he was planning was to buy all 5 raw stones and then cut them together. The scene should be very exciting, right? Long Yufei on the other hand, followed Jiang Li all the way here to see there to walk. There is a suitable Jiang Li will buy, but the number of times out of the hand is very small. 2 hours of time have passed most of the time. There is still the last 10 minutes of the time. Jiang Li duo stopped at the last stall, and other stalls are different. This stall is only a piece of 60 centimeters of the protolith. The stall owner was very leisurely resting his eyes on the stall, and he didn't open his eyes even when someone came. Jiang Li subconsciously swept with his divine level scrying technique, and with this sweep, even he was a little shocked. Jadeite raw stone. The content within the stone is extremely large, covering an area of 90%. It is a glass seed imperial green, pure color, worth 10 billion. Jiang Li reconfirmed without changing his face, and got the same result. So that means that the raw stone in front of him is a jadeite raw stone with a large amount of glass seed emperor green inside. But why did no one buy it? He swept a glance at the price, and that's when it became clear. It turned out that this piece of raw stone, the selling price alone was $2 billion. No wonder no one bought it. Gambling stone gambling, more or gambling luck. This 2 billion down, there is a 90% probability will be empty. And to pay a one-time payment of 2 billion, a lot of people do not have so much liquidity, even if there is, but also will not be used to bet on luck. The price of failure is too high, but even if they don't buy it, there are a lot of people who are here to watch the show, seeing Jiang Li go up. For a moment they are also curious if Jiang Li will buy it, because previously they saw the scene where Tang Kuan personally came out to pick him up. Boss, I'll take this stone. Jiang Li was also too lazy to act. Wouldn't it smell good to take it directly and simply and roughly? 2 billion, no bargaining, one-time payment, you can take it when it arrives. The boss opened his eyes and glanced at Jiang Li, and slowly closed them again. No problem, give an account. Jiang Li was also very quick. 2 billion only. This stone is worth 10 billion, but just don't know how this boss didn't open it himself? But he knew that the system would definitely not pit himself. It couldn't be lost. You can think clearly, After the transaction is completed, there are any problems, I am not responsible. Do not come to the time did not open a good thing to find me a refund. The boss once again confirmed whether Jiang Li was joking or not. Don't worry, it's only 2 billion, not so much, give me the account. I still have to go cut the stone later. Don't ink it. The boss saw that Jiang Li didn't look like he was joking. Then he gave Jiang Li his bank account. He directly asked the system to transfer 2 billion over. Ding! The host consumed $2 billion, rewarded with $20 billion. Other than that, he had earned money just by buying this stone, not to mention cutting it out later. Boss, it's over. I'm pulling the stone away. Jiang Li spoke to the boss, then pulled out a cart from the side and placed the raw stone on it, while throwing in the 4 small stones he had bought earlier as well, and left in style with the duo of Long Yufei, ready to go cut the stone. What a fierce man, $2 billion for a stone. What's this young man's origin? Isn't he afraid of losing his own money? This is $2 billion. Go go go. He should be going to cut the stone. Go see what he can open. Follow. A group of melon eaters just followed Jiang Li all the way, ready to watch the process of his cutting and see whether he lost or gained. When Long Yufei once again opened her mouth and asked, Jiang Li, $2 billion and you bought a stone? Aren't you afraid of losing money? You see, they are all following along to see the joke, right? The truth is only in the hands of a few. Didn't I tell you that I can see through it? You'll know when I cut it. Jiang Li was full of confidence. Jokingly, with a system in place, he was still no match for these mortals. Soon, the time for the first round of picking the original stone arrived. Entering the stage of cutting the original stone, most people did not choose to open the stone on the spot, in case they opened a waste stone to affect the subsequent play, so they all waited for the second round of time to cut it together. Success or failure is here to stay. Let's go over there too. It's time to perform the real skill. Chapter 67, Extremely Good Products One After Another. Elder Brother Jiang, I heard them say that you bought a $2 billion piece of raw stone, playing so big, are you sure about it? Duan Yushan saw Jiang Li pushing his raw stone over and immediately went up to check. I should have it, haha, we'll know when we cut it later. How did old brother Yushan pick it? Jiang Li snorted and changed the topic. The ones I bought were all cut open. I spent $20 million on the stone and opened it up for more than 16 million. It's sloppy, Duan Yushan said uncaringly. He just figure of fun. Make money or not is not important. At this time, Tang Kuan let the manager of the Shuju Zhai to preside over the second round. A bidder pushing their respective raw stone to cut, but Jiang Li did not go. Anyway, he is not in a hurry. Those people's stones or he cannot see. Cut also earn a 2 or 3 million like. Good things are in his cart. The process of opening the original stone are very fast. There is basically a knife down to know. Most people open out only 2 or 3 million total price. A little better have tens of millions of. Such as the paragraph Yushan like can be ranked in the top 5. But he cannot make ends meet, or loss of money. Seeing that the second round was nearing the end, there were not many people in front of the cutting masters. Jiang Li then got up and pushed his raw stone to a master. With the spreading of those melon eaters, everyone at the scene knew that he had spent $2 billion to buy a piece of raw stone, so when they saw him go up, they all watched intently for fear that they would miss any wonderful picture. Let's cut this first. I'll draw a line for you. Just cut as I draw. Jiang Li smoothly picked up a plate-sized raw stone, used a marker to draw a cutting route on it, and handed it to the cutting master. The master took it and didn't say much, although most people let them open the stone based on their experience, but there are many people who have their own opinion and will ask them how to cut. At this time they just cut it and it's done. They are not responsible for the good or the bad. It's open. It's open. Look at his confident look. I wonder if this piece can cut out anything good. I've seen this stone. 50,000. I didn't buy it. I didn't expect to let him buy it. Look. A shout from the crowd directly drew the crowd's attention to the cutter, only to see that after the master cut it according to Jiang Li's route, a warm white color covered almost the entire piece of raw stone. The texture is fine. The luster is soft and moist. The jade is rich and translucent. This is a natural piece of superb suet jade. Up. The first piece went up. A superb suet jade. I'll go. If I had known I would have bought it. $50,000 can open a piece of superb mutton fat jade. Such a big piece. I hate it. I'm kind of looking forward to the stones behind him. Elder brother Jiang has a good hand. This piece of sheepskin jade has a $10 million reserve. If you carve it properly, it can still go up. Duan Yushan also praised at this time, but it was said to Tang Kuan, Mr. Jiang has a unique vision. I do not know what the ones behind him can open. Tang Kuan was also very much in agreement with Duan Yushan. In full view of everyone, Jiang Li once again picked up the piece of raw stone that he had bought at the very beginning for $30,000, and similarly drew the cutting route, and retrieved the first piece of cut sheepskin jade in passing. ZZ. A sound of cutting stone accompanied by fire, only to see a few moments later, The master turned off the cutting machine. The original stone also revealed his true face of the mountain. Is a whole piece of bright red jade surface? The original stone skin is only a thin layer. Skin blood colorful. Hard texture. Blood content is extremely rich. Deep into the texture. Distinct and rich layers. Flow sense is very strong. Dense. Delicate. Moist. Pure and unadulterated. This is a piece of superb chicken bloodstone. His chicken bloodstone. It's a superb stone again. No way. It's an extreme quality again? This is the second one. What kind of luck is this? Look at the size. The purity. It's definitely gone up. It's gone up. Jiang Li only opened 2 stones should have shocked the whole scene. Each piece is a superb, which also makes the group more and more looking forward to his next cut. Not to mention the people present. Even the cutting master is very excited. He also rarely have such a succession of superb experience. Chapter 68 Excellent Violet. This piece is cut along these lines. Jiang Li passed over the third piece of raw stone. This one was the size of a bubble noodle bowl. He had spent $40,000 to buy it, and inside it was also a piece of extremely fine goat jade, so he was very calm, but the others could not be calm. Jiang Li, is this really your first time gambling with stones? Why is it that every piece you picked is of an extremely high quality texture? Long Yufei was also dumbfounded by Jiang Li's luck. Didn't I tell you that I can see through? Jiang Li smiled playfully. Sometimes no one would believe the truth. Che, I don't believe it. Long Yufei knew that Jiang Li was teasing her again. No longer pay attention to him but turned her head and watched the cutting master cut the raw stone. One cut down. Another whole piece of suet jade. This time even Tang Kuan couldn't sit still. Is this Mr. Jiang really his first time gambling? Old Duan, have you ever seen a succession of superb stones on the first try? I'm afraid this Mr. Jiang is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Right? I knew Mr. Jiang wasn't that simple. Does he look like he's going to take a loss? I reckon the 2 pieces behind him have something good in them too. Duan Yushan was envious, but at the moment, he was already wondering if he could buy this piece of superb suet jade later. As for Duan Ning, he was also attracted by this tactic of Jiang Li's, and with a curious gaze he kept sizing Jiang Li up, as if he wanted to see through him, but he was full of mysterious colors. 3 pieces of raw stone, 3 pieces of superb quality. The value of each piece is more than 10 million. Just by virtue of these 3 pieces, Jiang Li is already enough to ask for the first of this gambling conference, but he is ready to give a one-time all cut, and then the last piece of glass seed emperor green to bring back to make a seal, and then to make some jewelry for his family and friends and so on. 4th piece now. I wonder if this piece will continue to come out. I don't think it will, right? Where there are so many superb raw stones, I don't think so, but he'll have no problem taking first place. Watch. Cut. Cut. Another simple and rough cut. When the cutting master unfolded the cut raw stone, the whole room's quiet. Pink-purple jade surface. Texture is delicate. Luster is warm and moist. Head of water is sufficient. Brightness is excellent. This is a piece of excellent glass seed violet jadeite. And Jiang Li's piece, a full 8 kilograms. Very complete piece of violet. Once there was a piece of 8.5 kilograms of excellent glass violet auction price of up to 200 million. This piece of Jiang Li's didn't even come close to getting along with it. This is glass seed violet. My God. No way. It's really human to human. Heavens, the glass seed has opened up. I'm convinced. I'd like to call it opening the raw stone ceiling. After a short period of silence, everyone on the scene could not believe their eyes. Who would have thought that there is even a glass seed violet, this kind of unattainable emerald in the head? The entire venue was in an uproar, all discussing intensely. This, old Tang, I told you that elder brother Jiang still has something good, right? Duan Yushan had also become numb. I don't know if Mr. Jiang will make a bid. I remember before, but there was a piece of violet that was about the same size as it, but it was auctioned for $200 million, but unfortunately it was bought by a foreigner. If Mr. Jiang is willing to make a bid, I would like to buy it and use it as my Shujijai store's treasure. Tang Kuan also began to play the calculator in his heart. They are familiar with Jiang Li, and it is his home turf, the so-called near water tower first, so they can try, in case it becomes a success. Wow, Jiang Li, you're too good, aren't you? Hit it again. Such a big piece. How much is it worth? Long Yufei looked at such a big piece of violet in front of her. She liked the color. Fresh and light. Very nice. Do you like it? If you like it, it's for you. You can take it to make some jewelry or something. It should be quite suitable for you. Jiang Li told her to stare at this jadeite raw stone with unblinking eyes, guessing that she should like it, but his casual words shocked everyone present. What? Big brother, this is a glass seed violet emerald worth $200 million. You just gave it away like this? Such a big piece. How much jewelry do you have to make? Hey. No, I'm satisfied with a little bit of trimmings. I just hate that I'm not a daughter. Long Yufei froze when she heard Jiang Li's words. She did like it. but she also heard the voices of the others and knew that this piece of jadeite was worth at least 200 million. She quickly waved her hand and refused. No, 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 Jiang Li, this is too expensive. I can't take it. No, no, no. I'll just look at it. Chapter 69. The main show is coming. Alright, but is a piece of jade just like to send you? Just I also think this color is quite suitable for you. And you think I am poor, this too money people, right? Jiang Li said is not false. He is interested in the back of the piece of imperial green just his John's group should also be merged soon set up. The whole engraved a few official seal private seal. Should be good, right? As for this piece of glass violet emerald, since Long Yufei like it, then it is just to send her, but also be regarded as her today accompanied himself out of the hard work fee. That's, well then, thank you then. Long Yufei thought carefully. What Jiang Li said also made sense. Billions of dollars of hotels, hundreds of millions of dollars of sports cars said to buy. He really seems to be not bad these two money, so he accepted it with joy. The dialogue between the two is not unexpected nature is present in the crowd to hear. Would have been good out of a stone gambling, did not expect to eat such a big wave of dog food. Good guy. 200 million of emeralds said to send people to send people. For a time the guys on the Dragon Yufei that is envy and jealousy hate even Duan Ning are a little envious of the, although her father also has money, and weekdays to give her pocket money is also a lot of money, but I don't know how. The heart is a trace of envy. The heart is a trace of envy. There was just a trace of envy in her heart. Even she herself couldn't tell. Next, is the last piece. Jiang Li moved this last big raw stone of about 60 centimeters onto the cutting table. The violet was put away by him, ready to take it back in a while, and find a master to do some jewelry for Long Yufei, to which she naturally had no opinion. Otherwise such a big piece of stone, where would she carry it back to put it? Moreover, she didn't understand this piece. In case she was pitched, there was really no place to cry, so it was still the safest to hand it over to Jiang Li to deal with. Here it comes. The main event is coming. I heard that this raw stone alone is priced at $2 billion. $2 billion of raw stone. Say bye. This must be how much financial strength, vigor. Do not say, I'm going to reincarnation. If this doesn't open up anything, that's really a big mistake. Even Mr. Tang didn't buy this stone. I don't know what he can open. Watch. Jiang Li has not yet started cutting it. The following has been the sound of discussion continues to come. Witnessed his previous 4 pieces of brilliant performance. Now even Tang Kuan, Duan Yushan, Dong Mu and others have stood up. All stood up, staring at the cutting table. $2 billion of the big gamble. Success or failure is here. Cut it, just cut it according to the route I drew. Jiang Li still drew the cutting route as he did before. He already knew what was inside. He wouldn't have any nervousness at all. But in the eyes of the crowd, it looked like a kind of Taishan collapsing in front of him without changing his color of self-confidence. Calm and self-contained. Indifferent. Due to the size of this piece is relatively large, so the cutting process to be very careful, so the time spent is also relatively long, estimated of full 10 minutes. The cutting master before turning off the machine, slowly the cut surface to show. Silence, silence, dead silence. Everyone saw this last piece of the cut, but everyone did not make a sound, because this is too unbelievable, because this is a whole piece of glass seed emperor green. It's still such a big piece. A full 60 centimeters of imperial green. Just see the jade surface of the green, rich, unique, pure, colorful and eye-catching, moist and translucent, extremely high purity, almost no impurities, can be described as pure as a mirror. Excellent quality, is a piece of superb glass seed emperor green. Is this true? Quickly come to someone pinch me. Is this the legendary emperor green? Such a big piece. Fake, right? I don't believe it. No, such a big piece. How much does it cost? How can it be tens of billions of dollars? Didn't you guys notice that every single piece of raw stone he cut was a big rise? This is a big man. A few minutes later the scene discussed more intense. They witnessed the birth of a miracle today. To know that such a large piece of glass seed emperor green emerald, that is really rare in life. This, Jiang old brother is really a godman. Such a big piece of imperial green. Duan Yushan don't know what to say. Just such a piece of jade, are almost worth his family foundation. In the future, whoever tells me that it's Mr. John's first time participating in a stone gambling convention, I'll definitely smack him with my big mouth. You call this a first time? Tang Kuan was also numb. It's still Mr. Jiang without a bang. A bang nah. Dong Mu was also very impressed with Jiang Li. Jiang Li didn't pay any attention to the expressions of the other people in the venue. He silently put the large stone back into the cart, and then led Long Yufei towards Tang Kuan and the others. Chapter 70, I'm going to take it to be engraved. What's wrong? Each one is looking at me like that. After Jiang Li put the cart away, he saw Tang Kuan, Duan Yushan and the others looking at him with strange eyes. Mr. Jiang, is this really your first time gambling with stones? Tang Kuan obviously does not believe that he is the first time. Once or twice can be said to be luck. 5 times all the very best. More violets. Emperor Green, this kind of very good. You tell me it is luck? Ghosts believe. Indeed is the first time. I am just a fluke. Look at the eye on the buy away. Jiang Li couldn't say that he had the assistance of the system. Could he? Would anyone believe it if he said it? Then Mr. Jiang is really lucky. Tang Kuan responded with a leathery smile. He also wanted this kind of fluke. Hey. Cough. Cough. That. Jiang, old brother, you these jade. There is no intention to bid. At this time, Duan Yushan stepped forward and took Jiang Li by the shoulders, intending to make the first move. Well, these 2 pieces of suet jade and chicken bloodstone I do not intend to take away. Yushan, old brother, want. Despite take it. As for this piece of violet, I have given to Yufei. Give her to do some jewelry or something. This piece of Emperor's green words. I'm ready to take it to carve a little official seal, private seal it. Jiang Li used the most plain tone to say the most thunderous words. Big brother, this is the Emperor green. You take to carve the official seal? Such a large piece. You have to carve how much feed? And such a big piece of violet to make jewelry? How much do you have to make? What a waste. Tang Kuan and the others were all numbed by Jiang Li's answer. It's true that they don't understand the world of the rich. Ha ha ha. Jiang, old brother, is still really true. This Emperor green is also used to carve a seal. Duan Yushan knew that these 2 pieces were out of the question for him, so he got tangled up amongst the goat's fat jade and the chicken bloodstone. Dad, don't you already have a carved pendant of suet jade? Why don't you just pick this piece of superb chicken bloodstone? At this time, Duan Ning spoke up and made a choice for his father. Good, then I'll listen to you. I'll take this piece of chicken bloodstone. Elder brother Jiang, how much will I call you? Duan Yushan thought about it. Things are rare and precious. It only makes sense to collect something you don't have. A little bit of money, it doesn't matter. Old brother Yushan, just take it. You and I aren't the ones who are short of these few pennies. He waved his hand. This piece of chicken bloodstone is just 10 million to hit the bottom. No more, no less. He is also lazy to ask for it. Besides, there is still cooperation between Duan Yushan. There is no need to divide it so clearly. Ha 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 ha. Then thanks to Jiang, old brother. Duan Yushan laughed, then took the chicken bloodstone out of the cart and let Duan Ning take it first. Mr. Jiang, why don't you sell me these remaining 2 pieces of sheep's blood jade, if you're not going to take them away? Tang Kuan could only settle for the second best at this point. It wouldn't be bad if there were 2 pieces of superb sheepskin jade. Mr. Tang, take it well. There's no need to buy it. This gambling experience is still very good. Jiang Li treated them equally. They were all straight up for nothing, and didn't ask for those $2 from him. In that case, then thank you, Mr. Jiang. Tang Kuan thanked him and then asked the manager to put these 2 pieces of superb suet jade away. Turning back and processing them properly would also be 2 good works of art. Mr. Jiang, this time you are the first place in the gambling. There will be prizes in a while, but it is definitely not as good as these 2 pieces of superb jade in your hand. Tang Kuan said again. Prizes, then there is no need. I just come to play. Figure afresh. If there is nothing, then I am ready to leave first. As for our cooperation, I have informed Manager Lin. Turn around the 2 of you to send someone to send the contract over on the line. Signing is completed, immediately call the money. Jiang Li does not intend to stay here for a long time. He still has to go and deal with that one family. Didn't he say it was very bullish in Jiling? He would like to see how bullish and hard. Alright then, if Mr. Jiang still has things to do, I won't waste your time. The contract I've revised with the old Duan guys is almost done. I expect it to be signed tomorrow. Tang Kuan wasn't upset by Jiang Li's stance. People had already given face by being able to come, and had sent him 2 pieces of superb jade, and now that he was leaving, what else did he have to say? Chapter 71. The boss was stopped? Jiang Li and Long Yufei, 2 people, are empty-handed to empty-handed leave. His 2 pieces of jade is too big. Driving a sports car, the space was small, so Tang Kuan directly arranged to rinse the manager of the Jai personally to Jiang Li, sent to the first villa to go. As for the manager, will not be rolled away from the jade to run away? As long as a little bit of brain, people will not do so. Offend more than their own boss's financial strength is much stronger. An unknown origin of the mysterious big brother. Not to mention run away. How they did not have to estimate, do not know. So this is the gambling stone. Then you have earned a lot today. Long Yufei in the car is still recalling what he saw and heard today. That's because I can see through it. Of course it's impossible to lose. Jiang Li joked while driving. Che, although you're very good, but I still don't believe that you can see through. There must be other tricks, but it's just what I don't know. She rolled her eyes. Children will only believe Jiang Li's ghost words. Lu. After sending Long Yufei back to school, Jiang Li drove to Zhonghai Mansion, but this time it was different from the past. He was stopped at the door by the security guard. Sir, may I ask if you have an appointment? If not, non-mentioned personnel are not allowed to enter. Oh, how do you know I'm not a building personnel? Jiang Li hadn't been here for a long time and didn't expect that there would be an additional rule. But he wasn't angry and instead asked with amusement. All the companies in our building are equipped with a work permit. With a work permit you can brush the access control to freely enter and exit. While Mr. obviously doesn't have one. So it can be determined that it's not our building's personnel. So you need to make an appointment in advance and verify that there is no error before you can enter. The security guard saw that Jiang Li's attitude was very good. So he explained it patiently. When did this come into effect? Why wasn't it when I came here before? He opened his mouth again to inquire. This was put into effect a week ago. So sir, if you don't have an appointment, then I'm sorry, I can't release you for the time being. The security guard rejected Jiang Li once again. Good. Jiang Li nodded slightly, then pulled out his cell phone and called Lin Mengqiu over. Boss, what's up? Any orders? The phone only rang for a second before it was connected, and Lin Mengqiu's voice came through. I'm downstairs at the company. I can't get in. Have someone come down to pick me up, he said calmly. What? Boss, wait. I'll be right there. Lin Mengqiu didn't expect Jiang Li to be stopped by the security guards, knowing that the whole building was his, and now it was also merged into the Jiang group, so the building was under her management. 2 minutes later, a thump 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 sound came from inside. This is the sound of high heels touching the ground. It was Lin Mengqiu who arrived by elevator. Boss, sorry to keep you waiting. She was the first to apologize to Jiang Li as soon as she came out. The security guard at the side was dumbfounded. It was normal that he didn't recognize Jiang Li. Could he not recognize Lin Mengqiu? The entire building was under her management, and this system was arranged and implemented by her. So he hurriedly greeted and said hello, Manager Lin. This is my boss and the owner of the entire building. You have to look carefully. Lin Mengqiu solemnly introduced him. Old boss? Ah, I'm sorry, boss. I thought you came to the building to look for someone. Sorry. The security guard was instantly flustered. Could he still have a good time if he stopped his boss at the door? It's fine. You did a good job. Keep it up. In the future, as long as you don't know each other and are not an insider of the building, you will not be released, unless an insider comes out to receive you. You are very good. Jiang Li didn't get angry. Instead he complimented him a few times. He had rarely come to the company. Those who don't know are not guilty. Not to mention that the security guard hadn't done anything wrong and his attitude was also very good. Thanks for the compliment, boss. This is what I should do. Boss, please come in. The security guard was relieved to hear that Jiang Li didn't mean to blame him. Boss, let's go up. At this time, Lin Mengqiu also opened her mouth and said, she didn't blame the security guard just now because he saw Jiang Li standing there casually, and there wasn't any dissatisfaction between his eyebrows, so he guessed that the boss shouldn't be angry. And sure enough, she guessed correctly. Chapter 72, Opening a Branch Office. Boss, do you have any new instructions for coming over today? Inside the general manager's office, Jiang Li casually sat on the leather sofa. Lin Mengqiu brewed him a cup of tea, then sat beside him obediently and asked in a fine voice, how is the matter of merging our industries into a group being handled? Jiang Li picked up the tea and took a sip, turning his head to ask, Boss, the merger has been completed. Now our Jiang's investment has officially become the Jiang's group. Before the acquisition of those companies, the industry are also incorporated into the group, by the group absolute control. As of now, our group's market value has exceeded 1,200 billion. Lin Mengqiu truthfully returned. In fact, she also had sent an email to Jiang Li a few days ago, but he didn't check it. Well done. I'll give you a bonus in a while. Right, that Yuan Hong real estate that I asked you to deal with before. How is it being handled? He suddenly remembered that there was still a son of the blackmailing old man. Boss accounted for the task must be actively completed law. This Yuan Hong real estate has long been our group to the collapse, directly declared bankruptcy, and this Xie Wei was also blocked by us, is said to have left Jinling. Lin Mengqiu was also aware of the grudge between him and Jiang Li, so he didn't sympathize with the other party. Alright, then I'll give you another task. Is there some kind of Wang family in our Jinling? Similarly bring it down and bankrupt it for me. I want him to disappear in Jinling. Jiang Li felt that if he didn't show his hands and let these people see his strength, he always felt that he was a soft persimmon, right? Anyone wants to come and pinch him? Alright, I'll inform down. Jinling Wang family, I remember it seems to be a local family power. It is said to have started out as a black, and has 1,000 relations with the underground organizations. However, it was later cleansed, but there are very few people who touch them. Lin Mengqiu didn't ask why, what Jiang Li asked her to do. She just executed it. The boss must have a reason for doing so. Okay, this matter you deal with it as soon as possible. Also, since our group was established, it can't be limited to Jinling, so, turn around. You pick some trustworthy people. go to Magic City, Demon City, Imperial City, 3 places, to open a branch. How many people are there in our company? After arranging these small matters, he cut into the topic of today's meeting. Our company already has 1,000 people, and it's still expanding. Boss, if we go to these 3 places to open a branch, is there any new layout? Lin Mingqiu inquired seriously. She was incredibly serious about work. Jiangli is still too small. Our group to be bigger and stronger. Cannot be limited to this. First to this 4 places as a stronghold, and then to the surrounding continued to advance. I want to let the country. Every provincial capital has our figure. As for the money, turn around, I give you 900 billion. Each place to arrange 300 billion. The pass directly to buy the building, The acquisition of the acquisition. Do not have to worry about step too big, will not have a problem. There are problems I will deal with. Understand? Can use money to solve the problem in Jiang Li here is not a problem. Since to open a branch, then pick each provincial capital of the landmark building. Buy it down to do the company's office building, and then go to the acquisition of other companies on the line. Just copy and paste this set from Jiangling. Okay boss. It might take some time to pick the people though, but I'll draw up a list and give it to you as soon as possible. What did she hear? 900 billion. My goodness. How much money is this? But since it was Jiang Li who said it, she naturally believed it beyond belief. But she was also increasingly curious about how much money Jiang Li actually had. You do, I rest assured. A moment to go to the financial to receive 100 million bonus. This time you also hard work. Right. Where do you live now? Jiang Li's big hand is 100 million bonus. He thought about the last time he has given Lin Mingqiu a car. The money is also there. It seems that she has not bought a house? Ah, thank you boss. I'm still living in my previous rental house, but I've been planning to change my place recently, and I haven't chosen one yet. She was stunned at first, then was delighted. Sure enough, the boss is atmospheric. Out of 1 billion. Ah, okay, then you don't look for it. Turn around. Chapter 73. Li Xiuwen's suspicion. Then you don't look for it. Turn around, I'll buy you a villa on the line. How to say you are now my John's Group's general manager. The card face or have. Change a better residence. 1 is for your personal safety. 2 is to maintain the company's image. This thing I'll deal with on the line. Jiang Li said reasonably. Lin Mingqiu, a woman, is now the general manager of the group, holding a big power. If someone has bad intentions, to tie her up, that would not be good. So it is better for her to change a good residence, but also can work at ease. In that case, did he still need to acquire a security company? This matter could be put on the agenda. There would always be a time when it was needed. Ha, boss, you're buying me a villa. He boss, you're too good. Simply the most trenchant boss I've ever seen. Lin Mingqiu really didn't expect Jiang Li to buy her a villa, and immediately came with a rainbow fart, and also ran behind Jiang Li with her butt, and squeezed his shoulders. Alright, you get busy first. I'll leave first. Call me anytime if you have any problems. After enjoying some of Lin Mingqiu's massage one-stop service, Jiang Li got up and stretched himself, then left the company, ready to go back to the villa. On the way his phone rang. He picked up his cell phone and glanced at it. It was Li Xiuwen calling. It was a bit strange, but he still pressed the answer button. Mr. Li, I wonder what you're looking for me for. Mr. Jiang, some days ago my son did not have some unhappiness with you, so I invited you to have a meal. I wonder if Mr. Jiang can appreciate your face? Li Xiuwen said enthusiastically. In fact, Li Xiuwen made this call. Dinner was not the main thing, but because his son was missing. Yes, from the day Jiang Li gave him a phone call. The night his son Li Yu went back to ask him some details of Jiang Li, and then Li Yu disappeared. At first he didn't care, because his son often run around, and seldom go home, but he even called for a few days, and even went to his home to see, did not find him. Contacted Li Yu's friends also said that a few days did not see him. The school also did not go to class. His whole person seems to have disappeared out of thin air. He also chose to report to the police, but the back of the retrieval of the CCTV there is no abnormality. The police also went to Li Yu's villa survey, also did not find any strange place. And all of this happened after Li Yu had an unpleasant experience with Jiang Li. That is to say, Jiang Li had a lot to do with this matter, only that he didn't have any evidence now, so he planned to invite Jiang Li out for dinner and test him face to face. Dinner? That's fine. Mr. Li, send me the time and place on WeChat. Try to pick the evening. It won't work today. I still have things to do later. Jiang Li thought a little. He knew what this Li Xiuwen was playing. Before he said, but he brought Li Yu to the door to apologize. But now Li Yu was removed by him. All the traces were also wiped out by the system. No one knew that it was him who did it at all. So even if he had some suspicions, not being able to take the evidence didn't mean anything. Okay, then tomorrow. I'll send you the time and place later. Seeing that Jiang Li agreed, Li Xiuwen didn't have any comments, and then the two of them ended the call. Li family, Study room. Li Xiuwen put down his cell phone. His face was gloomy. He only has one son like Li Yu. Now his whereabouts is unknown and his life and death is uncertain. How can he treat it as nothing? He wants to test Jiang Li face to face to see if he has anything to do with this matter or not. Jiang Li, I hope you better not be. Otherwise. When Jiang Li returned to the Purple Cloud Villa, his 2 pieces of jade had already been stored on the property by the manager, and 4 or 5 of Xu Jizhai's manpower had been arranged to watch over the place until Jiang Li's arrival. I'll trouble a few of you to help me move them to the villa again. I'll give a few of you $100,000 each for their hard work in a while. So let's all work a little harder, ha. There was still a distance from here to his villa. He was too lazy to make another trip. Just directly let these people help carry it over. Mr. Jiang is polite. No hard work. No hard work. Mr. Jiang, you go first. We'll be right behind you. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Several people heard that there was a bonus, $100,000 for each person. So what's the point of being tired? This could be much faster than them working for a living. One by one, like chicken blood. And this is Jiang Li reward. Go back will not be deducted. This is the money that can directly into their own pockets. Chapter 74 The Imperial Cuisine Hall. Back to the villa. Jiang Li arranged for a few people to put the jade in the corner of the hall, and then honored his promise. Each person transferred 100,000 hard-earned money. Perhaps to Jiang Li these money is not much, can even be said to be a 9 cow 1 hare, but for them it is a lot of income. After all, they are only working people, so a few people are thanked repeatedly before leaving. Lin Mengqiu's efficiency is still very high. Only yesterday Jiang Li proposed to open a branch. This morning she sent the drawn-up list to his cell phone. Lao Fu was also on the list sent to Mordor. As for Fatty Liaoren, he still chose to stay in Jinling. Lin Mengqiu also approached him. He bluntly said that he is not that piece of material, and that it's better to stay in Jinling. Just follow the list. The money I will hit the company's account. All the allocation should be ruled by you over and over. Those who can't pinpoint it can send it to me. Although we are not bad at money, I don't want anyone to use their power for personal gain and put money in their pockets. Once it is found out, it will directly let the legal department managed by attorney Zhang to take over, and hand it over to them to deal with it. Jiang Li directly replied to Lin Mengqiu in WeChat, at the same time also gave her a lot of power. He also knows that the forest is big and all birds are there. He can take the initiative to give. All kinds of welfare bonuses are not available, but he doesn't like others to take it for themselves. This is 2 different things. Boss, don't worry. I will personally keep an eye on it. Definitely won't happen. Lin Mengqiu also understands the reasoning that a dike of 1,000 miles collapses in an anthill. The bigger the group gets, the easier it is for someone to want to seek personal gain, thinking that the mountain is too high and the emperor is too far away to find out. Ding! The host consumed $900 billion, rewarded $90,000 billion. With a thought, he directly allowed the system to make a payment of $900 billion to the company's account, while Jiang Li once again reaped $9 trillion. Even if he loses the system now, he can still gain a very high amount, and he doesn't know how many lifetimes it will take to spend all this money. At 5 p.m., Jiang Li was galloping through the canyon, and had just demolished the opposite side's high ground tower when he received a WeChat message from Li Xiuwen, but he didn't click on it first. Instead, he took advantage of the wave of troop lines coming in, and directly demolished the enemy's crystal, taking the game's victory, before cutting into WeChat. Mr. Jiang, 7:30 p.m., Imperial Cuisine Hall, 3rd floor Tianzi box. I'll be waiting for you inside. Okay, Jiang Li casually replied, then searched for this Imperial Cuisine Hall and found that it was quite far away from him, an hour and a half's drive, but he didn't intend to go there on time. Anyway, it was Li Xiuwen who invited him to dinner. It's not like he was in a hurry. He then cut back to the game once again to start conquering, and it wasn't until 6:30 that he got up and went to change his clothes. It was only at 8 o'clock in the evening that Jiang Li appeared at the entrance of the Imperial Cuisine Hall, which was also a famous 5-star restaurant in Jinling, and it was a Chinese restaurant, where one could eat authentic traditional food from various places. Inside the box, Li Xiuwen watched the time pass by minute, and his face gradually became gloomy. He thought that Jiang Li had stood him up, and was about to leave. Just at that moment there was a knock at the door, and he sat back down again, and his face returned to its normal color, and looked at the door. Mr. Li, sorry, let you wait for a long time. The road traffic jam came late. Sorry. Jiang Li apologized fussily, just as if it was really a traffic jam to come late. But his time is not the peak time of work. What kind of traffic? It's okay, it doesn't matter. The traffic jam on the road is normal. Take a seat, Jiang. Li Xiuwen warbled Jiang Li's ghost words, as if not heard, very enthusiastic, greeting him into the seat. Do a full set of theater well. Mr. Li, please. Jiang Li also responded politely, casually found a seat and sat up. the dishes have been ordered. They are all the special signature dishes here. Since Mr. Jiang has arrived, then let's serve the dishes first. Li Xiuwen at this time let the waiter at the door to notify the serving. Jiang Li naturally had no opinion on this. He wanted to see how long Li Xiuwen could endure. Come on, Mr. Jiang, I'll toast you. Earlier the little child didn't know you and took much offense. I as a father naturally want to make amends and apologize for him. Please Mr. Jiang, don't be general with him. I'll drink up. Feel free to do as you please. Li Xiuwen at this time suddenly poured himself a glass of white wine. A serious apologies to Jiang Li, finished with a gulp of dry. While Jiang Li was secretly laughing in his heart, the old man finally cannot help it. Ha! Chapter 75. Are you doubting me? Mr. Li is polite. The matter of Mr. Li I have long put behind me. After all, it is young people. There is something to say openly on the good. Jiang Li is not a person who holds a grudge. Jiang Li snorted. Of course he does not hold a grudge. He has a grudge basically on the spot on the report. Where the need to remember. He felt that he was kinda nuclear good, right? So very good. But, there is one thing, I would like to ask Mr. Jiang. No. Li Xiuwen looked like he wanted to say something, appeared to be very entangled. Jiang Li knew that he was waiting for himself to pick up the conversation. Oh, this Jiangling still has things that Mr. Li doesn't know? There's no harm in Mr. Li speaking up. Good, then I'll be straightforward. The thing is like this, that day my son Li Yu in the school after some verbal altercation with Mr. Jiang, that afternoon drove home, until the evening to return to his own villa, but since that day, he disappeared. I asked all of his friends, all said they did not see him, he did not go to class in the school. So, Li Xiuwen's words were interrupted by Jiang Li before he could finish. So you are suspecting me? Does Mr. Li suspect that I did something to your son? Or do you suspect that I sent someone to kidnap Li Yu? Jiang Li's face turned cold, and his words became icy cold, because anyone who was suspected for no reason would be angry. Although it was indeed him who did this, but who knows? No, Mr. Jiang misunderstood. I wanted to ask, did my son still contact you afterwards, or was it with that friend of yours? Li Xiuwen hurriedly explained. He was only suspicious. If he brought it to the surface, then the nature would change. Mr. Li, I think you should have the wrong direction, right? Your son has disappeared. You don't go to the police. Find the police to help, but come to find me. To put it mildly, even if I want to deal with Li Yu, I don't need to make these underhanded actions, right? With my power today, even if it's you yourself, Mr. Li, you shouldn't be able to carry it off if I want to suppress it, right? It's true that I had a verbal altercation with Li Yu, but you also said that he stayed with you all the way behind. If Mr. Li suspects that I did it, then take out the evidence. But since Mr. Li always came here to ask, that's compared to there is no evidence that I did it. Shouldn't Mr. Li give me an explanation? Jiang Li did not give Li Xiuwen the slightest bit of face, directly picking up the words and saying, if you want to suspect me, then take out the evidence. No evidence is a false accusation. It's slander. You still have to give me an explanation. Li Xiuwen saw Jiang Li angry. A moment of speech. He does not have evidence. And now in Jinling Jiang Li is almost a dominant. If he really want to suppress their own words, to his now this several tens of billions of dollars worth really cannot be good. Mr. Jiang is sorry. I am also eager to find my son. Not well thought out. Please do not blame Mr. Jiang. I punish myself with a cup. After saying that he didn't care if Jiang Li agreed or not, he very quickly poured himself another glass of white wine and drank it all in one go. I understand Mr. Li's mood, but this kind of thing is still left to the police to deal with. If there is nothing else, let's stop here today. There is no need to eat. I think Mr. Li should not have much appetite. I'll leave first. Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Li. This meal was Li Xiuwen's test. Just now the two of them are spread out. Jiang Li naturally has little mood to stay for dinner, but since today, his friendship with Li Xiuwen will come to an end. If the follow-up he has any unfavorable behavior to himself or to the Jiang group, Jiang Li does not mind to get rid of him as well. It was just the right time to send the father and son duo to be reunited. In the box, Li Xiuwen and other Jiang Li left. The heart of the anger in the also cannot be suppressed. Copied in front of the bottle of wine on the wall smashed, in order to vent the extreme dissatisfaction within. Through the reaction of Jiang Li, he is sure that Jiang Li absolutely with this matter cannot be unrelated. Only that he did a very clean, did not leave any traces. He cannot do anything about it. Jiang Li, since you toast not to eat, then don't blame me. Now yours whereabouts are unknown, and may even have perished. I'd rather kill by mistake than let go of a. Chapter 76. Clueless Wine Defa, like Li Xiuwen, rely on their own to fight out of the businessman. How many in the early start? The bottom is clean? most of them are in the later stages of a certain amount of family background, only began to whitewash, so the black and white more or less have some contacts. There is no with the use of it. It is also two different things, but now his only son disappeared. He cannot care so much, since the surface cannot offend Jiang Li, that can only rely on the underground forces. After leaving from the Imperial Cuisine Hall, Li Shouwen drove to the western suburbs of Jinling City to find an old friend. After Jiang Li left the Imperial Cuisine Hall, he casually jerked a skewer on the side of the road before returning to the villa to rest. At 9 o'clock the next morning, he woke up from his sleep and looked at his phone to find a WeChat message, tapping it to see that it was Lin Mengqiu calling. "Boss, you asked me to arrange for the suppression of the Wang family has been arranged, but this Wang family's person in charge, Wang Baiyi, contacted me. He wants to make an appointment to see you. Seems to want to reconcile. Boss, do you think you need to arrange it? Not to be seen. Everything will proceed as planned. If any cat or dog wants to meet me, then I shall not die of exhaustion. Don't worry about him. Just contact me if you have any problems." Jiang Li may not care what you are Wang Baiyi or Li Baiyi. Since it provoked him, then the whole thing now is a legal society. Of course it is with the means of nuclear law. "Okay boss, I understand," Lin Mingqiu replied and then started arranging the work. Didn't even call Wang Bei back. Anyway, there was nothing to talk about, so he didn't waste this mouth. Jinling, Wang family, damn Lin Mingqiu, damn Jiang group. Wang Baiyi slammed into his desk and burst into a rage. He had just received a call from his secretary, giving him feedback that the Jiang group hadn't stopped suppressing their industry. Instead, they had increased their efforts, and it had only been less than half a day, and his Wang family's losses had already exceeded $1 billion. These were all the rivers and mountains that he had fought so hard for. How could he not be angry when he lost so much all of a sudden? "Dad, what's wrong with the Jiang group? Why did it suddenly strike at our Wang family for good reason?" Wang Defa, who was also in the study, asked with a puzzled face, not realizing that everything was due to him. "Pa, Wang Defa didn't speak alright." As soon as he opened his mouth, Wang Baiyi became angry and directly went forward to give him a big mouth, then pointed at him and cursed angrily. "You still have the face to ask? It's not because of you. If you hadn't offended their Jiang group's boss, would they have suppressed my Wang family for no reason? You rebellious son, seeing you makes me angry." The original cause of the matter Wang Baiyi had long investigated clearly. After all, it was his son who had intruded. That's why he wanted to reconcile with Jiang Li. Who would have expected that Jiang Li wouldn't give face at all? He directly didn't see him, and he even increased his suppression without saying a word. Wang Defa confused. What is this with what? Where does he know what Jiang group's boss? Reaching out to stroke the right side of his face that had just been reddened by Wang Baiyi, he coyly asked again. "Dad, are you mistaken? When did I offend this Jiang group's old boss? I've never seen the other party at all." "Humph, of course you don't know. When you were mocking people at the Stone Gambling Convention, did you ever think that the other party would be the old president of the Jiang group? I told you a long time ago, there are people outside of people. There is a sky outside of the sky. Don't always think you are the best in the world outside. Not everyone is like you. Can't wait for others to know who they are." Wang Baiyi coldly snorted. "What? You said gambling stones? That young man? He's the boss of Jiang's group? How is that possible?" Wang Dfa was confused. The man was directly dumbfounded. He originally thought that it was Wang Baiyi taking the piss out of him, but when he said gambling on stones, he remembered the young man he had sneered at. No wonder Tang Kuan had personally come out to greet him. If that was the case, then everything made sense. And at that time, he had also said, "After today, there will be no more Wang clan," but he put it out of his mind. Who wouldn't say big words? But when things really happened, he panicked. Did not think he kicked the iron plate this time. Chapter 77 1 billion bounty. "Dad, then what should we do now? I also didn't expect that mocking a random young man would come from such a big place. How about I go apologize to him?" Although Wang Defa was a bit arrogant and playboy, he wasn't a cutie pie. Of course he had to solve the problem as soon as possible when something happened. Otherwise when their Wang family collapsed, how could he still live his rich second-generation life? "I have tried, but the other side did not accept the offer of reconciliation. This time I'm afraid that it is necessary to harden the." Wang Bei sighed. He did not know what kind of changes will happen next. Can only take one step at a time? Really cannot be then can only go the old way. Although their Wang family was originally to black start, although now has been whitewashed, but if it really came to a life and death situation, then there is no other choice. As night fell, Jiang Li was watching a live broadcast on the sofa, while 11 was lying obediently in his arms, enjoying Jiang Li's caresses, when suddenly, Jiang Li's ears twitched, and the movements in his hands came to a screeching halt. Someone was coming. However, he did not have any big movements, just used his hand to gently place 11 on the sofa. He just heard the movement coming from the second floor. or his bedroom. Listening to the footsteps should be only one person. It is estimated that he wants to take advantage of him to return to his room to sneak up on him. Tentative waiting for a few moments. See, the other party is still lurking in his bedroom. Jiang Li is not ready to waste time. He directly toward his bedroom. To his current yellow level martial artist's strength, hearing has reached a great development. Close to the bedroom, Jiang Li has captured the other side of the subtle sound of breathing, naturally determined the other side of the location, just inside his closet. Being careful, he raised his spirits and slowly reached out to grip the door handle, twisting it downwards. Ta! After a crisp ringing sound, the door opened, and the moment the bedroom's headlights automatically lit up, he only saw a black shadow suddenly break out from inside the closet, a cold light in his hand quickly stabbing towards Jiang Li's neck. "Humph, just waiting for you to come out." Jiang Li snorted coldly, his figure slightly sideways, avoiding the other party's attack, then his right foot down a little. The whole person swept backward, pulling away from the distance with the black-clothed person. At this time the lights of the bedroom are also all lit up. He was able to see the other party's figure. The person is a blonde foreigner. Look at the figure, is obviously a foreigner. Face with half a mask, covering the part below the eyes. He did not expect his surprise attack was even dodged by Jiang Li, but since it has been found, he is not ready to hide. Eyes full of murderous intent, backhanded dagger, once again launched an attack on Jiang Li. Jiang Li will not be so honestly stand and let him hit. In the black man attacked the moment. He also moved, after the first to come, the speed than the other side more than twice as fast. In the black man's unbelievable eyes, a heavy fist hit him hard in the heart area. This punch he used 80% of the strength, only to see the bang sound. The black man was Jiang Li's fist blasted out of the bedroom, directly from the second floor to the first floor hall. In order to avoid accidents, Jiang Li is also the first time followed by the hall on the first floor. This time the man in black is already struggling to get up. He directly passed as a foot. Once again will be the other party kicked to the ground, but also directly stepped on the other side of the body, and picked up the dagger that fell on the ground, playing with it in his hand. "Tell me, who sent you?" After removing the other party's belt and simply binding it, Jiang Li opened his mouth and asked, "Cough, cough, I didn't expect. You're actually a practiced fighter. Cough, it was me who was careless. Cough, but you don't have a good day ahead of you. There will be a steady stream of killers appearing next. Ha ha ha. Cough." The man in black's heart took a heavy blow and he gasped for air as he spoke, but he suddenly laughed out loud. "You mean to say that someone is looking for an assassin to kill me?" From his words, Jiang Li captured important information. "I'm not afraid to tell you. Someone has offered a reward of $1 billion for your life, and even if I miss, there will be a steady stream of assassins coming next. So prepare to spend your time in endless pursuit." Ha 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 ha. The man in black seemed to have seen Jiang Li's downfall, and also knew what was going to happen to him, so he also went out on a limb. They were originally outlaws, and a miss meant death. $1 billion bounty? Is my life worth that much? Jiang Li sniffed with a disdainful face, then slowly walked towards the man in black with his dagger. Chapter 78, Breaking Through the Realm. Alright, it's getting late. Time to send you on your way. Grow some eyes in your next life. Before the words fell, Jiang Li directly stabbed the other party's heart with the dagger. Coming to a cross-flower knife, the black-clothed man drank his hatred northwest on the spot, casually threw the dagger on the ground, and then went to the bathroom to wash off the blood stains on his hands. He then ordered the system. Old rules, erase all traces. Ding, traces erasing in progress. The system also quickly deducted the funds and started a routine one of trace erasure. Not long after, the corpses in the hall disappeared, and the door that was broken by the black-clothed man in the party's fight was also repaired, and it was as if everything hadn't happened. After experiencing what happened in the party, Jiang Li was not sleepy at the moment. Sitting on the sofa in his pajamas, recalling what the other party had said, he felt that he could not just sit back and wait for death. He had to take action as well. Purchase attribute points and break my strength to Xian level. In the face of absolute strength, everything is a conspiracy and trickery is futile, and he hadn't felt the realm above the yellow level yet, so for the time being, he would first raise it to the Xian level, and if that didn't work, then he would break through upwards. Anyway, he wasn't poor now. Ding, raising to the Xian level requires 1000 attribute points, currently 500 short, deducting funds of 500 million, gaining 5000 mole coins. Ding, deduct 5000 mole coins, gain 500 attribute points. Realm breakthrough in progress. Process lasts 30 minutes. Jiang Li was sitting on the sofa at this time. He could feel a very powerful gas running through his body, bringing a sharp pain wherever it passed, but after he carefully sensed it, he realized that his body functions were gradually improving, and the surface of his body also began to have black mucus being eliminated, emitting a foul odor. 30 minutes passed quickly, and the chi flow that had been coursing through his body eventually returned from his limbs to his dantian and fell silent. Phew! Jiang Li exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. This breakthrough, he felt that his strength was more than several times stronger than before, and a stream of true chi appeared in his body, silenced in his dantian, which was something that was not there before. Not caring about the stench that emanated from his body, he thought about it, and tried to communicate with that stream of true chi, to see if it could be used for him. But, only to see his index fingertip, suddenly appeared a white gas. Exuding a stern might, Jiang Li flexed his finger, that true chi towards the wall of the hall to shoot extremely fast. If this is not his own sent out an attack, simply cannot detect its existence. The speed is too fast. A breath is not even to see that the wall suddenly appeared a big hole in the size of a basketball, directly pierced through the wall. This was still just a casual strike by Jiang Li, verified the attack ability of the true chi. He came to the kitchen again, running true chi on this finger, with a kitchen knife gently scratched, only left a mark, did not cut through. He did not believe in evil. He increased the intensity, a hard scratch, or not cut through, only then put down the kitchen knife, ready to go wash up. After all, the body is too stinky. Very good. With this means, self-preservation is definitely no problem. After washing up and changing into a clean pajamas, Jiang Li once again returned to the sofa, thinking about the next countermeasures. He doesn't like to be passive. Taking the initiative is the king. After a few moments of contemplation, Jiang Li flash of light, since the other side can find killers to kill him, that he is not the same can find killers to these assassins to deal with his people well, to use the way of the other person, to treat the other person as well. However, this all still depended on whether the system was reliable or not. He immediately inquired, "System, can I purchase an assassin organization?" "Yes, host. The assassin organization is the same as you buying a company. After becoming the leader of the organization, you can mobilize the entire organization's assassins." "Alright, then find me the most powerful assassin organization in the world." As soon as Jiang Li heard that there was a chance, he immediately had to proceed with the purchase. Searching in progress. Please wait. The process of the system searching lasted for 2 minutes, during which the entire world, well-known, unknown, as long as it was a killer organization, was filtered by the system, and the information of each organization was compared and screened, and finally the answer was given. Ding! Search complete. The host's current world. The number 1 ranked killer organization is Ghost Killer Organization. The organization's headquarters is currently located at Chapter 79, Ghost Killer Organization. Its headquarters is currently located in Cape Town, South Africa. There are currently 100 members within the organization. All of them are S-class assassins. The host needs to pay $100 billion in funds. The system can tamper with the data and allow the host to become the leader of the Ghost Assassin organization. Killers are divided into grades too? Jiang Li listened carefully to the system's introduction. He didn't expect this Ghost Killer organization to be worth quite a bit of money. 100 people would be worth 100 billion levels. Yes, host. Killers are divided into S-class, A class, B class, C class, and D class. D class is the most common, which is just the beginning of the killers. S class is the highest level. In other organizations are almost all the top leaders, but the Ghost organization is different. All of them are S-class killers. There is only one leader. On weekdays, you can freely take the task, but if the leader has an action, it will also be the first time to obey. It is a loyal organization. Obey at the first opportunity. It's an extremely loyal organization. Jiang Li nodded. For this kind of assassin organization, loyalty was undoubtedly the most important. Otherwise it would be over if he was turned and suddenly gave himself a knife in the back. But he was still a little worried. System, what are the ways to raise the loyalty of all the members of this organization to me to 100? The kind of absolute loyalty that won't drop? Possible host, but you need to pay an additional $50 billion. The system will tamper with the memories of all the members to make them 100% loyal to the host. Okay, then you start operating. Just deduct the funds directly. Money reward does not matter. If it is not the dragon country has the law of the dragon country. In the domestic black sweep, Jiang Li direct high and low have to do this organization to the domestic but can disk a security company. Protect his side people, he himself is not needed. Ding. Deducted funds 150 billion. Gained 1. 5 million mole coins. Ding. 1. 5 million mole coins deducted. Data tampering in progress. Process lasts 1 hour. An hour later, Jiang Li had more information in front of his eyes, which recorded the information of all the members of the current Ghost Killer organization, and he had successfully become the leader of this organization. At the same time, almost all of the Ghost members, a name, Jiang Li, appeared out of thin air in their minds, and their loyalty was directly pulled full. Blood rose, female, S-class assassin, former leader of the Ghost Assassin organization. Jiang Li looked at the first page of the profile. On it was a very hot-looking red-haired woman. Looking at her looks, she seemed to be of Asian descent. To be able to command an entire assassin organization with a daughter's body, there was bound to be a superior skill set, so he planned to contact this Blood Rose. As a qualified killer organization, naturally there is their internal independent contact network. Jiang Li in the first floor casually find a room, open the computer, skillfully enter a URL. This is the system just transmitted to him the information. Is the ghost of the internal contact site? The account password is also for him to prepare complete. His username is the ghost. After entering the username and password, Jiang Li entered a page similar to a chat platform. He had only one contact, which was Blood Rose. After Jiang Li became the new chief, Blood Rose became the captain. There were tasks or other arrangements directly led her forward on the line. Blood Rose, now give you a task. Recently within the Dragon Kingdom someone offered a reward of $1 billion for my life. I want you to take care of all the killers outside of the Dragon Kingdom. Taking orders? Don't worry about it within the Dragon Kingdom. I'll deal with it personally. In fact, Jiang Li also guessed that this should be Li Shouwen's handiwork, because he himself, as of now, was only involved with him. As for Wang Baiyi, he even begged for peace today, so obviously it couldn't be him. Yes, Chief, I'll arrange it down immediately. Blood Rose replied almost in seconds. After all, it was the leader's mission. It definitely couldn't be ignored. Well, after handling things, you come to the Dragon Kingdom. Jinling. Jiang Li was prepared to personally meet this woman, just purely to meet her. After all, this was a rose with thorns, not so good to pick. Okay, Chief, give me 3 days, promise to complete the task. Blood Rose didn't ask why. Now it wasn't just her. Within the entire organization, as long as it was Jiang Li's order, they would carry it out unconditionally. After the mission was issued, Jiang Li closed his laptop. He had to deal with Li Shouwen's matter. Chapter 80. How much do you think you're worth? Ding. Detected that the host is currently available to add the skill, Killer's Way proficiency. Is it added? Jiang Li froze at the words, Killer's Way? It's really like someone sending a pillow just as he dozed off. What's the point of hesitating? Add. Decisively add. This time little cutie. Only then would he refuse. Within the Dragon Kingdom, even if Jiang Li's wealth and power was heavenly, but if he blatantly violated the law, he would need to be arrested to step on a sewing machine. But if he used some other methods to assassinate, or to create an accident, then it would be out of the question with him. Let's not forget, but he still had a magic shape change skill. After he made the corresponding decision, his mind began to emerge a variety of information. Experience, such as all the joints of the human body. Where to attack can be killed in one blow. Where to attack can make people incapacitated. And then such as the figure of stealth, convergence of their own breath, and so on. Everything, perhaps for him is not a great help, but you can teach these things to the members of the Ghost. Will certainly be like a tiger to add wings, in order to facilitate the action. So Jiang Li deliberately changed into a sports and leisure suit, directly driving a Porsche 911 and went out. Blue Harbor, when Purple Cloud Villa wasn't established, was also the #1 ranked villa area in Jinling. This was also Jiang Li's destination tonight. Li Shouwen's villa was here. According to the information, the third villa is Li Shouwen's. He will go back to sleep here every night. Like them, this kind of older people, routine generally will not easily change. And his wife died 5 years ago due to illness. The whole villa weekdays on his own. Only Li Yu will occasionally come over. Parked the car casually on the side of the road. In the car to start the magic shape change, Jiang Li once again turned himself into a passerby of the mediocre people. Very dashing, hands inserted pockets toward the villa area of the guardrail side of the breakthrough to the Xian level. Even if it is the night, his line of sight with the daytime there is no difference, so it is very easy to capture the dead ends of the monitoring. A flash directly leapt over the 3-meter-high guardrail into the community. Inside, after obtaining killer mastery, with experience in sneaking and other aspects, even though there are surveillance cameras in the neighborhood, and even more security patrols, they are all like nothing in front of him. In a short while, Jiang Li appeared at the entrance of Villa 3. He looked up at the location of the balcony, and leapt, directly jumping up in place without the slightest challenge. After entering the balcony, he closed his eyes and listened slightly. He heard the subtle sound of breathing from the air, and concluded Li Shouwen's position. Other than that, there was no one else in the villa. This old dog, looking for someone to kill me. He himself is sleeping quite soundly. Jiang Li smiled playfully. The door in front of him was just a decoration for him. He called a wisp of true qi to directly cut the door lock, easily entered the house, without the slightest hesitation, striding towards Li Shouwen's bedroom. Even the sound of his footsteps he did not collect. Pa! Jiang Li pushed the door and also turned on the light inside the bedroom with his hand. This wave of commotion was also directly woke up the sleeping Li Shouwen. Opening his eyes, he saw that there was a stranger barging into his bedroom. He was also startled. His body was also hastily leaning back against the head of the bed. What are you? What do you want to do? I advise you not to mess around. There are security guards patrolling right downstairs here, and as long as I shout, they'll rush in immediately. Seeing Jiang Li slowly walking towards him, he couldn't help but raise his voice to stop him. Wanting to bluff Jiang Li, "Che, I just came in from below. Do you think they can catch me? What do you think I'm here for, Boss Li?" Jiang Li teasingly looked at Li Xiuwen and said, "You want money, right? How much do you want? I'll give it to you, but don't mess around. Take the money and leave quickly." Seeing that Jiang Li was in no hurry to make a move, Li Xiuwen guessed that he should be here to seek wealth. As for harming lives, he didn't think in that direction. "Oh, Boss Li is so quick? Then what do you think? Your life, how much is it worth? Was Jiang Li worse off than him? Of course not, just teasing him a bit before he dies." "You, slow down. I advise you not to mess around. I have money. You can take it, but if you kill me, you'll have to pay for it yourself. I think someone hired you to do this. If you're willing to give out information about the other party, I'm willing to double the price. What do you think?" Li Xiuwen was worthy of being an old fox. After a short moment of shock, he quickly figured out that someone must have bought the murderer. Chapter 81, If I Think It's Okay. Ha 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 ha. Li Xiuwen, Li Xiuwen, do you really not know why I am here? What have you done yourself that you don't have a point in your heart? Jiang Li was amused by Li Xiuwen. "You can find someone to kill me. I cannot come to kill you, right? Don't you understand? I don't know what you're talking about." Li Xiuwen's pupils shrunk. The so-called not doing anything wrong is not afraid of ghosts knocking on the door, but he wouldn't admit it and simply played dumb. "That's right, you definitely won't admit it with this face of mine. So what about this? Will you remember anything?" Jiang Li's words just fell, and just like that, in front of Li Xiuwen's face, his physical appearance began to change, reverting back to his original appearance from a mediocre man. Li Xiuwen was directly dumbfounded. He felt that he must be dreaming. How could Jiang Li appear here? He didn't hesitate to slap himself to wake himself up, but the fiery pain coming from his face told him that this was what was really happening. Jiang Li? Impossible. How could you be here? Fake. You must be a fake." Li Xiuwen was very sure that he hadn't blurred his eyes. Just now he came in and it was clearly a strange man, and now he has become Jiang Li. How is this possible? He felt like his three views had been turned upside down. "Haven't you always suspected me of doing something to Li Yu? To be honest, originally I didn't put him in my eyes. After all, as far as I'm concerned, he's nothing more than a piece of trash. But who let him die a good death and find someone to attack and kill me? I am a good person, so directly send him to reincarnation. Not to say that you are father and son, you also find killers to me, but is not too stingy? Just offer $1 billion? Jiang Li directly showdown with Li Xiuwen. "No more pretending. Your son is what I killed, and will soon send you to be reunited with him as well." Jiang Li, you scumbag. I knew it was you. You are still just a child and you won't even let him go. You shall not die. I'll fight you, doubt to doubt. But the moment Jiang Li personally admitted it, Li Xiuwen still stormed out. Even ignoring his own safety directly lunged towards Jiang Li, but was kicked back to the bed, becoming a dead dog, curled up. At his age, if not for the fact that Jiang Li had withdrawn his strength, he was afraid that he would have gone to his death in a single kick. "Honestly, I'm also sure if it's you who paid the bounty on my head, but it doesn't matter now. I'm fine if I think it is, and I feel the endless hatred from your eyes, so I'm sorry. I'll just have to send you off to be reunited with Li Yu." Jiang Li finished speaking in no more nonsense. He directly flexed his finger and flicked it. A strand of true qi was sent into Li Xiuwen's body by him. It began to flow around in his body, searing his meridians, destroying his 5 organs and 6 bowels, and finally it fled into his brain, churning the inside into a pulp. As for Li Xiuwen, he didn't even let out a scream. He was too dead to be killed again. But Jiang Li had done a good thing. After all, it reunited the father and son duo. Unlike in the past, this time Jiang Li let the system erase all traces of his own personal. Li Xiuwen's body is still well preserved. This is a warning he gave to these tycoons in Jinling. Even if they have money, they can't do whatever they want. It's not guaranteed that they will suddenly die violently one day. After dealing with everything, he swaggered out of the small area, drove back to his villa. This moment has been 2:30 in the morning. The next morning, as soon as Jiang Li woke up, he saw push notifications for various news. Shocking. 10 billionaire found dead in an unusually gruesome scene. Plotting for money or revenge killing? Tens of billions of billionaire big shot found dead in his own villa. The former owner of the Marriott 7-star hotel, Li Xiuwen, suddenly died violently in his home and was found by his nanny this morning. He didn't even have to click to see it. He could guess what these news said. nothing more than in the chaotic speculation of Li Xiuwan's cause of death. Another scene. Jiang Li did not leave any useful clues, so this case will be very tricky and so on and so forth. Next, it's time to get down to business. Chapter 82 Sunshine Security. After a few assassinations, Jiang Li for the security issue is still very important. He himself is okay, but in order to prevent people from jumping over the wall, the people around you still need to protect, so he is ready to go to acquire a security company today. As for the target, he has already looked for a good. It is a security company called Sunshine Security. According to Jiang Li, survey information shows that the company was founded by retired special forces, currently has a number of branches in the country. Its reputation is currently in the industry is also ranked first, and his headquarters in Jiangling, and other security companies are different. They are not what work to take. If you are a criminal, want to find them as a bodyguard, there is a possibility that they personally sent in, and it is precisely for this reason. The strong Sun Security. It is precisely for this reason that Sunshine Security has become the industry benchmark. Today is still driving their own Lamborghini Poison. Jiang Li, according to the address, drove all the way to the Jiangling Jiangning district. The headquarters of Liang Security Company is here. From a long way off you can see there is a building of 50 to 60 meters high. Building has two big words on the top of the word, Liang. After parking the car into the underground parking lot, Jiang Li came to the gate of the company. There are two sturdy, tendon-fleshed security guards standing guard. See, Jiang Li came over. One of them went forward to stop him. Hello sir, may I ask if you have an appointment? No, I'm here to see your boss. Jiang Li looked the security guard up and down and said calmly, I'm sorry sir, without an appointment, you can't go in for now. You can make an appointment to come back later. When the security guard heard Jiang Li say that he didn't have an appointment, he didn't listen to him seriously and directly refused to let him in. You should have heard of the Jiang Group, right? I'm here on behalf of the group to see your boss, so inform me upwards and I'm sure your boss will let me in. Jiang Li directly brought out the name of the group. Right now in Jiangling, the prestige of Jiang's group was as high as the sky, and it was even more unlikely that they who were in security hadn't heard of it. Jiang's group? You're from Jiang's group? How do you prove it? You say it is? Although the security guard was shocked, he was still able to keep his cool. What if the other party was an imposter? My name is Jiang Li. Just report this name. You don't need to care about the rest. As for seeing me or not, your boss has his own decision. Jiang Li, also lazy nonsense, directly reported his name. If it is not he wants to field inspection of this company, he has long directly let the system disk down. This, well, you wait a moment. The security guard saw that Jiang Li's appearance did not seem like a joke, hesitated for a moment or agreed to help Jiang Li to report it. This kind of thing is afraid of what if, in case the other party is really a person of Jiang's group, and was rejected by himself, wouldn't it be invisible to the company to bring a trouble? Captain, there's a man at the door who says he's from Jiang's group, calls himself Jiang Li, and wants to see our boss. Do you think we should let him through? The security guard used the walkie-talkie to give his captain a truthful briefing in front of Jiang Li. Who? Jiang Li? From the Jiang group? Is it a young man in his 20s? The captain asked one question after another. His voice was louder than the other, and he suspected that he had misheard. As the security captain, he naturally knew some internal information, among which was Jiang Li's information, and he also knew that the other party was the old boss of Jiang's group, the veritable richest man in Jiangling nowadays. Yes, captain. The security guard looked at Jiang Li with a skeptical face, but still answered with great certainty. Release the line. Quickly release the line. I'll be right there. The captain directly ordered, and then rushed to the company's main entrance without stopping. Since he knew that Jiang Li had personally visited the company, he had to go out and greet him anyways, while not forgetting to give a notice to the boss's assistant. Assistant Luo, Jiang Li, the old boss of the Jiang group, is now at the entrance of our company, presumably to find the boss. I'll go over to greet him first. Sir, you can go in. Our captain will be here soon. The security guard listens to the captain's words, obediently gives Jiang Li a free pass, and then stands back to the original position again. But the afterglow is still sizing up Jiang Li. He just came to Jiangling not long ago. Naturally he doesn't know what changes have happened in Jiangling lately, and the teammate who stood guard beside him. From just now when Jiang Li declared his own name, he felt as if he heard of it somewhere, and didn't think of it until now. He couldn't help but widen his eyes, exclaiming in surprise, I cursive, Jiang Li, isn't it Jiang's group's boss? Our Jiangling's youngest richest man. When these words came out, the security guard who stopped Jiang Li just now was also dumbfounded. He even stopped the richest man in Jiangling at the door. Chapter 83, I'm here to make an acquisition. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Jiang, sorry. My men are new here. I don't know you. I'm really sorry for stopping you. I'm the head of security here, Zhang Rue. Jiang Li had just entered the company's interior. There was a middle-aged man about 35 years old with tan skin but the same robust and forceful body walking over on the side of the hall, warmly greeting and introducing himself at the same time. It's alright, Captain Zhang. I don't know if your boss is in the company. I'm here to find him. Jiang Li responded briefly and then went straight to the subject of this trip. The boss is in. Since Mr. Jiang is here to look for the boss, then I'll take you there directly. Zhang Rui also knew that with his own status, he was naturally not enough to receive the other party, but being a leader was still enough. That's why he would directly bring Jiang Li over, just as a mixer. Then I'd like to thank Captain Zhang for leading the way. Jiang Li made a polite remark before following Zhang Rui to take the elevator to the topmost floor, where the office of the old president of Liang was located, and Zhang Rui had informed Assistant Luo about it before, which was why he came all the way over unimpeded. That, Mr. Jiang, straight from here is the boss's office. My rank is not enough. I can only send you here. Ahead you need to go there yourself. Just after leaving the elevator door, Zhang Rui scratched his head in some embarrassment and said, their company had its own set of rules and regulations. Other than the boss and his assistant, the other management was divided into captains, squadrons, and small captains. 10 people form a squad. Set up a squad leader is responsible for managing the team. 10 squads form a squadron. Set up a squadron leader is responsible for managing 10 squad leaders. 5 squadrons form a brigade. Set up a brigade leader is responsible for the management of 5 squad leaders. Headquarters at 10 teams can directly enter the office to see the boss as only the 10 brigade leader, and then there are Luo assistant. Other people do not have the order is not passable. Unable to pass. Good. Hard work. Thanks. Jiang Li nodded lightly. After a simple thank you, he walked straight to the office door in front of him, politely reaching out and knocking on the door 3 times, waiting for a response from inside. Come in, only to see a loud and cheerful voice coming from inside. He directly pushed the door in. The whole office is very spacious, but the display is not much. In addition to the foundation of a sofa, desk and chair and a cabinet, there is only a boxing sandbag. Following Jiang Li's line of sight, only to see that at this time in front of the desk sits a plate-inch head, stout face, eyes gleaming middle-aged man. The age should be in 36 or 77 or so. The body wears a sports tank top still, revealing his robust biceps. With Jiang Li's arrival, he also got up and went forward to greet him. Hello Mr. Jiang, I'm the boss of Liang, Chen Yiming. I didn't know that Mr. Jiang had come to visit. I've missed out on welcoming you. Please don't blame Mr. Jiang, please have a seat. Chen Yiming took the initiative to go forward, reaching out to greet while also secretly sizing up Jiang Li. The more he sized him up the more surprised he was, because he felt an invisible sense of oppression from Jiang Li, and it seemed that he couldn't see through him. Mr. Chen deserves to be the one who can make Liang security the number 1 in the industry. There are quite a few people who know about Jiang Group, but not many know about me. Jiang Li. Jiang Li smoothly took his seat, sizing up Chen Yiming on the sofa with a smirk. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Jiang, where do you say? It's not that you keep a low profile. Otherwise with Mr. Jiang's strength, it's not a problem to be known all over the country and even overseas, right? I don't know why Mr. Jiang came to Liang today. Do you need us to provide security services? Chen Yiming snorted and brought the topic to a close. He couldn't say that he had nothing to do but study the information of these non-rich and noble bigwigs. Could he? He had researched Jiang Li's origins, but all he was able to investigate was the Jiang Group. Nothing else. Even where he was from was unknown and could not be found out. Yes and no. Plain people don't talk in the dark. In fact, I'm here to acquire Liang. Mr. Chen might as well make a price? Since the other party asked, he didn't beat around the bush and bluntly stated his purpose, then just silently waited for Chen Yiming's reply. I'm sorry Mr. Jiang, first of all, I'm very grateful for your trust in Liang, but I don't have the intention to make a bid. If you need security services, Chapter 84 condition. If you need security services, this can be provided to you. Chen Yiming didn't even think about it and rejected Jiang Li. Blazing Sun Security was founded by his hand, and this group of brothers under his hand have accompanied him for several years together. And then again, he is not short of money, so there is no reason to transfer the company. Jiang Li was not surprised by Chen Yiming's refusal. It would be wrong if he agreed directly. He didn't give up, but opened his mouth to state his conditions. Mr. Chen, don't be in a hurry to refuse. May as well listen to me finish. I know Mr. Chen is emotionally attached to Liang. This I can understand. If I acquire Liang, I will not meddle in Liang's management. How was it before, how is it now? At the same time, all of Liang's future expenditures will be provided by Jiang's group. The company's welfare benefits for all people is also in the original basis of the 3 times. The money earned is also by the you dominate. I want just Liang's security into Jiang's group, and the group absolute control. At the same time for the group's senior to provide security services. That's all. If Mr. Chen is willing, Liang can still be handed over to you to take care of. I think this should be a win-win situation. Right. Chen Yiming listened to Jiang Li's words, did not say anything, for a time also began to hesitate, listened to the other side of the meaning, just to control the Liang in their own hands, but will not interfere in the development of the Liang. At the same time will also inject a large amount of money. That is to say that in the future they will only make money. The money earned does not have to be delivered to the group. At their disposal, he himself is not short of money, but under the hands of this group of brothers but need money to support their families, marrying his wife and having children. As the boss, he naturally needed to think about them. Is it true what Mr. Jiang said? It won't interfere with the future development of Liang while also injecting a large amount of money? After a few moments of silent contemplation, Chen Yiming raised his head to look at Jiang Li's eyes and said with a straight face, does Mr. Chen think that I have the need to lie to you about this kind of thing? Naturally it's true. If Mr. Chen is not assured, he can also write it into the contract. That's always fine, right? Jiang Li said without thinking, this kind of thing is all trivial. With his financial power today he still can't afford to support a security company anymore? I can promise, but I have one more condition. If Mr. Jiang can do it, I will immediately ask someone to prepare the contract. Chen Yiming suddenly hemmed and hawed. Tell me about it. Jiang Li winded up and said without the slightest fluctuation of emotions. From the first moment I saw Mr. Jiang, I could feel that Mr. Jiang is not an ordinary person, or at least a practitioner, so I would like to have a couple of fights with Mr. Jiang. If Mr. Jiang is able to beat me, then I will sell the company to Mr. Jiang. If Mr. Jiang loses, then I'm sorry. Is Mr. Jiang able to accept this condition? Chen Yiming put forward this condition also has his own considerations. One is to test Jiang Li. If he is a wimp, then as this thing did not happen well, if Jiang Li took, but he does not beat himself, then also do not have to sell the company. If he does not beat Jiang Li, lost the fight, then even if it is to sell the company, he and the brothers underneath there is also an explanation. And if Jiang Li can beat himself, I think it must be to beat the other people are also not in the words, but also able to convince the public. After all, strong people will be respected everywhere. That's it? No more? Then okay, come on. You're quite spacious here. Let's proceed here. I'm in a hurry. Jiang Li thought he had some conditions. He dared to realize that he wanted to fight with himself. Isn't this purely asking for trouble? This doesn't even apologize to him if he doesn't beat him up. He directly got up and came to the position in the center of the office, ready to have a quick fight right there. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Jiang is really quick. Since that's the case then I won't be pretentious. Let's put it this way. Whoever falls to the ground first will lose. Mr. Jiang, look at the move. Chen Yiming did not expect Jiang Li so fast, also got up and came to the center of the office, briefly explained the rules, and then took the lead in launching an attack on him. But the fists and feet have no eyes. The two are just a sparring match. He did not hit him hard, and collected the strength of it. A swinging fist swung straight at Jiang Li's chest. Don't look at him big, but the speed is not slow at all. Jiang Li watched Chen Yiming's fist is getting closer and closer to himself. The corner of his mouth rose slightly. In the other side is about to touch his own body slightly side. Chen Yiming's fist is almost sticking to his clothes in the past. Chapter 85, Hanging and Beating. Seeing that his attack fell short, Chen Yiming smoothly switched from a swinging fist to an elbow strike. At the same time his foot was also attacking Jiang Li's lower body, wanting to make him lose his center of gravity. But how could Jiang Li let him have his way? He dodged and pulled away the distance between the two of them, looking at Chen Yiming with a smile. That smile was like mocking him, which directly aroused Chen Yiming's anger, and he struck more fiercely and quickly, and the angle of his attack became more and more tricky. However, Jiang Li was a Shen-level martial artist with true chi, while this Chen Yiming was at most a yellow level, or just an introductory one, so how could he be his opponent? Soon the situation became Jiang Li unilateral teased Chen Yiming. No matter how fast his attacks, how ruthless, Jiang Li can always easily and casually avoid. This can be Chen Yiming angry half dead, usually with other people to cut is his unilateral output. Did not think that one day he actually tasted this. Mr. Jiang, are you only able to hide? Dare to fight me head on. Chen Yiming was half dead tired. Every attack fell short, not even touching the corner of Jiang Li's clothes. Just a moment's effort on the body of the sports undershirt was soaked with sweat. On the contrary, Jiang Li was still so light-hearted, not even with a gasp. Who can stand it? Only then did he open his mouth to provoke. I'm not here to try your hands, but are you sure you want me to fight? You'll lose if I make a move. Jiang Li wrapped his arms around himself and stood very casually at a meter away from him, smiling meaningfully. Feel free to let your horse come over. I, Chen Yiming, am not intimidated either. He wasn't willing to show weakness either. A man couldn't say no. With that, he took up a combat stance, ready to meet Jiang Li's attack. Alright, you asked for it. Before the words fell, Jiang Li crashed, suddenly appeared behind Chen Yiming. Before he reacted, a palm slap on his back, causing him to stagger forward and fall. Cursive. So fast. Not good. Chen Yiming was dumbfounded. He didn't see clearly how Jiang Li ran behind him, but right now it was too late to think about it, because he was about to fall to the ground. But at this time Jiang Li dodged and appeared in front of him, and an uppercut hit him hard on his chest and knocked him back. And the next time, it was Chen Yiming like a sandbag being hit over and kicked back by Jiang Li, then slapped over and swung back. He also wanted to fight back, but he simply didn't know where Jiang Li would appear in the next second. How can he fight? However, Jiang Li also gave him face, collected a lot of strength, just beat him up with a bruise. A closer look can still recognize him as Chen Yiming. Play also enough. Finally casually push. Chen Yiming should fall to the ground. Mr. Chen, you fell down. Oh. According to the agreement, then it is me who won. Oh. Jiang Li resumed his seat on the sofa, as if the one who had just hit the man wasn't him, and casually said, Mr. Jiang is really not an ordinary person. It's me who is not as skilled as others. I admit defeat. Chen Yiming laughed bitterly. What could he do? After the sparring session just now, he naturally knew that Jiang Li was being merciful. Otherwise it was estimated that he wouldn't even be able to receive a single move from his opponent. He wasn't someone who couldn't afford to play. So naturally he was willing to gamble and agreed to sell the company to Jiang Li. Okay, you put the transfer contract ready. Tomorrow I will send someone over to sign. As for the price, Mr. Chen open a price. With his purpose accomplished, Jiang Li didn't intend to stay any longer. He still had other things to do. Then let's give it at the market capitalization price. The current market capitalization price of Liang is 36.7 billion. Chen Yiming didn't ask for a lion's share of the price. It was how much was quoted. This was all information that could be checked. Okay, then I'll leave first. Mr. Chen, don't worry. This injury of yours will be gone after a night's rest. Jiang Li reached out and patted Chen Yiming's shoulder, taking advantage of his inattention to give him a trace of true qi to help him heal and recover. Otherwise it would take at least a week just by himself. Alright, goodbye Mr. Jiang. I won't send you off with this appearance. If they see me, they'll laugh me to death. Chen Yiming sent him out of the doorway and stopped. Jiang Li didn't care. Casually waving his hand, he took the elevator and headed for the main entrance. Chapter 86 Cousin to come? After leaving Liang Security Company, Jiang Li drove to prepare to go to Jilin University to find Long Yufei. 2 days ago this girl told him that she was about to internship, ready to go out to rent a house to live, and wanted Jiang Li to accompany her to take a look at the recent frequency of chatting between the two increased significantly, but most of the Long Yufei initiative to look for him. Jiang Li is a wooden man. If nothing else is not either in bed or on the way to bed. Just opened a half of it. The phone rings. A look as her mom called. Jiang Li hastily pressed the answer button and then put the car parked on the side of the road. Mom, what's wrong? What's wrong? Because usually at this time Jiang Li's mom Qin Su almost will not call him, said afraid of delaying his work. Usually after 6 o'clock will call, so Jiang Li will be a little nervous to ask. Son, mom is fine, didn't delay your work, right? The call is to have something to talk to you about. Hearing Qin Su say that she was fine, Jiang Li then breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. Ha ha, it's not delayed. I'm outside. What's good? Tell me about it. Your cousin before is not in the entrepreneurial well, but listen to your aunt said it seems to be a failure. He went back to our hometown the other day. Yesterday went to our home to say look at me and your father, but we are not at home. He gave me a phone call, talked to him for a while. I thought if the two of you are not playing small as to put on a pair of pants, and now you're also in the opening of the company. I said to him that can go to Jilin to find you. You see can Jilin to find you. You see can take him. Are our own family. What do you say? Son, Qin Su told the matter to Jiang Li one by one, and finally asked for Jiang Li's opinion. Harm, just this thing I also thought Wyatt, cousin did not contact me, or I know his situation, then, would have called him over, then, I will give him a call later. I'll give him a call later. It's no problem. Mom, mentioned Jiang Li's cousin, that his mother really did not say wrong. The two played a small relationship is very close, like a brother-in-law, cousin then he was 3 years old. Before it is cousin everywhere to take care of him, teach him all kinds of knowledge, take him to play all kinds of fun things, but also in the time of danger to protect him, but the last 2 years to contact less, Jiang Li or the New Year's Eve when I saw him, if not his mother reminded. A moment, Jiang Li really did not think about it, recently in Jilin thing too much. Okay, then you first go busy, I will not bother you work. A moment with your father to go to see the painting exhibition it. Qin Su was still very assured of Jiang Li's work. and ended the call after chatting for a couple of sentences. Jiang Li didn't rush to drive, but found his cousin's WeChat from WeChat. His cousin's name was Louis Qiao, and called him over. It rang for several seconds before he connected, and his familiar voice came. Cousin? Long time no see. I was planning to go to Jiangling to look for you in 2 days. Yesterday went to your house, and then realized that auntie they went out to travel. Cousin himself also opened up a company. Not bad. Louis Qiao did not become rusty because of the long time no contact. Still so cordial. Recently has earned a lot of money. This is not thinking of letting my parents go out to walk. Relax a little. Cousin, you go back. Then at home to accompany the family first, and then after 2 days directly to Jiangling to find me. Other dare not say. To ensure that you go back to the New Year's Day when you can scenery. Wallet bulging. Jiang Li was also thinking at this time, when his cousin comes over, will he keep him by his side or send him to serve in the group? But no matter how it was arranged, Jiang Li would definitely not treat him poorly as all. That's what I was thinking. It's rare to come back, so I'll stay at home for 2 days before going out. Ha ha ha, since you've said so, then I'll definitely come to join you. That's fine. Let's see you the day after tomorrow then. Louis Qiao does not have the slightest doubt about what Jiang Li said, because he believes that Jiang Li will not lie to him. After all, they are more than 20 years of feelings, and he now has nothing. Can lie to him what? Okay, see you the day after tomorrow. Give my regards to my great aunt and uncle. Then Jiang Li hung up the phone. Originally the relationship between the two families is good. He developed how also have to pull a hand. At this time he just remembered. Long Yufei is still waiting for him in the school. Chapter 87 Subtlety. Jiangling University, Girls' Dormitory. Long Yufei had made an appointment with Jiang Li yesterday and accompanied her out to look for a house today. So she started washing her hair early, styling, skincare, rubbing body lotion, changing clothes, and finally drawing a beautiful makeup. Just this series of operation down, her roommate didn't need to think to know that she must be going out on a date. As for the object, that's even more needless to say. So many years, except for Jiang Li, she had never gone out alone with other opposite sex. Fei, are you going on a date with Senior Jiang? Liu looked at Long Yufei with a bad smile on her face and even raised an eyebrow at her. This is not nonsense. Our Fei dressed up so beautiful. In addition to Mr. Jiang, who else is worthy of our Fei? Lin Ling also poked her head out of the bed to tease her. What are you talking about? I'm going out for something. This is not to internship. I want to find a house to live. Let Jiang Li accompany me to take a look. If I see there is a suitable back to send the group, you can also take a look. If there is a suitable house, maybe we can also live together. Long Yufei's face reddened at their words, then began to explain. Oh, so that's how it is. It's still Fei who's thoughtful. Lin Ling revealed an I get it look and dragged a trailing tone. It's true to say, I was thinking about this before, but it shouldn't be too much of a problem if Senior Jiang accompanies you. After all, he looks reliable. Liu to Jiang Li is not disgusted. Last time they also invited them to frustrate a meal. Afterward also arranged a car to send them back. Can be said to be considerate. I'll see if Jiang Li has come yet. He said before that he had to go and do something first. Long Yufei looked at the time. It was almost 11 o'clock. That's when she took out her cell phone and called Jiang Li over. If he wasn't available today, then it would have to be next time. After all, in her opinion Jiang Li has a big family and must be very busy as well. He doesn't have that much time to spend with himself. I'm at the school entrance. You can come down right away. The phone quickly connected, and Jiang Li's gentle and magnetic voice came through. Okay, I'll come down now. Long Yufei lightly smiled, then hung up the phone, picked up her own bag, waved goodbye to her roommate. In a good mood, she even hummed a little song. She lived on the 3rd floor, so she quickly came to the dormitory floor. While the others saw her standing under the dormitory floor, they guessed that it should be Jiang Li who had come, because every time she stood here, Jiang Li's car would appear. And as expected, a minute later, Poison's figure reappeared in the crowd's view, took care of a bit of business on the road, got delayed a bit, came late, sorry. Parking his car at the entrance of the dormitory building, Jiang Li got down from the car and politely explained the reason to Long Yufei. After all, he had promised someone yesterday, so it was good that he didn't come too late. It's fine. Your matter must be very important. Of course you have to deal with it first. I'm just going to look at the house. Any day is fine. Her mouth said it was okay, but this feeling of being valued made her happy. On the side of the other passerby boyfriends, watching their goddess schoolgirl talking and laughing with Jiang Li. The word envy has been said tired. Who let others are rich and handsome, but also gentle and considerate and polite? People are more angry than people. Let's go then. There should still be time to go see one more place now. Jiang Li smoothly pulled open the passenger door, waiting for Long Yufei to get on the car and return to the main car. In the gazes of envy and jealousy from the crowd, he took her and drove off. Where should we go first? do you have a good neighborhood in mind? After coming out from the school entrance, Jiang Li subconsciously looked back at Long Yufei, because he was accompanying her out, so to her will as the main, but the space in the car was originally small. Was Jiang Li so close to the distance looking at the Long Yufei? For a time, even a little nervous, her heartbeat began to accelerate. The roots of the ears also began to slowly become red. She did not dare to look at Jiang Li's eyes. Noticed that the atmosphere inside the car began to become a little subtle. Jiang Li retracted the gaze, lightly coughing twice casually said, "Cough, cough, that, if you haven't thought about it, why don't you go see my building? I've previously dished up 2 buildings over at the Riverside district by hand, and I haven't been bothering with them. They're all new and no one has lived in them." Chapter 88, Looking at the House. It's okay, let's go take a look then. Long Yufei quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately Jiang Li did not continue to look at her, for Jiang Li proposed that she also has no opinion. Just hurry to leave the school entrance, because now there are already quite a lot of classmates or passers-by around the car to watch and take pictures. Okay, then let's go. Jiang Li started the vehicle with Long Yufei driving on the road. Riverside district is not very far from Jinling University, so he did not drive very fast, all the way leisurely. Would have been a limited number of top luxury cars can attract passers-by have side eye, and then see the co-pilot on the Long Yufei, had to sigh a sentence. Really the co-pilot of the luxury car never let a person disappointed. Not much to say. The two arrived at the Riverside district. On the road when Jiang Li contacted the manager Song, said he wanted to go to see the building he bought before, so that the manager Song arranged for him to a person to take the road. This point of things Song manager naturally will not refuse. Jiang Li is his big customer. Immediately the sales department of the most resourceful gold medal sails to the door to wait for Jiang Li's arrival. Supercars wherever is incomparable eye-catching. Jiang Li parked the car in front of the sales department. Inside the female sales eyes are straight, which do not need to see, is definitely a big money, if you can take the words, who is still here to buy a house but see the co-pilot down Long Yufei, most of them with wilted, they have their own what kind of posture, the heart still has a number, but there are very few people intend to fight a little, even if you cannot be the object, that when a lover can also At this time the main driver's door also slowly opened, revealing the handsome face of Jiang Li. Standing at the door waiting for a long time the gold medal sales immediately recognized. This is not the Song manager, let her receive the guests. Hello Mr. Jiang, I am manager Song, arranged to show you the way. You call me Xiao Zhao on it. After confirming the visitor, Xiao Zhao took the initiative to go forward and greet him. His words were also very respectful. Good, then it'll be hard for you to accompany us. Now go over there. Jiang Li nodded and prepared to go over directly. Long Yufei didn't say anything at this time. She all listened to Jiang Li and stood beside him in a well-behaved manner. Alright, Mr. Jiang and this young lady, please follow me. Let's take the sightseeing bus over. Xiao Zhao also secretly sized up Jiang Li and Long Yufei, only to feel that the two were a perfect match. They were both divine in face value. Good, Mr. Jiang, building 5 over here, and building 12 over there are both under your name. Which one should we go see first? Xiao Zhao pointed to the 2 buildings in front of him and introduced them before turning his head to ask Jiang Li's opinion. Which building do you want to look at first? Jiang Li didn't decide on his own, but asked Long Yufei's opinion. After all, he was accompanying her to look at it. Then let's go to building 5 first. It's a bit closer. She pointed to building 5 in front of her after a little thought. Let's go then. Take a look at building 5. Xiao Zhao, mainly just look at the ones with 4 rooms. Those below that don't need to go. Jiang Li added at this time, because he remembered that Long Yufei still had 3 roommates. If they were going to live together, the 4 rooms would be more convenient. Okay Mr. Jiang, we are 2 sets on 1 floor. A building is 50 floors in 100 sets. The last 10 floors are all 4 rooms and above. So let's take the elevator directly to the 40th floor. Xiao Zhao is a gold medal sales. The information of every building here had long been familiar with. Although the houses here were sold out, most people didn't live here by themselves and would entrust them to help them rent out. Let's go then. The group then took the elevator to the 40th floor. Xiao Zhao stepped forward and pulled out a large set of keys from her bag. The entire building was here. It was evident that her preparations were still well done. 2 of you, please come in. After opening the door, Xiao Zhao sidled up and said. She did not take the lead in. After Jiang Li and the 2 of them entered the house, they found that although the entire house was very empty and unfurnished, it was kept very clean. It should have been cleaned regularly. Otherwise it was impossible for there to be no accumulation of dust on the floor. This set is 4 rooms, 2 halls and 2 baths. There is also a large balcony outside. The lighting conditions are very good. All the infrastructural equipment in the house is brand new. It's no problem at all if you live with 4 people. Seeing Jiang Li and his duo sizing up the layout of the house, Xiao Zhao also started to introduce the information of this house at the right place. Do you think you should? Chapter 89. You're not going to live in my house, are you? What do you think? Or do you want to take pictures and ask your roommates about them? Or take a look at the others? Jiang Li turned his head to look at Long Yufei beside him, but realized that she was observing this bathroom and casually asked, "What's wrong? Are you minding this toilet?" I feel that this thing is very uncomfortable to use." She nodded heavily and said with some embarrassment, "Then we won't look at this set. Xiao Zhao, is there any set here that is eligible and doesn't have a toilet installed?" Since she didn't like it, then another set. Jiang Li turned his head and asked, "Yes, Mr. Jiang, but it's in building 12 now. There are no more in this building. Let me take you to there." Xiao Zhao blurted out without thinking, "Go." The three of them took the elevator out again and rolled over to building 12. Going up to the 45th floor, the layout here was the same as the set just now, and the two bathrooms were one toilet and one squatting toilet to meet different needs. "Mr. Jiang, does this set look okay to you?" Xiao Zhao asked tentatively. Jiang Li didn't say anything either, but instead looked at Long Yufei again to hear her opinion. "I'll take a few pictures first and send them to take a look." Long Yufei herself was fine with it. She wasn't a pampered person either, but she still had to ask her roommates for their opinions. If they didn't want to, she might just live alone in another house. "Alright, take your time to shoot. There's no rush." Jiang Li wrapped his arms around himself and leaned against the doorframe, watching her take pictures. "Sisters, I found a 4-bedroom, 2-hall, 2-bath house. Shoot it for you to see and give some feedback." Long Yufei edited the message in the group and sent it out after she finished taking the picture. At the same time ate the three people. "This one is good. It's big and spacious. The lighting is also very good. Why does this look like a new house? It doesn't even have any furniture." "The house is good, but do we have to buy the furniture ourselves?" The three immediately gave feedback, although very satisfied but found that there is no furniture. If they have to pay for it themselves, then it is not good. They are all students. How much money can they have? Looking at the messages in the group, she then remembered that her roommates were also from ordinary families, and they could not let Jiang Li buy furniture for them when they came to rent the house, right? Even if he was willing, Long Yufei didn't want to do that, and for a while her mood changed a little, but it was captured by Jiang Li, who immediately spoke out and asked, "What's wrong? Your roommate doesn't like it? Or, no, they are satisfied with this house, but they said that there is no furniture, and if they have to buy it themselves, they don't have so much money, so they shouldn't have chosen this place. Then I guess there's no need to look at the ones behind it." She didn't hide it and told Jiang Li truthfully, "Then why don't you just stay at my house?" Coldly Jiang Li suddenly came out with these words, causing Long Yufei to instantly widen her eyes and her mind to go blank. "What does this mean? He asked me to stay at his house? Live with him? Live together? But what kind of relationship am I with him now?" Jiang Li's casual words, but let Long Yufei's inner world into a chaos. This period of time, in fact, she also found out, she seems to slowly have some good feelings towards Jiang Li. Never been in love. She cannot figure out whether it's like or what feelings. Anyway, it is towards more to stay together with Jiang Li. As for what to do, but rather not so important. That is a villa. There are a lot of rooms. If you live with your roommate is too much trouble, you can move to my house. It happens that no one in my house is also strange cold. As for the work, if necessary, I can also help you to get it done. Jiang Li found out that Long Yufei's wrong, this only out of the voice to explain a little. "But, I'm not ready. I'll think about it. Why don't we stop here today?" She stammered, and didn't reject it. Instead it was more like shyness. "Ha ha 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 ha, good, then here it is. The time is almost up. I'll take you to dinner." Looking at her appearance, Jiang Li felt that it was very interesting. If he brought it home, maybe it could also add a few points of fun. In fact, he was also quite fond of Long Yufei, or rather appreciative, otherwise he wouldn't have looked for her so often. The duo's conversation thundered Xiao Zhao, who had been left out to dry, and for a moment she didn't know what flirty words to say to describe her heart, until Jiang Li called out to her. Chapter 90. Then buy it. "Xiao Zhao, let's stop here today. You have also worked hard. How about this? You give me your card number. I will transfer 10,000 to you. It's considered a hard work fee. Delayed your lunch." Jiang Li felt that they are all out to make money, and the other party's service attitude is also good. $10,000 is nothing to him, but the role that can be played for Xiao Zhao will be greater. No, Mr. Jiang, this is what I should do. You don't need to transfer money to me again, and Manager Song's side will also pay me. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Although Xiao Zhao's heart was moved, she still politely refused. She was afraid that Manager Song would give her small shoes if he knew. "Don't worry, this is my recognition of your work. Even if Manager Song knows about it, he won't say anything. Again, if you don't say it, if I don't say it, who knows? Don't ink. Give me the card number. I have to go to dinner in a while." Jiang Li naturally knew what she was worried about. If not for the fact that he didn't have cash with him, he would have given it to her directly. Then thank you Mr. Jiang. It's my honor to serve you. Xiao Zhao heard him say that. It would be too pretentious for him to refuse, so he gave Jiang Li the card number. Well, it's over, so I'll go back then. Okay Mr. Jiang. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Xiao Zhao looked at the extra $10,000 in the card and was very happy. Today he only came out for less than half a day and earned $10,000, and it was so easy. His face was also smiling. Imperial Cuisine Hall. After leaving from the Riverside neighborhood, Jiang Li brought Long Yufei here again. Last time he was affected by Li Xiuwen's appetite and didn't eat, so today he planned to come and taste how it tasted. Welcome to the Imperial Cuisine Hall. May I ask if you two have a reservation? Just after entering the door, the welcoming lady came forward and greeted. The heavenly character box. This kind of small thing before coming he had arranged. With his current status to get a box is not the same as playing? Okay you two inside please. The welcoming lady welcomed the two of them all the way in, and brought them to the door of the heavenly character box, and only then turned around and left. When they arrived here there would be a waiter to come over and order. Good day to you two. This is the menu. You two can see what you need to order? At this time a male waiter walked in with the menu and handed it to Jiang Li and the two of them before standing aside and waiting. Look at what you want to eat. I heard that you can eat the pure and authentic flavors of the major cuisines of the Dragon Kingdom here. Just order whatever you like. Handing a menu to Long Yufei beside him, Jiang Li was flipping through it himself. This one, this one, this one, and this one. This rabbit head looks good. Order one too. What is this diving fish? Also order one it. Long Yufei is not polite at all. Looking at the smooth eye on the checkbox, recognize the unrecognizable, ordered a bunch. Then I taste this West Lake vinegar fish. Protector of the country. Mapo tofu authentic or not? Jiang Li see Long Yufei ordered a bunch. She certainly cannot eat, so he did not order much. Not bad money but also does not advocate wasting food. The waiter on the side looked at the way the duo ordered. Couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. The price of the dishes here isn't cheap just how these they just ordered add up to almost $1 million. But he won't say anything. The more they order, the more expensive, the more commission he can get. Alright, that's it, plus 2 more pots of tea. Jiang Li handed the menu to the waiter while saying, okay, you two wait a moment. The waiter took the menu and went to order and prepare tea for Jiang Li and the others. What do you think of this restaurant? With only 2 people left in the box, Jiang Li casually asked after surveying the surroundings for a while. It's not bad. The style of decoration is also very atmospheric. The geographical location is also good. And it's also a Chinese restaurant with a full range of dishes and a wide variety of dishes. I actually don't love Western food. I think it's still better here. I just don't know how the flavor is, but if it can reach the standard of 5-star, it shouldn't be that bad, right? She saw that Jiang Li was asking her, so she very pertinently expressed her opinion. I think it's good too, so let's buy it, and we can come over to eat it when we're not doing anything in the future, and there's no need to queue up. Jiang Li nodded his head in agreement. He had this idea the last time Li Xiuwen asked him to meet him, but then forgot about it and didn't continue to sprout this idea until he came over again today. With a shocked face she was about to open her mouth to speak, when a knock suddenly came from the doorway. Chapter 91, Little Fanboy? The two's gazes were attracted by the knock on the door, and together they looked towards the door of the box. Because the waiter had only just gone out, it was impossible for him to come back so soon. So who could it be? Please come in, Jiang Li said in a flat tone. The door was then pushed open, and the one who walked in face to face was a teenager with a similar age to Jiang Li and a very clean-cut look, who came to Jiang Li with a confident stride. But I don't know why, but Jiang Li always felt that he seemed to be a little nervous. May I ask if you are Jiang Li? Mr. Jiang? The teenager asked tentatively, then waited for Jiang Li's answer with full attention. I am Jiang Li. Do you recognize me? But I don't seem to have seen you before. I don't know which one you are. Jiang Li was a bit puzzled. He definitely had an impression of everyone he had seen. The person in front of him he definitely did not recognize. After the teenager got an affirmative reply from Jiang Li, his face was delighted. He looked excited and immediately picked up the conversation to introduce himself. Hello Mr. Jiang, my name is Li Jiahong. This restaurant is my father's. You are my fan. Not right, I am your idol. Bah, no, I am your fan. Sorry Mr. Jiang, I'm too excited to see you. Li Jiahong just saw Jiang Li's figure in the hall, but he wasn't sure. He went to adjust the surveillance video at the entrance again, and was already sure of 8 or 9 points. That's why he personally ran to the box to confirm it for the last time, but it seemed to be too nervous, causing his mouth to flutter when he spoke, making Long Yufei on the side laugh. Li Jiahong, right? No need to be nervous. I'm not a bad person. Just sit down and eat together? But how did you know about me? Jiang Li was also a bit amused for a moment. Coming out for a meal and picking up a little fanboy? Mr. Jiang, you don't know me. Maybe you know my father's name. He's also in that group of yours, called Li Zicheng, but he often mentions your name to me, and I myself feel that I should learn from you. You see that we're about the same age, but you've already got such a big foundation, and I'm still relying on my father's generation, so I would like to follow Mr. Jiang, and learn from Mr. Jiang. Is that okay? Li Jiahong is not stupid, although his family's assets also have tens of billions of dollars, but that's what his father fought for. If he goes back to inherit it, it's probably just maintaining the status quo. It's hard to have any other breakthroughs, but if he follows Jiang Li, he's only how old? He already had $100 billion group. If Jiang Li was willing to let himself follow him, then his future ceiling would definitely be higher than going back to inherit the family business. You want to follow me? Jiang Li did not expect him to be so direct. Originally thought it was just to come over to mix a familiar face. Did not expect it to be such a thing? Is this considered defection? Hugging the thigh? Yes, Mr. Jiang, I feel that following you can see a wider world. Please Mr. Jiang, give me this opportunity. I promise I won't cause you any trouble. Li Jiahong directly stood up at this time, with a serious face. Jiang Li, I think he's quite sincere. Why don't you let him stay? At this time, Long Yufei opened her mouth. She felt that the kind of admiration that flowed out of Li Jiahong's eyes didn't look like it was feigned, but rather came from the heart, and as soon as she opened her mouth, Li Jiahong instantly passed a grateful look over. That's fine. You'll follow me. But let's say yes. I don't have a salary for you. Rarely met a person so honest and sincere. Jiang Li originally did not intend to reject him. Just as Long Yufei opened her mouth again, just as well do a favor to her. In the future at least Li Jiahong will have to be polite and courteous to her, and if there's anything, he can also be allowed to run an errand or something. Thank you Mr. Jiang. Thank you this lady. As long as you can follow Mr. Jiang, the salary does not matter. Li Jiahong saw Jiang Li agreed. Very happy. Thanked again and again. At the same time in his heart also put Long Yufei importance. Originally thought it was just a female companion, but from the point of view of Jiang Li will listen to her opinion. Cannot be ignored. Alright, sit down. Don't shout the old Jiang General. Since you follow me, we are about the same age. You call me Brother Li on the line. My friends they also shouted me so. To introduce you, this is Long Yufei, Jinling University. For Li Jiahong's attitude Jiang Li is still very satisfied. Not arrogant, and not the foppish fickleness of most rich second generation. So that's why he let him shout his brother, and at the same time also introduced him to Long Yufei. Okay brotherly, hello sister Fei. In the future, if you have a use for me, feel free to order. Li Jiahong was very uptight, directly called brother and shouted sister. Anyway, he definitely did not suffer is. Chapter 92 My cat can backflip. Hello, but shout my name on the line. I'm not as big as you. Long Yufei did not expect Li Jiahong to directly call her Fei sister, which makes her a little cry. Not much time. The door of the box was knocked open again. This time it is on the food. Before and after on a table full of food. Waiter see Li Jiahong here although a little surprised, but still have to give him greetings hello. After all, it is the young proprietor well. The restaurant up and down the people all know. Li Jiahong was originally prepared to call the manager to get a bottle of good wine over, but was Jiang Li to drive the reason for the refusal, so he had to tea instead of wine. Respectively, a toast to Jiang Li 2 people. A meal was eaten for an hour or two. The guests and hosts are happy. The last Li Jiahong is a wave of the hand directly to Jiang Li free of charge, but also personally send him out. The attitude is quite respectful, making the restaurant of other people are confused, do not understand the meaning of it. Originally Jiang Li is intended to restaurant to disk down, but out of Li Jiahong such an accident, he did not mention this matter again. After all, people want to mix with their own. If it is backhanded to the person's family's property acquisition, it is a little unkind. Anyway, Li Jiahong this person here, want to eat at any time can be arranged. When Jiang Li left, he immediately rushed home. He wants to tell his father this news, although his intention is to follow Jiang Li to learn things, but he got on the line with Jiang Li. It is also the same as associated with Jiang's group, which has involved a lot of interests, so he has to go back to explain the situation with his father, lest what contradictions occur in the follow-up. Then his efforts group in vain. I didn't expect this Li Jiahong to be quite interesting. What's even more unexpected is that you actually have a rich second-generation little fan. In the car, Long Yufei shot a sideways glance at Jiang Li who was driving, thinking in her heart how many other things about him she didn't know. For now his attitude is quite good. I just don't know how it is in the future, so I still have to examine it before I say. Eat up, how about it? Do you want to go to my house to have a look? I live by myself in my villa. Oh, there's also a cat. My cat can backflip ooh. Jiang Li naturally knew what Li Jiahong was following him for, but if the other party's character was okay and he could also keep this kind of sincerity all the time, he wouldn't mind pulling him along. But if he wanted to take advantage of him, then he would be greeted with a destructive blow. What kind of cat can still backflip? I don't believe it. It's a lie. Long Yufei's face flushed when she heard Jiang Li invite her to her home, but the light in the car was dim, so she couldn't tell. But she had some interest when she heard the words behind her. She hadn't seen a cat that could backflip. You'll see later. He's one I picked up outside and is considered a new member of my family. No refusal was an agreement. So Jiang Li directly turned around and headed in the direction of the Purple Cloud Villa. In a matter of moments, Jiang Li and his duo managed to arrive at Villa No. 1, and although Long Yufei, who was sitting in the passenger seat, had known that Jiang Li was rich, she realized that she had still underestimated him when she came in along the way as well as when she saw this big luxurious villa in front of her. Get out of the car. It's here. Jiang Li drove the car into the garage and seeing her still dazed, he gently tapped her head with his hand to pull her thoughts back. Ow! Returning to her senses, Long Yufei also quickly unbuckled her seatbelt and got down from the car, obediently following behind Jiang Li. He had just walked into the hall with his front foot, when 11 jumped down from the cat climbing frame on the side, and rubbed herself furiously at his feet. Wow! What a cute little kitty! Chubby and fluffy and soft. Girls are not resistant to cute little animals. Plus 11 was well raised by Jiang Li and was very clingy. Its own looks were also very nice. The fur color was evenly distributed, and it was very pleasing to the eye, so Long Yufei liked it even more. Jiang Li picked up 11 smoothly. It nestled in Jiang Li's arms, but its eyes were sizing up Long Yufei. It wasn't afraid of strangers. It was just a little curious. Can I pet it? Will it scratch me? Does it have a name? She carefully reached out her hand and slowly approached 11 while asking. It's called 11. Don't worry. It's very good and won't bite. You can touch it or hug it. Go sit on the sofa for a while. I'll get you a glass of water. Jiang Li handed 11 to her. It didn't resist. It just let Long Yufei carry her away, and even started to step on her breasts in vain. Chapter 93 Blood Rose Calls. Little 11. Jiang Li said you can do backflips. Is that true? She gently rubbed 11's belly on the sofa, causing it to gurgle as if that tractor had started. Hearing Long Yufei's words, it raised its head and barked, but it didn't move, and also closed its eyes with a face of enjoyment, lying down in her embrace to fake sleep. Looks like 11 likes you quite a bit too. Jiang Li came out from the kitchen at this time, holding the water he poured for her, and teased. Thank you, quite a good boy. You have such a big home here. It's enough for it to toss and turn. Long Yufei took the water handed over by Jiang Li and softly thanked him. The front court and backyard. There is also a fitness and leisure entertainment place on the ground floor. There are also many rooms upstairs. There is a pool in the back. You can go for a walk. All the places you can go to, except for that room on the far left of the second floor. That's my bedroom. There's not much to see. In fact, if you don't mind then indeed you can move in here and live here. And it's kind of helping me add some popularity to my life. And it won't look like this house is empty. Jiang Li also obediently sat next to Long Yufei at this time, and briefly introduced the construction of the villa. As for how to decide in the end, it was up to her. Then I'll go visit. She got up and ran to the back, to check out the courtyard pool at the back, then to the ground floor, then all the way up, strolling through the entire villa. Jiang Li, on the other hand, opened the tomato novel on the sofa. The last few days are busy. I did not expect the novel he read before to be updated with dozens of chapters, so he watched with great interest, seeing that he was about to see the exciting part. At this time there was suddenly an unfamiliar phone call. He connected and said in a good humor, "Which one? Chief, it's me, Blood Rose. I've arrived in Jinling. When will I come over to you?" On the other end of the phone came Blood Rose's fluent and well-spoken Mandarin, and her voice was, how to say it, oceanic and ebullient, a strong contrast to her killer's identity. "It's you. This way, you go to the Marriott 7-star hotel first to check in. I'll talk to the hotel people in a while. It's my property. I'll go over later." Jiang Li already knew that the other party was Blood Rose as soon as he heard her call out Chief, but he didn't expect her to come so quickly. "Okay Chief, then I'll go over first. By the way Chief, my current name in the Dragon Kingdom is Liang Jia." This identity was of course fake, but it was just a temporary requisition. She still liked the code name Blood Rose, but there were too many restrictions in the Dragon Kingdom, so in order not to cause unnecessary trouble, she could only choose a name at random. "Okay, I'll arrange it for you in a while. After a long journey, you can take a rest first. Don't worry, it's my turf there. It's very safe. By the way, in the future in the Dragon Kingdom, just call me boss. Any assassin coming to an unfamiliar environment would be very wary, let alone taking a good rest." That's why Jiang Li emphasized that it was his turf, and as the leader of the ghost organization, he naturally wouldn't harm the Blood Rose. Okay boss, I know. Jiang Li then hung up the phone, followed by finding Wang Fugui's WeChat in WeChat, editing a message and sending it over. Manager Wang, in a moment I have a friend who will come over, called Liang Jia, female, alone. Arrange my presidential suite for her. Just take her directly to check in. If there's something she'll look for you. Nothing, don't bother her. I'll be over later. The message was sent over in less than a minute. Wang Fugui replied, I don't know if he is touching the fish or what he is doing. Okay boss, don't worry boss. I will personally receive your friend and arrange it properly. Are you so idle? Messages returned in seconds? Or are you mind groping for fish? Just now reading the novel was disrupted by Blood Rose. He wasn't going to continue reading. He could be idle. But this Wang Fugui was also so idle? Is this reasonable? This mustn't teach him a lesson? Don't worry boss, my work is absolutely fine. I will accept the boss's inspection at any time, and at the same time, while ensuring that the work is completed on time, the boss's message should also be the first to reply, so that I don't miss the task that the boss has given me. Wang Fugui sensed the change of boss. That is always ready. Even if Jiang Li rarely go to the hotel to inspect, but just afraid of when Jiang Li suddenly pick out any faults to lay off him, so he responds to all changes with no change. The body is not afraid of the shadow slant. Chapter 94, Preaching. After arranging everything, Long Yufei also returned to the hall. She had just taken a cursory walk around. There were still some places she hadn't gone to see, but it didn't affect her liking of the layout and environment of this villa at all. I'm going out to do something later. Why don't I send you back to school first? Seeing her return, Jiang Li then got up and said, Good. Long Yufei nodded. From the process of getting along these days, she knew that the general things Jiang Li had left to the company's people to deal with, and the ones that could make him go over there in person must be more important things, so she naturally wouldn't delay Jiang Li. The two came to the garage together, but this time Jiang Li drove the Rolls-Royce Phantom. He disliked that the Poison was too hard to drive for a long time. It was better to change to something more comfortable. How about it? Still satisfied after looking around? On the road Jiang Li hit the steering wheel with one hand and chatted casually. Very good high-end atmosphere upscale, beautiful environment, complete facilities. This kind of house who will not be satisfied? She couldn't find any words to describe it for a while, so she directly said the most intuitive and simple feelings. Ha ha ha, said also, after sending Long Yufei back to school, he drove to the Marriott Hotel, and on the way, he also incidentally called Lin Mengqiu, telling her about the matter of Blazing Sun Security and asking her to arrange for someone to go over to deal with the subsequent signing matters. When Jiang Li arrived at the Marriott Hotel, it was already evening. Entering the hotel, he went directly to his presidential suite. The Blood Rose has already stayed for a long time. Just do not know whether she will be resting at this point? He took out his cell phone and called her over. Beep, beep. The phone connected after just 2 rings. And once again, Blood Rose's euphonious voice came through. Boss, have you come over yet? I'm here. At the door. Open the door. Before the words fell, the door was snapped open. And although Jiang Li had seen Blood Rose's picture on the profile before, it was another feeling when he witnessed it, only to see that as the door to the room was pulled open, a young girl's figure appeared in the doorway, tall in stature, with red hair, standard oriental beauty looks, with delicate features but with a westerner's aura on her body, wearing a short black tank top and hot pants, with tattoos on her white arms that were particularly noticeable. This person was none other than Blood Rose. Boss, please come in. She slightly sidestepped, giving Jiang Li the way forward, waiting for him to enter before smoothly closing the door behind him. Have a seat. Since you've come over, I'm sure the task I gave you has been completed, right? Jiang Li sat on the sofa and crossed his legs, taking the lead in asking about the situation. Yes boss, the bounty mission you mentioned before has been classified as taboo by our organization. As long as someone dares to take the order, they will be hunted down and killed by the entire ghost organization, and the assassins who have already taken the mission before, without exception, have all been cleared out, and now this mission has been forced to be cancelled yesterday as no one dares to take it. Blood Rose sat on the sofa opposite Jiang Li, truthfully reporting on the mission. She was also secretly observing Jiang Li, although she had her memories tampered with by the system, and knew that Jiang Li was the leader. It was the first time that both sides had met, and Jiang Li was still a little younger than her. A mysterious man would have an irresistible attraction to any woman, even if she was an assassin. Well done. This time I've asked you to come over. Apart from meeting you, I have something else to give you, and at the same time there's a new mission for you to do. Jiang Li nodded slightly. He was absolutely assured of the loyalty of this organization. After all, it was a product of the system. Boss just ordered directly if you have a mission. I will do my best. Blood Rose said with a straight face. There's no need to be nervous. Nah, this is for you. It will be of great help to your realm advancement. You can take a look at it first, then pass it on to the others in the organization when you return. But except for our ghosts people, it mustn't be spread out, said Jiang Li, then pulled out a book from his pocket. This was something he had just let the system help compress on the way here, summarizing all the information contained in the way of the killer in it, and handed her to Blood Rose. He was already familiar with all these things. Letting her take it back would enhance the strength of the entire organization. The stronger the Spectre was, the more help it would be to him. This is a masterpiece. This can definitely be called a masterpiece. I thought I was already great, but I didn't realize that I still have a long way to go. Thank you, boss. I will definitely study hard while swearing to guard it to the death. Blood Rose took the book and flipped through it for a while, feeling that her world was turned upside down, greatly shocked. Originally thought that she had already touched the top, but realized that she had not yet reached the halfway point. Alright, this you keep first. Next I have a task for you. Chapter 95, Ghost Branch, Dragon Blade. Next I have another task for you. Our ghost scope of activities has always been abroad, so I'm going to set up a ghost branch in the Dragon Kingdom. As for the name, since it's in the Dragon Kingdom, it'll be called Dragon Blade. What you need to do next is to get familiar with and master the Dharma I gave you as soon as possible, and then teach him to the other members in the organization. During this next period of time, all of you should not take on any more missions, until after all of you have learned it. You pick 20 members, half men and half women, and then come back to me. I'll give you 1 month's time, and then I'll give you another $10 billion to use for buying training equipment as well as venues, and daily expenses. Come back here to me after 1 month. I have a mission to arrange. Setting up Dragon Blade was something that Jiang Li had already planned when he took down the Spectre Assassin organization. Although the Dragon Kingdom had official power, it was official after all, and could not be used for his personal use. He also did not want to deal with the official sector for the time being, and each and every one of the specters inside was a talented person, which was why he decided to train them himself. Yes, boss, promised to complete the task. Blood Rose didn't ask more questions. She only needed to complete the task Jiang Li had given her. Alright, then you rest. Go back when you're rested. If there's anything you need, you can look for Manager Wang. This is my property. No need to be polite. I'm off. Things are arranged. Jiang Li is not ready to continue to stay. He gets up and walks towards the door. At the same time, he also instructs Blood Rose to take a good rest. After all, coming from abroad on a plane is also quite tiring all the way. Okay, bye boss. Blood Rose got up and sent Jiang Li out of the doorway. Watching him walk into the elevator and leave in style, her beautiful eyes glowing, not knowing what she was thinking about, before closing the door to her room, picking up the book that Jiang Li had just given him, and studying it carefully, quickly immersing herself in it. Ding! The host consumed $72.4 billion, rewarded $724 billion. After leaving from the hotel, Jiang Li let the system credit the Ghost Organization's account with $10 billion, which when converted into Longwa currency was $72.4 billion. He was about to hit the road back home. Coincidentally at this time the phone rang again. Picking up his cell phone to see that it was his cousin calling. Does it mean that he has already come to Jiling? Doubting for a moment he pressed the answer button. What is it, cousin? What are the instructions? Cousin, I have about half an hour to Jiling. Are you free? Are you free to pick me up? If not, give me an address. I'll go over and find you. Lu Yiqiao looked at the time. It won't be long before he arrives. That's why he called ahead and asked Jiang Li. Okay, I've just finished working. Then I'll go to the high-speed train station now. See you in a while. Jiang Li very quick to agree. After all, before also he let his cousin come over. Just did not expect him to come so fast. Okay, then first, see you later. Lu Yiqiao see him promised also no longer nonsense. To his two people's feelings are not used to that set of false. What to say, what on the line. From his hometown over there is no airplane, so Jiang Li directly diverted to the direction of the high-speed rail station. Now although it is the night, the traffic flow on the road is not small. Especially this high-speed rail station on the road. But the good thing is that he drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Those cabs' private cars are far away from him, all the way to be considered unimpeded. Right, 10 minutes later, Jiang Li successfully arrived at the high-speed rail station. He parked the car casually on the side of the road, looked at the time, came early. Idle is also idle. He came directly to the back seat, leisurely opened the tomato novel. The daytime did not catch up with the novel, continued to finish reading, but his car is parked on the side of the road. Plus the station's foot traffic is not small, and soon gathered a lot of people in the crowd to take pictures, and there are even some women who suffer from social bully disease. Write their phone number WeChat on a note, but also printed a lipstick, clamped on the windshield wipers of the Phantom. But due to the glass of the Jiang Li's car is a one-way, he can see everything outside, and cannot be seen from the outside inside, so they all thought that the car no one was there. This kind of thing one will have too. So soon. Her car is full of small notes, and when Jiang Li finished reading the novel back to God, he looked at the front of the car of those notes is also a sweaty. Do not need to look at him, know what it is. Chapter 96. You manage this little bit of small fortune? He is also lazy to care. A moment to open up the wind will fall off. And the past 10 minutes, the cousin again called. Cousin, I'm out. Where are you? He held his suitcase in one hand while standing at the exit gate and looking around, but he did not see Jiang Li's figure. See this pile of people here? You go this way. I'm right here. Jiang Li didn't bother with directions. As long as his eyes weren't blind, he could see a pile of people gathered over here. Okay, see, I'm coming over. After saying that, he hung up the phone, pulling the suitcase and walked over quickly. When he came out, he noticed that there were a lot of people around here, but it's not a matter of concern. He was too lazy to find out about it. At this time, Jiang Li also pushed open the car door and walked out of the car, causing the crowd to gasp in amazement. Yikes, what a handsome little brother. Ugh, another rich second generation. Really envious. So young to drive on the Rolls Royce. Unlike me, can only drive a 5-handed Big Ben. Also gifted 2 soul ring kind of. Little brother, add a WeChat? I want to get to know you better. Such and such voices, but he ignored them. Directly through the crowd, came to Lu Yiqiao, warmly greeted. Why did cousin come over so quickly? Didn't you say you were at home with your family? While saying this, he smoothly took over his suitcase. I also wanted to stay at home for a couple more days, but I wasn't kicked out by your aunt, saying that I have nothing to do at home, so I might as well come out earlier. So I came. Lu Yiqiao had a bitter smile on his face. It's true that if you are at home for more than 2 days, you will be disliked. Not a big problem. Then let's get on the car first. Jiang Li nods. He couldn't be more clear about how his great aunt's character is, and then leads his cousin towards the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Lu Yiqiao looked at Jiang Li taking him straight towards the Rolls-Royce Phantom side in front of him. Not knowing the situation, he couldn't help but ask curiously, Cousin, this car won't be yours, right? It's mine. Do you want to drive it? Feel it? He opened the trunk and put his cousin's suitcase as well as his backpack into it. This series of breezy operations made his cousin a little confused. Cousin, you're getting rich, aren't you? Mirage are driving on. How this car must not more than 10 million nah? It's the same business venture. How come it took off straight away in cousin's place? Which part of the process went wrong? A little bit of small fortune only. Get in the car. First take you to dinner, then go home. Jiang Li opened the car door and pushed Lu Yiqiao, who was still in self-doubt, up, and then started the vehicle and left. As for those small notes on his car, they were floating in the wind, not knowing which one of the fated receivers would pick them up. Cousin, say what company you are opening now. What do you do? On the road, Lu Yiqiao came back to his senses. He knew that Jiang Li wouldn't lie to him and wouldn't be so bored to rent a car to coax him to play. So the car was his. So he was quite interested in Jiang Li's company. Well, I'm in the investment business and made a small fortune. Currently it's around 100 billion assets. Jiang Li didn't say trillions. 100 billion was already enough. And it was his explicit assets that were traceable. More. How much? Billions. 100 billion? Not 10 million? I didn't hear it wrong. Lu Yiqiao, who heard the words directly, exclaimed in shock and looked at Jiang Li with a shocked face. He wondered if he had heard wrongly with his deafness. What Jiang Li just said was 100 billion. This Nima is billion, not 10,000. You call this a little bit of small fortune? What do you call this, a little bit of money? Just kill me. Cousin, calm down, calm down. I'm just a fluke. Don't worry, I've arranged everything for you. You'll know tomorrow. Jiang Li waved his hand and laughed. For the cousin's reaction, Jiang Li is not the slightest bit surprised. But the good thing is that he is a young man to carry this shock. This is also the reason why he did not call his parents so much money in the beginning. Jiang Li is afraid that they are agitated. In case they get a little bit of a problem, it will not be good. And so on, turned back to the two of them to receive the two old man to the Jiangling. Then everything will be fine. Who, cousin? Since I was small, I knew that you would definitely be successful. But I didn't expect you to be 100 billionaire so soon. It's true that people are more angry than people. If you let your great aunt know, high and low have to count me a few sentences. Lu Yiqiao took a deep breath and adjusted his emotions, said in tears and laughter. Chapter 97, if you like it, I'll give it to you. Marriott Hotel. Jiang Li parked his car directly in front of the hotel. The security guard at the door naturally recognized his car. A look at the boss came. Immediately straightened his waist. In front of the boss has to have a good mental outlook. Well, let's go, cousin. Go eat first. He parked the car and greeted his cousin. Then opened the door and got out of the car ready to go in. Good day, boss. As soon as Lu Yiqiao came down, he heard the loud voice of the security guard at the door. With an odd face, he came in front of Jiang Li and skimmed his lips. Cousin, this hotel is also yours? Well, I think the flavor is not bad. so I bought it by hand. Let's go. Don't stand around, he said while walking inside. Passing by the security guard also patted the other shoulder to encourage. Just this time, the security guards can be energized. The enthusiasm to stand guard at once rose a lot. Jiang Li became the boss of their wages and salaries in all aspects of the treatment are doubled. Coupled with his easy going, the hotel up and down the people are very respectful of Jiang Li. The next two people ate in the hotel box for more than 2 hours. Is also considered to be Jiang Li to his cousin to receive the dust. There are no outsiders. The atmosphere is not awkward. Basically Lu Yiqiao in the question of career. Jiang Li has nothing to hide. Roughly give him a little bit of their own industrial structure today and so on. Because the two have drunk. So Jiang Li directly to the fish Wang Fugue called over. Let Wang Fugue drive them home. The province should be spent, which does not save a chauffeur's fee well. Villa 1. After sending Jiang Li home, Wang Fugue took a taxi back. He can't take the boss's car away, right? It was only a few dollars for a taxi. Ooh cousin, this villa of yours is grand enough. It's true that you still know how to enjoy life haha. Just arrived at the door of the house Lu Yiqiao let out a real emotion. Before already have a certain understanding of Jiang Li's assets. At this moment is not so shocked, but still very envious. Also very happy. His brother can have this kind of achievement. Making money is not to improve the quality of life. Now time is not early. First go take a bath and go to bed. Tomorrow there are still things. You can pick any room on the second floor. There is a bathroom in the room. You can take a bath. Except for the one on the far left. That's mine. Jiang Li then went to the back to take his suitcase and backpack down from the car. Mentioned the first floor hall. Got it. Put it here. I'll go right away in a while. Then you go rest first. Lu Yiqiao took over his luggage. He knew that Jiang Li today busy day. Also let him rest early. As for himself, a big man, and do not need people to take care of. Besides, in Jiang Li here, not within his home almost? What do you want to take yourself is good. A night without words. The next morning, Jiang Li a carp jumped up from the bed. Today he is ready to take his cousin to buy a villa. To say resettlement words, that at the very least must first give him a whole big villa well. There belongs to their own home will have a sense of belonging. When he came out of his room, he found that his cousin was already in the kitchen making breakfast. Cousin, what are you doing up so early? This was something he didn't expect. He had thought that his cousin would sleep in. I'm used to going to work. I wake up early, so I just got up to make a breakfast. Just in time, so I can eat. Lu Yiqiao brought the finished breakfast to the table. 2 bowls of beef noodles, colorful and fragrant. At a glance it looks very appetizing. Okay, just in time. Don't get busy. You also hurry to eat. Eat after a while to take you to a place. Jiang Li smoothly moved a bowl of beef noodle to his front. Where to go? You'll know when you go. Half an hour later, the two of them changed their clothes, cleaned up their lines and came to the garage together. Looking at the various supercars and luxury cars inside, Lu Yiqiao also secretly smacked his lips and spat out a dog big family. Being rich is not the same that man does not have a supercar dream. He saw a limited number of top supercar Lamborghini Poison. Also saw a limited number of Ferrari Rafa, McLaren P1, McLaren Senna and so on and so forth. Casually take out our dream car. Subconsciously went forward to touch the Rafa in front of him, which is also a god car that he has liked for a long time. Cousin, you like this Rafa? If you like it, I'll give it to you. Jiang Li on the side looked at his cousin's appearance. He knew that he must like it. A car is just, if you like it, just send it to him. Anyway, he can buy it anytime he wants. No, cousin, it's your car. I'll just look at it. A gentleman doesn't take away a person's favor. This reasoning Lu Yiqiao still understands. Since this car appeared here, it means that Jiang Li also likes it. Otherwise he wouldn't have bought it. It's fine. A car is just a car. It's a gift. So let's drive this car out today. Just so you can feel it too. Jiang Li did not give Lu Yiqiao the slightest opportunity to refuse. Took the car keys, directly pulled open the passenger door and sat up. That posture. Just waiting for Lu Yiqiao to drive. Chapter 98, Deep in the Clouds. Drive. What are you doing? Seeing Lu Yiqiao still froze, Jiang Li then voiced out to remind him. You're serious? Really send me? Lu Yiqiao, who came back to his senses, pulled open the car door and sat in the car, unable to resist touching the all-carbon sports steering wheel, with surprise in his eyes. That's for sure. Let's go. Let's go do business. Jiang Li fastened his seatbelt and said with a faint smile. Ha 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 ha. I knew you love me. Then I won't be polite. Let's go. Lu Yiqiao laughed out loud, then excitedly pressed the start button of the vehicle, waking up the sleeping beast, carrying the two of them away in a roar. According to the address given by Jiang Li, Lu Yiqiao drove Jiang Li speeding on the road, and this is still a convertible version. He directly opened the convertible top, the sunlight sprinkled on the face, in exchange for only a bright smile. Jinling Cloud Depths. It has nothing to do with Gusu's cloud depths. This is the third-ranked villa district in Jiangli. Due to the top 2 ranked are sold out. Can only fall back and choose this place, but it does not mean that the villa here is not good. The top 3 list as far as the house is concerned. In fact, there is not a big difference. The difference is the fame is just. Cousin, if I'm not mistaken, this is the sales department, right? What are we doing here? You want to buy a house? Parked the car in front of the sales department of the parking space. Lu Yiqiao puzzled to look at Jiang Li. We are, that is to say, buy so much to live over? That's right, it's here. Follow me in to know. Jiang Li also did not explicitly say, a moment to tell him, just like to see his face shocked look. Seeing that Jiang Li didn't say anything, he didn't ask much, silently followed Jiang Li into the sales department together. This moment gave him an illusion, as if he was the cousin. Their action from the Lafayette down was captured by the sales department inside the sales, and the two have an extraordinary temperament, especially Jiang Li. There is an indescribable air of superiority. At first glance is the gold master so they just came in. Immediately a male salesman dashed to them, which made the other people angry. Hello 2 gentlemen, are you here to look at houses in our deep clouds? This expression. The salesman greeted the duo enthusiastically and came to the reception area, where there was a sand tray layout of the entire neighborhood and some book introductions as well. 2 of you, have a cup of coffee. This is the information of the properties for sale in our cloud depths. You can take a look at it, and if there is anything you are interested in a while, I can take you to see the properties offline. The male salesman poured Jiang Li and the 2 of them a cup of coffee respectively, and handed the tablet to Jiang Li. He realized from the time he entered the door that the 2 of them were led by Jiang Li. Jiang Li took the tablet and casually flipped through it for a while, feeling that they were all about the same. So he handed it to Lu Yiqiao, signaling, look at it for me. Which building do you think is better? I feel they are all similar. Let's see. This no. 1 and no. 2 are both still here. Oh no wonder. Both are sold for over $1 billion to $2 billion. This number 4 is also quite good. The others feel pretty much the same. Lu Yiqiao took the tablet and after carefully flipping through it, came to his conclusion. Good. Then these 3. I'll take it. You go prepare the contract. It was meant to be bought for his cousin, so naturally he was allowed to pick. As for why he bought 3 buildings, Jiang Li is ready to take his parents and cousin's parents together. Just let them be neighbors. Life together is quite lively. As for cousin's words, currently there is no other better lot. Can only aggrieve him to live in Villa 4? 3 houses. Sir, you want all of them. The male salesman thought he was hallucinating. Come on. This is a villa. $1 billion to $2 billion villas. You this next buy 3? Those who don't know will think you're buying Chinese cabbage. Cousin, what are you doing? Buy so many villas? We are not wasting money like this. Lu Yiqiao was also shocked at hearing this, and quickly pulled Jiang Li's arm and started to persuade him. That's right. If you can't make the decision, then go find your manager to come over. These 3 I want, can prepare the contract. Jiang Li repeated once again. Don't waste too much time if you can solve it at once, so he can just find the manager to come over directly. Then sir, you wait a moment. I'll ask the manager to come over. The male salesman saw that Jiang Li didn't look like he was joking, so in the end he went to find the manager with a stiff upper lip. Cousin, I know what you're thinking. Actually, Chapter 99 Sprinkle Water. In fact, this house is for you and our parents to buy. They labor half a lifetime. Has been in the old home. Now we have the ability. It is time to take them over. I think is to buy 2 next to each other. Let them live together, but also can be a neighbor. Nothing to do together nagging. Rubbing mahjong is also quite good. Your words. At present there is no other better lot. It will be the first to aggrieve you. Jiang Li see the time is almost. This is one by one to tell Lu Yiqiao his idea. This time he will not be whole. The original cousin brought himself over to buy a house for him and his parents. He just looked at the price of those villas. Just these 3 villas add up that would be $5 billion. Cousin. You. Me. This. Lu Yiqiao opened his mouth. A time actually do not know what to say. The corner of the eye is also slightly moist. Say not touched is false. Although he knows that Jiang Li is rich, made a lot of money, but he never thought to go to him to ask for what he asked for. He came before he wanted to let Jiang Li to provide him with a suitable position. He wanted to rely on their own to struggle, to realize their own value. From the time he came over to now, Jiang Li treated him exactly the same as before, and didn't look down on himself because he was developed, but instead thought of himself in every way. Stop, cousin, you cannot come to those have no Our relationship doesn't have to be like this. Finalize the house today, and then tomorrow you can let the great aunt and they come over. I'm also ready to call my parents back. They've been out for a while. Jiang Li took a look at his cousin's appearance, and quickly interrupted his spell casting with his voice. This in public, a big man crying and whining cannot be Thank you, cousin. This sentence is Louis Xiao's voice from the bottom of his heart. The son wants to raise but his parents are not here. This is how many people's pain. He is very grateful to Jiang Li, so that he will be able to bring his parents over here to live together. Living a better life. Can enjoy the blessings of life? If it is only rely on his own words, it is likely to be a different picture of the situation. A small matter. Not enough to worry about. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Great Aunt and the others for quite a long time. Jiang Li waved his hand dismissively. Louis Xiao still wanted to say something, when the male salesman brought over a greasy man with a big belly and suit and tie. Sir, this is our manager Xiao. Manager? It's these two gentlemen who said they want the villa. The male salesman introduced both parties to each other, then stood aside. Basically no need for him to interrupt next. Manager Xiao looked Jiang Li up and down, then smiled somewhat panderingly. Hello sir, I'm the sales manager of our Cloud Depths. My name is Xiao. I heard that you've taken a fancy to our 3 villas, right? Well, since you're the manager, you should be able to make the decision. There's no need to say anything else. Just prepare the contract directly. Swipe your card and you're done. Jiang Li is also too lazy to talk nonsense. Buying a house is so laborious. He directly pulls out his bank card and hands it to the manager. He doesn't even ask how much it is. Ha 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 ha. Sir really has a good eye. Let's go talk in the VIP room. This way please. Manager Xiao took the bank card and told the male salesman on the side to prepare the contract, while he himself took Jiang Li and the two of them to the VIP room. In the middle of the day, the male salesman knocked on the door of the VIP room with the contracts for the 3 houses. Manager, sir, the contracts are all ready. Placing the contract formalities on the desktop, he then stood behind the manager without saying much. Sir, this is the contract. You can go through and check it first. If there are any problems we'll modify it in time. Xiao manager pushed the contract to the side of Jiang Li. A total of 3. Louis Xiao took over a copy, is ready to look through it. He saw beside him Jiang Li, directly copied the signing pen on the table. The contract, did not even look at it. Directly flipped to the last swish and swish 2 signed a copy of the contract, and then picked up the other copy of the same operation, and then finally took away the hand of this in his dumbfounded eyes. The crash of the signing of the contract. This wave of operation put him and the manager of a few. This wave of operation made him and the manager a few people all numb. Cousin, you usually sign the contract so. Louis Xiao mouth corner slightly twitching. This Nima at least is billions of dollars of projects, right? Do not even look at it? What to see? But 5 billion only. Sprinkle water law. Chapter 100, making another $50 billion. Finished signing. Manager Xiao, go straight to swipe your card. We're in a hurry. Jiang Li handed the signed contract back to Manager Xiao in front of him with a calm face, pulling him back from his dumbfounded situation. Oh, okay, sir. You wait a moment. I'll go and come. Xiao manager Spare sold so many houses. Have not seen like Jiang Li like this. The house did not see offline. The price did not ask even if. The contract is written clearly. This Nima even do not see the contract signed, but very rare now. Jiang Li once again subverted his cognition of the rich. Said he took the contract in Jiang Li's bank card. The ass ran to do the formalities. They live in this villa area, are non-rich big brother. So in the contract will not appear what cats and dogs are in the middle of the rules, how to be how. Otherwise smash the signboard, not to mention, but also may get into trouble. That is because of a small loss. Cousin, to be honest, such as you sign a contract like this I still see for the first time. Too rash, right? Louis Xiao at this time feel the need to remind Jiang Li, even if there is money we cannot be taken seriously. In case there is a pit in it? Don't worry cousin. I have a number in my heart. And this neighborhood I understand. The reputation is still good. Trustworthy. Otherwise I wouldn't be so casual. Jiang Li smiled faintly, jokingly. If this guy dares to pit himself, leaving aside his legal department, if he is a bit ruthless, he will directly transfer the ghosts people over. This boss will have to reopen. Alright, it's good that you know yourself. Cousin nodded. He also felt that Jiang Li wouldn't be so reckless. Ding. Host spent $5 billion. Rewarded $50 billion. Half an hour later, the system's beep came from Jiang Li's mind. That seemed to be the formalities done. Sure enough, 5 minutes later Manager Xiao walked over with a smile on his face holding a small box. The creases on his face piled up. Mr. Jiang waited for a long time. The formalities of your 3 villas are done. This is your bank card. You put it away? Inside this box is all the formalities of the 3 villas documents. You check it. Manager Xiao handed over Jiang Li's bank card with both hands, and when he took it, he opened the small box he was holding over for Jiang Li to check and make sure it was correct. Jiang Li looked through the small box and directly handed him over to Louis Xiao, then snickered. Let's go cousin. Since the house is finished buying, let's go see your new home. Ha 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 ha. That's a must. Go go go. It just so happens that I want to see it too. Louis Xiao hugged the box and laughed loudly. Mr. Jiang, do you need me to arrange someone to show you to the way? You might not be familiar with the route if you haven't been there before. Manager Xiao took the initiative to step forward at this time and said with a smile on his face, "That's fine. Then I'll trouble Manager Xiao." Seemingly feeling that he had a point, Jiang Li didn't refuse. Where, Mr. Jiang is polite. Just in time, Xiao Lu. Then you take Mr. Jiang to his villa. Manager Xiao called over the male salesman who was standing silently at the side. Okay manager, 2 gentlemen, please follow me. Xiao Lu didn't expect to have this errand. He had witnessed the expansiveness of Jiang Li's duo with his own eyes. If he served them well, there might be some kind of reward? After boarding the sightseeing car, Xiao Lu also began to introduce the villa in front of them for Jiang Li and his duo. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Lu, every villa we have here has a large courtyard, and all the finishing touches are in place. From the landscaped swimming pool to the solid wood trestle, to the lakeside lawn pine forest, flowers, grass, trees, pools, situational vignettes. Living here, always feel like you can become immortal. And Mr. Jiang bought the first villa, but also our Deep Cloud Villa King. The total floor area of 860 square meters covers an area of more than 8,500 square meters. There is a small golf driving range, swimming pool, children's play area, lake viewing area and so on. So it seems that the money spent is still worth it. Lu Yiqiao nodded in agreement at this time. Jiang Li was about to open his mouth to speak when his phone suddenly rang. Chapter 101, Sanctioned? He pulled out his cell phone to see that it was Lin Mingqiu calling, and then he answered the call. Oh, okay, I know. I'll come over later and talk about it. A few minutes later, he said with a calm face, then hung up the phone and looked up at Lu Yiqiao. Cousin, there's something on the company's side that I have to deal with. Then you can go look at the house by yourself. I won't accompany you. I'll take the car first, and I'll send it over to you later. Okay, it's fine, you don't need to care about me. Go deal with the company first. Drive slowly, pay attention to safety. Lu Yiqiao handed the car keys to Jiang Li, which said very understandable. And again, this is not a sales here. Well, the problem is not big. Okay, I know. Go. The result of the key, Jiang Li returned to the original way of the sales department. Start the vehicle to Zhonghai building and go. Zhang's group general manager's office. Jiang Li raised his hand and knocked on the door to signal, then pushed open the door and walked in. Just now on the phone Lin Mingqiu just roughly said that the branch on the Magic City side was sanctioned, but the specifics weren't made clear. Boss, you're here. Lin Mingqiu got up and went forward to greet him, and very naturally made a cup of tea for Jiang Li. Tell me, what exactly is the situation? Jiang Li sat on the leather sofa and crossed his legs, saying, it's like this boss. Our branch in Mordor is using the same program as the Jinling side, but due to the speed of expansion being too fast, the companies we acquired are also involved in various industries, so the interests of these Mordor's local business bigwigs will naturally be affected. And in order to sanction our branch, they have even set up a Mordor Alliance Chamber of Commerce. This Magic City Alliance Chamber of Commerce is mainly to sanction the branches that are resisting us, in order to prevent us from monopolizing the market as a single company. So boss, what should we do next? By the way boss, according to my investigation, I found out that there seems to be a shadow of the Jinling Wang family in this. Wang Bei's wife is from the Magic City Xiao family, and after their Wang family was suppressed by us, Wang Bei and his group went to Magic City. And the Mordu Xiao family, it's an old capital family that survived from the first batch of capitals in Mordu to develop until now, and its bottom line is at least 100 billion level, and this Alliance Chamber of Commerce is led and organized by the Xiao family, so it's going to be a bit tricky. Lin Mingqiu reported the matter to Jiang Li one by one. After all, the Magic City is not compared to Jinling, where it is the famous gold grotto of the Dragon Kingdom, which can be described as an inch of gold, but there are many business bigwigs residing inside. So it is a normal situation for them, as outsiders, to be sanctioned. Alliance Chamber of Commerce? The Xia family? Interesting. Jiang Li let out a cold laugh after listening to Lin Mingqiu's report. But it's just a family at the level of $100 billion. He alone has more than $1 trillion on him. Would he be afraid of being sanctioned? Obviously not in fear. Who is in charge of our Magic City branch? After a little thought, his fingers rhythmically tapped the sofa, and asked in a light-hearted manner, Boss, the Magic City branch is now managed by your friend Fu Wenyan and Chen Meng together. Chen Meng is also sent over here, once served as a professor of finance at Jinling University. Okay, leave the things over there in Mordu to me. You notify over there that I will go to the Mordu branch tomorrow. By the way, send me a copy of the branch's information. By the way, I see that our company has been finding it a bit slow lately. In a while I will hit $10,000 million into the company's account, and build the branches in other provinces and cities as well. Okay boss, I'll arrange it down here. Lin Mingqiu, after such a long time of hammering, Already not like the beginning of that sensitive. Now every day to go through her hands of money or billion for unit. So even if it is 1 trillion, also let her slightly shocked just, after all, this is used for the group construction of the money. The dragon country so much provinces and cities, all open once again in fact, spend also about the same. Okay, the other 2 branches over there, how is the situation? Seems to think of something, he asked again. The other 2 so far has not appeared what similar problems. They will have a daily work summary sent over. I have looked at every day. There are problems, I will notify you the first time. She blurted out without thinking. These were just 1 or 2 of the things she had to do every day. Jiang Li was almost a handful since he set up the group. Okay, hard work. If you think you're too busy to do it alone, you can recruit an assistant. This kind of thing you can just look after yourself. Then I'll leave first. After saying that, Jiang Li got up and left. He was thinking about what to do next. Chapter 102. After leaving from the company, he first bought himself a plane ticket to Magic City tomorrow morning before driving back to the depths of the clouds. After all, his cousin was still here. It wasn't good to just leave him alone. After calling and inquiring, Jiang Li drove the car straight to Villa number 4. This one was for Lu Yiqiao to live in, so he naturally stayed here. How is it? Are things finished? As soon as he entered the door, Lu Yiqiao asked with concern. Well, not yet. Tomorrow to go to a trip to the Magic City. The branch over there has this problem to personally go to a trip. No big deal. Don't worry about it. Jiang Li briefly explained the situation, and then sat on his butt on the sofa. Okay, you have a grasp on good. What use on my also despite say. Lu Yiqiao nodded, looking at Jiang Li's confident and bland appearance. He thought that it wasn't a very tricky problem. Nah, this you take, it's for you. Suddenly Jiang Li pulls out a bank card from his pocket and hands it to Lu Yiqiao. What's the meaning of this? What are you giving me the card for? Lu Yiqiao is confused. He really didn't understand this sudden honeyed operation of Jiang Li. I'm not going to Magic City tomorrow. I don't know how many days I'll be back, but I'm not here. You've bought a house, and the car has been sent to you, so you can pick up your great aunt and uncle. But if I'm not here, you have to have $2 in your hand. This card has 50 billion. You use it first, the rest when I come back. I'll turn around and also call my parents to let them come over directly. Jiang Li stuffed the card into his hand and patiently explained to him. This card was just on the way here. He suddenly thought of it. After all, his cousin is not familiar with the world. He suddenly went to the Magic City again. He has to leave some money in his hand to use it. 500 billion? Are you crazy? Give me so much for what? No. I can't take this money. What do you think I am? You have bought me such a big villa. The Ferrari also sent me. I again too you to ask for money. Then what have I become? I can't accept this money. Take it back. When Lu Yiqiao heard this, it's not enough. Directly returned the card to Jiang Li. He is over to join Jiang Li. Want to have a good development, yes, but he is not over to whoring. This is $50 billion. Jiang Li said easily, but whose money is not a wind blowing? And as a cousin, how can you pitch your brother like this? How would he face Jiang Li's parents and how would he face his parents then? Cousin, you just accept it. You see you are not small anymore. You still do not have a partner. When I come back I will introduce you to it. You will also walk into the upper class of Jinling, then it is not guaranteed that you will see eye to eye with which girl. It will take quite a lot of money to marry and have a child, right? If you don't have a few dollars to spare, do you think people will feel comfortable marrying you? So don't worry about it. We're family. We don't have to make such a big deal out of it. I have more here. Don't worry. In order to make him feel at ease to accept this money, Jiang Li has spent a lot of words, which only then Lu Yiqiao convinced. Then I'll take it first. After hesitating for a moment, seeing that Jiang Li was insistent on him accepting it, Lu Yiqiao agreed, but kept this gratitude deep in his heart. Alright, then are you staying here today or will you go back with me first? Money caravan are arranged for cousin all work. He is also ready to hit the road back home. After all, tomorrow still have to go to the Magic City. He is certainly not going to sleep here. Clothes and whatnot. Go back together. My things are still in your house. Lu Yiqiao also got up and prepared to leave together. Anyway, they all bought it. There is no hurry to move in this 1 or 2 days. Let's go then. You drive. I'll give my mom a call first. Jiang Li pulled open the passenger door and sat in, followed by pulling out his cell phone and dialing his mother Qin Su's number. Hey mom, what's going on? Son, I'm not doing anything. I just came back from a walk outside with your dad. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Qin Su greeted with concern. I've already received my cousin. He came over yesterday, and is now almost settled. Then there is something to tell you too, old man. Is this? Chapter 103, the follower comes. I bought a house for you in Jinling. If you don't have any activities to arrange in the next 2 days, you can just come over. It just so happens that my cousin is also here. I'll let him take you to familiarize yourself with the surroundings of the house and the district. However, I'm going to go to Mordor tomorrow, to deal with a little bit of company business, and we'll have to come back 2 days later. When the time comes, I'll take you guys out to take a walk, Jiang Li said with a smile, but he did not say what kind of buy, where to buy, how much the house. Wait for mom and dad to come over to see for themselves. It's also considered a little surprise. Son, you bought a house? That's a good thing, but this house has to be for yourself. Your father and I live in the old country is quite good. You still need to marry a wife, so this house has to be your own to keep, but your father and I will go over to see it. Jinsu was very happy to hear that Jiang Li had bought a house. After all, she was aware of the house prices in big cities. She was very pleased that Jiang Li was able to rely on his own hard work to graduate and buy a house in Jinling in 2.5 years. But after being happy, she refused to let Jiang Li go. Or rather, she never wanted this house. Mom, don't worry, I bought it for myself as well. So this is for you and my dad to live in. You can't refuse this now. Jiang Li heatedly smiled. He knew that his mom would refuse. That's why he said so, directly blocking her reason. This time it can't be refused, right? Son. You bought 2 sets. Ouch. Son, you now open the company also need to spend money. I and your father's side do not have to spend so old some money. You gave before have not spent it. Enough, you stay a little more money, lest there is something when the turnover does not come. Jinsu can't help but be a little worried. After all, Jiang Li's cousin failed to start a business example in front of her, so she doesn't want Jiang Li to spend all the money on them. The son has this filial piety is enough. I know. Mom, then you'll come to Jinling with my dad in a couple of days, and my great-aunt and the others will come over too. Jiang Li instructed once more, and the two of them chatted a few more times before ending the call. Cousin, did you talk to great-aunt and the others? After putting down his cell phone, he turned his head to Lu Yiqiao who was driving and said, I talked to them during the daytime. They said they want to clean up their home before coming over. I guess it will take almost 2 days. Lu Yiqiao answered Jiang Li's question while driving. Okay, by the time my parents come over it will be hard for you to take them to familiarize themselves. He nodded and made a polite remark. What words this is? What hard work or not hard work? This doesn't need you to say. I will also take auntie them to familiarize themselves with the environment to walk around. They are all their own family members. The whole so polite to do what? Lu Yiqiao gave Jiang Li a blank stare, letting him experience it himself. Right, considering that you can only sit 2 people in this car. Tomorrow I will buy 2 more Rolls Royces and send them here. It just so happens that my dad and aunt have one each. They're old, and they don't like sports cars, and they don't feel comfortable sitting in them. Sitting in the passenger seat, Jiang Li suddenly thought of this problem, which realized that this newly bought villa does not have any other mobility vehicle. Later, after going back in the system to buy it. No need, cousin. You give me so much money. I will bring my dad to mention a car at that time. You don't have to worry about it. Lu Yiqiao rejected this proposal from Jiang Li. He was worried about how to spend this money. How much can he spend on buying a car? It's fine. Keep your money for your wife. Ha ha ha. I'm still waiting for the wedding line. Jiang Li joked. I would like to, but this is not a girl have not seen. Where is the wife? Wow. The next morning, due to catch a plane, so Jiang Li got up early. Simply pack up the line. Nothing to bring. There is a need to go directly to the magic city to buy on the line. So he drove a Cullinan straight to the airport. Originally cousin is to send him, but he refused. On the road his phone rang again. He picked it up to see that it was Li Jiahong calling. To be honest, Jiang Li had almost forgotten about this person, but he still picked up the phone. Brother Li, do you have any trips today? Are you at home? I'll come over to find you. Just after the call was connected, he heard Li Jiahong's triple question. Not at home. I'm on my way to the airport. I'm going to Magic City to do some errands. Do you want to go? Jiang Li did not lie. Suddenly felt that if there is someone on the road to make a call, it seems to be okay. Magic City? Airport? Go. I'm coming. Brother Li, wait for me. I'll rush over right now. Hearing Jiang Li's invitation, Li Jiahong directly ejected and took off in place, running as he said he was going to drive to the airport. Chapter 104, Encounter. Since Li Jiahong told his father that he had been hanging out with Jiang Li, his father looked at him more and more favorable. The words are to let him stay well beside Jiang Li, since he chose to make friends, then cherish this relationship. Now on a climb with Jiang Li can be not a few, only to meet Jiang Li by chance still have to look at the luck of the draw. He dashed to the garage, driving a Ferrari 812 and sped away. He had to hurry, otherwise, Jiang Li flew away. He would have to wait for the next trip. Half an hour later, Jiang Li had arrived at the airport, parked his Cullinan casually at the airport or parking lot. He just walked in empty-handed. When he had finished all the boarding formalities, Li Jiahong arrived at the airport, parked his car and called Jiang Li at the first time. Brother Li, I'm at the airport. You haven't left yet, right? The parking lot over there was still a little distance. He jogged all the way over, and spoke with a bit of a big gasp. No, but it's almost there, so hurry up. See you in first class. Jiang Li looked at the time and said lightly, okay, brotherly. After saying that he hoofed it to check in, finally rushed to get it done before the plane check-in. He was relieved, then remembered that he went out and didn't seem to give his dad a word, and pulled out his cell phone to send a WeChat message to his dad. Dad, I went to Magic City with brotherly. He went on an errand and shouted for me to go with him. Talk to you. I guess I'll come back after things are done. Got it. Perform well. Li Zicheng simply replied a sentence, and then there was no further information, but he had always been like this. Li Jiahong was not surprised. Not long after, the boarding started, but after entering the first-class cabin he realized that he was still a few seats away from Jiang Li, so he had no choice but to go over and say hello to Jiang Li first, and get off the plane before leaving together. Brotherly, I'm in that seat. A little far from you. He pointed to his own seat and hemmed and hawed. Got it. Go back. We'll talk about it when something comes up. Jiang Li patted his shoulder, then sat down on his seat and started to rest his eyes, while Li Jiahong also obediently returned to his seat. Jiang Li? Suddenly a familiar female voice entered his ears. Jiang Li opened his eyes to see that the visitor was actually Xia Xin. Seeing her sitting next to him, he opened his mouth to respond to the other party. Yo, what a coincidence. You're also going to Magic City? Yes, it's my grandfather's birthday. I'm going back. I haven't seen you for a few days. You're a busy man? What are you doing in Mordor? Xia Xin flashed her big eyes, looking at Jiang Li with curiosity. This man gave himself $1 billion and then didn't come to find himself? It's been some days since I've seen you. I went to Magic City to deal with a bit of branch office business. Jiang Li smiled faintly, but he captured a message. Xia Xin said her grandfather's birthday. Magic City, and surname Xia. It won't be such a coincidence. So that's how it is, right? Last time, with the $1 billion you lent me, my company's problems have been solved. I was about to invite you for dinner, but I haven't run into you lately. Now that I've met you, why don't we have dinner together when we arrive? Xia Xin nodded her head, and with a turn of phrase, she issued an invitation to Jiang Li, and she was from Mordor, so she had to do her duty as a landlord. Dinner? Today may not be convenient. I still have a follower behind me. Next time, when I'm done with things, if you haven't gone back yet. Jiang Li pointed to Li Jiahong who was in the back and politely refused Xia Xin. Then, well, how long will you stay in Magic City? Xia Xin didn't expect her invitation to be rejected, and was instantly a little disappointed, and followed up with another question. It should only be 2 or 3 days. Maybe. What about you? So you're from Mordor? Jiang Li casually asked as if nothing had happened. I should be about the same. Yeah, I'm from Mordor, but because of some things in the last 2 years, I went to Jinling by myself, and seldom came back, and this time if it wasn't for my grandfather's birthday, I wouldn't have wanted to come over. I don't know how. After seeing Jiang Li this time, she wanted to talk to him more. A strange feeling. I see. That makes sense then. Chapter 105, The Xia Family's Big Miss. Makes sense? What makes sense? Xia Xin's big eyes at the side were filled with doubt. I heard that Mordor produces beautiful people. Still don't believe it, but you said that you are Mordor, and then look at you like this appearance. It also makes sense. Mordor honestly doesn't deceive me. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Li, suddenly playful, with a voice that only the two of them could hear with a bad smile on his face, said, Is it? How come I didn't know? Xia Xin's face was slightly red. Her mouth said so, but her heart was very happy. Jiang Li, this is disguised as a compliment to her good looking, right? After chatting for a while the two of them didn't talk anymore. Xia Xin was really resting with her eyes closed, while Jiang Li bought 2 Rolls-Royce Phantoms from the system with his eyes closed and put them into the garage of Villano, one in the cloud depths, and then made a $1 trillion payment to the account of Zhang's group. Ding! Host consumed $1 trillion, rewarded with $100,000 billion. After arranging everything, he also began to close his eyes and rest his mind. Jinling to Mordor would only take about an hour to get there, so he didn't sleep and squinted for a while. An hour later, the plane successfully arrived at Mordor Hongqiao International Airport. The others were still looking for their luggage. Jiang Li's 3 were different, leaving in style with both hands empty. Jiang Li, I'll leave first then. If you're free when you're done, remember to let me know and I'll treat you to dinner. Bye. Xia Xin's family had arranged for a car to pick her up, so she waved goodbye to Jiang Li as soon as she came out. As for Li Jiahong, she didn't recognize him, so she assumed that he was with Jiang Li on business. Okay, bye. Jiang Li also waved gently and smiled to bid her farewell. Brother Li, are you familiar with Xia Xin? At this time, Li Jiahong, who was at the side, suddenly opened his mouth and said, Oh, you know her too? But it looks like she doesn't recognize you to me. Jiang Li suddenly felt that there was a possibility that his guess was right. Brother Li, don't you know? This Xia Xin is the daughter of the head of the Xia family in Mordor, the Xia family's eldest daughter. She used to be the object of pursuit of almost all the rich second generation when she was in Mordor. But later on, I don't know what happened. Maybe it was a conflict with her family's family. She ran away to Jiang Li all by herself, and opened up a clothing company. Her company has no business dealings with my family, and it's only normal that she doesn't know me. Li Jiahong see Jiang Li and Xia Xin have a laugh with the look, thought he and the other side is very familiar with it. Did not think that Jiang Li surprisingly this do not know. Suddenly feel a little surprised. I didn't think it was really guessed by me. It seems that things can't be hard. Forget it, go to the company to see it first. Jiang Li muttered. When he was on the airplane he guessed that Xia Xin might be someone from the Xia family, but he hoped it wasn't, knowing that her father was the one who led the sanctions against his company. If he didn't have this relationship with Xia Xin, he had originally planned to directly and forcefully board the Xia family and make them disband the Alliance Chamber of Commerce. But now it was obvious that this plan wouldn't work, or else it wouldn't be good to involve Xia Xin at that time. After all, his own relationship with her was also not bad. Let's go to the World Financial Center. After contemplating for a moment, Jiang Li reached out and stopped a cab, pulled open the door and sat in, followed by Li Jiahong. Magic World Financial Center, located in the Pudong New area of Magic City, is a skyscraper located in the Lujiazui Financial and Trade Zone, with the dual functions of financial center and information center, with a height of 492 meters, a site area of 14,400 square meters, and a total floor area of 381,600 square meters. The World Financial Center has 101 floors above ground and 3 floors below ground, of which B2, B1, 2 and 3 floors are shopping malls and restaurants, 7 to 77 floors are office areas, 79 to 93 floors are hotels, and 94, 97 and 100 floors are sightseeing halls. The Jiang Group's branch office in Magic City was on the 77th floor within this building, and this entire building had been bought by the Jiang Group at a cost of $39.8 billion. As early as yesterday, Lin Mingqiu had already notified Fu Wenyan and Chen Meng that Jiang Li would personally come over, and both of them had also notified all departments at the first time, so that there could not be any mistakes, or else they would just pack up and leave. Currently this branch has about 500 people. They all know that the real boss of the company is in Jinling. This heard that the boss is coming to the company. All of them are eagerly waiting for the arrival of Jiang Li. Chapter 106, Can't the boss take a taxi? About half an hour's drive. Jiang Li and his duo arrived at the entrance of the Magic City Global Financial Center building, pushed open the cab door and walked out from inside. Jiang Li sent a message to Fu Wenyan, saying that he arrived downstairs at the company, and was ready to walk inside the building. You too, today the boss is coming. This place does not receive outsiders. Go back. At this time from the inside came out a big-waisted, head big neck thick middle-aged man, wearing a fat suit, already not tall. He looked even more runt. He pointed at Jiang Li. Two people impatiently said. Li Jiahong was amused by him. He had just learned in the car that this building was all Jiang Li. This man said that the boss was coming, but he didn't even recognize Jiang Li. He didn't say anything but turned his head to look at Jiang Li. He had to prioritize at this time. Oh, since you said the boss is coming, what if I am the boss? You've met the boss? And which one are you? Jiang Li looked at the man with a smile on his face. Ha, just you? Still the boss? If you're the boss, which boss have you seen who calls a cab to start a company? I'm not afraid to tell you. I'm the property manager here, and even though I've never seen the boss, it would never be you. The property manager laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke. What? The boss can't take a cab? Which law states that? Besides, you're just a property manager. You don't seem to have the power to kick people out, right? Jiang Li wasn't in a hurry. As far as this property manager's attitude was concerned, this company would be blacklisted by him, and he would be replaced in a while. Li Jiahong at this time as if looking at a little cute, like looking at the property manager. Have seen death. Have not seen such a death. I do not have time to talk nonsense with you. Roll. Hurry up and go. And then do not go. I shouted security guards to throw you out. If you are the boss. I also say I am the richest man in the Magic City. Who will not say big words? You prove it to me. The property manager saw Jiang Li standing still. His attitude is getting worse and worse. Who knows when the boss will come over? It's not good to be seen at that time, not realizing that what he has in front of him is the boss he has been waiting for. Prove it? I can prove that what he said is true. Jiang Li has not yet opened his mouth, only to see the hall of the elevator door came a flat and dignified voice. The person is Fu Wenyan. In his side of the beautiful figure is Chen Meng. Behind them there are a number of group executives. He just received Jiang Li's WeChat after the first time to bring people down to meet, just to see the scene in front of him. The anger does not come out. Jiang Li handed over the company to him to take care of as his trust, but the result is that he was stopped in the company downstairs. This led him how to face Jiang Li? At this time he really wanted to strangle this brain-dead property. Change it. It must be replaced. Mr. Yen, Mr. Chen, why are you guys down here? Could it be that the boss is here? The property manager immediately turned around with a flattering face when he heard Fu Wenyan's voice. However, Fu Wenyan did not pay attention to him, directly swept past him and came straight to Jiang Li. Looking at Jiang Li, who had not seen him for a long time, guffawed and took the lead. Good day, boss. TSK, you, looking for a fight, right? With me still come to the set? But now it looks like it's kinda like that. Jiang Li sniffed and directly gave Fu Wenyan a kick, and patted his shoulder, laughing and scolding. And the crowd of executives behind him saw Fu Wenyan calling Jiang Li boss. Already their scalps were numb, because Jiang Li was too young. Immediately after that, they saw that Jiang Li gave Fu Wenyan a kick, and he had no problem with it. Instead he was smiling, and they were convinced, knowing that Fu Wenyan was now the general manager of the branch. Who dared to kick him except the boss? And I heard that he has a great relationship with the boss of the group. It seems that the rumors are not false. At once, they all opened their mouths and said respectfully, "Good day, boss." The loud voice resounded throughout the hall. At this time the property manager had been dumbfounded. He knew he was going to be finished. This person was really the group boss. And what was he doing just now? He was repelling the group boss and threatened to get security to throw him out. Brother Li, let me introduce you. This is Chen Meng, my partner. After the scuffle, Fu Wenyan introduced Jiang Li to Chen Meng, who was standing beside him. Hello, boss. Chen Meng opened her mouth to greet him at this time. Since the two of them were talking just now, she naturally wouldn't bother interrupting. I know you. I've read your profile before coming here. Not bad. Do a good job. Jiang Li nodded, but his eyes were looking back and forth between Fu Wenyan and Chen Meng. He always felt that the two of them were quite a match. Should they set him up? Brother Li, let's go up and talk. This is not the place to talk. Just on the way to introduce you to the layout of this place. When there was Jiang Li around, Fu Wenyan seemed to have returned to the kind of feeling he had when he was in college. Okay, but before that, well, there's one more thing to take care of. Chapter 107, You are the richest man in Magic City. Jiang Li turned to look at the property manager, who was still on the sidelines being a big fool, and smiled meaningfully. Jiang, Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry. It's me who has eyes and doesn't recognize MT. Tai. The property manager saw Jiang Li turn to look at his side, and instantly panicked, and began to frantically apologize. And compared to his bullish appearance just now, he was simply like a different person. No, I can't afford it. Didn't you say that if I'm the boss, you're the richest man in Magic City, then you're much richer than me? I should be the one to apologize to you, right? Jiang Li waved his hand and said in a conspiratorial manner. When the others present heard this, they wanted to laugh but didn't dare to, but they knew that this property was ruined. No, Mr. Jiang, that's nonsense. It can't be true. You're a big man. Let me off. He shook his head like a rattledrum, while also bowing and apologizing to Jiang Li, but he was ignored. Old Fu, change this property. I don't want there to be this kind of existence in the company in the future. A little bit of a dip in a position and you don't know what your surname is? Jiang Li spoke while also scanning a circle of those executives following behind Fu Wenyan. Looking at them, they all put their heads down, not daring to meet Jiang Li's eyes. Mr. Jiang, leave this place to me. You and Mr. Yen go up and talk first. I'll just handle it here. At this time, Chen Meng opened his mouth. He couldn't let Jiang Li stay at the entrance of this hall all the time. Right? That's fine. Then I'll work hard for you. We'll go up first. Jiang Li glanced at Chen Meng with a strange look in his eyes, then nodded and took the lead in lifting his leg towards the direction of the elevator. Fu Wenyan and the others followed closely behind, taking the elevator to the 77th floor general manager's office. Mr. Chen, do you see this matter is not? Seeing Jiang Li left Chen Meng here, the property manager began to smile cheaply again, attempting to let the other party let himself go. But Chen Meng will give him this opportunity? Obviously not. This matter need not be said again. Our cooperation is terminated. Your company is fired. Before the end of the day, please move your company out of the building. Otherwise I will arrange for enforcement. As for the liquidated damages, come and get it if you're brave enough. Chen Meng didn't want to say anything more to him, and ignored his condescension, directly pronouncing the death sentence to him, then coldly swept a glance at the other party, turned around and walked towards the elevator. He still had to go and make a report with Jiang Li. Chen Meng's a few words, directly to the property manager blocked. A person froze in place. He knew he was finished. Offended Jiang Li, his boss will also surely fire him, and once the other companies know that he offended the Jiang's group boss, also surely won't be with the re-recruitment of him. so his future can almost finish the calf. Think of their own mortgage, car loan, wife and children, and so on, a large amount of expenditure. Suddenly 2 eyes black fainted. 77th floor, General Manager's office. Others have returned to their respective positions. Here only Jiang Li and Fu Wenyan here. How's it going? Old Fu, doing okay here? How does it feel to be the old general manager here? Jiang Li sat on the sofa, in a day arm wrapped around Fu Wenyan's shoulders. Joked, come on, when I used to study thought when a boss how powerful. Now is not tired into a dog. Day and night, so many documents to see, so many things to deal with, which have you dashing at ease, dumping a cabinet. Fu Wenyan picked up the freshly brewed tea and handed a cup to Jiang Li, rolling his eyes at him and spitting. Ha 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 ha, I see that you are not doing quite well. There is a beautiful partner. Men and women match. Work is not tired. Oh, Jiang Li looked at Fu Wenyan with a bad smile on his face, and raised his eyebrows when he said partner. Go go go. People have real talent. Unlike my half-assed origin. Here many things I will discuss with her to have a kind of teacher and friend feeling. Not what you think. Speaking of Chen Meng, Fu Wenyan was so anxious to dissolve. Oh, so I think of which? Expand on that. Jiang Li intentionally dragged his tail. As soon as he saw that there was something fishy between Fu Wenyan and Chen Meng, he intentionally flirted with him. Roll. You come over just to make fun of me, right? Drink your tea. Being said by Jiang Li, he was still anxious and directly walked away. Jiang Li laughed and was about to open his mouth, when a knock came from the door. Chapter 108, Company Situation. Knock. Please come in. Fu Wenyan greeted. He felt that the only one who dared to come at this hour was Chen Meng. Everyone else knew that Jiang Li was here, who had nothing to do and dared to come over and wander around blindly. As for Li Jiahong, he was also arranged to rest in the lounge. Boss, the matter has been dealt with. I told them to move out of the building before the end of the day, and the termination of the contract has also been arranged. As expected, the person who came was none other than Chen Meng. As soon as she entered, she first reported the situation to Jiang Li, and then nodded to Fu Wenyan as a greeting. Good, have a seat. There are no outsiders here. There is no need to be so formal. Speaking of which, we are all from Jilin University. Jiang Li pointed to the sofa in front of him and smiled lightly. He had always been like this. He didn't have any stance towards his own people. Good, this I heard Wenyan say before. Quite a coincidence. Chen Meng guffawed and graciously took his seat. 1 yen. Old Fu, come over for a meeting. What are you doing? Jiang Li heard Chen Meng shouting Wenyan, on a whim, also shouted 2 sentences, but Fu Wenyan did not pay attention to him, still paralyzed in the office chair motionless. Yo-ho? There's still a little temper, isn't there? Jiang Li picks up a sofa cushion and throws it over. Bang, just hit his head. This time he has no way to play dead. Crouching cursive, murder you, said to say, but he still picks up the cushion obediently over. Looking at the two of them jostling, Chen Meng is also feel funny. Obviously one is a group boss, a person branch general manager, are still with the childlike. Well, now say business, not that the branch was sanctioned? What exactly is the situation now? People arrived. Jiang Li also stepped into the main topic. He came over to deal with this matter. Let me say it. This matter is also my feedback to Manager Lin from the headquarters. Chen Meng smoothly picked up the conversation. Fu Wenyan had no problem with this. This matter was indeed followed up by Chen Meng, and she knew more details than himself. Boss, the main thing now is to take the Xia family as the leader of the old capital of the Magic City. Formed a Magic City Alliance Chamber of Commerce. The main members of the Chamber of Commerce in addition to the Xia family. There is the Yi family, the Zhao family, the Fong family and the Su family, each of which is very strong. And then there are a lot of small families. Small companies tend to avoid harm, but also chose to embrace the thighs of the Chamber of Commerce, together with the sanctions against us. This Chamber of Commerce involves all walks of life, and our company is also the same, so there will be friction in the interests, and if it is a hard fight, it will also bring the company a considerable loss. But if it is to give up on this, then the market that has been occupied before will soon be eaten up. But there is one thing that I actually can't figure out. It's that we actually don't have much of a conflict of interest with this Xia family. It shouldn't be so bad that he would take the lead in sanctioning us. Perhaps there's some kind of misunderstanding in the middle? Chen Meng reported the situation to Jiang Li one by one, while also adding some of his own insights and opinions. That is to say, to solve the problem of this Chamber of Commerce, it is mainly from the Xia family and these 4 families to start. As for why they sanctioned us, this I do know some. Line. This thing I will deal with. You guys now just keep the status quo, and then in a while to send the details of these several families a copy to me. Before this matter is resolved, I will always be in Magic City. There is something directly call me on the line. After listening to Chen Meng's report, Jiang Li knew that the key to the problem was in the Xia family. and Lin Mingqiu had also said that this matter might also be related to Wang Bei. If that was the case, he really needed to go to the Xia family. Okay boss, don't worry, I can't say about the rest, but keeping the status quo is still doable. The period of time that I was sanctioned by them also collected quite a lot of information about the company. After you settle this matter, the company can further expand again, Chen Meng said confidently. Right, Brother Li, you just came to Magic City. You shouldn't have a place to stay yet, right? I've already arranged a hotel and will send you there in a while. At this time, Fu Wenyan suddenly spoke. Alright, then I don't need to go looking for it. If there's nothing else, let's pull out and eat together. Jiang Li nodded. He was thinking, should he also buy a villa in Magic City to put it in? Otherwise there's no place to land if he comes back in the future. Chapter 109, Jin Mao 7-Star Hotel. Jin Mao 7-Star Hotel. This is the first hotel acquired by Zhang's group branch in Magic City, costing a total of $42 billion, or after several negotiations, the finalized result. Fu Wenyan and others with Jiang Li's consumerism is naturally different. They have limited funds in their hands. Of course, it is necessary to use them wisely. After all, they do not have the rebate skills. Jiang Li 3 people left by the way Li Jiahong also brought. Fu Wenyan drove the group to him with the Rolls-Royce, carrying several people toward the Jin Mao Hotel. To Jiang Li 2 people to receive the dust. As for the hotel side, on the road, sitting in the passenger seat of Chen Meng has been arranged. The hotel manager and other senior management received the news at the first time to the hotel lobby door, waiting for the arrival of Jiang Li. After all, is the boss's first inspection of the hotel, which if he is not satisfied with his own job will not be sure to be lost. And they also want to take a look at the mysterious behind the scenes of the boss. This point in time coincides with the rush hour, and the traffic flow of the Magic City is far from Jinling comparable. So even if Jiang Li and others riding a Rolls-Royce is also inevitable on the road traffic jam. Coincidentally, this time they parked next to the car right next to a Mazda. The owner of the car even lowered the window to look at Fu Wenyan's Rolls-Royce, scoffed, and then turned his head to his friends in the car and said, "See, Mazda traffic jam how? Even if they drive a Rolls-Royce, not also like traffic jam." An hour and a half later, in the eyes of the hotel crowd appeared a black little golden man. This car hotel manager has seen more than once. This is Mr. Yan's car, which means, the real boss too. Quickly, all cheer up, the boss is coming. Whoever displeases the boss, carry your own bucket and leave. The hotel manager clapped his hands high in the air to attract the crowd's attention and said sternly. The car slowly parked at the entrance. This time a person will not come to things can be reflected. Only to see the manager immediately changed to smiling look, took the initiative to go forward to pull open the door of the back row, because he just noticed that the driving is Fu Wenyan, and Chen Meng is also sitting in the passenger side. Then it means that the boss must be in the back row, or else he is the manager of the people. A small detail, remember the good notes. As the car door was pulled open, Jiang Li's long legs stepped out smoothly, and walked out from the car elegantly and calmly. This is also his first appearance, when a group of executives in the hall as well as the employees who heard the news and rushed over to join in the fun. When they saw that their boss was actually such a young handsome man, they were all shocked, secretly smacked their lips and envied. Originally thought it would be an old man, or middle-aged uncle. Never thought it would be a young guy in his 20s. It is true that your 20s and my 20s are not the same. The female employees in the back row of the hall are even more golden eyes, staring straight at Jiang Li, and even more unconsciously clamping their legs. The appearance, as if as long as Jiang Li said a word to them, you can do whatever you want in general. Good day boss. The hotel manager took the lead and Jiang Li bowed and greeted him loudly. With him taking the lead, then the others naturally wouldn't continue to stand around. They also opened their mouths and greeted him enthusiastically. Boss is good. Boss is so handsome. Boss is too handsome. Good evening boss. The atmosphere of the scene is very lively. Good thing that Jiang Li is not a social terrorism patient. Otherwise this scene really can't carry it. At this time Fu Wenyan and Chen Meng also came to the side of Jiang Li, to introduce him to the personnel in front of him. Li Jiahong is a good boy now behind Jiang Li, and secretly surveyed the hotel building. This is Song Jejun, manager Song. Right now our hotel is being taken care of by him, and behind him are the hotel's top management. Manager Song, right? Well, you're pretty good. Jiang Li nodded slightly, sizing up the 1 meter 8 tall and thin, dark-skinned but capable and smart man in his 30s in front of him, and simply complimented him. Should be. Thank you boss for the compliment. Boss quickly please enter. The box has been arranged. Manager Song nodded and hailed, then sidestepped to make way for Jiang Li and invited him in. Jiang Li nodded slightly, then Manager Song led the way in front, while the 4 of them followed behind unhurriedly. Jiang Li was also sizing up the hotel's decoration style and layout, secretly saying that even if it was also a 7-star hotel, This one in Mordovia was going to look a bit more grandiose than the Marriott in Jiangling and was more in line with the international style, or else it would be said that this place was a famous money-selling grotto. Chapter 110 The Mystery of Identity? After the wine and dinner, Jiang Li returned to the presidential suite that belonged exclusively to him, and Li Jiahong was also very sensible. Even if there was room inside, he chose to go and sleep in the other suites. As for Fu Wenyan and the two of them, they returned to their own place and didn't stay behind because they still had some things to deal with, and they also didn't want to disturb Jiang Li's rest. After washing up, Jiang Li wrapped in his bathrobe, very casually leaning on the sofa, holding a tablet computer in his hand. Inside was what Chen Meng had prepared for him, with detailed information about the 5 major families of the Magic Capital Union Chamber of Commerce. Of course, this was only what could be found out on the surface. Xia Guang, the eldest son of the former head of the family Xia Hongchang, 45 years old, took over the position of the head of the family 4 years ago, has a daughter named Xia Xian. His wife passed away 3 years ago due to illness. Xia Hongchang did not ask about the family's affairs after abdicating the throne, so Xia Guang's position in the Xia family is exalted. All the power is in his hands. Jiang Li looked at the tablet computer with information about Xia Guang. Next to him a photo of him, 3-dimensional features, bone dry and distinct. Even if he is more than 40 years old, but also still well maintained, there is a mature man's charisma, but does not look very greasy. Can see that when he was young he should also be a handsome man, and this can be reflected from Xia Xian's genetics. This Xia Guang took over the position of the family head 4 years ago, and according to the information, he also has a younger brother who is 2 years younger than him, called Xia Yang, who is not on good terms with him, and at the same time has been coveting the throne of the family head. If I operate from it, perhaps I can make some new discoveries? After closing his eyes and pondering for a while, Jiang Li muttered. He felt that this idea could be tried out, but he had to have a handle that could threaten Xia Guang, a handle that would be enough to pull him down from the seat of the family head. System, I want to buy a message about Xia Guang, the kind of secret that can take him to death in one go. Is there one? Thinking about it, Jiang Li still turned to the system for help, which was more reliable and saved himself from messing around and thus spooking the snakes. Host, there is, currently retrieved that the biggest secret about Xia Guang is the mystery of his birth. Hosts need to pay 2,000 mole coins if they want to buy it. The system retrieved for a minute before giving a positive reply. Mystery of his birth? Could it be that this Xia Guang has other origins? 200 million to buy a message. The system, you understand the treacherous business. Forget it, buy it, buy it. Jiang Li originally just wanted to try it out. Didn't think that it was really retrieved by the system, and it was also related to the body life. Although it would be a bit more expensive. But at this time the human instinct to eat melons started acting up again. So he also painfully paid 200 million oceans, and bought this heavenly priced big melon. Ding, deducted funds of $200 million, gained 2,000 mole coins. Ding, deduct 2,000 mole coins, obtained the information, mystery of Xia Guang's life, which also has relevant information that has been stored in the system space. As the system's words fell, Jiang Li's mind began to transmit various information about the mystery of Xia Guang's life, and he was able to read it for a long time before it was digested. TSK, 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 I have to say, this $200 million is worth it, and the system has also thoughtfully prepared the relevant information. So is it not easy to pin down Xia Guang now? I would like to see what expression he will have when he sees these things. Ha ha ha. Jiang Li felt as if he was wilting and wilting, but he kinda liked this feeling, and with an evil smile he got up and walked towards the bedroom. Originally, Jiang Li is intended to use their brothers and the relationship from the obstruction, so that their family internal strife, so naturally have no time to take care of his company, and their summer family once the problem. The other surface with their alliance of the family will also be on the sidelines eyeing. After all, businessmen, only forever interests, no forever friends. In this way, this so-called Magic City Alliance Chamber of Commerce will not be broken. Their company can also be further expansion. Is the need to spend a little more time, but now know the secret. He felt that he should change a kind of play, or else sorry for him to spend this 200 million ocean. At the same time, the Xia family in Magic City, study room, Xia Guang, who was dealing with documents in the study, for no reason suddenly had a shiver in his heart and a chill down his spine, as if he was being stared at by some vicious animal. But this feeling came and went quickly. Chapter 111 Running errands to deliver a letter. The following morning, Jiang Li was in the presidential suite eating the breakfast that Manager Song had carefully prepared, while at the same time handing over another envelope to Manager Song, asking him to make a personal run to deliver this letter to the Xia family and hand it over to Xia Guang, which contained the things that Jiang Li had prepared for Xia Guang. Manager Song took the envelope and patted his chest to ensure that he would definitely deliver it to the Xia family head. After all, This was the first task that Jiang Li had given him. If he messed up, then how could he still mix in the future? Even if Jiang Li seems to be easygoing now, but it's always right to leave a good impression on the boss. Maybe the boss will give himself a promotion and a raise once he's happy. Go on, go on. Jiang Li waved his hand casually. Giving him this task is also want to see how Song Jiejun's brain. If it is a person who only slips and flatters, then change him by hand. Magic City's so many people. Will still worry about not finding a capable hotel manager? Okay, boss, I'll go. Song Jiejun nodded his head, then slowly exited Jiang Li's room and went to fulfill the task of delivering the letter that Jiang Li had arranged for him. Magic Capital, Xia family. Xia Guang had been feeling restless since last night, and hadn't slept well all night, but there were still a lot of documents on hand to deal with, so he had no choice but to return to the study after breakfast to deal with the work at hand. Sometimes the more power in the hand, the higher the position, not necessarily the more relaxed. Remember, an Uncle Ben once said, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Xia Guang took over the position of the head of the family only 4 years, and his brother's ability is not lost to him, but because he is the eldest son, so let him take over the management. But also because of this, originally in Xia Guang relationship with the Xia Yang, is more eyeing, has been coveting his position. He is looking for an opportunity to bring down Xia Guang. An hour later, the door of the study came knocking on the door. Originally inexplicably have some irritation, Xia Guang more frowned. He hated to be disturbed when he was working. His face icy cold, opened his mouth and said, "Enter, master, there is an envelope here for you. It was sent over by manager Song of Jin Mao Mansion. He said that his boss asked him to forward it to you. He is not sure what exactly is going on." The visitor was the butler of the Xia family. He saw Song Jiejun's serious and earnest look. He was afraid of missing something important. That's why he came over to disturb Xia Guang. Otherwise, what small matter is it that he needs to arrange for a hotel manager to make a trip personally? The owner of Jin Mao Mansion? Bring it over for me to take a look. Xia Guang was puzzled. If he remembered correctly, this Jin Mao Mansion had changed its owner some time ago. It had been acquired, and it was still the Jiang group that he was now targeting. He himself didn't seem to have any interactions with this new boss, right? But since it had been sent over, there was no harm in taking a look. He wanted to see what was in this envelope. Butler first time to go forward to the envelope to Xia Guang, and then very sensible exit the study, smoothly closed the door. In the Xia family as a housekeeper for so long, this eyesight or have, should not ask, don't ask, do their own part of the work on the line. Xia Guang opened the envelope 3 times, and dumped everything inside on the desktop, only to see which there are several photos, a report, and a handwritten note. He picked up the hand of the photo. In the turn over the moment, Xia Guang's pupils suddenly enlarged, and then hastened to pick up the other photos. He seemed to see what the fear of things like, panicked mouth straight chanting, "No, impossible, how could he know about this? It must be a fake, fake." The unbelieving Xia Guang picked up that report again. He already had a guess in his heart, and sure enough, when he turned it over, it was a paternity report. Panic. Xia Guang felt the feeling of panic for the first time. He didn't bother to turn over the report. He already knew what was inside. He was in a cold sweat, and finally he picked up the handwritten note, only to see a sentence written on it in a dragon's hand. "Tonight at 8 o'clock, Golden Mao Hotel, box number 1, out of time." Humph, what a big mouth. I'd like to see what kind of god you are. After a short period of panic, Xia Guang also gradually regained his composure. Although he didn't know how the other party knew about this secret, he wasn't a soft persimmon that would let people pinch him at will. His right hand tightly clutched this note. His eyes were cloudy, not knowing what he was thinking. Chapter 112. Gifts still satisfied. A day passes quickly. Today Jiang Li also did not go out to loiter, roaming the canyon on the sofa, tired to see the live broadcast, shallow to appreciate the anchor's wonderful dance, to extend their life. It was only at 7:55 in the evening that Jiang Li came out of the presidential suite, took the elevator to where the hotel's number 1 box was located, pushed open the door to the box, and walked in idly, while instructing Song Jiejun to go to the lobby on the first floor to wait, and if Xia Guang came, he would directly lead him over. At 8 o'clock, a black Maybach stopped at the entrance of the hotel. Then Xia Guang, wearing a white tang suit, walked down from the car and stepped into the hall with an expressionless face. Song Jiejun, who had long been waiting on the sidelines, took the initiative to welcome him at this time. "Mr. Xia, the boss is already waiting for you in the box. Please follow me." "Well, lead the way." Xia Guang nodded slightly, still with that lofty look. Inside the box, Jiang Li looked at the time. It was already 8:01. Xia Guang had not yet arrived. He was about to get up and leave when a knock came from the door. Knock, knock. The door to the box was then pushed open, and Song Jiejun respectfully said to Jiang Li, "Boss, Mr. Xia is here." After saying that, he consciously made way for Xia Guang, and then exited the box and closed the door to the room. He knew that the boss had asked him to go and invite Xia Guang over. There was bound to be something to discuss. How could he stay inside at a time like this? Xia family master, have a seat. Introduce yourself. My name is Jiang Li. He didn't get up to greet him, and breezily greeted him. Ha, Jiang's name is not unfamiliar to me. Your company is not an oil lamp in Magic City, but this person but the first time to see. To be honest, some out of my expectation. Xia Guang coldly laughed and said. At the same time, he sat down by himself. So the Xia family master still knows me, ah? I just don't know if family master Xia is still satisfied with the gift I prepared for you earlier? Jiang Li looked at Xia Guang with a smile, his body leaning on the backrest of the seat. Don't say any more polite words. What is the reason for finding me here? Mr. Jiang, directly say it. Xia Guang was angry at the mention of this, because that information is his own life. He is not actually Xia Hongchang's own son, but Xia Hongchang's a good friend and his mother was born, and he only knew this secret 3 years ago, and the first time that his biological father to secretly sent abroad. As for his mother, has died for many years, so this secret should only be known to him alone. He did not know how Jiang Li know. Oh, Xia family master, don't be anxious. Well, in fact, I don't have any deep hatred with you, and I'm still friends with your daughter Xia Xin, but this what you have formed to come. Oh, Magic City Union Chamber of Commerce, right? This Chamber of Commerce has caused a great deal of trouble to my branch. It has seriously affected the development of my company. I hope that the Xia family head can disband the Chamber of Commerce and stop interfering in my company's affairs. What do you think? Jiang Li laughed. Since the Xia Guang asked so readily, then he also stopped talking nonsense and directly stated his request. Impossible. The Chamber of Commerce protects our collective interests. And with your company, your hands have extended too far. As far as I know, you started by acquiring companies in Jinling, and not only in Magic City. There are also your branches in other provinces and cities, so you're not afraid of taking too big a step and ripping your eggs. Xia Guang rejected Jiang Li without even thinking about it. Letting him disband the Chamber of Commerce and letting Jiang Li expand. Wouldn't that mean that the market in Mordu would soon be eaten up by the other party? Then what will they eat? Drink the northwest wind? Xia family head, before you speak, I advise you to think carefully. I heard that your brother Xia Yang, but has been thinking of pulling you down, their own on the throne. You say, if I give this information to him, your family head of the seat can still sit stable? Or can you still stay in the Xia family? I don't think I need to say more about how Elder Xia Hongchang Xia will treat you at that time, right? Jiang Li said nonchalantly. Since he had asked Xia Guang over, he was eating him up. He had only been on the throne for 4 years, holding the family's power and controlling hundreds of billions of assets. If he was asked to hand over everything he had at this time, would he hand it over willingly? After Xia Guang heard Jiang Li's words, he didn't open his mouth first, but stared at Jiang Li with a burning gaze, and judging from his constantly rising and falling chest, he knew that he was unusually angry at this moment. Chapter 113, Holding It to Death. Are you threatening me? Xia Guang said grimly, and his right hand gripping the armrest was also secretly strong. His finger bones were a bit white. Yes and no. In principle, I don't want to have a grudge against you, or against the Xia family, and if it wasn't for my company's business, I wouldn't have come to Magic City. But things have happened, and naturally they need to be resolved. And some things aren't things when they're resolved, and when they're not resolved they're things all the time. And I don't need to tell you more about this reasoning. Xia family master, do I? One more, I am familiar with your daughter. I also don't want to make too much of a mess with her family, or else meeting in the future is really awkward. Jiang Li spoke without a ripple and said slowly, how do I know if you will use this matter to threaten me with other things in the future? After a moment of contemplation, Xia Guang said with a straight face, keeping his eyes on Jiang Li as he spoke, to put it bluntly, with my stature today, your district of the Magic City Xia family is not enough to make me spend too much effort. If I really want to fight you to the death at any cost, you really can't carry it off. How many resources can the Xia family mobilize nowadays? And do you know how many resources I can mobilize? So, on your Xia family this family business, I still do not see, as long as you do not take the initiative to provoke me in the future, or provoke my company's industry, we will well water off river water, each walk each of the Yangwan road, and, you can only choose to believe in me, there is no other choice, is not it? Jiang Li's fingers tapped rhythmically on the desktop, the corner of his mouth flashed a cold smile. The box fell into dead silence again, although Xia Guang wanted to retort, but it was true that as he said, he had no other choice. If this matter was shaken out by Jiang Li, he knew with his toes that Xia Hongchang would definitely not allow him to continue to take over the Xia family, and after he was kicked out of the Xia family, I'm afraid that what was waiting for him would probably be death, right? After a long time, he slowly raised his head to look at Jiang Li. took a deep breath to adjust his emotions, and spoke with a straight face. I promise your request, but I also hope that Mr. Jiang can keep his word and keep the secret, or else I won't let you live well even if I die. The corner of Jiang Li's mouth rose slightly. Secretly said small like, this does not pinch you to death. Let you ask for unhappiness. Fight with small master. You still need to go back to practice. Ha 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 ha. What words did the Xia family master say? What secret is not secret? The past should not be mentioned again. Maybe in the future we can continue to cooperate with each other. He snorted and just brought this matter to a close. It was also considered a reply to Xia Guang. Then thank you, Mr. Jiang. The matter of the Chamber of Commerce. I will announce it when I go back and disband it. Seeing Jiang Li promise, Xia Guang's face then improved a bit, and his speech was also much more polite. Alright, since we've finished the business, why don't we have a meal together? Xia family master? It's getting late. I'm getting hungry just talking about it. At this moment, Jiang Li resumed that human and harmless appearance. Thank you Mr. Jiang for your kind words. Dinner is not necessary. I still have things to take care of. I'll take my leave first. Mr. Jiang can go to the Xia family when he has time to sit down. Xia Guang politely refused Jiang Li. How could disbanding the Chamber of Commerce be as simple as it sounded? He had to hurry back to think of a statement to block the other people's mouths, which had the heart to stay and eat with you. Alright then, since Master Xia has something to do, I won't force myself to stay. As for the Xia family, I'll be there. Jiang Li suddenly remembered that isn't it Elder Xia's birthday in 2 days? It was just the right time to go and take a look. Alright, then I'll leave first. Mr. Jiang, goodbye. After saying that, Xia Guang turned around and left quickly. He didn't really like the feeling of staying alone with Jiang Li. Don't look at his young age, but there was always a feeling of being led by the nose by him, which made him very uncomfortable, so he just wanted to bolt as soon as possible. Manager Song arrange for the food to be served, then call Li Jiahong over. Be quick. I'm starving to be. When Xia Guang left, Jiang Li started to greet Manager Song who was waiting at the door. Okay boss, the dishes have long been prepared. I'll let them serve them now, then notify your friend to come over. Manager Song, who was standing like a security guard at the door, immediately appeared in the box when he heard Jiang Li's call, replying to Jiang Li and then immediately turning around to fulfill the task Jiang Li had arranged. While waiting for the food to be served, Jiang Li received a text message from Blood Rose. The general meaning is that she has left Jinling to return to the headquarters, and the members of the organization have also been recalled by her, and starting tomorrow they will undergo a collective seclusion until the entire staff breaks through. Chapter 114, You're teaching me things? Magic Capital, Xia family. After Xia Guang left the hotel, he didn't make any other stops and directly asked the driver to return to the Xia family, and while on the way he was also thinking about disbanding the Alliance Chamber of Commerce. This Chamber of Commerce was, although it was led by his Xia family, but this proposal was not initiated by him, Xia Guang, but it was proposed by another senior called Xia Yi, only that in the end it was passed by his nod. As for why the Xia Yi initiated this proposal to target the Jiang group, it had to start from Wang Baiyi leaving Jinling. Wang Baiyi's wife Xia Jia is exactly Xia Yi's daughter, so after their Wang family fell, he and his wife brought a pair of daughters to Magic City to join his old husband, and this is a daughter slave of Xia Yi. After hearing about his daughter's encounter, for a moment, he also holds a grudge against Jiang Li, and when he later inquired about the branch of the Jiang group in Magic City which is Jiang Li's company, he immediately made a move to find Xia Guang and proposed the matter of the Alliance Chamber of Commerce, and Xia Guang didn't know about the grudge between them beforehand, and stood to consider the interests of the family. Plus this period of time, Jiang's group branches frantic acquisitions and expansions in Mordor. The momentum was very fierce. This move also broke the original balanced market in Mordor, and harmed the interests of the local forces in Mordor, including the Xia family, so Xia Guang went back to pass this proposal. Summon all of the family's top brass to the council chamber for a meeting in half an hour. A majestic and incomparable voice of Xia Guang came from the study. Just now followed Xia Guang together over. At the moment is waiting outside the study room. Command of the assistant will immediately act. This kind of thing he is not the first time to do. Naturally is familiar with the way. The Xia family's high level in addition to the unquestioning Xia Hanchang, as well as the head of the family Xia Guang, a total of 10 people. So a moment later he was all notification finished. More than 20 minutes later, the council hall. The 10 senior members of the Xia family including Xia Yi were already in place. But the people looked at me and I looked at you. All of them were confused, because in their impression, according to the past practice, it was usually only when the family encountered something major that the senior members meeting would be convened. And it seemed that the family didn't have any major events happening lately, right? Not to mention the Xia family, is the magic seems to have nothing more significant things happen? So the crowd is also like a two-legged monk puzzled, can only obediently wait for the arrival of Xia Guang, Time just half an hour. Xia Guang appeared in the council hall on time. The assistant who followed him came in and closed the door, and then stood obediently at the backside of Xia Guang, waiting for orders in place. Family master, did something happen? Why was the meeting called so suddenly? Yes, family head. I haven't heard of any major events in the family recently. I haven't heard either. Stop arguing. Let's just listen. Xia Guang came in after a group of senior management. You a sentence, I a sentence. Wait for them to say more or less. He slowly raised his hand to signal the crowd to be quiet. The order is forbidden. The council chamber quickly quieted down. All are watching Xia Guang. Gentlemen, today I summoned you all here. I have one thing to announce. With immediate effect the notice goes down. The Magic City Alliance Chamber of Commerce led and organized by my Xia family is disbanded. At the same time my Xia family no longer interferes with the development of the Jiang Group's branch in Magic City. All companies and industries belonging to my Xia family are not allowed to provoke each other for no reason. Xia Guang didn't say any more nonsense and directly cut to the chase. Word by word, unhurriedly informing the crowd of what he was about to announce. What? Dissolving the Alliance Chamber of Commerce? Why? Family master, isn't the Alliance Chamber of Commerce we formed developing well? Why is it being disbanded? Family master, did something happen? Ever since our Xia family took the lead in forming the Alliance Chamber of Commerce, the reputation of the Xia family has risen quite a bit in the Magic City. So if we disbanded at this time, wouldn't all of our previous efforts be wasted? And there are still a few other families. How should we go about saying that when the time comes? Xia Yi originally thought it was something else. He didn't expect Xia Guang to come up and give him such a hand. He immediately became anxious and directly stood up to question Xia Guang. Humph, Xia Yi, don't forget, I am the head of this Xia family. I have the right to decide everything. You're just a senior. Are you teaching me how to do things? The others didn't understand and questioned him. Xia Guang could accept it. After all, they didn't know about it. But you, Xia Yi, came to join in the fun, didn't you? If this nigga hadn't been for you initiating the proposal, would he himself have offended Jiang Li for no reason? If it wasn't for this mess, Jiang Li probably wouldn't have caught him, and he wouldn't have to be held by him. So he was angry at seeing Xia Yi at this moment. Family head. Chapter 115, Giving an account. Family master, you first calm down. I am also for the benefit of the family. Is this matter of dissolution to be reconsidered? Xia Yi felt aggrieved in his heart. It's fine if others have opinions. As soon as he opened his mouth, he was inexplicably sprayed by Xia Guang. Who can stand this? There is no need to say more on this matter. I convened this meeting to inform everyone, not to discuss with you all. As for how the other family businesses decide is their business. Our Xia family is not involved. As long as I am still in this head of the family position for one day, this decision will continue. Xia Dang waved his hand and said in an unquestionable manner. Then he swept his eyes at everyone present and said that the meeting was adjourned. Then he took the lead and left. The 10 people present were uncertain, still as confused as when they arrived, not knowing what to say. I say Xia Yi, did you offend the family head somewhere? Why else would he just catch you talking? At this time another senior, Xia Lin, came over and bumped him with his shoulder. How would I know what kind of explosives he ate, taking it out on me? It's really inexplicable. Xia Yi had a helpless look on his face, shrugging his shoulders and spreading his hands. Alright, things have come to this, no point in talking more. Let's go. Xia Lin also did not ask more questions, said hello and left with the others. The council chamber was left with Xia Yi alone. Do not know what to think. Early the next morning, the Xia family sent out an announcement to dissolve the Magic Capital Alliance Chamber of Commerce. Once this news was sent out, it naturally attracted widespread attention, and the other 4 big family leaders even came to the Xia family at the first time to ask Xia Guang to give a statement. How did this dissolve all of a sudden in a good way? The council hall, with yesterday, is different. Now inside only 5 people. In addition to Xia Guang, the other 4 are Su family's Su Jiangchuan, Yi family's Yi Fan, Zhao family's Zhao Gang and the Feng family's Feng Yuhong. Our brother family's words of the people, at this moment, are sizing up the first seat on the Xia Guang, and then one person a sentence began to output. Xia family master, the matter of you dissolving the Alliance Chamber of Commerce, why don't you discuss it with us first? At least a few of our families are also an important part of the Chamber of Commerce, right? Yes, the one who said it was established in the first place was also your Xia family, and now the one who inexplicably said it was disbanded is also your Xia family. Isn't this playing with us? I think the Xia family master should give us a statement, right? Isn't that right? Seconded. Xia Guang just looked at the 4 people expressionlessly and turned a deaf ear to everything they said, waiting for them to stop talking before he spoke. All finished, right? Then it's my turn. The main reason why we set up this Magic City Alliance Chamber of Commerce is to sanction the Jiang Group's branch in Magic City, right? So have you guys ever really gotten to know this Jiang's Group? I dealt with his founder, the real boss of the Jiang Group, Jiang Li. yesterday, which is why I suddenly chose to disband. You guys don't look at him as a young man, but he's not a good bully. If you want to pinch him, you have to be prepared to be pinned back. Moreover, he's a young man and is more than a few years old, yet he possesses such a strong financial power. Don't you guys think it's strange? Even if he started from his mother's womb, he couldn't earn it, right? If you want to say that he doesn't have some kind of background, I don't believe it. This is not something he said blindly. From yesterday when Jiang Li took out those information about his life, Xia Guang felt that Jiang Li's origin must not be as simple as the surface. To know that his biological father was hidden by him in a remote area abroad, and also gave him a new identity, it is reasonable to say that there is no way that other people will know. But Jiang Li happened to know, and there is also evidence that it is worth pondering over. Often the unseen is the most terrifying. So Xia Guang also really didn't want to bear grudges with Jiang Li again. Not to mention that Jiang Li was still holding his handles. The words fell. The four people present all fell into deep thought. Xia Guang's character they are aware of, is not a lord who is willing to give in easily. And the Xia family's strength is also stronger than a few of theirs. As strong as the Xia family like this, all chose to avoid its sharpness. They still have to continue to adhere to it? Seeing the hesitant color of several people's masks, Xia Guang suddenly opened his mouth again and said, yesterday I have reached an agreement with Jiang Li. As long as we don't take the initiative to mess with him, as well as his company, he will not take the initiative to mess with us. Everyone well water offends the river water. Each walks their own way. Anyway, my Xia family has agreed. How do several of you intend to do? Chapter 116, something has gone wrong. Since things are already like this, it seems that we don't have any other choice. Su Jianchuan pushed his glasses and said with a helpless face, since both of your families are fine with it, then I'm fine with it as well. So disband it. Zhao Gang picked up the conversation. Alright, I have no opinion either. Agreed. Thus, the Magic City Alliance Chamber of Commerce only existed for less than a month before it was officially disbanded. After the opinions of the five families reached an agreement, the four of them went back and issued a statement one after another, saying that they supported the Xia family to disband the Magic City Alliance Chamber of Commerce, and that everything in the future would still be in accordance with the original rules of development, and that this wave of assists undoubtedly completely crushed the dreams of those small companies and small clans that hugged their thighs and then waited for them to only be acquired or to be suppressed and eaten away at, or be suppressed and eaten. When the dust has settled, Jiang Li just got up and looked at his cell phone. It was all about this dissolution of the Chamber of Commerce push news. WeChat also has a few. WeChat is Fu Wenyan sent. Brotherly, really have you? This just arrived in Magic City and solved the problem. Now including the Xia family and the other four families, have issued a statement, which means that we will not have restrictions in Mordor in the future. Then I'm gone, I'm taking the plunge. After thinking about it, Jiang Li replied to him, almost on the line, don't go too far, give them some face as well, the proportion you grasp on your own. Understood. Fu Wenyan replied back in seconds. Jiang Li saw that the matter had been dealt with. He was about to call on Li Jiahong and go out to wander around. He hadn't felt the customs of the Magic City yet. When a call came in, he instinctively pulled out his cell phone. It turned out to be his cousin calling. He smiled faintly and pressed the answer button. He was ready to flirt with the other party, but the next thing that his cousin said froze him in his spot. Cousin? Quickly! Come back quickly! Something's wrong. Lu Yiqiao's distraught voice came just as the phone was connected. What? Speak clearly. What's wrong? Jiang Li was also anxious by his unclear words. Auntie and auntie-husband had a car accident. They are now in the operating room for resuscitation. You hurry back. Lu Yiqiao's voice was trembling as he spoke. He didn't know how he should face Jiang Li after he came back. Jiang Li heard the news. The brain directly buzzed a blank. People also froze in place. He was dumbfounded. Even the phone fell from his hand and smashed on the ground did not react. What did he just hear? A car accident? Mom and Dad were in a car accident? No, it couldn't be. Returning to his senses, he picked up the cell phone on the ground as carefully asked, Cousin, this is fake, right? You lied to me to play it? This one doesn't rise to be a joke. I know my parents already left for Jinling yesterday. You want me to go back early, right? No, cousin. Something really happened. How could I joke about such a thing? Lu Yiqiao's words were interrupted by Jiang Li before he could finish. Didn't I ask you to look after my parents for me before I came to Magic City? Didn't I prepare a car for them? Why did something happen to them? Didn't you promise me? What are you doing? Tell me, is this how you repay me? Jiang Li's sanity had been swept away by his anger. He had obviously arranged everything, but something still happened. His parents had only arrived in Jinling last night. They hadn't even enjoyed their lives yet and something happened today. He spread his anger directly on Lu Yiqiao. Cousin, there is a reason for what happened. Wait until you come back. I'll explain it to you face to face when you come back. This kind of thing is not easy on anyone. He also understands Jiang Li's mood. In fact, This matter has really little to do with him. This morning Jiang Li's father Jiang Chan and his mother Qin Su said to go out for a walk. Lu Yiqiao is ready to drive accompanied by them to go, but was rejected by them, said they do not go far, just around the neighborhood. There will not be anything. Persuade him to no avail, he had to agree to, but let them have something to be the first time to call him. After Lu Yiqiao rested in the villa, until he heard the sound of an ambulance whistling past, and went in the same direction as Jiang Li's parents left the direction. He was a little uneasy. They went all the way with the past to see this with, and really something happened. Looked at the stretcher was carried on the ambulance of two familiar figures. He went crazy like flying over. Chapter 117, transporting back to Jinling. After he ran to the front and saw the faces of the two, he stared blankly with wide eyes, dumbfounded for a moment, frozen in place until he was patted on the arm by the paramedic. Are you a relative of these two? If you are, come over with us. If not, then please leave. We're leaving. The paramedic looked at the dumbfounded Lu Yiqiao and frowned with some impatience. Yes, I am. Returning to his senses, he just followed the ambulance all the way to the hospital. I'll be right back. After saying that, Jiang Li hung up the phone. He had to rush back to Jinling immediately. He ran downstairs while searching for the nearest flight on his cell phone, but the results showed that the earliest flight was 4 hours away. Looking at the results displayed on his cell phone, his running figure lurched. Now that his mom and dad were still being resuscitated in the operating room, where could he still feel at ease waiting here for 4 hours? His body began to tremble uncontrollably. He tried to calm himself down. There must be another way. Suddenly, he had a flash of light. System, can you teleport me back to Jinling now? Didn't the system claim that there was nothing the system couldn't do if he only wanted it? He only wanted to return to Jinling as soon as possible now. Then he thought of the almighty system. Yes, host. It requires the host to set a coordinate location. And then you need to pay 10,000 mall coins. Quickly, how much do I need you directly deduct? Then teleport me to Jinling First People's Hospital. He heard the system say it was fine on the line. As for how much he didn't care at all. Ding. Deducted $1 billion and gained 10,000 mall coins. Ding. Deduct 10,000 mall coins. Start teleportation. Coordinates Jinling First People's Hospital. Process lasts 1 minute. Only to see the system words fell. A white light instantly enveloped Jiang Li. At the same time his feet also appeared a mysterious white light circle. Inside is engraved a complex spell formation. When the spell formation engraving completed the moment, a flash of white light, Jiang Li to the figure just disappeared in place. A minute later, Jinling First People's Hospital underground garage. Only a white light flashed in the originally dark garage, followed by the sound of running footsteps coming from inside. The random sounds got closer and closer, gradually revealing a tall and magnificent figure at the exit. And the person who came was none other than Jiang Li. With just 1 penny he had returned to Jinling from the Magic City. I have to say that the system is really bullish and it was very thoughtful to send Jiang Li to the underground garage. Otherwise he would have caused a lot of trouble if he just appeared in public out of nowhere. But he didn't have time to sigh. While running, he dialed his cousin's phone and said nonchalantly, "Give me the location of the operating room. I'm at the hospital." "Cousin, you just came back?" Lu Yiqiao stared wide-eyed thinking he had heard wrong. If he remembered correctly, only a few minutes had passed since he had called Jiang Li. "Right? This Nemo with flying is not so fast. Cut the crap. I'm asking for your location," Jiang Li said with some impatience, but his footsteps didn't stop. Oh, I'm in the operating room on the 3rd floor. You can see me if you take the elevator up." Returning to his senses, he reported the location to Jiang Li, but still didn't figure out how he had rushed back from Magic City so quickly. A few moments later, Jiang Li's figure appeared outside the operating room, and Lu Yiqiao sat on the seat in front of the doorway, his hands folded against his forehead as he prayed silently in his heart. "Tell me, what's going on?" Jiang Li came straight to his side, sitting on his butt on the seat next to Lu Yiqiao, and said calmly. After witnessing the system's bullishness once again, Jiang Li wasn't as nervous, and if there were any accidents, he believed that the system could help him. So at this moment, he also slowly calmed himself down and also gradually regained his senses. Just now he was indeed carried away. "Cousin, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I was originally prepared to drive Auntie 2 out, but they refused me when they said they wanted to walk around and stroll around. If I could follow them over there, maybe this wouldn't have happened." Looking at Jiang Li who was sitting beside himself with a calm face, it was even more difficult for him to feel bad. Even if it was Jiang Li who was like he was a while ago yelled at him, he could also accept it. Has the cause of the matter been found out clearly? Jiang Li nodded slightly and didn't say anything more. This kind of thing couldn't be blamed entirely on his cousin. He also knew his parents' character. They didn't like to trouble others. Chapter 118 Feed the Lion. Checked out. Is a drunk driving racing? Driving a young man. should be a rich second generation, called Chen Nan, driving a Ferrari F8, speeding out of control and crashed into the aunt and uncle duo, and finally collided with a buy-a-package car, but he himself did not receive particularly serious injuries, arm fracture, and this moment is also in the hospital, right downstairs in 206. Lu Yiqiao accompanied to the hospital later. Jiang Li's parents were inside for surgery. He did not dry wait, the police these he had to contact, so this moment he told Jiang Li what he knew. Chen Nan, downstairs 206 is it? Alright, I'll go and take a look. You wait here, notify me immediately if there's a situation. Jiang Li's eyes flashed a cold light, not containing half a bit of temperature. After saying that, he also no longer paid attention to Lu Yiqiao, and directly turned around and walked towards the downstairs. Although Jiang Li has been very calm since he came to the hospital, but Lu Yiqiao, who grew up with him since childhood, how could he not see the anger inside him? But he didn't know what to say. He could only look at Jiang Li's back and silently sighed, and then continued to pray for Jiang Li's parents. Even though he himself has always been an atheist, this time he hoped that the gods would be able to hear his voice. Ward 206. This was a VIP ward. There was only one bed in it, and no other patients would be scheduled to come in. And the medical staff had already left when Jiang Li arrived, so he directly pushed open the door to the ward and walked in calmly, closing the door to the room with his hand. Jiang Li scanned the patient information and confirmed that the person in front of him, who was already asleep in the hospital bed, was the Chen Nan he was looking for. Chen Nan's except for his arm that was fractured, the rest were some superficial injuries that were visible to the naked eye. As for the internal injuries, and the results of the brain examination had not yet come out. Jiang Li looked at his arm that had already been handled and secured, and let out a cold snort, and then slowly stepped forward, and gripped his arm in his hand, and wrenched it with a strong force. Ka-ching! Only a click was heard. The arm that had just been fixed was once again broken by him, and this intense pain also directly woke up the sleeping Chen Nan, snapping his eyes open, subconsciously about to hiss, but was interrupted by a slap from Jiang Li. Slap! This slap, although Jiang Li did not utilize the true qi in his body, he also used all his strength, only to see a bright red slap mark on the left side of Chen Nan's face, and it was still gradually swelling. Aha! My hand! But he still couldn't hold back his shouts, only it wasn't that loud, plus the soundproofing of his ward was pretty good, so it didn't attract anyone else's attention for a while. Chen Nan, right? He likes to drink and race cars, right? How far has this come? Jiang Li looked at the yellow-haired, plain-looking and overindulged Chen Nan in front of him and suddenly laughed slowly. Hiss you! Who are you? Don't you mess around. Get out. I'm going to call out for someone. Doctor, nurse, someone come. Being stared straight at by Jiang Li, Chen Nan felt a rush of scalp numbness, and forcibly endured the severe pain and began to shout loudly. Don't you like racing cars to feel the speed and passion? I'll let you feel it next and give you a big gift. I think you'll like it. Jiang Li grinned and revealed a bright smile, but it was creepy in Chen Nan's eyes. System, teleport Chen Nan to me to feed the lions amongst the lions in the African savannah. Can it be done? Jiang Li originally wanted to kill him directly, but he felt that this was too cheap for Chen Nan. He had to let him slowly feel the feeling of being dominated by death. By what right could he sleep here properly while his own mom and dad were still being resuscitated in the operating room? Host, you can, but the farther the distance of the teleportation, the more time and mall coins you need. The host's current coordinate position needs to pay 5 million mall coins, and the time needed is 5 minutes. Okay, you by the way the teleportation past the follow-up to get me a video too. I want to appreciate it. How could he not enjoy this wonderful animal world? Providing the video needs to add money. 500,000 mall coins. The system added in due time. Rogue businessman still has to be you. Okay, you start now. Jiang Li burst into a sweat. Ding. Deducted funds of 550 billion yuan. Gained 5 million mall coins. Ding. Deducting 550 mall coins. Teleportation is in progress. Screen recording has been opened. As the system's words fell, Chen Nan's body was also enveloped by a white light, and in the next moment, the white light flashed, and under his panicked look, his figure suddenly disappeared into thin air, with only the residual warmth on the hospital bed proving that he had once existed. As for others, they had already been teleported at this moment. Chapter 119, Not Optimistic. African Savannah. Chen Nan, dressed in a hospital gown, suddenly appeared here, and in front of him at the moment, there were several lions with robust physique and intimidating might sizing him up, their mouths emitting low roars, and the smell of blood coming from his arm stimulated their nerves even more. And seeing that Chen Nan was not much of a threat to them, one of the lions began to slowly approach him, with the other 3 or 4 following closely behind. Gulp! Chen Nan was so scared by the scene in front of him that he didn't dare to move. Bean-sized sweat flowed down from his forehead. He didn't know what had happened. He wasn't in the hospital. He didn't know what was going on. He was not in the hospital. How did he suddenly come here? And where did these big lions come from? However, out of the body's instinctive desire to survive, Chen Nan slowly raised his feet, little by little, moving backward. He did not dare to have too much action. I do not know if these lions will suddenly pounce on, but this prairie pure wild lions are not like a zoo. Will play with you. They have absolute territorial consciousness. For Chen Nan, this sudden intrusion into their territory, they do not have half a bit of goodwill. See, Chen Nan moved. It is no longer ink, and immediately ran to him, while opening the bloody mouth ready to pounce on the bite. The lion fights with the rabbit also with all its strength, but also a few lions together. Seeing the lions rushing over, Chen Nan could not care less at this time, and ran away, taking out his milk. If he did not run at this time, he would really be eaten. Grandma, it must be that person who messed up. If I don't die today, I will definitely kill him. While running, he was also cursing at Jiang Li in his heart, at the same time secretly swearing that he must get Jiang Li killed. Unbeknownst to him, he would never have the chance in his life. Not to mention the fact that Chen Nan had just experienced a car accident and was injured. His body was at a time of weakness. Even if he was in his prime, it was impossible for him to outrun the lions. So he quickly fell into the other side's encirclement, followed by the lion following him directly with a hungry tiger pouncing on a crow sitting on a plane, pouncing on him to the ground, with one of the paws heavily stepping on his back, and a few others surrounded him as well. This foot directly let the already weak he spit blood, but in order to live, Chen Nan actually do not know where the strength. Turnover directly a punch hard smashed in the eyes of the lion. This time it was a whale, moved away from him. See the opportunity to come? He was about to take advantage of the opportunity to escape, but it is a pity. Chen Nan's this move completely enraged them. Next to the next few pounced on. Once again he pounced on him, but this time, they were not so lucky. One of them directly opened its bloody mouth and took a bite at his thigh, and the lion's powerful bite caused his thigh to break with a sound, and blood flowed out. The other two did the same. His other leg and arm were also bitten off one by one. Apart from the sound of the lions tearing at the scene, there was only Chen Nan's screams, but soon he was motionless as his neck was also bitten off. But until his death, he hadn't figured out why he was here, nor did he understand what the man who appeared in his hospital room was, and why he wanted to harm him. Jinling First People's Hospital. After teleporting Chen Nan away, Jiang Li also returned to the entrance of the operating room on the third floor, saying nothing, just sitting quietly in his seat and waiting. 10 minutes later, the system transmitted to him the image of Chen Nan being chased and torn by the lions, as well as finally being eaten, and he just watched it with an expressionless face, even feeling that this death was still too cheap. Snap! A few hours later, the door to the operating room was pushed open. Jiang Li and his duo immediately stood up. Facing them was the main surgeon this time. Surgical gowns and masks hadn't been taken off yet, and took the lead to speak. The surgery was successful, temporarily out of danger, but the current situation is not optimistic. Doctor, please speak more clearly, Jiang Li said in a cold voice with a slight frown. The patient's head was violently impacted during the car accident, causing a brain hemorrhage. The intracranial hematoma compressed the nerves, causing damage to the part of the brain responsible for arousal and perception. The patient will present a state of coma, and this coma is generally longer or can fall into a coma again after waking up. So that means that the situation is not optimistic even after resuscitating the patient. The doctor gave Jiang Li and his duo a detailed explanation of the reason. This, Chapter 120, 7 days. How long will this situation last? Lu Yiqiao immediately followed up with a question, the word worry written all over his face. It's hard to say. Each patient's situation is different, and we will do our best to awaken. The doctor shook his head. He had seen a lot of this kind of situation. Some woke up very quickly, 1 or 2 days, 2 or 3 days, while some were still not awakened for months. At this time, Jiang Li's parents were also pushed out, toward the ward. He and the doctor briefly thanked him and then chased after him. As for the doctor just said the problem, he simply did not put it on the mind. He has the system afraid of what? But what really made his heart ache was the pain of his parents when they were hit by the car. They suffered. After arriving at the ward, the medical staff were giving them fluids as well as organizing other things. When they saw Jiang Li come in, one of the nurses took the initiative to say to him, "You're a family member, right? But they need to recuperate right now. You still don't want to stay inside for too long. Oh, go back first after visiting. The hospital will also notify you first if there's any situation." I know, thanks, Jiang Li said calmly. Afterwards the medical staff left. Lu Yiqiao then rushed over. He just went to pay off the fees and everything. This point will not need to trouble Jiang Li. "Cousin, you go out first. I want to be alone for a while." He didn't turn around. He just stared blankly at his mom and dad lying on the hospital bed, and said to Lu Yiqiao, "Then, well, I will go to the door and wait." Lu Yiqiao glanced at both of Jiang Li's parents, and then at Jiang Li, hesitated for a moment or went out. He knew that Jiang Li was not feeling well. He was actually almost the same. "Dad, Mom, I'll let you suffer. I'll let you recover as soon as possible." In the hospital room, Jiang Li slowly came to the bed, looking at the pale mom and dad. It's a lie to say that it's not hard to bear. At this time the anger in his heart soared. He couldn't wait to kill Chen Nan again by 1,000 cuts. Otherwise it would be difficult to solve the hatred in his heart. "System, can you let my parents recover quickly? At the same time, nourish back all the deficiencies in their bodies, and then cure some of the dark wounds and minor ailments that have accumulated over the years. Can it be done?" Although Jiang Li was furious, it was imperative that his mom and dad recover quickly. After he finished speaking he waited intently for the system's reply. For so long the system had never let him down, and he was sure it would be the same this time. But when it came to his parents, nervousness was unavoidable. "Host, it can be, but considering the current scene where the host is, it is not recommended to recover immediately. Otherwise it will bring trouble to the host. This system suggests to use 7 days of slow treatment. Within 7 days it will solve all the problems in the host's parents' body, and at the same time awaken the other party's consciousness. As for the hospital's medication, it won't clash with the system, so don't worry, it will produce secondary harm. Does the host agree?" The system replied in a very humane manner, but it was only a suggestion. If Jiang Li needed to recover immediately, it could do so. The final choice was in Jiang Li's hands. Jiang Li, after listening to the words of the system, is also in deep thought. He originally wanted to immediately to mom and dad cured, do not suffer again, but the system said is also very reasonable. Originally he just suddenly returned to the Jinling already let Lu Yiqiao feel a little strange. If this time again to mom and dad cured, then it is really not good to say that. After all, the two just surgery, in the twinkling of an eye on the recovery, is a medical miracle, is not such a miracle law. Okay, then listen to you, but can you suppress their pain first? I don't want mom and dad to continue to suffer in the next few hours. As for the treatment, just follow your plan and implement it. I only care about the results. In the end he agreed to the system's proposal to use 7 days to go for a slow treatment, but he also put forward his own requirements. "Yes, host, for the next 7 days, this system will automatically carry out the treatment. The host doesn't need to be present. The 7-day treatment cost requires the host to pay 70,000 mol coins. Okay, then you start instantly, as long as the system can do it. As for money or not, it's not even worth mentioning in front of mom and dad. Even if it costs him all his savings he won't frown. Ding, deducted $7 billion, obtained 70,000 mol coins. Ding, deducting 70,000 mol coins. Treatment begins. Process lasts for 7 days. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Li saw a green light flash on his mom and dad's bodies, and he knew that this was the system stepping in. Chapter 121 Questioning. There is a system for mom and dad to treat the words. Jiang Li hanging heart finally fell. Although this dog system usually pit a little, carry out the way of the treacherous businessman, but the work is still very reliable. To this point he finally appeared a smile, and then also do not continue to disturb the two people to recuperate, and slowly withdrew from the hospital room. "Cousin, are you okay?" Lu Yiqiao saw him come out and immediately got up and went forward to show concern. "I'm fine, cousin." Before talking a little impulsive, "Don't take it to heart. Go back first. There are medical staff here." After understanding the cause and effect of the matter, he felt it was still necessary to apologize to his cousin. After all, this matter can't be relied on him. It's fine. I understand everything. As long as you're fine, then go back first." Lu Yiqiao quickly waved his hand. What he said is not false. Jiang Li did not blame him after he came back. He has already burned high incense. Before he said 2 words to him, "It is reasonable." He did not take it to heart at all. After all, when it comes to this kind of thing, it is a person who will be anxious. Afterwards, the two left the hospital together. Lu Yiqiao returned to the villa in the depths of the clouds, but Jiang Li returned alone to the Purple Cloud Villa No. 1 villa. Before coming back in a hurry, did not say to anyone. This moment back home, Jiang Li took out his cell phone. To Fu Wenyan and other people sent a message, said he had to go back to the Magic City first. Li Jiahong received the news after the people are stupid. He came over, what did not do it also, was left behind? However, since Jiang Li is going back to do business, he is not good to follow, so it is prepared to fool around in Magic City for a few days. Seems to think of something, he gave Lin Mengqiu a phone call over. "Hello, boss, I heard you went back to Jinling, did something happen?" Lin Mengqiu asked with concern once he got through. "Well, I'm back. Do we have a more famous family or business with the surname Chen in Jiling? There's also a son named Chen Nan. Check it out, he said in a breezy manner. Okay boss, I'll check and have someone look it up. Any other orders? She inquired while recording. Well, nothing else. If there is, just send me his information. You don't need to care about the rest. Okay boss. After saying that, the two ended the call. Lin Mingqiu estimated that Jiang Li's sudden return should also be related to this Chen family, so she hung up the phone and hoofed it without stopping to move to check. The next day, Jiang Li got up and ate breakfast before arriving at the hospital. Although the system had said that he could not be present, he still had to come over to take a look. But just as he arrived at the entrance of the ward, he was stopped by several people. One of the men at the head of them reached out and pulled out an ID from his pocket. Opening it up for Jiang Li to see, he scanned it. It was the other party's police officer's ID. His name was Lin Ran. Jiang Li, right? There's a case right now. We'd like to find you for some information, and we'd also like you to come with us. Lin Ran looked Jiang Li up and down and explained his intentions. Police? What are you guys looking for my cousin for? Lu Yiqiao stood out at this time, looking at Lin Ran and the others with a puzzled expression. Follow us back to the station and you'll know. Please. Lin Ran didn't explain anything, but instead sidestepped and gestured for Jiang Li to follow him back. Jiang Li naturally knew what they were looking for him for. He had seen the corridor surveillance yesterday when he entered Chen Nan's ward, but he didn't let the system remove the traces. Anyway, the only thing the surveillance could capture was that he had entered and exited the ward. It wasn't as if it could indicate anything else. He didn't say anything and calmly followed Lin Ran along. He also wanted to see what these people could ask. Cousin, wait for me. I'll go with you. After a short period of time, Lu Yiqiao also chased after him, to which Lin Ran did not say anything. After all, they are only bringing Jiang Li back to ask a question, not arrest, so Lu Yiqiao is not considered to be obstructing official business. A group of people took the police car to leave the hospital to the Jinling City police station. In the questioning room, Jiang Li was sitting alone on one side. Opposite Lin Ran with another female police officer, called what Jiang Li did not look carefully. Jiang Li, this person, you should not be a stranger, right? Lin Ran picked up a photo in his hand and inquired to Jiang Li, who fixed his eyes on the photo of Chen Nan, so he said with a very cold face, "Humph, of course it's not unfamiliar. Isn't this the one who bumped into my mom and dad? I've heard about your mom and dad. I'm really sorry about this, but we called you over because we have another thing we want to ask you. We've received a report that Chen Nan is missing," Lin Ran said while staring at Jiang Li, trying to see if there would be any change in expression. Chapter 122, gently twisting and mopping up. Oh, is that so? But what does that have to do with me? Jiang Li still had that breezy demeanor. We've accessed the hospital's CCTV footage, and the last person Chen Nan came into contact with before he disappeared was you, and he happened to have a grudge against you, so we want to know what you said to him in the hospital room. The female officer at the side spoke up, while turning the computer around and playing a video of Jiang Li entering and leaving the ward before and after. He ran my parents into the hospital, so it's reasonable for me to go and confirm his identity, right? As for what was said in there, it's nothing more than the issue of suing for compensation afterward. After that I left. The video you all watched. I went in empty-handed and came out empty-handed. So are you now suspecting that I took him away? Jiang Li asked rhetorically. You had the motive and were the last person to touch Chen Nan, so you do have suspicions. Lin Ran picked up the conversation. He had been sizing up Jiang Li, but unfortunately, his emotions hadn't half rippled since the beginning. Handling a case is about evidence, Arthur. Anyway, I've said what I should have said, and since you guys are looking for me to come here for questioning, then I'm sure there's not much evidence that can directly prove that it's me who did it. In that case, I'm going to go back first, and if you guys have any evidence, you can just come and arrest me directly. Jiang Li sneered, then got up and left. Damn it, Captain, just letting him go? The female officer gritted her teeth when she saw that Jiang Li didn't give any face at all. He's right, we don't have any evidence, and his identity is not ordinary. Before there is absolute evidence, one must not move easily. Lin Ran gazed at the direction Jiang Li left and said somewhat helplessly, "Humph, don't ever let me catch him." The female police officer said viciously, "Cousin, they didn't make things difficult for you, did they?" After coming out from the police station, Lu Yiqiao went up and cared. "It's fine, it's just a simple understanding of the situation. You go back first, I still have to go to the company." Jiang Li's mood has gradually recovered today. His parents are fine, so he naturally has nothing to worry about. Alright, then I'll leave first. Lu Yiqiao nodded, and the two of them then parted ways. Zhang's group, general manager's office. Jiang Li forgot to knock on the door and directly pushed open the door of the office and walked in. Lin Mingqiu, who was dealing with the documents, had a sullen look on her face and was about to raise her head to criticize Emil, but she found out that the person who came was Jiang Li, and then her face was happy. "Boss, what are you doing here? Are you done with your business? Almost done. Haven't been here for a while. Came over to take a look. What? Not welcome? Ah, then I'm leaving? Jiang Li looked at Lin Mengqiu in front of him and suddenly said playfully, welcome, welcome, welcome. You are the boss. How dare I not welcome? Ah, isn't everything here yours? Lin Mengqiu blankly glanced at him. Knowing that Jiang Li liked to drink tea, she took the initiative to come over and make tea for him. Oh, it's all mine. Ha, then do you count? He said with a bad smile on his face as he took the tea brewed by the other party. Lin Mengqiu was teased by Jiang Li so much, she couldn't help but blush. In fact, through this period of time together, she realized that she didn't know when she liked Jiang Li, only that this liking was buried in her heart. After all, she knew that the gap between the two of them was too big, and she didn't dare to ask for it, although Jiang Li almost always had a task to do every time he called her. But she was also very happy. Boss, what are you talking nonsense about? Who is yours? She pouted and obediently sat on the sofa together. Such close contact allowed her to feel the hormonal aura radiating from Jiang Li's body. Oh, is that so? Then I'd like to see who you belong to. After saying this, Jiang Li slowly approaches Lin Mengqiu, his deep eyes staring straight into her eyes. Feeling Jiang Li's breath coming from her face, Lin Mengqiu subconsciously closes her eyes. Inwardly a little nervous, and a little expectant, Jiang Li looked at her like this, guffawed and gently nudged her forehead with his lips. Lin Mengqiu thought it was over and slowly opened her eyes, but she was intercepted and picked up by Jiang Li. The sudden vacillation made her subconsciously cry out in shock. Ah! Seemingly knowing what was going to happen next, she blushed in shame and buried her head in Jiang Li's sturdy chest. Jiang Li held her and slowly walked into the lounge in the office, brought the door to the room with one foot, gently placed her on the bed, slowly bent down, lightly gathered slow pinch white compound pick. Soon the lounge came from a burst of evocative sound, until the yearning forest path covered with white frost. Chapter 123, Professional Massage. Inside the lounge, the scent of heather flowers filled the air, and on the bed, Lin Mengqiu was snuggled in Jiang Li's arms like a kitten, with an unfading flush on her face. Jiang Li naturally reached out and wrapped his hands around her waist, feeling the softness coming from his hands, while Lin Mengqiu used her delicate jade fingers to draw circles on Jiang Li's sturdy chest, the corners of her mouth carrying a sweet smile. See, I told you that everything here is mine, right? Now you're mine too. He looked at the beautiful person in his arms with a bad smile on his face and said, you're still saying that? You don't know how to be compassionate at all. Your body bones are falling apart. Lin Mengqiu blankly glanced at Jiang Li and pouted. She now felt as if her body had been dismantled and put back together again. She didn't have any strength at all. On the contrary, Jiang Li was still alive and well, just like a person who was fine. Not only did it make her wonder if she was too weak. Come, I'll give you a massage. I'm a professional. Jiang Li guffawed, rolled over and sat up, and along with his stuff, the blanket that had just covered the two of them was also lifted up by him, once again revealing Lin Mengqiu's marvelous body. Yeah, what are you doing? Although the two of them had already had the experience of getting to know each other deeply, Lin Mengqiu would still be shy if they were to see each other openly like this, and subconsciously blocked her chest with her hands. After I give you a massage, you should be able to recover. I'm a professional, Jiang Li said confidently. Then he directly rolled Lin Mengqiu over in order to let her get used to it, lying on her back on the bed couch with her back to himself. For a massage, pressing on the back would be fine. After the preparations, Jiang Li secretly run the body's true qi through the massage method, slowly injected into Lin Mengqiu's body, to help her dredge the tendons and bones to relieve the pain at the same time to accelerate the recovery of her physical strength. Lin Mengqiu took a pillow cushion and lay on it. She felt that Jiang Li's hands were very warm, and with his massage, she seemed to be really more comfortable, and did not have that feeling of falling apart. The pain also gradually weakened, which made her very curious, and could not help but ask curiously, you really know how to massage? Have you learned it before? Pressing is very comfortable, eh? Ha ha ha, they say I'm a professional. How is it? Is it better? Jiang Li saw that she was almost recovered, so he stopped the true qi transmission. After all, she hadn't practiced and couldn't withstand too much true qi. Aha, much better. Let's get up then. There's still work left to finish today. Lin Mengqiu nodded. Since she was almost recovered, she had to get up and work. It's fine. You rest well. Don't work today. I'm here. I'll just take care of anything. Jiang Li pressed her who was sitting up back down again, speaking softly and smiling lightly. But Jiang Li's action made her heart warm. Still ready to say something, was interrupted. You forget that I'm the boss now. Now the boss let you rest. Obey. I'm going out. Jiang Li said, pretending to be serious while putting on his clothes. Okay, my big boss, I'll rest. Okay. Being said so by Jiang Li, she really doesn't have any reason to refute it. Since it's like this, let's have a good rest. Jiang Li nodded. then turned around and left the lounge. After bringing the door on, he went to the office outside, and re-brewed himself a pot of tea. Just now the battle was too long, and the one he had brewed before had gotten cold all over again. Inside the lounge, Lin Mengqiu slowly lifted the blanket, looked at the bed sheets on the a touch of fish sheep, cyan, red, and then recalled the previous madness. The cheeks unexpectedly began to heat up again, and then directly wrapped himself up, fell into a deep sleep. Sitting in front of his desk, Jiang Li saw an open document on the table. He picked it up and scanned it, and found that it was actually information about the Chen family. This Lin Meiqiu's efficiency is still very high. I guess she was ready to hand it over to herself before she came? Chen Yu, 48 years old, Jinling native, the old president of Jiahe Real Estate, assets around $20 billion, has an only son to his name, Chen Nan, 21 years old. Looking at the information recorded on the profile, Jiang Li smiled contemptuously. Upholding the traditional virtue of courtesy, Chen Nan knocked his mom and dad into the hospital. It's reasonable for himself to do something to his family, right? As for Chen Nan, he was just deserving of his crime. Chapter 124. You want to meet the parents? But Jiang Li does not intend to do it himself. Let its real estate company to play with him, little by little to grind him to bankruptcy. Then directly let him bankruptcy is much more interesting. Let him personally watch his own fight out of the river ruined. Do not know what he will be like? Right. Should I send him his son's video to take a look? It suddenly occurred to Jiang Li that if he were to witness the image of Chen Nan being eaten bite by bite by a lion, it should be able to deliver a blow to him, right? But now was not the time. He had to wait until he was close to bankruptcy to call him, so that he could experience the pain of the double blow of bankruptcy and the loss of his son. With nothing else to do, he remembered the previous acquisition of Blazing Sun Security and pulled out his cell phone to call Chen Yiming over. Boss, any orders? Chen Yiming picked up at the first opportunity and took the initiative to ask. Well, there's a list for you. You select a group of skilled security personnel out to protect their personal safety. The selected people's wages and salaries will be tripled. You can also take it if you're interested. Jiang Li said with a faint smile. I won't steal the job from my brothers. Let them earn more. But boss, something is ready to command at any time is good. Chen Yiming snorted and said, he wasn't short of money now. The reason why he didn't leave was because he couldn't let go of this group of brothers. Alright then, I'll leave it to you. Try to elect them as early as possible. The list of people who need protection will be sent to you in a while. He nodded and edited an email on his computer. Inside was the list of people who needed protection. His parents, the top management of the group, and his cousin Long Yufei and others were among them. Although there was nothing much going on right now, it was always good to take precautions before it was too late. Okay boss, give me a day's time. I can arrange it in place tomorrow. Chen Yiming patted his chest and assured. After the arrangements were made, the two ended the call. At this time Jiang Li realized that Long Yufei had sent herself quite a few messages, all of which were red dots. And only then did he remember that he really hadn't looked for her for some days. So he clicked on her WeChat, and what she sent was basically concern for him as well as sharing some everyday things. A few days ago went to Magic City to deal with some company things to go. Yesterday my parents had a car accident which rushed back. After thinking about it, he still told Long Yufei truthfully. Anyway, things were under control and there was nothing to hide. After the message was sent, in less than a minute, Jiang Li received a message from the other party. A car accident? When was it? Is that uncle and auntie alright? How is it now? Long Yufei in school was originally being bored brushing the jitterbug. Suddenly received a WeChat message from Jiang Li, also a burst of joy. The results clicked open a look at the people's silly R, and hurriedly asked about the situation of Jiang Li's parents, already out of danger, now still in the hospital treatment. This is true, the system is not in the treatment, so Jiang Li also stopped worrying about his parents' safety. He just needed to wait 7 days honestly. That's good. Jiang Li, can I go to the hospital to see my aunt and uncle? Long Yufei asked tentatively. She felt that even as a friend, knowing about this situation, she deserved to visit, right? Yes, but I can't leave today, so tomorrow. It just so happens that I'm also going to the hospital tomorrow to take a look. I'll pick you up then. After thinking about it, he didn't reject Long Yufei. It's not like this is something unseemly. Good. I don't have classes tomorrow either, so I'll go get ready. Long Yufei was delighted, but thinking of meeting Jiang Li's parents for the first time, she was surprisingly still a little nervous. No need to prepare anything. They haven't woken up yet. They're still in a coma. You're meeting the parents? Then I guess I'll have to wait until my parents wake up to meet them. Oh. He sent this message with a smile on the corner of his mouth. What's with what? I won't talk to you anymore. That's it. See you tomorrow. Being said so by Jiang Li, she, who was already a little nervous, even more instantly reddened her face, as if the little secret in her heart had been discovered. Shyly, she quickly typed this sentence and then closed the cell phone. and also used her hand to touch her hot cheeks. Yo ho, this little ninny, could it be that she's shy because I said so? Ha 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 ha. Jiang Li laughed, then also no longer teased her to play directly with Lin Mingqiu table computer to play the chicken game. The final circle looks to eat chicken. His phone suddenly rang again. Chapter 125 Unwilling Xia Yi. Thinking that whoever was looking for him had something to do, after finding a place to meet, he pulled out his cell phone, only to see that it was Xia Xin who was calling. He directly pressed the connect button, and by the way, he opened the speakerphone to put the phone on the desktop to continue his game. Jiang Li, are you done with your business? Xia Xin asked in a soft voice, but she heard the sound of crackling keyboard presses coming from the phone and secretly wondered if she was disturbing him. Almost done with it. Why is something wrong? He was running poison while eliminating an old six that was preparing to sneak up on him, his mouth still replying to Xia Xin. Didn't I say I'd invite you for dinner? I wanted to ask if you have time tomorrow. I heard you hammering on the keyboard, right? Are you busy? Xia Xin voiced her question. It wouldn't be polite to disturb the other party's work. Eating? That's really not too coincidental. I suddenly had a prior trip back to Jinling yesterday. Now I'm not in Magic City anymore, and things over there have been dealt with, so I shouldn't be going over there for a short time, right? Jiang Li then remembered that she did ask her to tell her when she was done with her business before. You've gone back to Jinling, huh? Well then, let's wait until I go back. There's nothing else on my side. Xia Xin was a little surprised, not realizing that Jiang Li had gone back to run to Jinling. There was a slight disappointment. Dinner can be any time. It doesn't matter, haha. He laughed out loud. The computer screen was currently displaying the words Great Giga, successfully taking the game. Okay, you're busy then. I'll leave you alone then. Bye. Bye. Looking at the time, now there is still more than an hour from the end of work, and Lin Mingqiu has not yet come out. Jiang Li simply opened another hand and began to ride the sands. At the same time, Magic City, Xia Ye's home. Father-in-law, are we just going to let this Jiang Li go? Wang Baiyi was in Xia Ye's study at the moment. The two of them had been deliberating together a lot lately regarding the matter against Jiang Li. Of course it's impossible to just let him go. Nowadays the Xia family is headed by Xia Guang, although I'm also a senior. But if he wants to be bent on having his own way, I can't do anything about it. So the Xia family's path is not going to work. We have to change the method. Xia Ye's face was tinged with a few shades of gloom, very dissatisfied with Xia Guang's move to disband the Alliance Chamber of Commerce, and his heart was also very unwilling. But father-in-law, now that several other families besides the Xia family are no longer targeting Jiang Li's industry, who else can we find to take action? Although Wang Baiyi seldom came to Magic City, but during this period of time, he also had a refresher course on the division of forces in Magic City, and at this moment, he didn't think of any other good ideas. There is naturally a way. I heard that this Xia Guang's daughter, Xia Xin seems to have a good relationship with this Jiang Li. And how many suitors does Xia Xin have in Magic City? There is no need for me to say more, right? You say, if we add some fuel to the relationship between the two of them, and then spread it out, so that those second-generation pursuers of Xia Xin know about it, will they go looking for Jiang Li's trouble? Xia Yi sneered, the corner of his mouth pulling up in coldness. Right, in this way, even if we don't need to take action, we can also ruthlessly discuss Jiang Li. It's best to let them be able to directly kill to Jinling, and we also happen to take this opportunity to test his energy again. If it's a strong external force, then find a suitable opportunity to get rid of him. If he can dissolve it with his own strength, we'll just wait and see what will happen. And don't scare the snakes for the time being. It's still father-in-law, When Wang Baiyi heard this, he immediately understood Xia Ye's meaning, to kill with a borrowed knife. Sit back and watch the tigers fight, and also patted his ass in the process. Well, this matter will be given to you to do it, to let it spread the kind that everyone knows about, so as to achieve our expected effect. As for how to operate, this should not need me to teach you, right? Xia Yi leaned on the back of the eunuch chair, his fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest. Don't worry, father-in-law, just leave this kind of small matter to me. I guarantee to satisfy you. Wang Baiyi was more than familiar with this kind of business. He hadn't done this kind of thing before when he was in Jinling. Now it was just to return to his old business. Well, there's nothing else. You go down first. Xia Yi waved his hand to signal Wang Baiyi to leave. Although in the past he was dead set against his daughter marrying him, but then for the sake of his daughter's happiness he still nodded his head. But Wang Baiyi has also always respected him, so he is also slowly changing his attitude towards Wang Baiyi, or else he wouldn't have allowed him to go into the study to deliberate. Chapter 126 Embarking on a Breakthrough. General Manager's Office. Jiang Li is still playing the game. Today's hand luck is not bad. Eat chicken one after another. At this time the door of the lounge was opened. has been cleaned up. Lin Mengqiu came out from inside. This sleep she slept very well. After coming out, I saw Jiang Li playing the computer seriously, and thought he was working, but when I got closer, it turned out that he was playing a game. Looking at his serious look, cannot help but sigh a sentence, really a man to death as a teenager. However, she did not bother to interfere with Jiang Li. Instead she sat next to him and just silently watched him operate, while Jiang Li naturally knew of her arrival, turned his head to look at him, and said softly with his magnetic voice, "Get up, how is it? Do you feel better now?" "Aha! It's been a long time since I've slept so comfortably." She nodded heavily, revealing a sweet smile. "That's good, join me for dinner later. It's also almost time to get off work. Wait for me to finish this game first." The game was on and Jiang Li didn't say anything more. "Good, there's no rush. After you finish playing." She guffawed and didn't get up to leave, but continued to sit beside Jiang Li and watch him play the game. Even though she didn't understand it very well, it was still so fascinating to see Jiang Li eliminating others all the time, as well as that serious look. "By the way, I've asked Blazing Sun Security to arrange bodyguards for you to protect your personal safety. After all, I can't be by your side all the time, and I feel a little more at ease with them when I'm not around." Jiang Li told Lin Mengqiu about arranging the bodyguards just now, so that she wouldn't be confused when the time came. Oh, okay, got it. Lin Mengqiu didn't react at first and froze for a while before she realized that Jiang Li was saying to arrange bodyguards for her. Sure enough, falling in love will make one's IQ drop. Imperial Cuisine Hall. 1.5 hours later, Jiang Li with Lin Mengqiu appeared here. The last time Jiang Li left, Li Jiahong explained to the manager here. In the future, as long as Jiang Li to come, we'll always give him the best arrangement of the box and to give him free of charge. This thing later also got the Li Zicheng's approval, the manager of a part-time job. Naturally, according to Do It. "Mr. Jiang, you are here. Please come inside. The box has been arranged for you." The manager had already been informed before Jiang Li came, so at this moment, he was also waiting at the door to greet Jiang Li. "Good, thank you." He nodded and led Lin Mengqiu towards the private room, while the manager followed behind the two of them a step slower. Ordering and serving, a meal the two ate for 2 hours, eating and chatting, and after today's in-depth understanding, the relationship between the two is also more intimate, no longer purely superior and subordinate relationship before, so Jiang Li's attitude towards her naturally came to have a change. After all, she is also his first woman. After a full meal, Jiang Li directly Lin Mengqiu back to the first villa. Anyway, there are many rooms here. Even if not with their own room can also live in other rooms, but also save him a detour to send her home. After all, the price of gasoline is not cheap. The province, the flower. It was night. After Fong had gone through some more warmth, Lin Mengqiu had already entered dreamland and fell into a deep sleep, while Jiang Li got up and went to the first floor hall. He wanted to break through the realm that he hadn't broken through for a long time. "System, can I break through directly to the heavenly level? Will it have an adverse effect on my body, such as unstable roots or after effects or something?" Jiang Li used to read those novels and movies all said that you have to tamp down the foundation. If you want to go fast, you can't go fast. If the foundation is not stable the back won't work. After all, I have no experience in the past but the system is the strongest plug-in. Everything that's impossible is possible. Host, it can be. Your cultivation is different from others. You also only need enough attribute points. You can continuously break through, and all are the most perfect realm. There will not be any after effects also will not affect the host's future cultivation. Then how long will it take if I directly elevate to the celestial level? Also, will there be any big commotion during the elevation process? Don't I'll make a breakthrough and blow up the house. Immediately after he thought of something else and hurriedly pursued the question. Jiang Li didn't want to stand in the ruins in case the house was blown up and he wore a pajama top in the middle of the night. If the host doesn't want these visions, the system can help the host to shield it. And the process will last about 2 hours if you continuously break through to the heavenly level. It's a continuous promotion that won't be interrupted in the middle of the process, or else the host's current physical quality won't be able to withstand that kind of massive power. Jiang Li nodded his head after listening to the system's explanation, secretly saying that indeed the system is still very reliable. Since everything is fine then. Chapter 127 Heavenly Grade. System, start breaking through. Jiang Li gave the command to the system, and everything was ready. Ding. Deducting $9 billion, gaining 90,000 mall coins. Ding. Deduct 90,000 mall coins, gain 9,000 attribute points. Realm enhancement in progress. The process lasts for 2 hours. Jiang Li sat cross-legged on the sofa, and as the system's words fell, he felt that the channel of true qi that had originally been dormant within his dantian gradually became active, and began to flow through his body again as time went on. If you look closely, you will find that this channel of true qi in the process of constantly flowing, itself is also quietly changing, constantly growing, but also become more thick, emitting a more powerful might. With the system's support, Jiang Li didn't feel any pain. Instead he felt comfortable with the bursts of tingling sensation coming from his body. Having had the experience of the previous 2 breakthroughs, he could clearly perceive that this time his essence was also improving by leaps and bounds, no longer just a single strengthening of his physical body. And with the passage of time, his perception of things around him is also more and more clear, even if he is now in the house. At the moment can clearly perceive all the wind and grass within a radius of 10 meters. Everything is in the grasp. This thing can be better than the monitoring of a lot, and perception is still gradually expanding. Everything was proceeding step by step. After 50 minutes, Jiang Li had successfully broken through to the earth level, but the system didn't stop and continued to improve. Another hour or so passed. A stern aura erupted from Jiang Li's body, and his robes were automatically moving without wind. At this moment, his might had already reached its peak, but since the system had already shielded all the visions for Jiang Li at the beginning, his breakthrough did not cause any rest in the outside world. The true qi that had been coursing through his body since the beginning had now turned into pure white true essence, returning once again to the interior of his dantian, and its appearance meant that Jiang Li had officially broken through to the heavenly level. Phew, was this the realm of the heavenly rank? Jiang Li exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, feeling the strong power within his body, secretly smacking his lips. This was many times stronger than when he was at the Shen level. Moreover, with the breakthrough of his realm to the celestial level, his perception was also finally fixed at 1,000 meters in a radius, and he also gained the ability to fly at low altitude for a short period of time, only needing to wrap himself with his true essence. In order to test his ability, Jiang Li once again closed his eyes and unleashed his perception ability. In an instant, with him as the center, everything within a radius of 1,000 meters appeared in his mind. Skyscrapers, pedestrians and cars, and even ants crawling on the ground, could all be clearly perceived by him. Jiang Li guffawed and ended his perception. This thing was a bit mind-consuming, but it didn't affect his recognition of this ability. After testing the perception level, he once again moved his mind. The surface of his body was instantly shrouded by true essence, and his entire body slowly rose with it. But due to the limited space within the villa, he merely rose 2 meters. But it was this 2 meters that had made Newton's coffin boards unable to be covered. If it was in the courtyard, it would have been able to at least rise to a position of around 6 or 7 meters. It seems that this time the money spent was well worth it. In that case, there might not be more than a handful that can deal with me in the Dragon Kingdom, right? Controlling his body to slowly fall, he then collected his true essence. This breakthrough had also discharged quite a few impurities, so Jiang Li went to take another shower before returning to his bedroom once again, wrapping his arms around the sleeping Lin Mingqiu and entering dreamland. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, the Dragon Blade headquarters, a white-haired, pale-faced old man who was meditating suddenly opened his eyes, and despite his advanced age, his eyes were still stern, with a deep, ancient gaze. This direction is Jiang Li? Oh, interesting. I didn't expect there to be such a young heaven-ranked martial artist. God bless my Dragon Kingdom, ahahaha. The old man looked in the direction of Jiang Li, then laughed out loud. Yes, after Jiang Li's breakthrough was completed, the system lifted the shielding on him, so just now when he was testing his flying ability, he mobilized his true essence, a move that was clearly perceived by this old man from the imperial capital. Long San, arrange for a flight. I'm going to make a trip to Jiang Li tomorrow morning. The old man then commanded at the doorway, and continued to close his eyes, resuming his previous meditative appearance. Yes, the person at the doorway who was called Long San replied in response, and then went to arrange the relevant work. Chapter 128, Protective Jade Pendant. The night was silent, and the next morning, a flash of sunlight drifted through the window and woke Jiang Li up. When he got up, Lin Mingqiu had already left. She still had to go to the company to work, but thoughtfully prepared breakfast for Jiang Li. This was the first time that Jiang Li felt that if there was a mistress in the house, it seemed to me good. Yesterday, he had promised Long Yufei that he would take her to visit his parents, but it was still early and it didn't matter. Yesterday, after breaking through to the heavenly level, Jiang Li had a new idea. His true essence was not only very powerful in attack, but also in defense, so he was going to start refining a few protective jade pendants to give himself a handful of people around him, so that if he encountered an unexpected event, he wouldn't be injured. After all, even if he arranged bodyguards, they were still just mortal flesh. The better the material used for the jade pendant, the more true essence it can withstand. The Emperor Green he got back from the gambling conference before was still set aside in the corner, and has been forgotten to deal with it, and now it can just come in handy, and the portion is also enough, and surely can't be used up. 2 pieces here for mom and dad, 1 for Meng Qiu, 1 for cousin, 1 for Yufei. That's it for now. Jiang Li muttered as he counted. From the corner of the hall, he carried the block of glass-seeded imperial green jadeite to the courtyard. Then Jiang Li operated a touch of true essence, condensed it in his fingertips, gently scratched on the jade, and effortlessly sliced off a piece of jade the size of his palm. Then he continued to scratch his fingers, and before and after that, he sliced off a total of 5 pieces of jade of the same size down. Although he could have purchased it directly from the mall, it made more sense to make this kind of thing himself, didn't it? The 5 pieces of jade stone one by one in front of him, and then he runs the true essence of the package them, with the true essence to quench the jade stone, and into which injected true essence, because it is the first time to refine, so Jiang Li very carefully controlled their true essence, so as not to exert too much force. The whole shattered. Time is passing little by little. Even a good jade stone will have more or less some impurities inside, and Jiang Li's true essence can perfectly remove these impurities and melt them to make it flawless, and the jade pendant will definitely have a pattern. So after the removal of impurities is completed, Jiang Li will start to work on the carving. Well, these 2 pieces for mom and dad, let's carve them into a dragon and phoenix jade pendant. It just happens to be a pair cousins piece. Well, then let's carve a fierce tiger. I think he won't mind. As for Meng Qiu and Yufei's 2 pieces of what to carve good, well, there is. Then carve into a big white rabbit. After all, they're not small. Jiang Li casually sat on the lawn in the courtyard, stroking the scruff on his chin while thinking, and after finalizing the pattern for each piece of jade pendant he began to continue refining. An hour later, Jiang Li slowly withdrew his true essence. It should be said that after breaking through to the heavenly level, this strong true essence was just refreshing to use. At the moment in front of him are 5 pieces of exquisite jade pendant, each carved are lifelike, full of details, and in order to be able to play the effect of body protection, Jiang Li finally also engraved on the defense array, as long as the jade pendant can be broken in the critical moment. As for this array, of course, purchased from the system mall, otherwise where would he be this thing? Jade itself has beauty, enhance the temperament and other effects, and now by Jiang Li refining some, but also has the effect of tranquility, will not be affected by other evil things. The great work is done. It's just as well that I'll take it to them when I go over to the hospital today. Meng Qiu's will be given to her at night. Jiang Li purchased 5 more jade lanyards from inside the mall and strung each piece. Then his mind moved to put the jade pendant in front of him into the system space. The time was almost up. It was time for him to set off to pick up Long Yufei. He returned to the house and changed into a casual outfit, drove his McLaren Senna and set off. At the same time, a private plane from the imperial capital arrived at Jinling Airport. Before the plane landed, a large wave of people had already gathered below, dressed in camouflage uniforms, neatly lined up and staring ahead. The cabin door opened. A white-haired old man walked out with a steady pace. At this time the crowd below swish a moment, neatly salute the old man. At the same time the mouth is also a unified command. Good day, Chief. Good day, Chief. Good day, Chief. The old man was the one who had sensed Jiang Li's aura in the imperial capital yesterday, and his identity was that of Pei Chuan, the supreme leader of the Dragon Blade Special Action Organization, whose main purpose for coming to Jiling this time was Jiang Li. Chapter 129, Come for me? Well, all in good spirits, keep up the good work. The future of the Dragon Kingdom capital can depend on you all. Pei Chuan nodded slightly. He had spent his entire life fighting for the safety and security of the Dragon Kingdom, and his strength had even broken through the heaven rank and reached the higher king rank. He was pleased to watch his juniors grow. Now is the era of peace. In the premise of not being able to use nuclear weapons, Pei Chuan's existence is the key to the Dragon Country to deter other countries. Also precisely for this reason, the Dragon Country specially set up the Dragon Blade Special Action Organization, meant to be the Dragon Country's country of the sharp edge, is an independent organization, by Pei Chuan directly under the command, which is also the Dragon Country's trust in him, because he is worthy. As for why Pei Chuan was able to perceive Jiang Li's aura from far away from the imperial capital, it was because after breaking through to the king level the perception was further enhanced, and had already formed a divine idea, and Pei Chuan had been immersed in it for many years, and nowadays, exactly what kinds of realms had been reached, apart from himself, no one knew anymore. Subsequently under the crowd's flank, Pei Chuan and his party first went to the Dragon Blades branch in Jinling. As for the matter of looking for Jiang Li, it's not that bad for a while, he can't run away anyway. Jinling University, downstairs of the girls' dormitory. Long Yufei received a message from Jiang Li half an hour ago, so she came downstairs early to wait for him, although Jiang Li said that his parents have not yet awakened, but after all, it is the first time to meet, so she is also carefully dressed up. She is tied with a pill head, the face of the makeup is fresh and sweet, wearing a white lamb's wool small jacket and loose light-colored jeans, slung over her shoulder a small bag, suddenly revealed a sweet smile, because she saw Jiang Li's car coming. As for the other male students who are also waiting for their girlfriends downstairs in the girls' dormitory, they have long since seen the strange, only that they will secretly take root in the dead of night. After all, the hatred of taking away their wives is not shared by all. Let's go. Get in the car. Parking the car in front of Long Yufei, Jiang Li said softly after helping her open the door from the car. Good. She obediently slowly sat in the passenger seat, closed the car door, and left Jinling University. On the way, Jiang Li extracted the piece of jade pendant that he had prepared for her from the system space, pretended to pull it out of his arms and handed it to Long Yufei. Nah, this is for you. From today onwards, no matter where you go, you have to carry it with you. If you encounter any danger, break it. It can protect you at critical moments. This is the jade pendant that I prepared for you to protect you, and then I've arranged a bodyguard for you. It should be in place today, he said while driving. Bodyguard jade pendant? Is this the gift you prepared for me? What a cute little white rabbit. Why did you also arrange a bodyguard for me? I'm very safe in school. Long Yufei received and saw this lifelike rabbit very much like, and this is still Jiang Li prepared for him, but still some doubts. Well, remember what I said, no matter what you go for, you have to bring it with you. Do you hear me? As for the bodyguard, of course it's to protect your personal safety. After all, I can't be by your side all the time. To make her remember, Jiang Li repeated it again. Thank you. I like it very much. I'll carry it with me everywhere. Don't worry. After saying that, she wore the jade on her body. Very good and obedient. As for what Jiang Li said about being able to protect her, she took it all as Jiang Li coaxing her. Jinling City People's Hospital. Jiang Li brought Long Yufei to his parents' ward. After the system's treatment yesterday, the two of them were obviously looking better. Although they were still a little pale, but they had some more vitality and vigor. Everything was going in the right direction. Uncle and auntie were even injured so badly. It's really abominable. Jiang Li, did you catch this driver? Long Yufei looked at Qin Su's duo's appearance. It was hard to think about it, and she looked at Jiang Li in anger. He'll get what he deserves. But at this moment, the person has disappeared. Jiang Li couldn't say that he had already sent Chen Nan to feed the lions. Could he? It was a bit bloody violent for a girl. Serves you right. Better not show up again. She snorted coldly, feeling that everything was what that person deserved. After visiting his parents, Jiang Li was about to drive Long Yufei out for a stroll and a break. The two of them hadn't seen each other for some time, so it was just the right time to promote their relationship. But when he arrived at the parking space, he realized that there were a few strangers standing next to his car, and by the looks of it, they seemed to be waiting for him. Pulling out his car keys, he brought Long Yufei slowly up to the front, when one of them took the lead and said, "You are Jiang Li, Mr. Jiang, right? Our chief wants to see you. Please come with us." He spoke very politely, because before he came, Pei Chuan had specially explained to treat him with courtesy. "Chief, you guys are here for me? And which one is your chief?" Jiang Li's eyes narrowed vainly, because the word chief was not unfamiliar to him. He himself was the chief of the ghosts. Chapter 130 Dragon Blade? This you will know once you go with us. Don't worry Mr. Jiang, we have no ill will towards you. The man didn't answer Jiang Li's question and sold a lie. After all, the matter of the Dragon Blade wasn't something that anyone could know, and there was a Long Yufei beside him. Alright, then you guys lead the way. But I have to send her back first, Jiang Li said and took Long Yufei to the car, turning his head to look at her. Looks like it's not possible to stroll around now. I'll send you back first. I'll look for you later. It's fine. If you have something to do then deal with your business first. Shopping can be done anytime. Although Long Yufei didn't know what these people were looking for Jiang Li for, she thought it should be something important. Good. After driving Long Yufei back to school, Jiang Li followed those two Dragon Blade members who came to invite him, drove all the way out of the city to the outskirts, and continued on for another 50 miles. This place was already close to the deep mountains where people were rare. Jiang Li's sports car's chassis was too low, and could no longer continue on, so he had no choice but to park it by the side of the road, and then got into the Dragon Blade members' off-road vehicle, continuing to drive 30 miles into the mountains. At this time Jiang Li's face suddenly appeared a number of huge camouflage buildings. The highest building there are a few big gold letters above, Dragon Blade Jinling Branch. Dragon Blade? What kind of place is this? He looked at this place that resembled a military base and secretly unleashed his perception ability, only to see this kind of camouflage buildings all around him, and numerous soldiers in uniform systems drilling. Mr. Jiang, we've arrived. As for what this place is, you'll know in a moment. At the entrance, the member driving the car pulled out his own documents to the soldiers standing guard to verify, followed by the one behind him. As for Jiang Li, they also helped him to briefly record it, but as early as when they set out, these were arranged, so naturally they wouldn't be stopped at the entrance. After parking the car, the duo led Jiang Li east and west to the highest building, taking the elevator all the way to the highest floor. And just as he stepped into the place, Jiang Li sensed the presence of a very overpowering pressure, which was unknown how much stronger than his current one. This is. Looks like this dragon blade isn't simple. Surprisingly, there are still such characters. Jiang Li gave a dark cry, but it was a good thing that this mighty pressure did not have any malicious intent towards him, or else he would not be able to carry it even if he was now a heaven-ranked expert. But this also managed to pique his interest. All the way to the door of the innermost room, the leading duo straightened their attire before knocking on the door, reporting to the chief. Mission accomplished. Mr. Jiang has been brought. Come in. An old man's voice came from inside, like an ancient chime bell, thick and with depth. Mr. Jiang, please. After he pushed open the door, he didn't go in, but opened his body sideways to invite Jiang Li in. Jiang Li didn't make a fuss, and walked in calmly. Then the member who led the way helped close the door to the room, and the two of them then left the place together. After all, this wasn't a place where they could stay for a long time. Inside the room, after Jiang Li entered, he saw a white-haired old man in a tang suit meditating, and this person was none other than Pei Chuan. With Jiang Li's arrival, Pei Chuan also opened his eyes. Both of them did not speak, just sizing each other up. Have a seat. Is there nothing you want to ask? Pei Chuan saw that Jiang Li had been sizing himself up ever since he came in and hadn't been half timid. He was still satisfied with his demeanor. There is, but I feel that since Senior called me over, naturally there's something he wants to say to me, right? Since that's the case, then just wait for Senior to open his mouth. Senior will naturally inform me of what he can say. As for what he can't say, there's no use for me to ask. Jiang Li naturally took his seat and said in a breezy manner, but he could feel that this old man was very strong and had no ill will towards himself, so he called it Senior. You are honest. Introduce myself. My name is Pei Chuan. I'm the leader of the Dragon Blade Special Action Organization, and the location you're at right now is the Dragon Blades branch in Jiangling. And as for the headquarters, it's in the Imperial Capital, and I've come over from the Imperial Capital to look for you on purpose. Pei Chuan laughed and gave Jiang Li a brief introduction. Dragon Blade Special Action Organization? Why is it that I've never heard of this organization in the Dragon Kingdom? Also, Senior said that you came from the Imperial Capital specifically to find me? If I remember correctly, I have not been to the Imperial Capital, nor have I ever been involved with Senior and this Dragon Blade, right? Jiang Li was very puzzled and looked at Pei Chuan in confusion. It's normal that you don't know. After all, the Dragon Blade is not an ordinary organizational structure. As for you,